Introduction. Draped in crimson silk, adorned with a cosmic aura, treading upon the winds of fire, and brandishing a scarlet tassel, Nezha is reborn into the world of the investiture of the gods, becoming the formidable Prince Nezha. Yet, upon embarking on his path of cultivation, he discovers that this realm of divinity is far darker than he had ever imagined. The heavenly Tao shows no mercy, treating all living beings as mere fodder. The deities lack compassion, feasting upon the blood of the common folk. With 3 heads and 8 arms, they trample upon the celestial realms, and all that remains is slaughter. Slaughter, 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 slaughter. I am Nezha, yet I am not the spirit pearl. I am a great demon, a harbinger of death to the divine. Chapter 1. The winds rise at Tang. In the courtyard of the Tang Pass General's residence, a young boy sits thoughtfully on a stone bench in the pavilion, observing several maidens flying kites in the shade. Though this child is but young, he possesses a strikingly handsome visage, radiating an air of heroism. His fair face is as delicate as powdered silk, adorned with a golden bracelet upon his right wrist, and a piece of crimson silk wrapped around his waist, glistening with golden light. This child is none other than Nezha, the youngest son of General Li Jing of Tang Pass. Nezha has been seated in the pavilion for the entire morning, remaining silent, his ears filled with the sounds of wind and birdsong, along with the idle chatter of elders nearby. This third young master is so handsome, yet what a pity he is a mute, sitting in the courtyard all day and a days. Who knows what he is thinking? What can a fool think? As long as he doesn't make a mess, it saves us old women some trouble. Indeed, I recall the effort it took during his birth. Who would have thought a child born with a golden bracelet and wrapped in crimson silk would turn out like this? Hush! Keep your voice down, he can hear us. What is there to fear? He's just a fool. A mute, what storm can he stir? Nezha hears every word clearly, merely smiling, unfazed. For he is grateful to be alive and knows he is neither a fool nor a mute. Had it not been for that unexpected accident, he might not even be Nezha. 7 years have passed, and during most of that time, he has been in a haze, at times lucid, at others, lost in confusion. Recently, however, his moments of clarity have been increasing. Often, he questions whether he still lies in a hospital bed, trapped in a dream from which he cannot awaken. In this dream, he finds himself in the world of the investiture of the gods, having become the valiant Prince Nezha. Yet, if he is indeed Nezha, where is the revered Taiyi Zhenren? Logically, he should have come to take him as his disciple upon his birth. Yet it has been 7 years without a sign of him. Moreover, the name Nezha was not given by the Taiyi Zhenren from the novels he once read, but rather by his mother, Lady Yin. Thinking of Lady Yin, Nezha sighs softly within. If he were to consider those years in his previous life, this beautiful lady would scarcely be older than he is now. Yet, if there are no immortals or Taoist priests in this world, what of his 2 brothers, whom he has never met? His elder brother, Nezha, studied under the venerable Manjushri at Wulong Mountain's Cloud Cavern. His second brother, Nezha, apprenticed under the venerable Samantabhadra at Jiugong Mountain's White Crane Cavern. Curiously, these details match precisely with those recorded in the investiture of the gods. If there are no celestial beings, how does one explain the cosmic circle in his hand and the mysterious sky silk around his waist? The wind is gentle, wafting from the flower-laden mountains, bringing a faint, distant fragrance, accompanied by a refreshing mist. Nezha breathes in the air filled with leisure and unease, still watching the girls with their kites, while the family's large black dog trots over, wagging its tail. Nezha reaches out to pat the dog's head, musing, "Oh, hey, when will this dream end?" Engrossed in his play with the dog, he fails to notice Lady Yin approaching with 2 young maidens. "Jar, are you seeking coolness here again?" Upon seeing Nezha, Lady Yin's face breaks into an uncontrollable smile, although her eyes betray a deep-seated affection. Nezha looks up to see tears glimmering in her eyes, his mouth slightly opening, yet his throat is parched, nearly forgetting how to speak. Lady Yin, having grown accustomed to this, instructs the maidens to hand her the garments she carries, personally changing Nezha's attire. As she dresses him, she remarks, "My dear, do not wear these heavy robes that stifle you. I found some fine silk in the storeroom to make you a short shirt. Hurry and change, lest you grow too warm." Even though he is used to such concern, Nezha feels warmth in his heart upon hearing her words. He ceases his movements, allowing Lady Yin to tend to him. Reflecting on his past life, he grew up in an orphanage, struggling in society at 16, never having experienced such parental love. The elderly director of the orphanage, though aged, was steadfast and upright, teaching him to be equally so. When he witnessed injustice, he would intervene, and if he believed something was right, he would pursue it. Yet at 30, he remained lost in this world, achieving little. Recalling that accident, it was likely a consequence of his prior act of bravery, which had offended someone. Lost in thought, he realizes his clothes have been changed. Lady Ying squats before him, gently brushing his 2 small tufts of hair, speaking tenderly. Little Nezha is even more handsome than his 2 brothers. When they return from their studies, they will surely be delighted to see you. Noticing a shift in Nezha's expression, the noblewoman follows his gaze and, upon seeing the approaching figure, rises in delight. Master, you have finally returned. You have been away in Chaoga for 2 months, and with no news, we have been worried sick. I shall have the servants prepare a feast to welcome you back. Lady Ying moves forward to support Li Jing's arm, but he roughly shakes her off. Dressed in a dark official robe, the tall and weary Li Jing furrows his brow, displaying rare anger. Since returning from Chaoga, he has been distressed by the tyrannical cruelty of King Zhou and the burdens of state affairs. Seeing his 3rd son, whom he finds most troublesome, only adds to his frustration. With a cold snort, he declares, "Quickly take this fool away, he is a nuisance here." At these words, Lady Ying trembles, softly pleading, "The child is here, please do not speak in such a manner and hurt his feelings." Having produced this heartless fool, do you still have the gall to speak for him? He is old enough yet cannot utter a word. Not even calling his parents, he has brought disgrace to the Li family. Li Jing concludes his tirade with a kick that sends the nearby wagging black dog yelping. Though Lady Ying understands Li Jing's disdain for Nezha and often sighs from afar, witnessing his explosive anger leaves her flustered and unsure of how to respond. At this moment, several older women, emboldened by their distant kinship to Li Jing, seize the opportunity to stir discord. Such is the nature of those who exploit the benevolence of others. Lady Ying, being kind-hearted, has never been harsh with the servants. Compared to her, Li Jing's humble background leads him to indulge his distant relatives, almost as if he has arranged for the wild dogs of his hometown to serve in the Tang Pass military camp. While they would not have dared to speak thus, they know Li Jing's presence grants them courage, and they harbor ulterior motives. The eldest among them, Granny's son, approaches, grasping Lady Ying's arm earnestly, saying, "Madam, the master has returned weary from travel, do not take his words to heart." Yet, he does have a point. The 3rd young master is beyond hope, and you should focus your attention on the other 2 young masters. You Lady Ying's words are interrupted as another maid interjects. "I say, Madam, Granny's son speaks the truth. I have heard the elders say that those who are unreasonable are born with their hearts devoured by beasts, and though they appear human, they are no different from wild animals in the household. It was a blessing that he could still find sustenance. Do not waste your thoughts on him, lest you exhaust yourself." Old Mrs. Fan chimed in. "Indeed, madam, we just observed the 3rd young master with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Gazing at those girls flying kites, it seems his primal instincts are awakening. If he is not strictly disciplined, who knows what mischief he might unleash as he matures." The older women chattered away, while Lady Ying, possessing a gentle disposition, found herself at a loss for words, glancing toward Li Jing for assistance, only to find him deliberately averting his gaze. Having been married to Li Jing for many years and raising 3 sons together, how could she not discern her husband's thoughts? Feeling faint, she nearly faltered. Behind her, the diminutive Nezha, entirely obscured from view, swiftly moved forward to offer support. However, just as he raised his hand, Lady Ying regained her footing. Taking a deep breath, she sternly declared, "Silence. I know he's a good child. How my son behaves is not for you to comment upon. Should you speak further, do not blame me for severing our past ties and casting you out." It was rare for the usually soft-spoken Lady Ying to lose her temper, and the older women trembled in fear, falling silent and stepping back, heads bowed. Yet, none noticed that Li Jing's brows had furrowed even deeper. "It is you who should be silent. Granny's son is my cousin and your elder. It is only reasonable for her to voice her concerns regarding this troublesome child, yet you flaunt your authority before them." With Li Jing's support, the women lifted their heads, emboldened. No one found his words surprising. This general from Tang Pass was known for his cautious demeanor and amiable nature in public, while maintaining a formidable presence at home. Ultimately, he was the head of the Li family. Having made his declaration, Lady Ying appeared left with no choice but to swallow her pride and concede. However, upon glancing at Nezha, she resolutely raised her head, meeting Li Jing's gaze defiantly. "If they continue to slander my son, it will not merely be a matter of my words." The air in the room grew thick with tension, although Li Jing remained silent. His expression darkened. An unspoken something coalesced in the stifling atmosphere. Mother. The youthful voice startled everyone momentarily, leaving them speechless. Nezha boldly tugged at Lady Yin's sleeve and called out again. Mother, please summon the teacher home. I wish to study. Could you repeat that? Mother. Lady Yin was overwhelmed with joy, turning to embrace her son, tears streaming down her face, years of grievances pouring forth. My son is not mute. My son is not foolish. Nezha beamed, hugging Lady Yin tightly, and softly said, Do not cry. Mother, your new clothes will get wet. After 7 long years, Lady Yin, with her unwavering love, dispelled the fog clouding Nezha's heart. Those around them, including Li Jing, Da He, and the gossiping servants, faded into insignificance. He, too, had once been insignificant, but from this day forth, he would be the son of this extraordinary woman. He would be Nezha. Chapter 2. The Arrival of Taiyi. The news of the third young master of the general's residence, suddenly gaining the ability to speak, lifted the heavy gloom from Li Jing's heart. That evening, a grand banquet was held at the Li residence to celebrate with friends and family. Meanwhile, Lady Yin remained in the inner hall, holding Nezha close, her eyes still shimmering with tears, yet her face radiating warmth and tenderness. My son, how did you suddenly learn to speak? I have always been able to. I have never heard you speak before. From now on, I will talk to you every day, Mother. Could you call me Mother once more? Mother. The other 2 sons had gone to the mountains to learn from the immortals since childhood, leaving only the youngest son at her side. That single utterance of Mother nearly melted Lady Yin's heart. She said, You should not only call for me, go to the front courtyard and call for your father to cheer him up. Nezha remained silent, and naturally, Lady Yin understood what he was thinking. Lowering her voice, she whispered in his ear, If you wish to call him Father, it will serve you well in the household. Nezha smiled, narrowing his eyes at his mother. Do not worry, Mother, with Nezha here, you will never suffer. My dear child, your mother's well-being matters little. I fear for your own welfare. Li Jing, however, was not as contemplative as Lady Yin. He was in the front hall, drinking with several family elders and military officers who had come to offer their congratulations. As the revelry continued, an officer named Feng Xiaoyan reported, General, there is a man outside seeking an audience. Li Jing, who had once practiced the Tao in his youth and had been a disciple of the immortal Zhenren doer from the West Kunlun, did not dare to neglect a visitor from the Taoist realm. Quickly invite him in. Before long, a venerable figure with white hair, dressed in Taoist robes and exuding an ethereal presence, entered the hall. With a slight raise of his hand, the Taoist greeted, Congratulations, General, on the arrival of your Qilin son. Li Jing quickly returned the gesture and invited the Taoist to take a seat. Once settled, he queried, From which esteemed mountain do you hail? And what brings you to Chintang Pass? I am Taiyi Zhenren from the Golden Light Cave on Mount Qianyuan. I have heard of your son's awakening intelligence and came to extend my congratulations. Li Jing expressed his gratitude, but Taiyi Zhenren's heart remained troubled. As Nezha had previously contemplated in the pavilion, he should have visited upon Nezha's birth. For the sake of the grand endeavor to establish the divine, he had been tasked to observe a few pages of the Hongjun Yujian and act accordingly. He had intended to arrive secretly while Lady Yin was pregnant for 9 months, using his powers to disrupt the fetus's spirit. Afterward, he had planned to return when Lady Yin was 3 years and 6 months along, to infuse the spiritual essence of his spiritual pearl into her womb, facilitating the birth of a child who would later assist King Wu in overthrowing Zhou. However, he had only departed for less than a month, and the fetus that should have perished in Lady Yin's womb had miraculously been born. This unforeseen turn of events made Taiyi Zhenren feel as if ants were crawling all over him. Over the years, he had searched for clues regarding this child, holding divination ceremonies and visiting various mountains, yet had found no trace. It seemed the origins of this child lay beyond the natural order. An unpredictable seed of causality, no matter whose scheme it was, posed a grave threat to the grand plans of the 3 teachings for the future millennium. Fortunately, there remained a chance for remedy. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Jing, Taiyi asked, May I see your esteemed son? Of course, there is no objection. Please wait a moment. Li Jing turned to a nearby maid and instructed, Green Ping, fetch Nezha to the front hall. At once, my lord. Green Ping sashayed into the inner hall, first bowing to Lady Yin before saying, Madam, the master has requested that the 3rd young master be brought to the front hall. Lady Yin, engaged in conversation with Nezha, casually inquired, What does he need Nezha for? Madam, a Taoist has arrived in the front courtyard to offer congratulations and wishes to see the young master. Madame Yin was well aware of Li Jing's unfulfilled aspirations for immortality in his youth, which left him with many regrets. Consequently, she displayed a warm demeanor towards the Taoists and, without much thought, gestured for Nezha to go forth. However, Nezha remained seated on the chair with bare feet, countering Green Ping's inquiry. Sister Green Ping, did the Taoist reveal his origins? Upon hearing Nezha's clear and vibrant tone, Green Ping felt a profound sense of melancholy. She found it hard to believe that the usually dazed yet handsome young man had truly awakened his intellect. She earnestly replied, the Taoist did mention his cave abode, but with so many guests here to congratulate the young master today, I could not retain all the details. I only remember that he is called Taiyi Zhenren. Are you certain his name is Taiyi Zhenren? Indeed. Go inform my father that Nezha, in his mischievousness, has gone out to play. But, young master, it is quite late, Green Ping said, perplexed, glancing at Nezha, who exhibited no signs of fear. Do not concern yourself. Simply relay my words. Even if my father is displeased, he shall not direct his ire towards you. As Green Ping went to the main hall to relay the message, Madame Yin inquired of Nezha, my son, why do you refuse to allow that Taiyi Zhenren to visit? How could he possibly come? At present, he considered himself a wealthy young master of the general's household, blessed with such a wonderful mother. If events were to unfold in accordance with the memories he possessed, would he not eventually be compelled to repay flesh for his mother and bone for his father? Moreover, this Taiyi Zhenren, who chose to arrive precisely when Nezha was finally willing to speak, what intentions lay behind his timing? Surely those in the general's household could not perceive his feigned ignorance. Yet how could a powerful practitioner like Taiyi Zhenren be deceived? Nezha found himself perplexed. He sulked like a 7-year-old child, declaring, both my brothers have been taken to the mountain by the Taoist. Nezha shall not go, he wishes to remain home and accompany his mother. Very well, Nezha shall stay at home and go nowhere. This rationale easily convinced Madame Yin, but Green Ping harbored her own thoughts. As she emerged, Li Jing was engaged in a lively conversation with Taiyi. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Jing inquired, where is Nezha? Why hasn't he come along? I dare not deceive my lord, the child is shy and reluctant to emerge, Green Ping replied. Taiyi, noticing Li Jing's frown, quickly interjected with a smile, since fate has not granted us a meeting today, let it be, so allow him to enjoy his play. Li Jing, feeling embarrassed, said, my mischievous child has caused you to laugh, esteemed Taoist. Merely a trifling matter. General, do not take it to heart. I have foreseen that I share a destined bond with Nezha as master and disciple, and we shall surely meet again. Upon hearing this, Li Jing was filled with uncontainable joy, exclaiming, if the esteemed Taoist is willing to accept this mischievous child as a disciple, it is his extraordinary fortune. Please wait, I shall fetch him from the courtyard at once. With that, Li Jing hurriedly made his way to the back courtyard. Observing Li Jing's broad and generous frame, Taiyi Zhenren smiled and stroked his long, white beard. Everything was proceeding according to his design. The matters recorded in the Hongjun Jade tablet must not go awry once he reached his cave abode. All would unfold as he orchestrated. Now I can only hope to deceive the heavens and complete all before the master discovers the truth, Taiyi Zhenren mused, as he saw Li Jing already grasping Nezha's collar with one hand, bringing him into the main hall. Chapter 3. Nezha seeks a mentor. Nezha, grasped by the collar, found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Despite being only 7 years of age, his body exhibited an extraordinary resilience, often surprising even himself with his strength. Yet, he would not resort to violence against Li Jing merely to avoid meeting Taiyi. Their discord had yet to reach such extremes. As Li Jing released his grip, Nezha tumbled to the floor, unbothered by the fall. He brushed off his clothes and slowly rose to his feet. Looking up at the venerable Taiyi, Nezha's gaze wandered, and he could not help but acknowledge the old man's ethereal presence. Are you the Taoist priest my sister Green Ping mentioned who wishes to see me? Nezha, do not be disrespectful, Li Jing admonished, but Taiyi raised his hand to halt him. Taiyi regarded Nezha with an uncontainable smile. It was no wonder. A body of innate sanctity, every fiber exuding a divine essence, and every inch infused with spiritual roots. It was clear why, in the future, he would endure great trials for the sake of the spirit pearl, destined for deification. Given his master's penchant for collecting spiritual artifacts, it was likely he wished to encase Nezha in a crystal box to be stored in a treasure cave. With such thoughts, Taiyi became even more cautious and remarked, indeed, I am Taiyi Zhenren of the Golden Light Cave on Qinyuan Mountain. You are Nezha, correct? I am Nezha. What business do you have with me? I wish to take you as my disciple. No, I want to stay home with my mother. Becoming my disciple does not preclude you from being with your mother. Taiyi Zhenren maintained a calm demeanor. However, Nezha sensed a hint of mischief in Taiyi's smile and inquired, if that is the case, why do you still wish to take me as your disciple? There exists a predestined connection between us as master and disciple, a fate that cannot be evaded. Such is the decree of the heavenly way. The words were nebulous, sending a shiver down Nezha's spine as he pondered the concept of the heavenly way. Noticing his reaction, Taiyi continued, becoming my disciple is not without its benefits. Should you encounter trouble in the future, simply invoke my name, and my sect will support you. Since your earthly ties remain, you may stay home for now. When you wish to visit the Golden Light Cave, I shall come to fetch you. Not only Nezha but also Li Jing and the assembled guests perceived Taiyi's unwavering resolve to accept the disciple, their eyes glimmering with envy. Li Jing, reflecting on his own early struggles with Taoism and his three sons' profound connections to the Tao, realized the significance of such an opportunity. He patted Nezha on the back, urging, "It is a blessing that the Taoist priest values you. Hurry and kneel to pay your respects. In a world where nothing comes without a price." Nezha discerned that Taiyi's humble approach was all for the sake of the grand undertaking of deification. It was widely known that Zhou's tyranny was an inescapable truth, and attaining immortality through deification was undoubtedly a boon. As long as he maintained good relations with the Dragon Palace and avoided a fate of self-sacrifice, learning from Taiyi Zhenren seemed a wise choice. With these thoughts in mind, Nezha bowed earnestly and proclaimed, "Master, please accept your disciple's bow." Nezha, having paid his respects at the Golden Light Cave of Qinyuan Mountain, became a disciple of the Chen sect. At this moment, both hosts and guests were filled with joy, reveling in the festivities. As the cups were exchanged, Nezha, feeling a sense of ennui, excused himself and retreated to the rear courtyard. Once the banquet concluded, Li Jing seized the opportunity to detain the Grand Master Taiyi. Observing that they were alone, Li Jing inquired, "Master, if I may, I have a matter of uncertainty that I wish to discuss with you." He continued, "It pertains to the sacrificial rites of the East Sea." "Indeed," replied the Grand Master. "Friend Ao Guang wrote to me several months ago, requesting that the sacrificial ceremonies be changed from once every 3 months to once every fortnight. As I am rather dim-witted, I fear that such frequent bloodshed might disrupt the natural order of the heavenly Tao, hence I have not yet replied. Just yesterday, upon returning to Chintang Pass, I received another letter from the East Sea urging a response. Therefore, I sought your guidance." To the Grand Master Taiyi, Li Jing's inquiry was but a trivial matter. He responded, "The ignorance of mere mortals in relation to the heavenly Tao is akin to a single drop in the vast ocean. Their struggles forever ensconced within the fabric of the celestial order." "Then what of this matter?" asked Li Jing, still perplexed. "The matter of the investiture of the gods has left the Dragon Palace aggrieved. They seek merely to preserve their face. Do you understand?" "Ah, I see," Li Jing acknowledged, expressing his gratitude to the Grand Master. As the banquet dispersed, Taiyi did not venture far. When the hour of the night reached the third watch, and all within the Li household were at rest, he employed his earth escape technique to hover in midair, spotting Nezha by a small pond in the rear courtyard. Observing the fish, he suddenly descended before him. Nezha, startled, nearly fell into the pond. Upon turning to see it was the Grand Master, he suppressed his irritation and asked, "Master, what brings you here at this hour?" Though his words suggested surprise, Nezha felt no real astonishment. He had anticipated Taiyi's visit during these late hours. With a gentle smile, Taiyi inquired, "Why are you not asleep?" "I have already rested during the day," Nezha replied, untruthfully. "You are curious as to why I insist on taking you as my disciple?" Taiyi continued. Nezha, with a glint in his eye, nodded in affirmation. Taiyi laughed softly. "It is not so much that I insist on it. You are, by your very essence, my disciple. You are the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, sent by the edict of the Jade Void Palace to protect the rightful ruler. The Qianquan ring and the Hunyuan silk you possess are treasures bestowed upon you by our lineage." These revelations resonated with Nezha, akin to the knowledge he had gleaned from ancient texts. Yet, he also recognized that in his previous life, he was merely an ordinary, stubborn child raised in an orphanage, not a celestial being. Feigning enlightenment, he asked, "Then, Master, what should I do next?" Taiyi replied, "In time, you shall serve as a forerunner for the Zhou clan, establishing order in the realm. For now, as you strive to honor your family, why not practice archery and horsemanship at home to prepare for the future? I shall heed your teachings and fulfill my mission," Nezha declared resolutely. Pleased, Taiyi nodded and continued. "Within the treasures of Chintang Pass lies a bow known as the Qingquan bow, accompanied by 3 arrows called the Zhentian arrows. Since the time of the Yellow Emperor's great victory over Qiyu, no one has wielded them. The moment you can shoot these arrows, it shall signify your mastery in archery. Thank you, master, for your guidance. Nezha exclaimed. Take care of yourself. May we meet again by fate. I must take my leave now. As soon as Taiyi Zhenren's voice faded, he flicked 2 drops of dew off the lotus leaf, enveloped by a misty aura, and vanished into the sky in an instant. Nezha, astonished by this spectacle, gazed in awe at the celestial prowess of the Taoist immortals, yet his heart remained preoccupied with the uncertainty of Taiyi Zhenren's departure. The Qian Kuan Bao and the Zhun Tian arrow lingered in his thoughts. Upon returning to his chamber, he reclined on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to succumb to slumber. His heart burned with curiosity about the pursuit of immortality and the formidable spells, intertwined with a fear of the seemingly predetermined fate that awaited him. Casting a sidelong glance out the window, he beheld the moon, a silver disk, suspended high in the celestial realm. Nezha recalled the words from the tome. During his time at Shintang Pass, he had drawn the Qian Kuan Bao and released an arrow that struck the Skull Mountain's White Bone Cave, where a disciple of the Stone Lady, known as the Biyun Boy, was gathering herbs with a flower basket. The arrow found its mark, piercing his throat, and he fell lifeless to the ground. Indeed, archery was no mere child's play. Even if it did not harm a person, striking flowers and grasses was equally unseemly. Nezha muttered to himself, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the formidable Stone Lady. Chapter 4. Mr. Fan. Nezha slept soundly until midday the following day, having kicked off the covers and sprawled across the cool mat, reluctant to rise. At the bedside stood a slender, delicate girl clad in green, named Tsiyu, who served as Lady Yin's personal maid. At the tender age of 18, Tsiyu blushed upon seeing Nezha lounging in bed, and after a moment, she gently prodded him with her finger. It is time to get up, Nezha. Lady Yin has invited Mr. Fan from Dongwa to teach you. He has already arrived, and if you do not go soon, you shall face punishment. I do not wish to rise. I am exceedingly tired. If you do not get up now, you shall miss your meal. One Tsiyu? Tsiyu, you may go ahead and eat. There is no need to wait for me. At his age, Nezha was prone to slumber, and having not slept the previous night, he now felt utterly exhausted. Although he heard Tsiyu's words, they registered as if unheard. Seeing Nezha unresponsive, Tsiyu sighed, then noticed his exposed form, leading to a mischievous idea. She pinched her delicate fingers and gently flicked him, eliciting a startled response from Nezha, who sprang up in a cold sweat, leaping 3 feet in the air. Sueyu, what are you doing? Who told you to laze about in bed? Sueyu rolled her eyes, while Nezha, brimming with indignation, wrapped himself in the sheets and pushed her out. Get out quickly. Hurry and dress. I shall inform Lady Eanes that you are on your way. All right, I understand. How annoying. Sueyu departed in haste, muttering softly as she went. This child may be small everywhere else, but his strength is quite impressive. Once alone, Nezha returned to his bed, staring wide-eyed at the ceiling, fully awake. Suddenly, he chuckled, realizing he had not anticipated that even after all these years, he could still sulk like a child over sleeping in. Sueyu, I must be only 16 this year, right? And who exactly is Mr. Fan? Nezha slapped his forehead, remembering at last. Yesterday, in a moment of impulsiveness, I suggested to Madame Yin that we invite the tutor back home, as he is to teach. This Mr. Fan is likely the very tutor my mother had requested. After preparing himself, Nezha approached the front hall to pay his respects to his mother. Upon seeing Nezha's gentle and courteous demeanor, Madame Yin's face radiated with uncontainable joy, and she turned to the elderly gentleman beside her, clad in a blue robe with grizzled whiskers, saying, Sir, this is my son Nezha, who yesterday opened his mind but is still unversed in the written word. I hope you will forgive his ignorance. Upon hearing this, Nezha thought to himself that the characters of this region were vastly different from the simplified ones he was accustomed to. He then turned to look at Mr. Fan. Sitting upright in his chair, Mr. Fan appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, his attire neat and clean. Just as Nezha glanced his way, Mr. Fan set down his teacup on the table with a practiced grace. His discerning eyes cast a brief glance that made Nezha feel quite uncomfortable. His voice, though deep, lacked a certain robustness. Mr. Fan remarked, one who does not speak may suddenly astonish with a single utterance. He possesses a degree of talent. Nezha curled his lip and performed a respectful gesture, saying, I have the honor to meet you, sir. Internally, he was chagrined for digging himself into a hole, yet Mr. Fan had discerned Nezha's nonchalance. He continued, In Suji, you have birthed 3 sons, each a dragon among men. You flatter me, sir, Nezha replied. I am still young and require your guidance. Although he was a rough gem, without refinement, a stone cannot become jade without carving. Noticing the sudden seriousness in Mr. Fan's tone, Madame Yin became anxious and stood to bow, saying, Please, teach him. Nezha was puzzled by his mother's attitude towards Mr. Fan, unaware that Mr. Fan had long served in Chaoga and was once Madame Yin's teacher in her youth. Mr. Fan then stepped before Nezha and inquired, with the sun high in the sky, "Why do you linger in bed?" Nezha lifted his gaze, meeting Mr. Fan's eyes, and for reasons unknown, felt an inexplicable sense of guilt akin to facing the headmaster of an orphanage for past misdeeds. He was speechless. Mr. Fan continued, "Let today pass, but from now on, you shall rise at the third watch each day to study with me. Should you be late, you will receive 10 strokes of the rod. Do you understand? Mother, save me. I do not wish to attend morning classes." Morning classes? Children have their privileges, such as throwing tantrums to seek their mother's comfort. However, such tactics proved futile with Mr. Fan, leading Nezha to realize that even in this world of deities, he was still obligated to attend morning classes. Recognizing the futility of his pleas, Nezha dutifully performed the apprentice's bow. After the formalities, they invited Mr. Fan to dine, and the household servants assisted him in transporting 3 large carts of gifts back to his residence. Madame Yin held Nezha's hand from behind. Watching the diminishing yet still upright figure of his teacher, her eyes growing moist, Nezha looked up and asked, "Mother, who is this Mr. Fan? He carries himself with such grandeur." Madame Yin gently tousled Nezha's hair and said softly, "Mr. Fan is a native of Chaoga and was your mother's teacher in her youth. He was once an official in the court, but due to his disapproval of the king's favoritism towards Daji and the neglect of state affairs, he openly expressed his concerns and was subsequently demoted to a commoner, exiled to Chen Pass." Daji. Upon hearing this name, Nezha's heart stirred with unease. In all the tales he had heard, Daji was depicted as a vixen, a peerless beauty who could captivate a nation. Indeed, Su Daji, the daughter of Su Hu, the Marquis of Jizhou, was initially described as a graceful and refined lady. However, upon arriving in Chaoga, her demeanor transformed into one of cruelty and tyranny. As if she had become an entirely different person. Nezha inquired, "Why does mother say Su Daji is cruel?" Madame Yin, lost in thought, suddenly turned pale, her voice trembling as she replied, "Such matters are not for children to know. You should focus on your studies with Mr. Fan starting tomorrow." Noticing her mother's reluctance to elaborate, Nezha refrained from pressing further and simply nodded in agreement. Yet, Madame Yin perceived the insincerity in his expression and kindly reminded him, "Remember to heed Mr. Fan's instructions, or you shall face the consequences." "I understand, mother. It is merely studying," he replied. Upon returning home, Nezha sat for a moment, then, under the pretense of seeking a cool breeze, stealthily slipped out of the back garden towards the city walls of Chen Pass. The heat was indeed oppressive. Gazing at the vast sky, the sun appeared as a blazing orb. Indeed, it was a scene of pedestrians, their faces glistening with sweat, seek refuge from the heat, while leisurely folk fanned themselves. For 7 years, Nezha had never ascended the city walls, and this time, upon reaching the heights, he beheld the towering structure. Standing 10 zhang tall, looking down, the view was mesmerizing, with verdant willows swaying gently and pedestrians strolling leisurely in clusters. In the distance, 2 mighty rivers flowed into the sea, which lay calm and boundless. After taking in the view, Nezha mused, Chen Pass is indeed a place of remarkable talent and beauty. He wandered freely along the city wall, and the patrolling soldiers, unfamiliar with him, noted his unusual attire and demeanor, hesitating to question him. Seeing this, Nezha smiled and declared, "I am Nezha, the son of General Li Jing of Chen Pass, merely here to enjoy the breeze. Please, carry on with your duties and pay me no mind." "Oh, it is the 3rd young master," one of the patrolling sergeants remarked, a middle-aged man with a goatee. Though he did not recognize Nezha, he had seen the general's black dog. He offered a slight bow and stepped aside, maintaining a watchful distance. Nezha noticed this, but simply smiled, continuing to relish the breeze atop the wall. Chapter 5. The Qian Kuan Bao Sergeant Zhou Quan, hailing from the nearby Lizhu village, had spent 35 years of his life without ever stepping beyond Chen Pass. With the cunning typical of a fishing village dweller, he discreetly observed the wealthy young gentleman perched on the city wall, his curiosity mingled with a hint of trepidation. The tales of Chen Pass are well known among both the military and civilians, with General Li Jing renowned for his adept military governance. His 2 sons are celebrated as dragons and tigers, yet the 3rd son, Nezha, is often regarded as a simpleton and mute. However, just yesterday, this supposed fool and mute spoke for the first time, and today, his mother even found him a tutor, marking this as a rare and amusing occurrence in the otherwise tranquil life of Chen Pass. "He can truly speak now," murmured Zhou Quan, momentarily lost in thought, only to be startled back to reality by Nezha's sudden approach. causing him to take several steps back in surprise. "Why are you so afraid of me?" Nezha asked. His curiosity piqued. "I was simply lost in my thoughts," Zhou Quan stammered. "Nonsense. You are afraid," Nezha replied, locking eyes with Zhou Quan, who, for reasons unknown, felt no desire to conceal his feelings any longer. "Forgive me, young master. I have been hearing various rumors these past few days that have unsettled my mind." "What rumors? Share them with me," Nezha insisted, instantly transforming into the demeanor of a 7-year-old child. He hopped onto the city wall, dangling his feet as they lightly tapped on the broad back of Dehe, who tolerated the playful gesture with a look of contentment. Zhou Quan wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, "I must report, young master, that these are merely old tales passed down from the elders of the fishing villages. Some claim that you are possessed by a demon, which is why you have suddenly gained intelligence." As he spoke, Zhou Quan's teeth began to chatter with trepidation. He thought to himself, if Nezha were truly possessed by a demon, he could reveal his true form and swallow him whole at any moment. Nezha laughed heartily and asked, "Do you believe that?" "I do not," Zhou Quan replied. "Well, that is a relief. I am simply Nezha. The next time you encounter those gossiping, tell them to cease their chatter." Zhou Quan felt a weight lift from his shoulders, replacing his initial fear with a smile. "Rest assured, young master, do not be angry. The people of the fishing village mean well. Under the orders of General Li, they plan to conduct a sacrifice to the heavens in a few days to pray for your blessings and to avert misfortune." Surprised by Li Jing's arrangements, Nezha felt a warm surge in his heart, but outwardly remained indifferent, waving his hand dismissively. There is no need for such elaborate measures. Speaking of the sacrificial rites, Zhou Quan's heart sank, his countenance paling as if recalling a painful past, but this emotion was swiftly masked. Nezha observed this change with curiosity, but chose not to dwell on it, as he had come for another purpose. "I have heard that there exists a treasure of the town atop this city wall, known as the Qiankuan Bao and the Zhentian Arrow. Are you aware of this?" he inquired. "I am," Zhou Quan replied. "Where can I find it?" "Just around the corner ahead. It rests upon the weapon rack at the city wall." "Let me there," Nezha commanded. Upon arriving, Nezha was astonished to find this legendary artifact simply displayed on the weapon rack of the city wall. The bao measured 3 feet 3 inches in length, its body a deep, dark hue, subtly shimmering with a golden sheen in the sunlight, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky, exuding an ancient and mysterious brilliance. The bowstring was taut and unadorned, while the bow arms were intricately engraved with the motif of a dragon playing with a pearl, its scales vividly lifelike, as if it could soar into the heavens at any moment, shaking the earth with its might. The formidable Zhentian arrow, measuring 1 foot and 2 inches in length, boasts a shaft as dark as ink, yet glimmers in the sunlight with a sheen reminiscent of silver. Its tip is exceedingly sharp, akin to the most piercing rays of dawn. It is indeed a deadly weapon. Nezha felt the chilling aura emanating from it, as the Qiankuan Bao summoned winds and clouds, and the Zhentian arrow drew forth the cold of the sun and moon. There was no doubt it was the Qiankuan Bao and Zhentian arrow. The young master was not mistaken. Nezha reached out to caress the Bao's body and inquired, "Such a treasured artifact lies here without a guardian? Are you not concerned it might be stolen?" Zhou Quan chuckled in response. "Young master, you jest. This Qiankuan Bao and Zhentian arrow are extraordinarily heavy. It took 20 mighty warriors to hoist it atop the city walls. Not to mention thieves. Even if one searched the entirety of Chintang Pass, they would find no one capable of lifting it, let alone drawing the Bao or knocking an arrow. Not a soul can lift it." "Truly?" Zhou Quan spoke with unwavering certainty. Nezha's eyes flickered as he leaned closer to the Bao rack, pondering the weight of the Qiankuan Bao, which appeared deceptively modest in size, and speculating about the materials from which it was crafted. He extended his hand to grip the Bao. At that moment, a patrol of soldiers approached, and the leader called out loudly before even drawing near, "Zhou Quan, what are you doing loafing around here? You scoundrel Lu Feng. How dare you accuse me of idleness? Which of your eyes saw me slacking off?" Lu Feng, like Zhou Quan, was a sergeant overseeing the watch from the city tower. Chuckled, "If you're not loafing, then what are you doing here? Be careful, or I shall report to the general and have you dismissed to the seaside to dry salted fish." Lu Feng's jest held little weight, even if reported. The commanding officer would merely deliver a swift kick to his rear, advising him to find a more comfortable spot. In the calm of Chintang Pass, patrolling the city walls was indeed a tedious task, and those who did not find ways to amuse themselves would soon perish from boredom. Zhou Quan retorted, "Are you blind? Can't you see? I am accompanying the young master to admire the Qiankuan Bao." "The young master? Which young master is present at Chintang Pass?" Upon Zhou Quan's reminder, Lu Feng finally noticed the diminutive Nezha. After a prolonged period of idleness, his mind turned. Could this be the third young master Nezha? A group of 10, along with Zhou Quan and Lu Feng, 12 pairs of eyes converged upon Nezha, yet he remained oblivious, his focus entirely on the bow. Nezha held his breath, mustering strength in perfect stillness. Suddenly, the onlookers felt the ground tremble, and in a moment of disbelief, they witnessed the young boy hoisting the revered Qianquan bow above his head. Third young master. Zhou Quan's eyes widened, his voice trembling, unable to articulate another word. Nezha, with his left hand effortlessly lifting the Qianquan bow, smiled at Zhou Quan and remarked, "You were right. This bow is indeed quite heavy." Divine strength of the young master. Just as Zhou Quan spoke, his knees buckled, and he instinctively attempted to kneel in reverence, but Nezha, with a single hand, prevented him from descending. "No need for such formality, simply call me Nezha." Meanwhile, Lu Feng remained skeptical about whether there was something amiss with the Qianquan bow, when he suddenly heard Nezha inquire, "Do you know of Skull Mountain and the Bone Cave?" Lu Feng instinctively replied, "I know." "Where is it?" "Look to the south. There is a solitary stone mountain 80 miles away, standing apart from 1,000 peaks, its cliffs perilously steep. That is the Skull Mountain. However, whether there is a cave of white bones within, I cannot say." Nezha gazed southward, his vision far surpassing that of ordinary men. From his elevated vantage point, he could faintly discern a stone peak towering in the distance. With a light chuckle, he drew back the bowstring, and with a creak, the muscles on his forehead tensed, the longbow now resembling a full moon. Upon witnessing this, the soldiers surrounding him instinctively recoiled. The force of this bow was such that should the string snap, it could bring instant death. Yet, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Nezha had already returned the Qianquan bow to its rack. "Young master? Just call me Nezha." "Nezha? What is it?" "Oh, nothing at all." After this incident, the third son of Li Jing, endowed with boundless divine strength, became renowned throughout Chintang Pass. Just moments ago, as Nezha drew the bow, 80 miles away at Skull Mountain, there stood a stone cave, adorned at its entrance with a riot of blooming flowers and fluttering butterflies, where a divine deer lay nestled. Suddenly awakened, the divine deer turned its gaze towards the stone cave behind it, which bore the inscription in 3 characters, Skull Cave. Chapter 6. Conversations by the window. Having descended from the city tower, Nezha returned home to partake in dinner before retiring to his chamber. As he passed the inner room, he overheard the conversation of a man and a woman within. Nezha recognized the voices immediately. The man was Li Jing and the woman was a maidservant, previously seen, the newly favored concubine, Ping. For the past 7 years, Nezha had lived in a state of oblivion, aware of this situation, yet indifferent to intrude. The circumstances remained much the same. The Li family in Chintang Pass appeared harmonious, possessing great wealth and status, yet beneath the surface lay a multitude of absurdities, enough to drive one to madness if one were to concern themselves with them. However, as he passed by, Nezha inadvertently caught his name amidst their dialogue, prompting him to sit beneath the illuminated window, gazing up at the moon, which shone like a jade plate in the sky. A rare cool breeze swept through the night, yet the incessant chirping of cicadas remained jarring, and the youthful voice of the maidservant sounded less enchanting than usual. "Master, do your words still hold weight?" "Oh, of course they do. When have I ever deceived you? It's simply that circumstances have suddenly changed. Isn't it just that Nezha has regained his wits? But how could such a coincidence occur? Just as you intended to use this matter as a reason to dismiss Lady Yin, his intelligence returns? What do you mean?" Li Jing, furrowing his brow, cast a sharp glance at Ping, who was draped in a light green garment. Green Pingshu felt a tremor of fear under Li Jing's gaze, yet the urgency of the matter compelled her to speak boldly once more. "I have heard whispers that Nezha, like Su Daji of Chaoga, has been possessed by demons, resulting in a sudden transformation of character. My lord, with your immense powers, we surely have no reason to fear such trifling fiends. However, should outsiders discover that our household is being toyed with by a mere monster, our reputation would be utterly ruined." As Green Pingshu grew animated in her speech, she finally noticed the darkening expression on Li Jing's face, which seemed to threaten to burst with anger, prompting her to close her mouth and cautiously inquire, "My lord?" Li Jing remained silent. He too had heard the rumors surrounding Nezha's possession, but recent events, particularly the arrival of a disciple from the Chan sect to take Nezha as a pupil, had dispelled his concerns. However, Green Pingshu had inadvertently mentioned Su Daji of Chaoga. This daughter of Su Hu, the Marquis of Jizhou, was renowned among the 800 vassals of the Shang dynasty for her beauty and grace, a virtuous woman suitable for family life. Yet, upon her arrival in Chaoga, she underwent a dramatic transformation overnight. leading to the creation of the dreaded cauldron and the demise of Empress Jiang. Li Jing had witnessed with his own eyes the advisor Mei Bai, who had spoken out against the wrongs in court, turned to ash by the searing red copper pillar, a horror that haunted him for 2 months in nightmares. Rumors circulated that Su Daji had been slain by demons en route to Chaoga, and what now graced the court was merely a demon masquerading in human form. Such notions were not mere speculation. Not long ago, the alchemist Yunzizi had presented a peachwood sword at the palace, almost managing to subdue Daji. Tragically, King Zhou was entranced by Daji and, swayed by deceitful words, burned the sword, resulting in a catastrophic failure. While Li Jing had never met Daji, he had heard of Yunzizi, an immortal who had attained enlightenment centuries ago. Though Li Jing held a modest position and had little influence over court affairs, Nezha's predicament was personal. Despite the assurance from the celestial master Taiyi, whom he had never seen, who could guarantee that Taiyi was not a demon in disguise, conspiring to harm the Li family, Li Jing murmured, "It is indeed a bit too coincidental." Encouraged, Green Pingshu leaned against Li Jing's back, her voice soft. "Indeed, my lord, this is no trivial matter. We must take precautions and seek the counsel of a wise person. If Nezha is truly unharmed, that would be a blessing. Do you know of such a wise person?" "I lack the means," she continued, letting her shawl gracefully drop to the floor, revealing her delicate shoulder. As she feigned picking it up, she added, "But you, my lord, surely do. Did you not mention your close ties with the Dragon King of the East Sea? We are neighbors. Surely a word would suffice for assistance." Without needing to turn around, she felt Li Jing's burning gaze upon her. A smile graced her lips as she felt a surge of pride. Thinking how all men are fundamentally the same, Lady Yin, aged and faded, could hardly compare to herself. In the blink of an eye, Li Jing had gathered her into his embrace. "My little Pingshu is right. I almost forgot about our old neighbor. Soon, I shall seek a magnificent pearl from him to adorn you as jewelry." Green Ping has no desire for any grand pearls. How mischievous. "Ha ha ha, my lord, do not be like this. It itches." The lights in the room have dimmed, yet the commotion persists. Outside the window, Nezha's face is clouded with anger, his veins bulging as he crushes pebbles in his palm into powder. Lady Yin, after all, is the legitimate wife of Li Jing, unless she commits a grave error. Li Jing would naturally not abandon her for a mere maidservant. Otherwise, even if he disregards Nezha, he cannot explain his actions to his other 2 sons. The assurances given to Green Ping are but the result of lust, mere careless promises made in the heat of desire. Men, in such moments, can utter any words. Yet, these words, when heard by Nezha, cannot be dismissed as false. He has long known of Li Jing's narrow-mindedness, but did not realize he would even scheme against his own wife and children. Nezha exhaled deeply, a wicked smile creasing his lips, and, upon calculating the time, struck his palm against the large flagstone beneath his feet. A thunderous explosion resounded, akin to muffled thunder. Fragments of stone flew, startling the birds into flight, while the cicadas grew increasingly raucous. Who is outside? Li Jing, disheveled and wielding a precious sword, rushed out, scanning the empty courtyard. He ground his teeth in rage, returning to his chamber. Green Ping leaned in again, caressing for a long while, but having been startled by Nezha, Li Jing's vigor remained deflated, and he could only retire to a discontented slumber. Nezha had long since returned to his own courtyard, seeking a stone bench to sit upon. As he relaxed his grip, blood flowed from his palm into the crevices of the stone beneath his feet. Gritting his teeth, he opened his palm and pulled out the fragments embedded in his skin one by one, rinsing them clean with water. The injury was not severe, but the pain was intense. By the time he completed this task, his short shirt was drenched in a layer of cold sweat. Under the moonlight, he rested in the courtyard, a still green leaf drifting down upon his head. Green Ping, an insignificant maid, was of little concern to Nezha. The only troublesome aspect of this household was Li Jing. He simply wished for her to be wise and refrain from foolish actions. After bandaging his wound, Nezha returned to his room to rest, and before long, he was enveloped in dreams. This dream felt more vivid than usual. Within it, he climbed the ramparts of Tang Pass, under a cloudless sky, with the moon and stars sparse. Strangely, there was no one else on the ramparts besides him. Nezha grasped the Qian Kuan bow, knocking a thunder arrow, and drew the bow to release it, the arrow soaring like a streak of light. Chapter 7. Reading and cultivating immortality. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the room in a gentle glow, while the melodious sound of flowing water wafted in from outside. Nezha turned over, covering his head with the blanket and his ears with his hands to continue sleeping. At that moment, a hurried knock echoed, reminiscent of yesterday. as a girl's melodious voice rang out from beyond the door. Knock, knock, knock. Nezha, Nezha, rise and shine. The sun is warming your backside. Oh, how annoying. Sister Tsuyu, let me sleep a while longer. Knock, knock, knock. Tsuyu continued to knock incessantly at the door, forcing Nezha to press his ears even tighter. Nezha, rise quickly. Mr. Fan is already waiting in the study. I just caught a glimpse of him, and his expression is terrifyingly grim. Nezha's eyes flew open. Oh no, it's already 8. I completely forgot. With a swift somersault, Nezha leaped from his bed, hurriedly opening the door for two while hastily throwing on his clothes. Sister Tsuyu, what time is it now? Just past the hour of Chen. What? It's already 9? Why didn't you wake me up earlier? What do you mean 9? You never specified what time to rise today. Unperturbed, Tsuyu filled a basin with water, soaking a towel. As Nezha rushed to wash his face, she kindly adjusted the misaligned buttons on his clothing. After washing, Nezha dashed toward the study, with Tsuyu trailing behind, unable to keep pace. Your hair is still unkempt. Going out like this will surely earn you a scolding. Watching Nezha's vanishing figure, Tsuyu stomped her foot in frustration. Disheveled hair, neglecting one's appearance, lacking decorum. How disgraceful. I am truly sorry, Mr. Fan. Nezha glanced at the embarrassed Madame Yin beside him, and at once relinquished any thoughts of rebuttal. From Mr. Fan's darkened expression, he discerned the elder's genuine ire. Yesterday I asked, at what time would we have class today? To answer, at the 3rd quarter of Chun. And what time is it now? The hour of Chun has already passed. Then according to the rules, we shall proceed with the punishment. Young master, please remove your trousers and expose your rear. As Mr. Fan spoke, he produced a ruler that had long been prepared, a short stick of ebony, 2 inches wide and 1 inch thick. Nezha felt a twitch in his eye. He had not anticipated that in this new life, he would still have to endure an early class. Today, he certainly did not foresee being late for it, and facing the prospect of having his trousers removed for punishment. Come on, though I may appear as a mere 7-year-old, my mental age is that of an adult. Do I not have any dignity? He cast a sidelong glance at Madame Yin, who turned her head away. I admit my fault, Mr. Fan. Nezha shall never be late again, starting tomorrow. To recognize one's mistakes and seek to amend them is commendable. The child is teachable. Hearing this, Nezha felt a glimmer of hope, but in the next moment, Mr. Fan seized him by the waist, positioning him across his knee. Nezha was bewildered by the old man's surprising strength. He wished to resist, but feared that even a slight effort might harm the frail bones of his elder. Yet, the old man pressed down on Nezha's back while preparing to tug at his trousers. Nezha was left with no choice but to struggle, but a finger pressed onto a pressure point rendered him powerless. It dawned on him that the old man had come prepared. Sir, one can still be punished while clothed. It can be done, ah? The ruler struck his backside, igniting a fiery pain that brought tears to his eyes. After 10 strikes, Nezha stood to the side, clutching his rear, gritting his teeth in agony. Though it hurt, his body was intact, and he still had to continue with the lesson. Most infuriating was when Old Man Fan remarked, Indeed, your physique is far more robust than I had anticipated. No wonder a celestial being from the teachings of Xian has taken a liking to you as a disciple. Nezha merely responded, My strong physique is entirely thanks to my mother. That is good to know. To articulate such sentiments indicates that, despite your mischievous nature, you are not a bad child. Mr. Fan turned away, extracting a bundle of bamboo slips from the bookshelf, placing them on the desk before unfurling them. Today, we shall use this text, Commentaries on Tang, as your primer for literacy. Tang is a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, bearing the surname Zi. Initially, the empress of Emperor Ku, named Jiandi, prayed at Gao Yi, receiving a portent from a mystical bird, which led to the birth of Qi. Qi served as the Minister of Education during the Tang and Yu dynasties, contributing to the welfare of the people, and was thus enfeoffed in Shang. 13 generations later, Taiyi was born, who is known as Tang. As Nezha listened, he grew increasingly drowsy. After enduring until the end of class, he finally mustered his energy, intending to seize a moment to explore and appreciate the scenery around Chintang Pass. However, to his dismay, Mr. Fan assigned homework after class. Copying texts to recognize characters and writing is a repetitive exercise. Though tedious, it is fundamental to learning and must not be taken lightly. Otherwise, the rules of the door will apply. Do you hear me? I hear you. The words "the rules of the door" resonated like thunder in his ears, or rather, like a stick striking a bottom. Nezha dared not defy them. When formal lessons commenced, the other attendees, including Lady Yin, had long departed. After completing his studies, Nezha assisted Mr. Fan in tidying up the ink and brushes while inquiring, Mr. Fan, why was it that when you pressed on my back earlier, I became utterly immobile? Did you strike my acupoints? Acupoints? What acupoints? That medical jargon is beyond my understanding. Mr. Fan held the heavy bamboo slips aloft, steadying them before his eyes. Nezha persisted. Then why could I not move? Is your strength truly greater than mine? I heard you lifted the legendary Chinkoan Bao at Chintang Pass yesterday, so surely, my strength cannot surpass yours. Do not jump to conclusions. Mr. Fan interrupted Nezha. All bodily movements are reliant on inspiration. I merely infused my inspiration into your being, suppressing your own, which is why you could not move. This explanation was beyond Nezha's expectations. He comprehended not a single word, scratching his head in confusion and staring wide-eyed as he asked, "What is inspiration? How is it that you wish to ascend the mountains and cultivate your Tao, yet remain ignorant of what inspiration is?" Nezha then realized, exclaiming in delight, "Mr. Fan, you are also a celestial being? Celestial being? I am indeed an alchemist." Mr. Fan shook his head, "But like your father, I have not attained the golden elixir, nor have I entered the realm of true immortality. Thus, I cannot be considered a genuine practitioner of the Tao." Yet Nezha felt no disappointment whatsoever. Arriving in this world filled with deities and demons, having previously indulged in numerous tales of the supernatural and cultivation novels, to claim he held no interest in cultivation would be a blatant falsehood. Although he had become a disciple of the Taiyi Zhenren at the Golden Light Cave on Qinyuan Mountain, his master had vanished after the initiation, leaving Nezha utterly ignorant of the ways of cultivation. So that is how it is. Mr. Fan is a man of integrity and honesty. His words are never mere fabrications. Although he may not possess the keen insight of the celestial master Taiyi, he can perceive that Nezha likely harbors immense potential in the pursuit of the Tao. Yet, if this is indeed the case, why has the venerable celestial master Taiyi, with such extraordinary abilities, not taken Nezha under his wing for meticulous guidance? This is a perplexing matter. While Mr. Fan ponders this, Nezha unexpectedly kneels before him, earnestly imploring, "Please, teach me. Teach you the ways of the Tao?" Mr. Fan queries. "Indeed, I am aware of your pact with the celestial master Taiyi. If you desire to cultivate the Tao, seek out a sage of his caliber to learn the authentic celestial laws. Why then do you require my instruction?" Prostrate on the ground, Nezha pressed his forehead against the floor, his fists clenched tightly as he confessed, "I harbor doubts within my heart. Are they unspeakable?" Mr. Fan mused. "It seems so." With a sigh, Mr. Fan reflected on the young lad, burdened with so many concerns that clarity of thought eludes him. It is no wonder he has remained silent all these years. "Nevertheless, if you wish for my guidance, it is not impossible. Please, do enlighten me," Nezha implored. "Once you have flawlessly transcribed the Qingtang Shuzhu, I shall impart to you the essence of inspiration." Chapter 8. Li Jing prepares offerings at one end of the Li estate's courtyard. Li Jing was nestled in bed with Miss Greenplum, brainstorming ways for her to ascend to the role of the matriarch of the household. Poor Greenplum was unaware that if Li Jing were to be resolute, it would merely take a few stern words. However, Li Jing was no fool. At the opposite end of the courtyard, a copper oil lamp in the shape of a golden crow flickered in the room, where Cui Yu accompanied Lady Yin, diligently styling Nezha's hair. Nezha was bent over the oil lamp, clutching the bundle of Qingtang Shuzhu that Mr. Fan had brought, using a charcoal pencil to sketch on a piece of oak board. "Am I not mistaken, madam? The third young master, who was reluctant to rise and study this morning, is now burning the midnight oil. Mr. Fan truly has a way with him," Cui Yu remarked. "My son, you must rest soon. The night grows late, and I do not wish for you to tire yourself." Lady Yin urged. "Do not worry, mother. I am quite robust. If you are weary, you may return to your rest," Nezha reassured her. "I am not fatigued. I have spent the day at home. Seeing you study brings me more joy than anything else," Lady Yin replied, listening to the mother and son converse. Cui Yu stifled a giggle. As Lady Yin's devoted maid, she had witnessed the hardships Lady Yin endured due to Nezha in previous years, often subjected to gossip from the group of young maids led by Greenplum. However, Nezha was no longer the same as before, and his newfound diligence surely would earn him greater regard from his father. As the charcoal pencil danced across the wooden board, creating and erasing, the once pristine surface transformed into a darkened canvas. Frustrated, Nezha lamented, "If only I had paper." "Paper? What paper?" "Nothing, mother. I am simply tired today. You all should rest now." Cui Yu assisted Lady Yin in departing, and as she turned to leave, she poked her head back through the door, saying, "Nezha, I shall come to wake you again tomorrow." "Understood." The following morning, as dawn broke, Yu arrived promptly at the hour of Chun. Upon reaching the door, she had just extended her hand to knock when a small voice from within called out, "Sister Tsu, you may simply push the door open." Yu complied, entering to find Nezha already dressed, diligently wiping his face with a warm towel. "Oh, how remarkable! Our usual slumbering third young master has risen on his own. What enchantment does Mr. Fan possess to have bewitched our little Nezha so? She scoffed lightly. Nonsense. A man without integrity cannot stand. I have pledged to Mr. Fan that I shall henceforth never be late. Naturally, I must honor my word. Suiyu guided Nezha to a bronze mirror, assisting him in arranging and tying his hair. Oh, but children are meant to be mischievous, she remarked. Sister Tsuyu, why do you always tie two little buns atop my head? Nezha inquired. The boys in our fishing village sport such hairstyles from a young age. If there were no rituals, you would see children with little buns running about everywhere. Rituals? After Lu Feng, this was the second mention of such matters that Nezha had encountered, yet he remained perplexed. Time was slipping away, and after hastily consuming some food, he departed for his lessons. Thus, for the next 7 days, the routine continued. During these afternoons, Nezha was not idle. He enlisted several young ladies from the household to assist him in flying kites. What are you doing, Nezha? One girl asked. Making paper, he replied. What is paper? She queried. It is used for writing. But wood and silk can also be written upon, can't they? Casting a glance at the young girl with her sparkling, luminous eyes, Nezha sighed. Do not concern yourself with such details. Join me in creating it. Perhaps your name might even be recorded in history. I shall not assist unless you procure some candied fruits for me. Otherwise, my sisters will not lend you a hand, chimed in another girl. Exactly, echoed several others, their heads bobbing eagerly at the mention of treats, abandoning their tasks in the process. With no other option, Nezha fetched a large bowl of candied fruits from the kitchen to appease the girls. What he aimed to create was bamboo paper, a seemingly simple endeavor, yet one he had never attempted before. Uncertainty loomed in his mind. The raw material was bamboo, cut into approximately 7-foot lengths, bundled together, and then soaked in lime water for about half a month. During this period, Madame Yin and Xiu visited frequently, while Li Jing, who typically had many responsibilities, was making his first visit today. Observing the several large water tanks crowded in the courtyard, his brows furrowed even more, and he coldly remarked, instead of diligently studying or training, what nonsense are you concocting? Being at home, Nezha had little inclination to engage in discord with Li Jing, for as of now, there was no significant enmity between them. He bowed respectfully and replied, Father, this is the assignment Mr. Fan has given to me. Mr. Fan? Indeed, Mr. Fan remarked. The scholars of the world laboriously inscribe books upon bamboo slips, a process far too sluggish and challenging for preservation. If one could devise a more convenient object to replace bamboo slips, it would undoubtedly be immortalized in history. Nezha, full of nonsense, used Mr. Fan as a shield once more. As for Mr. Fan, Li Jing had previously encountered him. In the days when Mr. Fan served in the court of Chaoga, Li Jing held him in utmost respect and admiration. Yet now he could only say that times had changed. He declared, extravagant tricks are of little use. The world is in turmoil. After your studies, invest more effort into martial practices and refrain from causing trouble. Nezha feigned agreement, yet inwardly mused. If I truly were as the tales describe, practicing archery and horsemanship daily, slaying the sea patrolling demons today, and shooting down the disciples of Shurji tomorrow, perhaps you would not urge me to devote more attention to martial training. Alas, father, my father, unlike any in past lives. Sighing, Nezha observed Li Jing as he walked toward the storeroom and, for the first time, inquired, Father, are you headed to the storeroom? Yes. Do you have a matter to discuss? Not particularly, merely curious. You seldom visit such places. I must prepare gifts for the esteemed Fengshen and Yu Han of Chaoga. I do not trust the servants to handle it. Nezha had frequently heard these names from Mr. Fan recently. Fengshen and Yu Han were favored courtiers of King Zhou, wielding considerable influence over the court, and many lords sent gifts in hopes of forming alliances. As the saying goes, before visiting the Son of Heaven, one pays respects to the Prime Minister. However, Nezha had not anticipated that the distance from Tang Pass to Chaoga was a daunting 3,000 miles, requiring arduous travel to deliver gifts to these two individuals. He asked, What kind of men do you perceive them to be, father? What kind? Li Jing scoffed, 2 nuisances. There are rumors that the Marquis of Jizhou, Su Hu, rebelled against the Shang because he failed to send gifts to these two and was subsequently schemed against, ultimately forced to present Daji to King Zhou. I cannot tread the same path as the Marquis of Jizhou. Muttering, Li Jing entered the storeroom, and with this visit, the family's treasures would surely diminish further. Nezha could hardly care, for what mattered most to him was the Cheng Tang Shu Zhu. 3 days later, one morning, Nezha reported to Mr. Fan, I must inform you that I have thoroughly mastered the Cheng Tang Shu Zhu. Upon hearing this, Mr. Fan raised an eyebrow and said, In that case, let us see your transcription. Over the past few nights, Nezha had burned the midnight oil, and at last, he was able to transcribe the nearly 5,000-word text flawlessly. After reviewing it, Mr. Fan nodded. I initially believed it would take you 3 months to complete this Tang Shu Zhu. Then I thought 2 months would suffice. But I never imagined you would achieve it in merely 10 days. It seems you have indeed applied yourself. Nezha smiled. It is all due to your excellent teaching. Do not belittle your efforts. Hard work is hard work. Excessive humility may lead fools to truly perceive you as foolish. Heed your teacher. Mr. Fan observed Nezha's restlessness and, understanding his thoughts, smiled and said, My previous promise to you stands. There is no need to hold back. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. In Chapter 9 of the Infinite Longevity Sutra, Nezha inquired, Sir, you previously mentioned that the inspiration infused into my being has suppressed my essence, rendering me immobile. What, then, is this inspiration? In the classroom, Nezha sat opposite Mr. Fan, his curiosity driving him to pose his first question, thus unlocking the doors to the realm of cultivation. Mr. Fan replied, Before I answer your question, let me first ask you, what is the essence of spiritual cultivation? What does it mean to attain the Tao? What defines a true immortal? After a moment of contemplation, Nezha responded, Among the 3 teachings, I perceive Tao as supreme. It neither bows to the emperor above nor pays homage to the noble below. The heart is like a white cloud, ever free, and the mind flows like water, unrestrained. Is this not the Tao? Such freedom is enviable. Yet my master has not encountered a truly enlightened immortal, hence cannot provide an answer. Nezha smiled and added, There is no need for you to feel regret. For I have met the true one of Taiyi, a genuine immortal, yet he does not appear to possess the same ease as you do. With a chuckle, he continued, You, my teacher, are ensnared within the confines of the state of Shang, while I am perhaps the most unrestrained of all. Teacher, he prompted, what are you getting at? It seems we have digressed. Mr. Fan remarked, Indeed, it is time for discipline. Naturally, he did not mean himself. He expected his students in Chaoga to extend their hands for him to chastise them. However, Nezha, ever the whimsical child, merely sat upright, grinning at him. Mr. Fan almost reached for the ruler but withdrew his hand, clearing his throat to continue. In this world, all things possess inspiration. The stronger one is, the greater their inspiration. Conversely, the weaker, like the flora and fauna, have diminished inspiration. To perceive one's own inspiration as well as that of others, and to master the ebb and flow of it, is the first step on the path of cultivation. Nezha asked, Then, how might one become aware of this inspiration? Mr. Fan replied, It is said that the Tao ancestor meditated beneath the tree of unity, achieving enlightenment and mastering the art of celestial navigation, culminating in the creation of the Infinite Longevity Sutra. Henceforth, disciples of the Tao recite this text during meditation, and with time, they may have the opportunity to discern the source of their inspiration. The fervor in Nezha's gaze was unmistakable as he exclaimed, If I am to cultivate, must I not possess the Infinite Longevity Sutra? Mr. Fan nodded. There may be other profound methods, yet the immortal who initially guided me on this path employed this very technique. Nezha earnestly bowed low, declaring, Please, sir, teach me. Mr. Fan, tall and slender, gazed at the earnest youth before him, a smile gracing his face as he gently rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. He then inquired, Before we proceed, I wish to pose one more question. Please, sir, ask away. I shall speak freely. Mr. Fan, striving for transcendence yet remaining immortal, lectured for an entire morning, unable to quell his thirst. He lifted the teacup and indulged in the distinctive fish tea of Chintang Pass. He then inquired, For what purpose do you pursue cultivation? To indulge my desires. Nezha replied almost instantaneously. Spluttering, Mr. Fan expelled the fish tea from his mouth, his tall, emaciated form leaning forward, trembling fingers pointed at Nezha, now resembling a drenched chicken. You, Master, please calm down, Nezha exclaimed, springing to Mr. Fan's side and gently patting his back. Yet, the sensation that met his palm was merely the jarring bones beneath. As I previously stated, the essence of cultivation lies in the pursuit of freedom. If one cannot indulge their desires, then where lies their liberty? To indulge my desires is to become a demon. Cultivators, endowed with extraordinary abilities, must exercise self-restraint. Gazing into Mr. Fan's eyes, Nezha discerned a profound affection and hope, stirring his heart with emotion. After bidding farewell to the old dean in his previous life, he had persevered for decades, still traversing the world in solitude. Yet, in this life, a mere 7-year-old child, what merit had he to warrant such care and affection from so many? Rest assured, Master, Nezha is your disciple. All my actions shall honor your teachings. If that constitutes becoming a demon, What does it matter if the world gains yet another formidable demon? Upon uttering these words, Mr. Fan fell silent, furrowing his brow as he gazed into Nezha's dark eyes, astonished that a 7-year-old could articulate such thoughts. He sensed an inkling that this child, who had just ceased to address him as Mr. Fan and instead called him master, would surely not fade into obscurity. His name would echo throughout the world in the realm of cultivation. However, he resolutely declared, "I shall never be your master." After a brief pause, Mr. Fan continued, "The so-called spiritual awareness is merely the first step on the path of cultivation. Without the refinement of the golden elixir, one will merely live a century, never achieving longevity." "Very well, I shall observe how far you can progress." Dressed in a blue robe, Mr. Fan declined Nezha's assistance, thumping his withered legs with his hand, and stood with a smile. He retrieved 2 bamboo scrolls from the chest behind him, presenting them to Nezha. "Are you familiar with meditation?" Nezha bowed deeply. "Please, master, teach me." Thus, Mr. Fan instructed Nezha on the art of meditation. Once he had imparted all his knowledge, he cautioned, "Spiritual awareness does not stem from diligence, but from comprehension. An ordinary person, lacking insight, will remain oblivious to the essence of the longevity scriptures throughout their life. In my youth, I too spent years discerning the source of spiritual inspiration, and my master once praised my exceptional talent. Alas, I achieved nothing in the practice of the golden elixir. Sigh. Therefore, even upon embarking on the path of cultivation, one must not be impatient. Today's tasks must be completed today. You must read and attend to your studies, and do not delay the morning class. Do you understand?" Nezha nodded. After bidding farewell to Mr. Fan, he cast aside his afternoon plans, neglecting even to eat, and hurried back to his room. He closed the intricately carved wooden door, recently oiled by Sister Jade, and leapt onto the bed, clutching the bamboo scrolls. As the bamboo scroll unfurled, an abundance of minuscule characters densely populated the surface. Nezha glanced over it once, only to feel a sense of dizziness and confusion. This was the text of the Infinite Longevity Sutra, a composition that seemed enigmatic and elusive to comprehend. Would it not be wiser to consult Mr. Fan on the morrow? With such thoughts, Nezha remained discontent. For as the saying goes, repetition of a text 100 times reveals its meaning. Yet, he found himself at an impasse. If he were to read, he could not meditate, and if he were to meditate, reading would become impossible. He resolved to memorize the entire Infinite Longevity Sutra. For any lively and spirited 7-year-old, this was undoubtedly a laborious undertaking. However, Nezha's youthful heart had been tempered by the trials of time. He feared not even 100-fold of suffering. He understood that, regardless of past or present, and irrespective of the existence of deities or Buddhas, there were always formidable figures towering above, overseeing the world with an air of disdain, as if gazing upon mere ants. He wished to evade the fate of being at the mercy of others, to pursue his own desires, knowing that in doing so, he would inevitably be perceived as a demon by some. All of this hinged upon the acquisition of power. In the boundless void, at the dawn of chaos, the wondrous path alone existed, embodying infinite longevity, encompassing all wisdom, and entwined with the fates of sentient beings. May all beings awaken the Bodhi mind, be endowed with wisdom, and sustain their lifespans without end. In ancient times, before the universe was born, before the primordial chaos was delineated, the path to longevity lay concealed in the void, tranquil and unmoving, awaiting the spark of perception to connect. Chapter 10. The sensation of spiritual connectivity. This marked Nezha's inaugural meditation. His consciousness felt heavy, as though submerged in a pitch-black ocean. He ought to have been frightened, yet his spirit soared alongside the arcane characters on the scroll, moving toward a higher realm through an obscure yet profound means of perception, one that mere mortals could scarcely grasp. Time progressed gradually, and the meticulously crafted garments sewn by his mother vanished, as did the tidy room arranged by Tsiu. The tiled courtyard, the towering walls, the distant trees and hills, all faded into nothingness. The stars above began to swirl, and the world transformed into a chaotic unity, pulsing in rhythm with his breath. This sensation was extraordinarily unique, luring him into its depths. However, this immersion was abruptly interrupted by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Nezha, why are you sleeping in again? Hurry and rise. If you do not awaken soon, Mr. Fan will arrive. It was Tsuyu's voice, as melodious as a lark, echoing through the chaotic realm. The faint fragrance of osmanthus wafted from her presence, and even before August had arrived, Nezha found himself sneezing several times, jolting him from his profound state. Irritated, Nezha shouted, "Tsuyu, did I not tell you that I wish to read and not be disturbed?" Upon opening the door, Tsuyu, with a delicate waist, gracefully navigated past the disgruntled Nezha while carrying a basin of warm water, placing it down with steam rising from the clear water in the golden basin. As she carefully dipped the impeccably clean cloth into hot water, she remarked, reading, I can clearly see from outside the window that you are merely indulging in slumber. Nezha wished to respond, but pondered if he was indeed asleep and had yet to awaken. Rubbing his eyes, he beheld the gentle aura of white light enveloping him. Moreover, from noon yesterday to this morning, such a lengthy interval had passed without sustenance. Was he not hungry? Had he perhaps stealthily pilfered into the kitchen like a little thief? Wait, is it already morning? Otherwise, it seems you are utterly lost in your dreams. Hurry up, or you shall be late again. Let me wash your face. Nezha stood there, bewildered, allowing Taiyi to diligently wipe his face with a warm towel. He touched his abdomen, and an unmistakable rumble emanated from his empty stomach. Judging by the intensity of his hunger, Taiyi must not be jesting. Yet, in his perception, no more than half an hour had elapsed. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he said, Sister Taiyi, I am hungry. Is there anything to eat? I knew you would be hungry. Fear not. I have asked Chef Wang to save several freshly steamed crab meat buns for you. They are quite fragrant. Once I finish tidying up, we shall eat. And there is still time. As Nezha exited his courtyard, he encountered the household servants and laborers along the way, each of whom, like Taiyi, was surrounded by a faint white glow. Yet, each bore an expression of normalcy, as though this peculiar scene was visible only to him. Upon reaching the kitchen, he found Chef Wang. Chef Wang weighed at least 200 pounds, clad in coarse cloth, impeccably tidy, his upper body topped with a round, smooth head, his ample flesh nearly obscuring his neck. Upon seeing him, Nezha noted that the white aura surrounding him was even more pronounced than that of the others. Young master, I have reserved some buns for you. Eat them while they are hot. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Not at all. Nezha took the buns and headed towards the study. As the steaming bun filled his stomach, his large, dark eyes widened in astonishment. It was not merely because the bun was delicious, but rather he suddenly recalled the ethereal white glow encircling others. Could it be the inspiration Mr. Fan spoke of? He stood still, disregarding the curious gazes of those around him, relaxed his mind, and looked around again. The so-called white halo vanished, yet when he concentrated, it flickered back into existence, a gentle, inviting white light. However, this was merely the inspiration of others. Where was his own inspiration? Mr. Fan had mentioned that the ability to perceive one's own and others' inspirations, and to control them at will, was the true path to the realm of inspiration. Nezha raised his right hand, fingers splayed, as sunlight streamed through the gaps. With a narrowing of his eyes, he suddenly noticed a faint golden aura enveloping him, flowing effortlessly through his limbs and every part of his being in response to his thoughts. Upon deliberately retracting this energy, the golden light receded entirely within him, leaving no trace. Something felt amiss. Mr. Fan had mentioned just yesterday that the initial stages of cultivation were the most arduous, with the realm of inspiration being elusive to countless practitioners. Even those who succeeded often required 3 to 5 years to attain such a state. How had he achieved this overnight? A wave of alarm washed over Nezha, who pondered whether his inadvertent slumber during meditation had somehow disrupted his practice. This was troubling indeed. An idle speculation would yield no answers. He resolved to consult Mr. Fan at once. Hastening to the study, he spotted Mr. Fan from a distance. Seated upright in a somewhat faded yet clean robe, his brow furrowed in concentration as he savored the notoriously unpalatable Chen Tang Guan fish tea. Mr. Fan, Nezha called out from afar, but before he could extend a proper greeting upon approaching, Mr. Fan glanced at him and inadvertently sprayed Nezha with a mouthful of the fish tea, its briny essence splattering across his head and face. Mr. Fan, at your age, could you not be a tad more composed? Nezha mused inwardly, though he dared not voice such thoughts aloud, for fear of incurring a painful reprimand. Mr. Fan, too flustered to adjust his disheveled beard, stared at Nezha with wide eyes and inquired, Have you truly entered the realm of inspiration? That I do not know, sir. How do you ascertain it? Nezha replied, his eyes reflecting innocence. Mr. Fan, panting heavily, felt a tumultuous rise in his chest, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. He reflected on his own journey, commencing cultivation at the age of 25, taking 3 years to perceive inspiration and another 5 to master its ebb and flow. He had once felt quite proud of his progress, yet now, witnessing Nezha's prowess, he realized that had he been any less magnanimous, it would have been not the distasteful fish tea that he spat out, but perhaps a mouthful of old blood. And you, young Nezha, may unwittingly earn the notorious reputation of being a teacher's bane, a label from which you may never escape. Mr. Fan mentally lamented, while outwardly he said, "Yesterday, when I utilized inspiration to observe you, I saw you glowing with a crystalline brilliance, your physique far surpassing that of ordinary beings. Yet today, I cannot even discern the faintest white light." Understanding dawned upon Nezha. To conceal his true abilities from the outside world, he must not completely suppress his inspiration, for doing so would be counterproductive. He then attempted to relax his spirit, allowing a subtle halo of white light to emanate from his body, rendering him indistinguishable from the others in the household. Joy surged within him, oblivious to the fact that this display of mastery caused Mr. Fan's pupils to constrict, his emotions a complex mix of bitterness and awe. "Mr. Fan, do you see? Is it not much more normal now?" Nezha inquired, his focus entirely on Mr. Fan. Mr. Fan waved a hand in silence, but Nezha remained intent on observing him. He noticed tendrils of warm yellow light emanating from beneath Mr. Fan's worn robe, a radiance surpassing that of the average person, though tinged with an air of melancholy that set him apart from the ordinary inhabitants of the household. He failed to grasp the underlying essence and could not comprehend why Mr. Fan appeared to be in a foul mood today. With genuine concern, he inquired, "Mr. Fan, are you unwell?" "I am fine." "Then, has it come time for class? What shall we learn today?" The stillness in the air was tinged with a sense of urgency. Underneath Nezha's innocent gaze, Mr. Fan felt a surge of unexpressed frustration boiling within him. His wisdom and experience reminded him that, as a teacher, he should not harbor such feelings, which only intensified his irritation. After a considerable pause, he rose, waved his hand, and instructed the attendant to carry the book box outside. "Mr. Fan, I am feeling unwell and will rest at home for a couple of days. Allow me to accompany you." "No need." Watching Mr. Fan's retreating figure, Nezha felt an inexplicable oddity. If there was no class, why not simply inform the attendant? Moreover, if he truly felt unwell, why did he stride away with greater urgency than usual? How peculiar indeed. Chapter 11. A glance brings trouble. The sun had risen early this day. With nothing to occupy himself, Nezha had developed a sense of spiritual awareness and was busily observing his surroundings at home. Each passerby emanated a faint white glow, which soon became monotonous until he fortuitously encountered Li Jing. Li Jing was practicing martial arts in the front yard, donned in armor and a dark red outfit. Wielding a heavy polearm with great vigor, moving with the grace of a tiger, he was surrounded by a warm golden aura, much like Mr. Fan's. After observing for a moment, Nezha recognized Li Jing's formidable strength. Though lacking martial prowess himself, he understood that in a confrontation, he would likely be no match for that long polearm. However, he was unsure how to wield his own magical artifacts, the Qiankuan ring and the Hunyuan silk. Retreating to the backyard, he encountered a crowd gathered by the back door, making quite the commotion. The stewardess, Hongfei, stood with hands on her hips, gesturing animatedly at a group of people, as two factions argued, their voices rising in a cacophony of increasingly incomprehensible dialect, interspersed with the plaintive cries of a little girl. The uproar was bewildering, prompting Nezha to approach. "Sister Hongfei, what is all this fuss about?" Hongfei, having spent the morning arguing with the group without even a moment to eat or drink, was parched and nearly fainting from the exertion. Just then, she felt a tug at her skirt and turned to find a charming young boy with round, expressive eyes looking up at her, causing her irritation to dissipate somewhat. "Good morning, Nezha. Why have you not gone to school today?" Hongfei, adorned in a flowing red garment, left a vivid impression on Nezha. Her spirited nature and joyful demeanor made her resemble a lively flame. Nezha asked, "What has happened here?" "It is of no particular concern. These individuals hail from the nearby Lizhu village and deliver seafood to the manor each month. Today, inexplicably, while the goods have arrived, they are reluctant to leave, blocking the way, which is quite absurd." Hongfei's brows knitted in frustration, her tone betraying a hint of irritation. Nezha, perceptive as ever, discerned her vexation but recognized that this warm-hearted older sister, despite her anger, was still exercising restraint. Otherwise, with 5 individuals gathered here, only one being a young man, while the others were elderly, accompanied by a girl even younger than Nezha, summoning a couple of guards would have swiftly resolved the matter. Nezha inquired, "Is there a dispute regarding the payment?" "How could that be? We are all from the same village. The manor would never shortchange the fishing village. Moreover, purchases here are made based on receipts with periodic settlements, and it is not yet time for payment." "Then what is the reason?" "I wish to know as well." They refused to speak, merely clamoring to see the master. Does the master have time to entertain such requests amidst his busy affairs? As Hongfei grew increasingly incensed, she turned to the group and shouted, "There is truly no sense of propriety left. If you do not leave at once, I shall call for assistance." Nezha gently tugged at Hongfei's skirt, suggesting, Perhaps I should inquire on your behalf. Before Hong Fei could respond, the elderly man at the forefront, stooped and frail, pointed a gnarled hand at Nezha and asked, "Who is this child?" "Good sir, I am Nezha, the youngest son of Li Jing. Please, feel free to speak your mind." The old man burst into tears, grasping Nezha's hand tightly, exclaiming, "At last, someone in charge has arrived. This little girl has only been deceiving us." Upon hearing this, Hong Fei was so enraged that she felt smoke rising from her ears, wanting to lash out, but being restrained by Nezha. Once the old man calmed down, he weakly explained, "Young master, our entire family has come here not for any other reason, but for this little girl. I implore you, spare her life." Nezha exchanged a glance with the freckled girl, who possessed delicate features. Her eyes resembled a serene lake swaying gently in the breeze of the grasslands, revealing her insincerity in feigned tears. Such a child, when grown, might become quite charming, yet how was her fate intertwined with his? "Old sir, you must clarify your statement. She appears lively and sprightly, full of vitality. Why would she require my mercy? Also, who sent you to the manor?" At this, the old man exchanged a bewildered glance with the young man in the group, uncertain of how to proceed. Nezha continued, "Chen Tang Pass is not vast. It would be exceedingly simple to investigate this matter. Speak to me, and I assure you, I will not divulge it to anyone else. Sister Hong Fei, you two shall keep this confidential, will you not?" Nezha glanced back at Hong Fei, who, usually so capable and astute, was momentarily taken aback. Sensing an irresistible conviction emanating from his youthful gaze, and instinctively nodded in agreement. The sun began to gradually cast its warmth upon the horizon, and the cacophonous chirping of cicadas grew increasingly loud. Beads of sweat rolled down the elderly man's forehead like pearls, and after much hesitation, he finally resolved to speak. Looking at Nezha, he said, "I have a distant nephew serving in the Imperial Army. It was he who suggested this course of action. I dare to speak, my granddaughter. Green Pearl is facing calamity today, all because of you." Nezha stared at the old man, thinking to himself, "Today, it seems, it is not your granddaughter who is in peril, but rather I, Nezha, who has unwittingly become entangled in this matter." The old man continued, "Recently, you awakened your spiritual intelligence, which should have been a joyous occasion. However, inexplicably, the commanding officer ordered that the Sea Dragon King's sacrificial rites, which were originally held once every 3 months, be changed to once every half-month, purportedly to bring you good fortune. In these times, raising children is already a formidable challenge. How can they endure such tribulations? Young master, the commanding officer is your father. With the deep bond of father and son, I implore you to speak to him and spare my Green Pearl. Brother, I do not wish to perish. I wish to accompany my sister to gather pearls and fly kites. Stop crying. I cannot comprehend. What does the sacrificial rite have to do with this girl?" Nezha felt a foreboding sensation. He had already heard from others about the sacrificial rites, and it just so happened that today was the day. However, he never anticipated that this seemingly festive event would spell disaster for the villagers. Before the old man could further elucidate, the nearby Hong Fei whispered, "Young master, it seems this time, they have selected this little girl for the sacrifice." Selected this little girl? Nezha was momentarily stunned, then blurted out, "A living sacrifice." Hong Fei nodded, and upon understanding the situation, her anger diminished. After all, those who live by the sea are well aware of the custom of the Sea Dragon King's sacrificial rites. Chapter 12. I shall protect Green Pearl upon receiving confirmation. Nezha's face flushed crimson with indignation. He had previously known that Li Jing had set up altars to pray for his blessings, and while he had not voiced it, he had been moved for quite some time. Yet now, learning the truth, that it involved a living sacrifice, was a revelation that left him aghast. This was not a blessing at all, it was sheer wickedness. Such malevolence was not merely an isolated occurrence, but had become a so-called custom, held every 3 months. And now, Li Jing had decreed that it occur every half-month. Unthinkable. Nezha gritted his teeth and declared, "Old man, rest assured, this matter is now in my hands. From this moment on, Green Pearl shall reside with me. Whoever wishes to take her must first consult me." As soon as these words left his lips, the old man immediately knelt on the ground, and before Nezha could extend a hand to assist him, he bowed his head 3 times with fervor. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. With your words, Green Pearl's life is assured. When the time comes, they can send someone else to take her place." The family was left in a state of bewilderment, completely oblivious to the fact that Nezha's expression had darkened to the utmost degree. Send someone else to take her place? Nezha's voice suddenly turned cold, exuding an indescribable gravity. Yet, it swiftly softened as he spoke. "Elder, would you be pleased if the practice of human sacrifice were to vanish forever? He extended his hand to assist the elder to his feet. The old man, hunched over, gazed at the handsome young gentleman before him, despite his youthful appearance. The words he spoke and the intensity of his gaze rendered the elder incapable of perceiving him merely as a child. The elder instinctively understood that he must respond earnestly to the inquiry posed by the young master of the general's residence. He replied, "Such matters are rarely favorable. Yet if sacrifices were to cease, the Dragon King of the Sea would surely rage, bringing calamity upon every fishing village along the coastal expanse of Chintang Pass." As he concluded, the elder's voice dwindled, while the nearby young girl, Lzu, began to wail, her tears flowing freely. Nezha, however, remained acutely aware of her reaction, recognizing her ability to weep on cue, and he pondered whether to commend her cleverness or deem her cunning. Although the fishing village harbored a deep-seated preference for sons over daughters, Lzu was, after all, his own flesh and blood, cherished from a mere infant into the beloved daughter she had become. The sturdy man beside her could not bear her cries, feeling a profound ache in his heart. He exclaimed, "Father, what of the Dragon King of the Sea? We need not fish anymore. We can survive by weaving mats and selling shoes. And we shall not endure this indignity." As soon as these words left his mouth, the elder struck him with his cane, rebuking, "If you do not fish, how will the villagers sustain themselves? We are a fishing community, and have fished and harvested pearls for generations. Heed my words. If we can weather this storm today, Lzu will be spared. Let that wretched shaman choose another child for the Dragon King. We shall endure the scorn." Are you suggesting that by saving Lzu today, some shaman will take another's child to appease the Dragon King? Nezha's gaze hardened. The elder bowed his head, sighing, such sinfulness. They were indeed fishermen, and even the elderly and children bore a faint, salty scent that set them apart from those of the court. Nezha declared, "Sister Hongfei, you have heard as well. Since the people of Chintang Pass deem human sacrifice unacceptable, let it be known that such practices shall no longer occur. As for the Dragon King and the shamans, I shall see to it." At that moment, the delicate neck of Hongfei glistened with perspiration, not from heat, but from urgency. She implored Nezha, "This matter is best discussed with the Lord." Nezha appeared to disregard her, wiping away Lzu's tears before turning to the burly man. "Brother, what is your name?" "I am but a humble man, surnamed Li, given the name Xuanxin." "Li Xuanxin, when does the sacrificial rite commence?" "Esteemed young master, each afternoon the village shaman opens the altar for sacrifice. At sunset, when the tide rises, a sea-dwelling demon will emerge to take the sacrificial child." "A sea-dwelling demon? Have you witnessed it with your own eyes?" Upon a distant glance, the diminutive figure caught sight of the fearsome demon, standing an imposing height of 12 feet. Adorned in iron scales, with a visage as green as jade and fangs like daggers. Brandishing a massive black axe, it struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. The courage that Li Xuanxin had managed to muster dissipated at the sight of this monstrous fiend, reminding him of his humble status as an ordinary fisherman, utterly unprepared to confront such a tempestuous being. Indeed, the existence of a sea patrol demon was a stark reality. Should he inform Li Jing? As the commanding officer of Chintang Pass, he had turned a blind eye to the sacrificial rites, ordering a change from once every 3 months to every fortnight, thus inflicting harm upon the common folk. If he were to reveal this information, not only would he likely receive no assistance, but he might also find himself compelled to relinquish the precious green pearl. What then could be done? Nezha gazed skyward and spoke. "Liju village lies half a day's journey from here. The urgency to rescue is paramount. Li Xuanxin, you must guide me to Liju village. Hongfei, should our parents inquire about my whereabouts, please do your utmost to delay them." Unable to resist Nezha's earnest request, Hongfei watched as Nezha was led away by Li Xuanxin's family, leaving her alone with the young girl, Green Pearl, as they exchanged helpless glances. She glanced down at the endearing child, feeling a profound kinship akin to that of her own sister, and decided to escort her to Nezha's courtyard. Upon arriving, they encountered Taiyi, who was responsible for caring for both the mistress and Nezha. She inquired about the identity of the charming girl, prompting Hongfei to convey the truth of the matter. This revelation alarmed Taiyi, who exclaimed, "My dear sister, you are truly naive. Nezha is but a child. Yet you too must exercise wisdom. How can you allow him to act recklessly? What shall we do? Nezha has already departed for some time. Taiyi, I implore you to assist me." Hongfei grasped Taiyi's sleeve, her urgency nearly bringing her to tears. Taiyi pulled Hongfei's hand away gently, admonishing her. "Your impulsiveness will lead to missteps. You must learn to temper your haste. Attend to the young girl here while I report this matter to our master. Then I shall rely entirely upon you," Hongfei replied. Just as Taiyi was about to leave, Green Pearl called out sweetly, "Sister." The little girl clutched tightly to the hem of Hongfei's skirt, adding, "Sister, it is all my fault. It is neither your fault nor Brother Nezha's. It is Green Pearl who is at fault for being so thoughtless." Suiyu bent down to stroke Green Pearl's head, assuring her, "What a lovely little girl you are. Fear not, for Brother Nezha is a good person. Fortune favors the virtuous. He shall be unharmed, and so shall you." "Yes." Green Pearl nodded earnestly. With that, Suiyu hastily departed. Nezha had just left. If Li Jing were to pursue swiftly, he might still catch up. At this moment, he should be finishing his martial practice in the front courtyard and attending to official matters in his study. Halfway through her thoughts, Suiyu tapped her forehead. Realizing how her concern had been exacerbated by Hongfei's anxiety, she understood that this matter required careful deliberation and should be communicated to the mistress first. Chapter 13. I shall advocate on her behalf. As Nezha arrived at Lizhu village, the sun was at its zenith. In their haste, the two elders had fallen behind, leaving only Li Xuanxin accompanying him. In the midst of the turmoil, a large black dog, wagging its tail and panting heavily, appeared on the verge of exhaustion. Through Li Xuanxin's explanations, Nezha had acquired a general understanding of the situation. The practice of offering young boys and girls as sacrifices to the Sea Dragon King around the vicinity of Chintang Pass had persisted for at least 3 or 4 centuries, resulting in the loss of thousands of lives, and the origins of this custom had long since become obscure. As for the selection of these children, it was determined by drawing lots among the families in the village. Those unfortunate enough to be chosen were compelled to surrender their offspring to the village's shaman. In the realm of deities and demons, the number was as vast as the stars in the sky, particularly in the neighboring villages surrounding Chintang Pass, where countless spirits were venerated. The shaman held an esteemed position, often surpassing even the village chief in status and authority, as they officiated the ceremonies. Lizhu village, situated 2 miles from the rocky shore, was renowned for 2 treasures: the pearls found beneath the sea and the pearl divers who ventured into the depths to retrieve them. While pearls were precious enough to be offered to the emperor at Chaoga, it was the pearl divers who garnered the village's fame. They were robust and graceful, their figures celebrated, and it was said that the nobility of Chaoga favored the divers even more than the pearls themselves. From a distance, the row of brick and tile courtyards in Lizhu village appeared charming, but upon closer inspection, one could feel the briny sea breeze and observe the dilapidated state of the homes, save for a 2-story building at the eastern end. Despite the allure of pearls and the fame of the divers, the village remained steeped in poverty, riddled with unsavory tales beneath its surface. At this moment, a gathering of over 100 villagers filled the area with boisterous chatter, reminiscent of a festive celebration. Yet an undercurrent of tension suggested that conflict could erupt at any moment. At the center of the throng stood a man clad in a flowing black satin robe, donning a horned hat, his face adorned with intricate paint depicting a blue demon. He raised an iron axe high above his head, his muscular arms visible beneath his robe, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Savoring the power and respect he commanded, the man looked disdainfully down at a woman glaring at him. Her disheveled hair, soiled face, and tattered clothing marked her as a figure of derision, and he found her presence laughable. How audacious for someone like her to dare oppose him. No, she was less than human, akin to a wild beast. "You, Lu," he declared, "the Li family has fled with their child, and naturally, another must be offered to the Sea Dragon King. You drew the lot yourself. Why come to me with this matter instead of seeking them out? Return my child. Return my child." The woman nearly went mad at his words, lunging forward to confront him, but was swiftly restrained by 2 men at his side. The surrounding villagers began to murmur in rising agitation. "Lu, have you lost your senses? What madness is this? Your son is destined for the Sea Dragon King. If the king remains placated, we shall all have better days ahead, and the village will be grateful to you." The man abruptly shifted his tone, saying, "After all these years, you should know by now that it is futile. No one will aid you. If your child does not go, it will be someone else's child instead. Who among us would willingly take your place? Great shaman, I beseech you, return my child to me." The woman referred to as Lu by the great shaman was a mother, her voice a heart-wrenching lament. Lu trembled as she collapsed onto the ground, weeping inconsolably, as if all her strength had been drained away. The great shaman secretly scoffed, suddenly raising his voice. Addressing Lu as well as the villagers, "The sacrifice to the Sea Dragon King is a matter of great significance for the entire village. Lu, your husband passed away early. I do not wish to make things difficult for a woman like you. If you are unwilling, go and reason with that sea patrolling demon. If he is willing to return your child, then your child will naturally be safe. Otherwise, do not come to blame me in the future." Upon hearing these words, Silence gradually enveloped the surroundings, and the faces of the people reflected not disappointment, but numbness. Not limited to Liju village. Anyone raised in a fishing village had grown accustomed to such occurrences. From childhood to adulthood, this place had always been the same. It was unchanged before Li Jing's arrival and remained so thereafter, as if it were destined never to alter. Perhaps there were those who had resisted in the past, but the outcome was invariably the same. Lu was engulfed in despair, lying on the dust-laden stone path, her clothing even dirtier and more tattered. It was unclear what thoughts occupied her mind. Through the dense throng of people, only her muffled sobs could be heard. Lu, the matters of the collective are of utmost importance. We all rely on the sea for sustenance, and thus we must pay our respects to the Sea Dragon King. You would do well not to cause any more trouble, otherwise, the village rules shall apply. I shall see who dares to speak on your behalf. I will speak on her behalf. The great shaman of Liju village, feigning an air of mystery with his head held high and a solemn expression, was secretly reveling in his self-satisfaction when he suddenly heard this proclamation, nearly convinced he had misheard. Not only he, but also the villagers and the prostrate Lu were taken aback by the sound of a youthful voice. Each person believed they were experiencing a mirage. How else could they hear this long-buried phrase, one they had eagerly awaited? I will speak on her behalf. The voice rang out once more, and this time, the crowd truly comprehended it. Turning towards the direction from which the voice emanated, they parted to create a path. The great shaman also looked up, observing a tall figure alongside a shorter one standing resolutely. Upon closer inspection, he chuckled. I thought it was someone of import. Li Xuanxin, you dare to return? Do you know that your departure nearly cost the widow Lu's boy his life? You. Li Xuanxin felt a surge of anger at this remark, ready to retort. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was met with Lu's resentful gaze. Indeed, it was resentment. He thought that if he had not fled, the widow Lu's boy would not have encountered such misfortune. That boy's father was his childhood friend, who had been injured while at sea and, before passing, implored him to take good care of his family. Yet here he was, abandoning them, alongside Green Pearl. Li Xuanxin, a towering figure at 7 feet tall, clenched his fists tightly, tears shimmering in his eyes, and gritted his teeth, unable to utter a single word. Witnessing this scene, the great shaman felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. Lejuzwang, with its mere dozens of households and around 100 souls, was a community where everyone knew each other intimately. He possessed an acute understanding of Li Xuanxin, leading him to ponder a singular question. Who had the audacity to suggest such a foolish idea? Prompting him to flee with his daughter? Are you the great shaman? The shaman's gaze shifted to the young boy beside Li Xuanxin. Noting that the child's attire and demeanor did not resemble that of a fisherman's offspring, which startled him. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, Who are you, young one? To brazenly declare an intention to disrupt the Sea Dragon King's rights? Nezha cast a cold glance at him, his tone chilling enough to transform the sweltering heat of July into a wintry night filled with snow. Answer my question. Are you the great shaman of Lejuzwang? Chapter 14. A good dog. The great shaman observed Nezha, who was cutting through the crowd like a sharp blade and approaching slowly. Feeling a palpable aura of menace emanating from the diminutive figure, he swallowed hard, summoning his courage to reply. Indeed, I am the great shaman of Lejuzwang, officially registered at Chintang Pass. Who are you to possess such audacity and speak of thwarting the Sea Dragon King's rituals? The shaman's self-assertion did not faze Nezha. He acknowledged the truth in the shaman's words, yet he was left bewildered by the abundance of self-righteous fools in the world. Approaching the shaman from behind, he helped Lu Shi to her feet. A rare glimmer of intensity shone in his typically calm and languid eyes as he asked, Where is her son? The shaman recognized the unusual intent of this extraordinary child, and though anger surged within him, he was also intimidated by the child's demeanor. Yet, in order to uphold his authority as the village's great shaman, he feigned strength and declared, If you wish to release her son, it is not impossible. Li Xuanxin, you have arrived just in time. Do you dare to hide? Where is your little bastard? Li Xuanxin had once believed he possessed sufficient courage, or rather, he thought Nezha's presence had endowed him with enough fortitude. However, facing the ever-dominant shaman, he realized that all his bravery stemmed from mere fantasy. Despair crept in. In the face of centuries-old traditions, what could Nezha possibly do? Despite his uniqueness, he was ultimately just a 7-year-old child. In the end, regardless of whose child it was, one would meet their demise today. What a wretched world this is. I have already stated, today I shall take charge for them. Who the hell are you? The shaman glared, believing firmly in the righteousness of the centuries-old tradition of offering living sacrifices to the Sea Dragon King. He felt justified in his stance, certain that no one could best him. He raised high the ceremonial battle axe he wielded for prayers, bringing it down with force. The glimmering blade halting just 2 fingers above Nezha's nose. He could tell that the child before him hailed from a family of officials and sought to instill a sense of fear in the boy. The great shaman understood well that, regardless of their status, be they wealthy or impoverished, noble or common, when faced with the threat of violence, all humans are essentially the same. However, he did not anticipate that, when he lowered his axe, the child would not react with the fear he expected. Instead, there was a glimmer of eager anticipation in those previously calm eyes. Was he mad? The shaman was momentarily stunned, but Li Xuanxin, standing nearby, quickly grasped the situation and, in a fit of terror, rushed forward to seize the shaman's wrist, exclaiming, "Are you insane? This is the young master Nezha from the general's estate." Upon hearing this, the shaman was taken aback once more. The young master from the general's estate? He turned his head and met those unsettling, pitch-black eyes, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "What of the young master from the general's estate? The sacrifice to the Dragon King of the Sea has been a tradition at Chentang Pass since time immemorial. If this matter reaches the general, I have my reasons. Moreover, it was the esteemed Lord Li Jing of Chentang Pass who had ordered the original date of the sacrifice to be moved forward." Seeing that the axe had not been brought down, Nezha felt a twinge of disappointment. Had that axe not halted, or had it descended even a fraction more, he would have eagerly retaliated against this so-called great shaman. Nevertheless, should he choose to fight, he would not lack for justification. He inquired, "Tell me, is the son of the Lu family whom you captured? I am the great shaman of Liju village, and I seized the son of widow Lu for the sacrifice to the Dragon King of the Sea, for the sake of the fishing village's people. Do you think I hold any ill will against my fellow villagers? What will happen to widow Lu's son after the sacrifice?" The shaman fell silent, staring at Nezha, unsure of this child's intentions, yet a sense of foreboding began to stir within him. Nezha, unfazed by the shaman's silence, declared, "He will die? What nonsense is this great shaman? You are committing murder. According to the laws of the Shang dynasty, a murderer must die." The shaman's eyes widened. He had not expected that before he could pin the label of disrupting the sacrifice on Nezha, an even graver accusation would be hurled back at him. He presided over the sacrificial draws, and such matters could be manipulated. Should he take a disliking to someone, a slight adjustment could ensure their doom. Those he favored would, by sheer fortune, never be chosen. Such practices were far from unique. All great shamans engaged in them. He recalled an encounter from years past with a Taoist by the sea, a time when he had just inherited his father's mantle as a great shaman and was full of pride, seeking the Taoist's guidance. The latter had warned him that the cycle of heaven would bring retribution, that he would lose his life due to the Dragon King's sacrifice. He had dismissed the warning then, but for reasons unknown, it now resurfaced in his mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Thus, when Nezha invoked the laws of the Shang dynasty, declaring that a murderer must die, the shaman's confidence wavered. He countered, "It is the Dragon King of the Sea who demands sacrifices of young boys and girls from the fishing village, not I. Ultimately, it is the Dragon King who consumes them, not I. How can such blame be placed upon me?" As the conversation lingered, the great sorcerer suddenly experienced a moment of disorientation. Upon regaining focus, he realized that Nezha had vanished without a trace. In the next instant, his eyes bulged, and he collapsed to the ground, curling up like a lobster, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Enough with the trivialities. Nezha withdrew his fist, still retaining his strength. Otherwise, a single blow would likely shatter his opponent's very essence. Casting a cold glance at the cowering sorcerer, he remarked, "I have already taken the place of their master today." Turning to the frightened villagers, Nezha proclaimed, "The Sea Dragon King is a malevolent deity, responsible for the loss of innocent lives. From this day forth, the people of Chentang Pass shall never again worship such a wicked entity." However, his words were met with silence. The villagers exchanged glances, paralyzed by uncertainty. At that moment, the sorcerer regained a semblance of composure and struggled to speak. The worship of the Sea Dragon King must not cease. Nezha paid him no mind, but from within the crowd emerged an elderly man, leaning on a cane, his long robes flowing elegantly, and a crown adorning his head. He regarded Nezha with earnestness, saying, "Young master, your intentions are noble. Yet the words of the sorcerer are not to be taken lightly." Nezha raised his hand in respect to the elder, and then inquired, "Are you afraid that halting the worship will incite the Dragon King's wrath?" The elder nodded. His eyes, now clouded with age, were surrounded by deep wrinkles, revealing a lifetime of wisdom. He spoke gravely, "In my youth, I witnessed the consequences of ceasing worship. Fearless, I once led a group of brothers to rescue children on the eve of a sacrifice, only to provoke the Sea Dragon King's fury. For days, violent storms ravaged the coast, and fishermen were beset by malevolent spirits, resulting in numerous fatalities. Can you truly govern the present while managing the tumultuous seas? The elder's words resonated with truth. Nezha understood that his current strength was insufficient to alter the course of fate with mere words. As his mind raced, an idea sparked within him. He swiftly turned and seized the sorcerer by the collar, lifting him off the ground, and demanded, "When does the sacrifice begin?" "It is about to commence. What do you intend to do?" "I shall offer myself as the sacrificial boy to the Sea Dragon King. What do you think of that?" Upon witnessing the glimmer of mirth in Nezha's eyes, the sorcerer, who had long held dominion over the village, was suddenly engulfed by a wave of terror. He pondered the nature of this madman. Just as he was about to respond, a searing pain shot through his leg. Looking down, he discovered a black dog. Having sprung from nowhere, clamped its jaws around his leg, growling incessantly with fierce intensity. Chapter 15. The Sea Patrol Demon Wolf. In response to this incident, Nezha resolved that upon his return, he would treat the black dog to a chicken leg, should he have the opportunity to return. The salty sea breeze swept in, alleviating much of the oppressive heat of July. Soaked in perspiration, Nezha finally found a moment of respite. Resting his chin in his hand as he sat on a bamboo stool at the sacrificial altar, idly gazing at the vast, mirror-like expanse of the azure sea. A couple of seagulls soared overhead, audaciously releasing 2 droppings. The previously joyous black dog, caught off guard, erupted into frantic barks. Observing the 2 clumsy birds, it felt powerless and redirected its frustration towards the nearby shaman performing an odd dance. The calm before the storm was palpable, reminiscent of Nezha stirring the seas. Was Nezha afraid? Perhaps a trifle, for despite his extraordinary strength, he still perceived himself as an ordinary individual. From the outset, he had no intention of following Nezha's path. Instead, he aimed to cultivate a harmonious relationship with the Eastern Sea. Yet, witnessing the sordid ritual involving the sacrifice of a child stirred his innate penchant for meddling. As the Sea Patrol demon, he gazed into the distance. It was not merely the village of LZH that had gathered. Villagers from over a dozen nearby fishing hamlets had come to partake in the ceremony, having heard of Nezha's exploits. They kept their distance, peering from the cliffs, their voices lost in the howling wind, indistinct and fragmented. Nezha deemed this distance advantageous. He harbored no illusions of hearing anything uplifting from these villagers. Such notions were pure folly. Yawning, he inquired, "Great shaman, is this indeed LZH Gorge?" The shaman, clad in ostentatious ceremonial garb, adorned with vibrant feathers, wielded a battle axe that glimmered like a crescent moon as he twirled. Should he have performed on the streets, he would have certainly garnered applause. Pausing to wipe the sweat from his brow, he replied, "This is LZH Gorge. The coastline is strewn with rocky shores. The waters here are deeper than elsewhere. And beneath the surface, there are often large clams that yield pearls, our lifeblood, making LZH village more prosperous than others." "More prosperous than others?" Nezha shot him a skeptical glance, crushing a clam shell and tossing the tender meat into the black dog's mouth. "From my perspective, you are the only affluent family in this village. The others live in dilapidation." The shaman, perceiving the sarcasm in Nezha's tone, felt his face flush but remained silent, internally lamenting the impending encounter with the demon. After all, Nezha was the son of the general of Chen Pass. Despite his rebelliousness, it was ultimately a matter concerning his family. If anything were to befall Nezha, he too would likely suffer consequences. "Are you familiar with this demon?" "Not at all." "Of no use then." Nezha sighed, tossing another piece of meat to the black dog. "Big Black, I hereby appoint you the general of the Black Sea of Chen Pass. When the demon arrives, reveal your true form and bite him without mercy." With a wagging tail, Big Black responded eagerly. As the wind picked up and the waves surged, the shaman danced for 2 more circles, and the previously tranquil sea suddenly roiled. A massive whirlpool formed close to shore. The azure waters churning up yellowed silt from the depths, and the broken seaweed spiraled like the hair of some colossal beast. Nezha squinted slightly, his right index finger gently tapping the armrest of the bamboo stool, devoid of any superfluous movement. He was aware that something was approaching. In the blink of an eye, a towering monster, 12 feet high, parted the waters, with waves crashing down like mountains and tumultuous tides surging forth. Upon closer inspection, the creature's face was akin to indigo, its hair resembling vermilion, with a massive mouth filled with fangs, wielding a great axe. Indeed, as Li Xuanxin had described, its entire form was enveloped in sinewy muscles and iron scales, each claw sharp as a golden hook. Most notably, Nezha observed that this nightmarish creature was enveloped in a brilliant blue light, its spirit and vigor far surpassing that of the esteemed Li Jing. As the nightmarish being emerged, the great shaman cast a glance in Nezha's direction before hastily kneeling before the creature, uttering guttural sounds that resembled a chant. Nearby, hundreds of villagers perched on the cliff, witnessing the scene, also prostrated themselves on the ground, though maintaining a respectful distance, cautiously peering up. As for the great black creature, upon seeing the nightmarish figure, it whimpered and scurried behind Nezha, its legs trembling uncontrollably, shaking like a sieve. The sea-wandering demon, known as Li Jin, regarded the scene as unremarkable, casting a contemptuous glance at the trembling shaman, the disdain evident in its fierce eyes. Humans. It raised its gaze towards the altar, noting that today's offering was markedly different from the usual, unwrapped in colorful silk, and rather than wailing, it was seated on a bamboo stool, gazing meaningfully at itself. Li Jin, a designated official of the Jade Pen from the Lingxiao Palace, although tasked with affairs of rivers and seas, was indeed a legitimate member of the establishment. Li Jin felt a flicker of curiosity, albeit slight. The audacity of the offering was not unprecedented, for he had encountered bold offerings before, yet they were merely humans. Regarding the shortened cycle of sacrifices, Li Jin vaguely surmised it was linked to the grand undertaking of the three teachings, yet he was unaware of the specifics. Only knowing that the third prince of the Dragon Palace was incensed, clamoring to ascend to the surface in search of fresh sustenance. With each deliberate step towards the altar, the explosive muscles of his body emanated a ferocious aura that sent shivers down the spine. As he approached, Li Jin paused. Hearing a voice emanating from the offering atop the altar, it piqued his curiosity. "You, human child, are aware of my name?" With a voice as resounding as thunder, Li Jin spoke, causing the shaman prostrate at his feet to tremble further. At that moment, his mind became a muddled mess, for it was the first time in his limited existence that he heard a demon speak. He could not fathom why Nezha would know the demon's name. "I certainly know you, sea-wandering demonly general, but do you know who I am? I only know you as today's offering, destined to become the sacrificial blood to quell the fury of the Dragon Palace." Nezha retorted, "Fool, open your ears and listen well. I am a disciple of the Taiyi Real Man from the Golden Light Cave of Qinyuan Mountain, the son of General Li Jing of Qintang Pass, and in the future, I shall be the vanguard leading the Holy King to break through the array. This is Nezha." The series of titles astonished Li Jin. For Taiyi Zhenren is one of the 12 golden immortals, and Li Jing, the general of Qintang Pass, shares a history with the Dragon King Ao Guang of the East Sea. He dared not take this lightly and inquired, "If it is indeed Nezha, then where is the sacrificial offering for today?" "I am the sacrificial offering for today." Upon hearing this, Li Jin narrowed his eyes, momentarily at a loss, and coldly replied, "Do you understand what the term sacrificial offering entails?" "I certainly do," Nezha responded, "and I have no wish to oppose the Dragon Palace. However, I fail to comprehend why. Given the ocean's abundance and the Dragon Palace's plenitude, we must escalate matters to this extreme when we are merely neighbors." Nezha adopted a humble demeanor, realizing that he was no match for Li Jin at this moment. Moreover, the conflict with the Dragon Palace spanned centuries. It would be most prudent to seek reconciliation and transform hostility into harmony. Yet, upon hearing his words, Li Jin merely emitted a chilling laugh, his rows of sharp teeth grinding together. "You human child, I care not for your identity. What I know is that the sacrificial offering has been decreed by Li Jing with an official seal. You cannot simply renege on that. Out of respect for your father's sect, I shall spare your life today, but do not attempt to outsmart me. Quickly bring forth the true sacrificial offering." Chapter 16. The 3-day agreement. Seeing that Li Jin was unyielding, Nezha discerned that the issue was not one of negotiation, but rather that the other party regarded him with disdain. Had Taiyi Zhenren, or even General Li Jing himself come today, Li Jin's demeanor would surely have been different. With no other recourse, Nezha resolved to buy time and think of a way out. "I have heard that the sacrificial rite is meant to honor the 4 sea dragon kings. Yet the dragon kings are divine beings of the heavenly court responsible for rain and clouds. How could they commit such a heinous act as consuming a living being? Moreover, you alone, this Yiksha, are present at every ritual. Are we honoring the sea dragon kings, or merely you, this Yiksha? You insolent child." Nezha felt the blue light emanating from Li Jin intensify, the overwhelming sense of pressure almost materializing and bearing down upon him. Were it a common individual in this situation, their face would surely pale, heart racing in terror. Yet Nezha, possessing keen instincts, remained unfazed and continued, "You may descend and relay this message. The Dragon King, as a divine being of the heavenly court, should practice restraint and bestow benevolence upon the 4 seas. Heaven embodies the virtue of cherishing life. I do not believe the Dragon Palace would dare defy the heavens and commit such an evil act. Therefore, let this sacrificial rite cease, and let bygones be bygones. Do you think centuries of rituals can simply be halted at your whim? Once more, I demand you hand over the sacrificial offering. Li Jin, infuriated, exhaled hot white vapor from his large nostrils, perplexed as to why this mere child, a mortal, dared to defy him. You are merely a servant following orders. How could you go this far? I reiterate, today I am the sacrificial offering. If you have the courage, then seize me. If you jeopardize the grand undertaking of deification, I wonder if you can bear the consequences. The gazes of the two locked together, cutting through the humid air by the shore, and in a place unseen. Sparks flew as swords clashed. Li Jin realized that Nezha was indeed extraordinary, and unease began to stir within him. If Nezha's words held truth, then he was merely a subordinate executing orders and had no need to take such a risk. Having made a grievous mistake, the Dragon King would undoubtedly be compelled to step forward and shoulder the blame, leading not only to a lack of benefits, but also to the potential loss of his millennia of cultivation. Yet, if he were to be outsmarted by Nezha today, and this were reported back to the Dragon Palace, while the Dragon King Ao Guang might be somewhat lenient, the temperamental third prince Ao Bing would undoubtedly impose his wrath upon him. He exclaimed, "Upon my return today, should you choose to hide from me, how shall I proceed?" Thus, he insisted that Nezha remain in place while he returned to report to the Dragon King. "If upon my return you are nowhere to be found, I shall consume an entire village. How about that?" Li Gan's voice boomed like thunder, and his words echoed for miles, causing the villagers who had come to the ceremony to tremble in fear, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. However, Nezha was unwilling to comply. He understood that although he would not shy away from confrontation, he had no right to gamble with the lives of the common folk. "You expect me to remain idle while you dictate terms? Not a chance. Humph. You invite trouble by refusing hospitality." Just as Li Gan was about to unleash his fury, Nezha proposed, "Let us each take a step back. In 3 days, we shall reconvene here to resolve this matter." Li Gan contemplated this, casting a fierce glare at Nezha, which was tacit acceptance of the arrangement. The waves behind him began to rise, gradually engulfing the rocks until they reached his waist. Just before he departed, he cast a disdainful glance at the high priest on the ground and bellowed, "What kind of ceremony is this without offerings? You dare deceive me, you wretched priest." Before the high priest could react, a fearsome axe descended from the heavens and cleaved him in two, blood gushing forth. The tumultuous waves washed over the scene, and both the menacing Li Gan and the slain high priest vanished amidst the rocky shore. Not a trace of blood remained, as if everything had been but a mirage. Nezha gently patted the head of the pitiful dog, Dahe, who trembled with his tail tucked between his legs. Nezha exhaled deeply, realizing he was not faring much better. In the span of mere moments, his back was drenched with cold sweat. 3 days. How would he navigate this predicament in 3 days? He lightly kicked Dahe, leading the dog back, while the villagers watched from a distance, unsure of their thoughts and hesitant to approach. Nezha paid little heed to their apprehensive attitudes. This was already a significant improvement. Amused by his own musings, he chuckled, causing Dahe to regard him with a bewildered expression. Nezha called out to the villagers, "Everyone, please return. I will return in 3 days to resolve this issue." The villagers seemed to ignore him, and Nezha was undeterred. He picked a blade of dogtail grass from the roadside and placed it in his mouth. At that moment, he was most curious as to why Li Jing had not intervened to stop him. Unbeknownst to Nezha, Taiyi had already informed the lady of the situation, who, genuinely concerned, immediately dispatched someone to find Li Jing. However, fate had it that Li Jing had taken the army officer Feng Xiaoyan and the maid Lu Ping to Yema Ridge early that morning for military drills and training. Madame Yin had no choice but to send Taiyi, accompanied by several guards, to seek out Nezha. However, as Taiyi was not as swift as the guards, she allowed them to proceed ahead. The guards, unaware of the circumstances, only knew they were tasked by the madam to search for the young master in Liju village. Upon arriving, they found no one and, after a thorough search, returned home without encountering Taiyi along the way. Alas for Taiyi, though she toiled all day at the estate, she was unaccustomed to such a long journey. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness loomed, and she found her legs stiff and her feet blistered with several painful sores, rendering her unable to take another step. The road was flanked by dense woods, teeming with birds and beasts, and as night approached, strange and eerie sounds emerged from the thickets. Being merely a 16-year-old girl, she was overwhelmed with a mix of emotions, helplessness and fear, her delicate, willow-like eyes glistening with tears, on the verge of weeping. "Taiyi, what are you doing here?" Following the voice, Sueyu looked up to see a handsome young boy guiding a black dog along the furrows of a field. With a joyful expression, he bounded towards her. Who else could it be but Nezha? Fuming, Sueyu clenched her teeth and slapped Nezha on the head. Yet he simply bowed his head and closed his eyes, seemingly unbothered. Her heart softened, and she hesitated to strike harder, the slap landing as gently as during their playful banter. What a foolish child you are. Why didn't you dodge? Hee. If Sueyu could let go of her anger. What a say few taps to a tough-skinned boy like me. Nezha quipped, his tongue sharp as ever. But tell me, what happened today? Seeing that Nezha was unharmed eased Suyu's worries. Nezha recounted the events in fragments, and though Sueyu grasped the urgency of the situation, her exhaustion weighed heavily on her. As Nezha urged her to walk, she exclaimed in dismay and stumbled forward, only to be caught by him. I cannot continue today. You must go home and borrow a cart to fetch me, she insisted. That simply won't do. I heard from Li Xuanxin that there are tigers roaming nearby. If you were to be taken by one, I would never forgive myself. The mention of tigers sent a chill through Sueyu, and she sighed. Well, that won't work either. What are we to do? Unbeknownst to her, ever since Nezha had begun to speak and reason, she had subconsciously started to rely on this younger boy, who still needed her care for his daily needs. Nezha scanned the surroundings and said, I recall that Mr. Fan's residence is only 4 or 5 miles from here. I will carry you there, and we can stay the night. I will also ask his guards to return home and assure your mother of your safety. Chapter 17. Inquiring about Mr. Fan. Sueyu was actually more familiar with Mr. Fan's residence than Nezha, yet her concern for him had momentarily clouded her memory. Previously, it was she who had accompanied Madame Yin to choose the house from which Mr. Fan had traveled from Chaoga. Madame Yin initially intended to arrange for Mr. Fan to reside near the general's mansion. However, Mr. Fan, having spent a lifetime in the bustling court of Chang'e, had grown weary of its vibrant chaos. He sought solace in a tranquil art shop that was up for transfer in the town of Linqing, and there he settled down. As the elderly gentleman remarked, he had lived a life of poverty, without a son to support him in his old age. Thus, owning this shop meant that even as death approached, he could still make a living through his calligraphy. The storefront was modest, characterized by square white walls and an old wooden counter, accompanied by a small back courtyard. The most delightful aspect of this courtyard was a rare sweet water well from Tang Pass. Sueyu recalled that, at that time, Mr. Fan, accompanied by his devoted student, looked upon this little courtyard with a beaming smile. Mr. Fan had envisioned a serene existence, far removed from the court, as a carefree scholar, writing and selling his works. On the very first day, he spread out silk and composed dozens of pieces, hanging them inside the shop in anticipation of fortune. Though the ideal was beautiful, reality proved to be starkly different. His calligraphy and paintings, even in Chang'e, were of exceptional quality, sought after at a high price. In Chang'e, there were those willing to offer up a valuable property just to have him inscribe a few characters on a tombstone. Yet, he had not anticipated that. Stripped of his former status as a counselor, and situated in a remote area like Tang Pass, there would be few discerning customers. Consequently, his exquisite works would not sell much better than those of the previous shop owner, who had faced imminent closure. Thus, an emaciated old man and a slender young apprentice exchanged bewildered glances behind the counter for 2 days, while the storefront remained as desolate as water. Next door, a seafood tavern bustled with patrons, and the duo ended up drinking for 2 days and consuming 12 salted grilled fish before finally encountering their first customer. This patron had some knowledge of calligraphy and immediately took a liking to Mr. Fan's large piece in the main hall, showering praises upon the venerable gentleman as if he were a kindred spirit. However, when the customer made an offer, Mr. Fan could scarcely believe his ears upon hearing the paltry sum of 2 silver taels. His eyes widened in disbelief as he angrily brandished a broom and chased the customer away. 2 silver taels were barely enough to cover the cost of the silk he used for writing. The young apprentice looked on, astonished, thinking to himself that even when his master had chastised Daji for leading the country astray, he had never spoken so harshly. Unable to bear the humiliation, Mr. Fan closed the shop and spent his days languishing, drinking, and eating fish at the tavern. Before being invited by the General's mansion to teach Nezha, his household had nearly run dry of resources. Had it not been for Madame Yin, who often visited under the pretense of checking on her teacher, discreetly providing assistance, they would have long gone hungry. As Mr. Fan called for Nezha, Sueyu swiftly prepared a guest room, pulling out 2 damp, thin quilts from the cabinet. With a sigh, she lamented that a household with only men was indeed lacking, and she set about hanging the quilts up to dry before bedtime. The main room, though small and clean, was not very tidy, primarily because all the calligraphy and paintings that had once adorned the shop were now crowded in the main room. Behind the chairs hung 5 pieces, and while the characters were fine, their close proximity rendered the display rather chaotic. Mr. Fan sat amidst his collection of calligraphy and paintings, observing the figure of Nezha before him as the latter recounted the events that had transpired. To Mr. Fan's surprise, his aged and tranquil eyes began to sparkle with renewed vitality, reminiscent of the vigor he once displayed while serving in the court of Chao Guo. He inquired, "Is it truly worth it to challenge the Dragon Palace of the East Sea and uphold the centuries-old traditions of Tang Pass for the sake of a mere commoner or a village child?" Did Mr. Fan consider the value of such matters when he openly advised the sovereign in Chao Guo? With a chuckle, Mr. Fan replied, "At that time, I was nearing 70, while you were merely 7 years old. Our circumstances, identities, and experiences differ greatly. Thus, it is unwise to generalize." Nezha responded, "If you insist on a reply, I can only say that there is no concept of worth. There exists only the desire to act or not to act." Desire to act or not to act. Mr. Fan mused over those 4 words, finding an unexpected depth in their simplicity. He remarked, "Is this what you mean by becoming a demon in pursuit of one's whims? Very well, but now that we have come to this juncture, I am curious as to how you plan to conclude this matter in 3 days. Ultimately, one cannot continue to commit such heinous acts." Upon hearing this, Mr. Fan raised an eyebrow and said, "Is this a sign of indecision? Extend your hand." Nezha reluctantly offered his right hand. "You still need that hand for writing. Use your left instead." With no choice, Nezha extended his left hand, only to find himself further exasperated when Mr. Fan produced a ruler and delivered 3 sharp strikes, leaving Nezha's palm flushed and stinging, causing him to gasp in pain. Seeing that Nezha accepted the chastisement, Mr. Fan's irritation lessened somewhat, and he continued, "Earlier, I noticed your concern for your mother and your desire to ensure someone returned home with news of your safety. I had thought you had made some progress. Do you not realize that mishandling this situation not only implicates your parents, but also endangers the citizens of Tang Pass? While it is indeed wrong to act without foresight, to act recklessly and without regard for the consequences is even more foolish." Nezha had prepared himself for Mr. Fan's reprimand. Yet hearing such a thorough scolding ignited a fire of frustration within him. However, every word Mr. Fan uttered rang true, leaving Nezha no room for retort. He could only lower his head and murmured his acquiescence. As the conversation drew to a close, Mr. Fan took a sip of water and shifted the topic, saying, "I understand that your conflict is not with the Dragon Palace itself, but rather their initial wrongdoing. You have my utmost satisfaction in witnessing a student as capable as you take action today." Mr. Fan felt genuine pride, although he had numerous students in Chao Guo, many of whom held prominent positions in the court. They all distanced themselves from him after he openly advised the emperor. After scolding Nezha, he intended to offer guidance, anticipating a response from the boy. However, Nezha, having been overwhelmed by the reprimand, had completely skipped the response phase, merely awaiting his teacher's advice. Noticing this, Mr. Fan's frustration mounted, and he delivered a light slap to Nezha's forehead, prompting a cry of surprise from the boy, which finally brought him back to his senses. Mr. Fan asked, "Have you considered how to resolve this matter?" Nezha replied, in response to Mr. Fan, "Nezha is not a cunning strategist, nor does he possess any brilliant schemes within, merely contemplating, throughout the centuries. One can be assured that there will always be wise souls with hearts of justice. If this matter could be resolved, how could such an act that contravenes human sentiment possibly persist? Should a solution exist, it can only lie in the supremacy of force over the Dragon Palace, rendering it hesitant to act rashly. I have come to understand." Mr. Fan chuckled bitterly, observing that your visit today is not for seeking shelter, but rather for the pursuit of cultivation methods. Yet, you appear rather presumptuous, with merely 3 days remaining. How can one hope to sharpen their skills at the last moment? Chapter 18. The Sea of Qi and the Absorption of Spirits. Cultivation is one endeavor, and action another. Should time elapse, Nezha mused that when next he encounters Li Jin, he shall bring along the Qian Kuan Bao and the Zhun Tian arrow, which would undoubtedly instill a sense of confidence. Although, ever since he had clandestinely touched the Qian Kuan Bao, the soldiers patrolling the city ramparts had doubled, and Li Jing had issued orders for heightened vigilance against Nezha to avert any potential calamity. Since then, Nezha has come to understand why the Nezha depicted in the texts exhibited such rebelliousness. After all, children, much like curious kittens, are driven by an insatiable curiosity. The more one tries to restrict them, the more they are inclined to sneak a glance. Mr. Fan stated, "When inspiration strikes, it signifies your aptitude for cultivation. However, if you truly wish to embark on this journey, you must first cultivate the sea of qi behind your waist, to harbor the ethereal energies dispersed throughout the universe for your own use. Practitioners of the Tao employ spells, manipulate formations, wield magical artifacts, and even execute the most fundamental elemental techniques, all of which necessitate the utilization of the celestial energies. The process of opening the sea of qi within your corporeal vessel to accommodate the universal energies marks the second minor stage of true cultivation, the realm of spirit absorption. Please, teach me, sir. Repetitively, this was the sole phrase Nezha had mastered. Mr. Fan, witnessing Nezha prostrated before him, shook his head and chuckled. Even if you could, as before, open your internal sea of qi within a day, how much celestial energy could you possibly contain in such a brief span? Moreover, without profound techniques, even if you were to retain an abundance of celestial energy within you, it would ultimately amount to naught, unless. Unless what? The word unless from Mr. Fan's lips appeared to unveil another path before Nezha. He now merely hoped that, 3 days hence, the only visitor from the Eastern Sea would be the night demon Li Jin, akin to the villainous characters he had observed in television dramas, rather than a multitude of shrimp soldiers and crab generals descending upon him. Unless, Mr. Fan continued, you possess extraordinary fortune and acquire a rare artifact perfected by a venerable predecessor, or perhaps a lethal formation meticulously arranged by an enlightened master. Should you possess such treasures, even those far beyond your cultivation level could be defeated, provided the arrangements are executed properly. Nezha, puzzled by Mr. Fan's seemingly noble character, questioned why he would invoke the notion of killing, as if he had slaughtered many during his years of cultivation. He inquired, do you imply that even if I have just entered the realm of spirit absorption, with only a modicum of celestial energy in my sea of qi, as long as my artifact is potent enough and the formation fierce enough, I might still stand a chance against those of higher realms? If there is no chance of victory, what worth do artifacts hold, and why should cultivators toil to gather rare materials and painstakingly study formation constructs? They might as well discard them into the refuse. Thus, clarity dawned upon Nezha as he nodded, enlightened by this revelation. Though rare, the treasures of cultivation are fortuitously at hand. The golden bracelet on my wrist is the Qinkuan ring, and the crimson ribbon at my waist is the Hantiang ling, both revered treasures guarding the golden light cave of Qinyuan Mountain. Yet, at this moment, the true potency of these artifacts remains unknown to me, leaving me uncertain whether they can withstand the formidable presence of Li Jin from the Dragon Palace. This thought sends a wave of trepidation through Nezha's heart. Mr. Fan, in his fervent discourse on the patterns of magical artifacts, gesticulates animatedly, exuding an air of arrogance. Yet, beneath this facade lies a hint of insecurity. For he too is unfamiliar with the topics he discusses with Nezha. His words may well be mere bravado. The student and teacher traverse topics from the southern to the northern realms, eventually arriving at the methods of cultivating the qi sea to harbor the essence of heaven and earth. The initial stage of cultivation involves the awakening of spiritual perception, where one engages in deep meditation to strengthen the mind. This heightened awareness offers myriad benefits, and the cultivation of the qi sea is among them. When the qi sea is fully connected, spiritual perception can traverse from the crown of the head down the spine, flowing unimpeded through the abdomen to the Yongquan point at the soles of the feet. Furrowing his brow, Nezha interjects, Sir, this morning I noticed a layer of golden light upon my skin. With a mere thought, this light enveloped me, flowing effortlessly throughout my body. How then does one truly gauge the connection of the qi sea? Your explanation leaves me perplexed. Upon hearing this, Mr. Fan scoffs, extending his recently nourished finger toward Nezha's forehead as he retorts, effortless circulation of spiritual perception? Such a notion is naive. There are indeed prodigies born with their qi sea already connected, of which I have heard only one, Yang Jian, disciple of the Jade Ding real man from the Golden Cloud Cave of Yuchuan Mountain, a paragon of genius in the realm of cultivation for centuries. Can you truly compare yourself to him? No sooner had he spoken than a mouthful of tea erupted from his lips, showering Nezha. Mr. Fan, now intrigued, began to probe the vital points throughout Nezha's body and was astonished to discover a robust current of spiritual perception coursing through his limbs. Stunned into silence, he found himself at a loss for words. Nezha, wary of sudden movements, merely flicked the tea leaves from his forehead, silently grateful that Mr. Fan was drinking the stock from Chaoga rather than the infamous fish tea from Chintang Pass, where he would undoubtedly be drenched in a foul odor. Sir? Ahem. Do not call me sir. Such jesting, Mr. Fan retorted, his face flushed and full of vigor moments before, now transformed to one of despondency, akin to a man exiled from his post. After decades of arduous meditation, I find myself eclipsed by your single day's progress. You should call me sir instead. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Mr. Nezha. Hearing Mr. Fan's lament, Nezha could scarcely contain his amusement and offered gentle reassurances. Why such thoughts, sir? You have immersed yourself in the realm of spirit for decades, while I have only just begun to awaken my perception and cultivate my chi. With no trace of the essence of heaven and earth within me, how can I compare myself to you? Yet, Mr. Fan dismissed Nezha's words with a glance, stating, without cultivating the golden elixir, one cannot attain immortality, even if you entered the realm of spirit a century before me. Do you comprehend that the capacity to harbor the essence of heaven and earth is finite? Finite. Indeed, the chi serves as a reflection of one's innate inspiration. Although it bears the character for it is eternally mirrored within the human body. The greater the chi, the more it can encompass the primordial energies of heaven and earth. It is said that those who embark on the path of cultivation are, without exception, the elite among humanity. However, even among cultivators, there exists a disparity in talent. Those of mediocre aptitude may possess a chi no larger than a basin, thus limiting their capacity for celestial energies to a mere bowlful. In contrast, those of exceptional endowment harbor a chi within akin to a tranquil, deep pool, filled to the brim with the energies of the cosmos, inexhaustible and boundless, while others may possess a vast lake. As for the chi within Mr. Fan, upon inquiry by Nezha, Mr. Fan's previously relaxed demeanor shifted once more, and he remarked, "It seems you are probing into matters best left untouched." The gentleman continued, "I shall refrain from further comment. The Wuliang Chongxing Jing can be utilized to refine innate inspiration and hone one's will. However, its application in the accumulation of celestial energies is of no consequence. In truth, the energies of heaven and earth are omnipresent, even ordinary individuals, with each breath, inhale and exhale these energies. At such moments, the practice of breath regulation becomes essential to retain the celestial energies contained within the air." Having learned the breathing technique from Mr. Fan, Nezha took his leave late into the night. Upon returning to his abode, he discovered that Taiyi had just finished her tasks and was now preparing a basin of hot water for foot soaking. Chapter 19. Lady Ine's lack of understanding the room was modest, with peeling walls suggesting a sense of decay. On a square table, painted black, a solitary oil lamp flickered, its wick surrounded by cotton that had been recently twisted and soaked in oil by Taiyu's hands, indicating that the space had likely been uninhabited for some time. The dim light cast shadows upon the basin of clear water, making the two small feet appear as delicate lotus blossoms emerging from mud. Upon Nezha's entry, Taiyi eagerly greeted him, inviting him to bring a stool and join her in soaking their feet. Nezha moved swiftly, and Taiyi inquired if he was hungry, mentioning that she had just fetched 2 rice balls from the kitchen, though they lacked both meat and vegetables, unlike those from home. They engaged in casual conversation for a while, and after drying their feet, they moved the oil lamp closer. Taiyi then retrieved her embroidery needles and thread from a small pouch, singeing them over the fire before handing them to Nezha. "What is this for?" he asked. "To help my sister with a few blisters. I've walked all day, and it's quite painful," she replied. Nezha remained seated, and Taiyi placed her feet upon his lap, exhaling deeply and sighing, "I am utterly exhausted." Leaning back on the bed, Taiyi wore only a form-fitting white garment, her graceful curves radiating an ethereal charm, revealing the tender allure and elegance of youth, which momentarily captivated Nezha. Fortunately, his infatuation lasted but a fleeting moment, and Taiyi, being fatigued, did not perceive anything amiss. Nezha chastised himself for his shameless thoughts, feeling guilty for harboring inappropriate desires towards sister Taiyi, and hastily retrieved the oil lamp from the side to tend to her blisters, a delicate task that required utmost care. After addressing the blisters, he placed the lamp at the bedside, extinguished its flame, and then nestled into the bedding, allowing Taiyi to embrace him. Taiyi has always been fond of Nezha, pressing his small face into her embrace and ruffling his hair with playful abandon. Though the softness enveloped him to the point of near suffocation, he bore it resolutely in silence. Indeed, such tenacity. Fortunately, the oil lamp had extinguished, casting the room into darkness. Otherwise, a glimmer of light would have revealed that Nezha's face had turned as red as a monkey's backside. "Time to sleep," she whispered tenderly, and at last, Nezha's head was liberated from that confining embrace. Taiyi lay beside him, her watery eyes gently closed, her breathing gradually growing steady. Meanwhile, the young lord remained wide awake, unable to find slumber. The fragrant jade pillow that once nestled against his neck had been replaced by Taiyu's fragrant shoulder, bringing an entirely new sensation. Nezha's thoughts flickered between the fearsome visage of the night demon encountered earlier and the image of the great shaman from Liju village, who had been cleaved in two by Ligan and swept away by the sea. However, more prominently in his mind was Tsuyu's rosy, beautiful face and her delicate feet, resembling lotus blossoms. Especially the peculiar sensation and faint scent of powder that lingered from her embrace still wafted into his nostrils. The more he pondered, the more heated he felt. Stealing a glance at the beauty beside him, her face as fragile as porcelain and her form sprawled gracefully. She resembled a wildflower he could pluck at will. At that moment, an anger ignited within him, a surge of rebellious spirit. Yet he lamented that this formidable being had succumbed to temptation, ultimately resigning himself to close his eyes and prepare for sleep. Damn it! Though his emotional age surpassed Tsuyu's by 2 years, his body remained undeveloped. Indeed, he was still but a child. In his profound frustration, Nezha began to practice the breathing technique he had recently acquired, engaging in a vengeful form of cultivation. With closed eyes, he turned inward, his spirit exploring the influx of celestial energy coursing through him until it settled upon a singular point, his own sea of qi. Master Fan had mentioned that among cultivators, those of exceptional talent might behold a vast lake. Nezha, however, could not discern what he was witnessing as it stretched infinitely before him. Unbeknownst to Nezha, he drifted into slumber. The following morning, the scholar's attendant guided an old yellow ox along the narrow path between the fields, while in the open cart sat Master Fan, Nezha, Tsuyu, and a large black dog wagging its tail. As Master Fan opened his eyes, he beheld Nezha seated cross-legged upon the swaying cart, his posture as stable as that of an elderly monk in meditation at a temple. Aware that Nezha was still engaged in his breathing exercises, he refrained from inquiring about the magnitude of the sea of qi he had observed the previous night. Master Fan believed that everyone should harbor some secrets, and not all matters needed to be disclosed to him, even by his own students. Moreover, a significant part of him felt the weight of age. Unable to endure excessive shocks or stimuli, he wished to approach his twilight years without questioning the significance of a life he deemed ordinary. Mr. Fan's aura was merely the size of a basin, while Nezha, contemplating the matter last night, surmised that it might indeed be the deep pool nestled among the mountains. This thought sent a shiver of excitement through him. A talent for cultivation such as Nezha's ought to be exploring the profound truths of the universe alongside reclusive sages in grand mountains and rivers. Yet here he was, not only encountered by Mr. Fan, but also willing to defy tyranny and uphold justice on behalf of the common people. This realization filled Mr. Fan with a sense of fortune and genuine pride for Nezha. Nezha, however, was not burdened by such thoughts. When he resolved to undertake a task, he could easily focus his mind. Upon witnessing the aura, he acknowledged his exceptional talent, yet the pace at which he accumulated celestial energy was painfully slow, akin to droplets of water cascading from a roof. While perseverance is required to wear down stone, the notion of filling a lake or ocean with mere drops seemed utterly fantastical. By the time he returned home, if the celestial energy he had gathered was indeed water, his small hands could easily cradle it all. Mr. Fan and the scholar's servant departed for their meal, leaving Nezha and Tsuyu in a state of unrest, a situation they had anticipated before their arrival. In the main hall, Lady Yin sat upright, her brow slightly furrowed, exuding an air of maternal authority. Nezha knelt in the center of the room, head bowed, yet he felt no worry, for if his mother truly intended to punish him, she would not have placed a cushion beneath his knees during his penance. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of acknowledging the punishment before her. As expected, after a brief silence, Lady Yin spoke. Nezha, do you recognize your mistake? Replying to mother, Nezha acknowledges his fault. And what, pray tell, is your error? It lies in causing mother worry and making sister Tsuyu traverse such a long distance. Is there more? Is there more? Lady Yin's eyes widened as she asserted, my son. Do you not comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you've stirred? In such grave matters, why did you not consult your family? The situation was urgent, mother. Do you not realize that had I delayed, a 5-year-old boy would have been offered to the so-called Sea Dragon King? Upon hearing this, Lady Yin sighed. Ultimately, your father should have been informed first. Now, if he hears of this, even if he loves you dearly, it will take time to quell his anger. At the mention of Li Jing, Nezha's expression grew cold, his voice even icier as he retorted, what does it matter if he knows? As the general of Tang Pass, he stands before the heinous act of harming the common folk, and rather than intervene, he even aids in such tyranny by changing the sacrificial rites from once every 3 months to twice a month. Lady Yin slammed her hand on the table, evidently enraged, prompting Nezha to quickly soothe her. Mother, please calm your anger. Nezha understands his error. In response, Lady Yin sighed once more. Your father has his own burdens. Nezha, unaware of Li Jing's struggles, found himself equally perplexed by Lady Yin's words. She too had urged him to reconsider. But Li Jing consistently expressed that the friend Aoguang from the Dragon Palace had been pressing him repeatedly through letters, leaving him little room to refuse. One may address each other as friends, yet what can be done if this matter remains unanswered? Lady Yin is perplexed. She comprehends that Li Jing values his mundane official position and harbors a distinct aversion to the court's control by the emperor's favored ministers. He is concerned that King Zhou's favoritism towards Daji may lead to the ruin of the state, yet he continues to scour for treasures and cultivate relationships. But does he not realize that should this sacrilegious act reach Chaoga and be reported by those relentless censors and officials who would stand to protect him? Lady Yin remains in the dark. She simply does not understand. Chapter 20. The art of the five elements in the distance. The relentless rumble of thunder echoed as dense, dark clouds loomed ominously on the horizon like a leaden curtain. The sultry air quivered with the impending storm, growing increasingly palpable. Nezha made his way to the study hall. Yet Mr. Fan did not hold class that day. The two sat opposite each other on a mat laid upon the ground. Mr. Fan raised his hand, his wide sleeves cascading down, his fingers silently manipulating the damp air, a contented expression adorning his face. He expounded. Previously, I mentioned that achieving the realm of spirit absorption, though one has yet to embark upon the true path of cultivation and remains but a mortal being, one is already capable of harnessing the celestial and terrestrial energies to wield magical artifacts, utilizing the advantageous timing and location to perform the techniques of the five elements. Do you recall? The student, of course, remembered. Nezha found it surprising. For the teacher had previously stated that cultivation was a long-term endeavor and that focusing on reading and writing was of immediate importance. Yet today, he diverged from that path to discuss the way of cultivation. Mr. Fan, somewhat embarrassed, playfully struck Nezha on the head with a nearby scroll, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Cultivation, reading, eating, sleeping, and even seeking justice or dealing with those who irk you are all forms of cultivation. However, one must first survive. If one is dragged into the underworld by the spectral messengers after death, lost in the cycle of reincarnation, all that effort in cultivation would be rendered void. Thus, if one truly encounters an unavoidable conflict, even if one cannot win, the ability to escape is a skill in itself. The teacher's words were indeed wise. Noticing Nezha's eyes brighten, Mr. Fan rewarded him with another scroll. Nezha inquired why, to which Mr. Fan replied, nothing in particular, merely a desire to strike you again. Ah? Nezha exclaimed, though I am quite understanding of the principles. Having spent a lifetime in Chaoga contending with those treacherous officials and their petty squabbles, I sometimes feel that merely surviving in this world does not necessarily require adherence to reason. Nezha was even more astonished, his eyes widening beyond the expression Mr. Fan had when he first heard Nezha was to become a demon. He declared, what you say, teacher, is truly enlightening. Do not flatter if you cannot praise sincerely, Mr. Fan retorted, prompting the student to fall silent. Now, where were we? We were discussing the necessity of retreating when one cannot prevail in combat. Ahem, nonsense. We were clearly discussing the techniques of the five elements. Perhaps the student misremembered. At this juncture, the two exchanged glances. The tension previously wrought by the impending confrontation with the yaksha dissipating with a clap of thunder, transforming into myriad raindrops that fell upon the stone path outside the study hall, shattering into countless fragments. Mr. Fan chuckled, saying, although I have not yet attained the Tao, my master once imparted to me that among the celestial beings of this world, few possess the prowess for combat, while many excel in the art of retreat. Thus, the five elements escape techniques were born, a skill that every practitioner in the realm of spirit absorption must master. However, this technique cannot be wielded at will. It requires the harmony of time, place, and circumstances. One cannot simply invoke the earth escape while standing upon a stone-paved floor. Nor can one expect to enact water escape in the vast desert with merely 2 sips of clear water. Do you comprehend? Nezha nodded. So? You mean to say that to perform water escape, one must wait for a stormy day like today, utilizing the rain to ascend and transform into a dragon? Not quite, Mr. Fan replied. Indeed, today is an opportune time for water escape, yet if one finds oneself near a great river or lake, one can harness the immense vital energy inherent in nature to successfully execute the technique. With that, Mr. Fan began to teach Nezha the incantations of the 5 elements escape techniques, explaining how to channel vital energy within. He then extended his right hand, gently pinching his thumb and forefinger together, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. With azure waters as my veil, I shall move unseen as waves surge forth, nourishing all in silence. Behold, Nezha watched as Mr. Fan's sleeves danced before him, causing the air in the study to tremble and the pillars to shudder in unison. A torrent of water surged into the room, enveloping Mr. Fan entirely. The water dragon roiled, vanishing from sight, as flowing waves protected him, traversing vast distances in an instant. Suddenly, the torrent broke through the rain's curtain, rushing eastward toward the sea. Nezha, astonished, took 2 steps forward to witness it, only to see another wave of water surging into the room. He leapt aside just in time to avoid being drenched. Upon closer inspection, he found a drenching figure standing in the study. Oh, it was Mr. Fan, though his demeanor remained calm and composed, exuding an air of an otherworldly sage manifesting in the mundane realm. His hair, eyebrows, and even his frequently washed azure robe were all dripping wet, resembling one just pulled from a river. Mr. Fan unhurriedly retrieved a dry towel from his bookcase to dry his face, while stating, with the 5 elements escape techniques, one can traverse 1,000 miles in a day, exploring renowned mountains and rivers. This is why many practitioners, despite being mere spirit absorbers, are regarded by ordinary mortals as divine beings. Now do give it a try. Upon finishing his words, Mr. Fan produced a set of clean garments from his bookcase. Nezha, noticing this, thought to himself, "Ah, this old man is quite prepared, while I have no spare clothes." Mr. Fan, having perceived Nezha's thoughts, extended his hand, summoning a scroll that promptly struck Nezha on the head. Reluctantly, Nezha stood before the heavy curtain of rain, his eyes wide as he gazed through it. He gradually recalled Mr. Fan's previous actions, his inspiration deepening. As he silently recited the incantation, he began to channel the accumulated vital energy within him. That small pool of clear water in his palms suddenly began to bubble, flowing with his intent. Once more, he glimpsed the extraordinary realm invisible to ordinary mortals, a world uniquely belonging to practitioners. The essence of the heavens and earth manifested before him in a distinctive manner. Nestled beneath the folds of his robe and suspended in the delicate space between his fingertips and a droplet of rain, Nezha stared blankly at his slightly trembling fingers, observing the slender gap between the pad of his index finger and the droplet cascading from the eaves above, sensing the restrained warmth emanating from within. He understood that this was a tangible manifestation of the celestial energy within him. His mind was a void. The void was not empty. In the next instant, the raindrop burst forth, not forming a swirling torrent nor ascending majestically to the heavens. Nezha was taken aback, uncertain where the error lay. At that moment, Mr. Fan, who had been anxiously sweating, breathed a sigh of relief, approached Nezha, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Cultivation is not achieved overnight. The path requires repeated practice to grasp its essence accurately. When true understanding is attained, it will arise naturally." The raindrops before him transformed into lines, cascading down like a flowing white silk. Nezha stood in the study, persistently practicing, yet suddenly his mind wandered back to the night he encountered Master Taiyi. In the small pond of his yard, the master plucked a droplet from a lotus leaf, flicking it with his finger to unleash a mist that spiraled upwards into the azure sky, exuding such grace and ease. Reflecting upon it, was that not akin to the art of water escape? Just as he pondered, the droplet on his fingertip erupted once more, sending forth an almost imperceptible mist. Mr. Fan chuckled and shook his head, lifting a celadone teacup from the table and taking a large gulp of the prepared fish tea, only to widen his eyes in shock and expel it entirely. Fortunately, this time, the fish tea did not land on Nezha. The 7-year-old figure took a step forward, disappearing into the mist, reappearing 2 zhang above the rooftop. Chapter 21. The Bone Cave. Humanity has never lacked a yearning for flight. To free the body from the shackles of gravity, soaring through the skies, transcending oceans and mountains. In Nezha's gradually fading memories, in a world devoid of deities and demons, yet still vibrant, his ancestors toiled to create airships and airplanes. Yet now, as he floated in midair, enveloped by a torrential downpour that infused the celestial energy into his water escape technique, a thought crossed his mind, and he ascended several more zhang. He had no time to revel in joy. Squinting, his trembling fingers struggled to form a fist, his lips quivered to utter something, yet no sound emerged. Suspended over 10 zhang above the ground, with nothing beneath him but the stone-paved courtyard, a sudden fall could result in broken bones. However, after a while of floundering in midair, Nezha discovered that flying felt dreamlike. He could go wherever he wished, and gradually, fear dissipated. The heavy rain poured down, Yet the layer of celestial energy enveloping him entirely shielded him from the deluge. It was evident that his execution of the water escape technique differed from Mr. Fan's. At least for now, he found no need to change his clothes. As Nezha inhaled deeply, he propelled himself eastward, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the edge of the vast ocean. Behind him, the rain danced and swayed, while before him, the sea lay tranquil and serene. Such was the nature of Tang Pass. Despite the heavy rains and fierce winds, they often arrived abruptly and departed just as swiftly, frequently resulting in the peculiar phenomenon of rain in the east and sunshine in the west of the city on days like today. Nezha quickly validated Mr. Fan's assertion regarding the East Sea, which indeed represented the largest expanse of water in the world, teeming with immeasurable celestial energy. Even under the sun's glare, Nezha navigated through the waters with remarkable ease. He soared across the ocean's surface like a great bird, swiftly outpacing flocks of seagulls and startling schools of fish that skimmed just beneath the water's surface. He marveled at the crashing waves, the ebb and flow of the tides, the undulating surface of the sea, and the shimmering sunlight's dance. Filled with exhilaration, Nezha's heart raced as he let out a jubilant roar, proclaiming, "I am the king of the world." His voice echoed into the void, unheard by any soul. Unlike the ill-fated Titanic, which met its demise against an iceberg, there was no foreign beauty, like the enchanting Melisande, to share in his fervor or to cheer him on. Yet, in Nezha's eyes, the celestial energy he commanded was, without a doubt, the most exquisite beauty in existence. Venturing far and flying low above the ocean, Nezha caught sight of a towering wall of waves approaching in the distance. In the past, he would have easily evaded such an obstacle with a mere thought and a flicker of movement. However, overwhelmed by the unprecedented sensation of soaring through the skies, he found himself in an indescribable state of inspiration, prompting him to act upon his instincts. The celestial energy within him naturally flowed to his right wrist, causing the simple golden bracelet he had worn for 7 years to suddenly glow, expanding to the size of a basin and breaking free from his grasp. The Qianquan circle soared forth, yet Nezha sensed an undeniable connection between himself and the circle, a bond forged from the celestial energy coursing through his being. The Qianquan circle sliced through the waves, performing a grand arc in the air before returning to Nezha's hand. With the circle now in his grasp, the energy surged, and he felt the indomitable vibrations of the artifact, leaving him in awe. Although he possessed immense strength, he was acutely aware that this was a world of deities. Just recently, while wandering the city walls of Tang Pass, he had heard numerous tales about the extraordinary beings of the Shang dynasty from the mouth of Captain Zhou Quan. The power revealed within the Qianquan circle was truly formidable, capable of altering the very fabric of existence and summoning storms that no mortal could withstand. After reveling in the exhilaration of flight, Nezha found himself reluctant to return, as if his body had transformed into that of a child, rejuvenating his spirit. After exploring the ocean, he sought the mountains, and before he knew it, he stood amidst a landscape of towering peaks shrouded in mist. Peering intently, Nezha noticed a brilliant golden light emanating from the depths of the forested mountains, igniting a spark of inspiration within him. He soared forward and descended, discovering a vast stone terrace nestled among the woods. The terrace was expansive, adorned with a mirror-like pond, cascading waterfalls, vibrant wildflowers, sprawling patches of grass, and towering ancient trees. Amidst the ancient trees, myriad birds build their nests, while an array of vibrant little creatures scurry through the forest, foraging for wild fruits and grazing on the verdant leaves, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairyland. Nezha, entranced by the beauty, suddenly hears a voice ringing in his ears. "Who dares to spy upon the dwelling of your grandmother?" As these words echo, the birds take flight, and all sounds that once filled the mountains fade into an unfathomable silence, instilling in Nezha an unprecedented fear, making him question if the reprimand he heard was but a figment of his imagination. Yet upon reflection, in such a divine realm, it is not inconceivable that one or two transcendent beings might reside here, perhaps even Taoist immortals. He had been so carefree in his arrival that he neglected to discern the nature of this sacred place. Summoning his courage, Nezha gazes towards the center of this enchanted site and spots a cave nestled in the cliffside near a stone platform, above which lies a stone inscription bearing 3 blood-red characters, Bone Cave. This is indeed Skull Mountain, Stone Chi, based solely on the tales from his past life. Nezha could not ascertain the character of the practitioner residing in Stone Chi's abode. However, as long as she was not a violent and bloodthirsty individual eager to engage in conflict, they could potentially become friends. After all, whether in cultivation or in life, it is far better to have an ally than an adversary. With a bow, he performed the gesture of a junior paying respects and proclaimed loudly, "I am Nezha, the son of Li Jing from Qintang Pass, a disciple of the esteemed Taiyi Zhenren of the Golden Light Cave on Qinyuan Mountain. I chanced upon this place and, mesmerized by the celestial beauty, lost my composure and inadvertently disturbed you, esteemed elder. I am truly deserving of death." After his declaration, silence enveloped the air, leaving Nezha suspended mid-air with his hands clasped, as he pondered the memories of Stone Chi from his previous life. The records of the investiture of the god state. Stone Chi was originally a stubborn rock, born beyond the realms of heaven and earth. Through the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, it absorbed the essence of the universe and refined itself over millennia, achieving enlightenment. However, upon Nezha's emergence, who shot and killed Stone Chi's disciple from the city walls and caused havoc in Bone Cave, Stone Chi sought vengeance, pursuing Nezha to the Golden Light Cave, only to be subdued by Taiyi Zhenren's magical artifact, the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Cover, and ultimately perished in the flames of the three flavors true fire. Lost in thought, Nezha suddenly observes a youthful boy, clad in a verdant Taoist robe and appearing around 11 or 12 years of age, emerging from the cave. The boy waves at him, beckoning him to descend and converse. Displaying remarkable audacity, Nezha, upon the boy's invitation, dispels his water evasion technique and leaps onto the stone platform, bounding with enthusiasm towards the boy in the green robe. The boy, with delicate features and a fair complexion, adorned with a vermilion dot on his brow, radiates a warm golden glow that envelopes his youthful form, exuding an aura of spiritual vitality. Upon their meeting, Nezha bows once more and greets him with a smile. "Greetings, fellow Taoist." The boy, initially taken aback by Nezha's youthfulness, stumbles through his response. "You are too kind. I am Biyun, a disciple of the Lady Stone Chi from Bone Cave in Skull Mountain. You must be Nezha?" "Indeed, I am Nezha," he replies. "How splendid." As the youthful Biyun listened to Nezha's response, her face radiated unrestrained joy. Yet, sensing the inappropriateness of such casualness in the presence of others, she quickly composed herself, cleared her throat, and said with a serious demeanor, "Ahem, please follow me. My lady invites you into the cave." Chapter 22. Lady Shurji Nezha, observing Biyun's retreating figure, felt an increasing astonishment, for this individual was none other than the Biyun child who was originally meant to be struck down by his arrow. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, I have undergone 9 years of compulsory education, fostering civility and decorum. Not only do I refrain from shooting arrows recklessly, but I would also never engage in such reckless behavior as throwing objects from heights. Otherwise, my dear fellow, your life would indeed be in jeopardy, subject to calamities for no reason." As they traversed the stone cave, Nezha was filled with curiosity. Outside the cave, exotic beasts, rare flowers, and peculiar herbs abounded, yet within, the decor was remarkably austere. The cave walls were meticulously smoothed, and every 10 paces, a fist-sized, azure gemstone was embedded in the ceiling to provide illumination. Despite the sweltering summer heat, a refreshing breeze wafted through the cave. After walking several dozen steps, they encountered another youth, resembling Biyun to a great extent, though appearing 2 years older. With slender, elegant brows perpetually furrowed, he clearly embodied a practitioner of Taoism, yet his demeanor and movements resembled those of a timid, henpecked bride. Upon their first meeting, he frowned and exclaimed, "Why are you so slow? If master becomes anxious waiting, you shall face the consequences. Senior brother Kaiyun, this is not my fault. The cave is so deep. I fear disturbing master's cultivation and cannot rush, hence it takes time," Biyun replied, her face adorned with a look of grievance. However, Kaiyun merely coldly retorted, "You talk too much," prompting Biyun to bow her head in acknowledgement of fault. Recognizing Kaiyun, Nezha took a closer look and mused, "You, dear fellow, are fortunate to encounter someone like me, a top 10 exemplary youth in the nation. Otherwise, you too might have narrowly escaped a grave fate under the cosmic circle." "What are you staring at?" Kaiyun snapped. "Staring at how handsome you are, dear fellow," Nezha quipped, a hint of mischief in his tone. Sayun's fair visage flushed crimson, and in a cold voice, he retorted, "Flattery will get you nowhere. You deserve a reprimand. Should you meet master and continue in such an unseemly manner, you shall face the consequences." With this incessant talk of consequences, Nezha couldn't help but internally scoff, thinking to himself that after spending some time here, not only was there no fruit platter, but even a glimpse of fruit was nowhere to be found. "Thank you for the reminder, dear fellow. When I meet the lady, I shall be most earnest and will not partake in her fruits," he replied with a smile. Kaiyun, accustomed to solitary cultivation in the mountains, was unaccustomed to banter. After being retorted by Nezha, He opened his mouth to counter, but found no words, ultimately swallowing his pride and growing frustrated with himself. As they ventured deeper, the space expanded further, revealing an astonishing scene. After turning a corner, they beheld a magnificent sight. The entire mountain's belly had been hollowed out, the ceiling adorned with a multitude of gemstones resembling a starry sky, while beneath their feet lay a void, save for a narrow 2-foot-wide path leading to a suspended stone platform in the heart of the mountain. On the central chair of the stone platform sat a serene figure, eyes gently closed. From a distance, Nezha beheld the Lady Shurji, adorned with a fish-tailed golden crown, clad in a resplendent red garment with the bagua pattern, and wearing hemp shoes tied with silken cords. To her left stood a majestic green phoenix, while to her right hung the illustrious Taiyi sword, her entire being enveloped in a crimson golden glow. Though she possessed the physique of a graceful woman, she exuded an aura akin to a towering mountain, steadfast in her presence. Upon first encountering Shurji, Nezha grasped the true visage of formidable cultivators in this world. Even the fierce knight demon Li Jin seemed but a mere fowl in the presence of such grandeur. Kaiyun remarked, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and pay your respects to the lady." Nezha turned to glance at the strikingly beautiful young disciple, who shot him a fierce glare, leaving him perplexed as to what had provoked such animosity. He retorted, "Why the hostility? Your master summoned me as a guest. Is this how guests are treated in the realm of the Skull Mountain and Bone Cave? Just wait. I shall report your behavior to Lady Shurji." With that, Nezha dashed away, leaving Kaiyun frustrated, stomping his feet in exasperation. Although the stone path was long, Nezha quickly traversed it and approached Shurji. Bowing his head, he spoke. "I am Nezha, the son of Li Jing from Chintang Pass, here to pay my respects to Lady Shurji." Only then did Shurji open her eyes, their cold depths resembling two gray gemstones. With a subtle arch of her crescent-shaped brows, she inquired, "What was the commotion between you and Kaiyun at the stone path?" Nezha replied, "In truth, there was no quarrel. Brother Kaiyun was merely instructing me on how to address you properly, fearing that I might be disrespectful and incur your displeasure." Naturally, Nezha had no intention of reporting Kaiyun's minor grievances. He was not so petty as to sow discord over trivial matters in another's domain. "You speak quite eloquently. How fares your father?" Shurji's tone bore no trace of reproach. Nezha was taken aback by her sudden mention of Li Jing and responded candidly, "My father remains well, though he has been busy training troops at Wild Horse Ridge lately, leaving little time for leisure." "How could you, residing in the mountains, be acquainted with my father?" Their acquaintance was minimal. Years ago, Li Jing had sought the guidance of the Taoist master of Zikanlan, yet alas, his aspirations for immortality were unfulfilled. I had urged him to descend to the mortal realm to seek wealth and honor, but now, as neighbors who once shared a bond, it seems that connection has faded. Nezha perceived the dissatisfaction in Shurji's words and felt a cold sweat break out, thinking to himself, "Li Jing, your misdeeds are your own, yet here I am, forced to clean up after you." He continued, "Indeed, lady, you have been most gracious to Li Jing. It is inexcusable for him to neglect visiting you. However, he serves the court and is burdened with affairs of state, weary from his duties. Recently, he has been troubled by disturbances from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, prompting him to retreat to Wild Horse Ridge. You, Nezha, with your sharp tongue, did you not just mention Li Jing training troops at Wild Horse Ridge? How does he now seem overwhelmed by the disturbances from the East Sea Dragon Palace? Speak further at your peril." Nezha noticed that while Shurji had previously engaged in light banter, her demeanor now shifted to one of genuine ire, her brows knitting together, casting a foreboding atmosphere that instilled fear in those present. He hurriedly responded, suggesting that while the ostensible purpose was to drill the troops, it was highly probable that he had taken his favored concubine and personal guards to the woods for a hunt, leaving behind a chaotic mess for the common folk, victimized by the East Sea Dragon Palace. Upon hearing Nezha mention the East Sea Dragon Palace, his teeth gnashed in frustration. Shurji inquired, "What brings this about? Your Highness, allow me to elaborate." Nezha recounted the events concerning the East Sea Dragon Palace, embellishing the tale with fervor, hoping that Shurji would prove to be a deity who detests evil and might lend assistance against such malevolence. Even if not, given her previous demeanor and her relationship with Li Jing, he surmised she would not make things difficult for him. Upon hearing Nezha's account, Shurji displayed little outward reaction, though she appeared somewhat astonished, remarking, "Earlier, you mentioned being a disciple of the celestial master of the Golden Light Cave on Qinyuan Mountain. I see you wield the Qinkuan Circle and the Misting Silk, which are indeed treasures of the Golden Light Cave. Thus, your words cannot be entirely false. However, as a practitioner of the way, why should the lives of a few mortals weigh heavily on your conscience?" Nezha did not grasp Shurji's implication. He was not Peter Parker and did not subscribe to the notion that greater power entailed greater responsibility. His actions stemmed solely from a personal disdain for the Dragon Palace's behavior, compelling him to intervene. What a reckless approach to meddling. Such a disregard for consequences does not reflect the teachings of the Celestial sect, but rather resembles that of my own sect. Nezha, oblivious to the distinctions between the Celestial and the intercepting sects, noticed a shift in Shurji's demeanor and hastily adopted a victimized tone, lamenting, "Yet, Nezha is merely a 7-year-old child, feeble and vulnerable, fearing that he cannot contend against the vast forces of the East Sea Dragon Palace." Chapter 23. The Art of Falling Treasures. Lady Shurji discerned Nezha's trepidation and chuckled derisively, mocking, "Who would have thought that Li Jing, such a fussy and indifferent man, could father a son with such a delicate mind? Faced with formidable foes, instead of seeking help from your master, you turn to me. Does this diminutive dragon palace truly rival the might of the Celestial sect?" Nezha himself was unsure why he felt such aversion towards the Celestial master. This inexplicable sense of impending crisis intensified after he entered the realm of spiritual insight. Mr. Fan had stated that practitioners harness spiritual insight to manipulate the world. Those who delve into geomancy and yin-yang studies possess profound spiritual insight, using tortoiseshells and yin-yang principles to explore the celestial path, understanding both past and future. Nezha believed that since he had embarked on the path of cultivation, destined to transcend the mundane, he must respect his own spiritual insights. He candidly expressed, "My intuition warns me that seeking my master regarding this matter is ill-advised." Shurji was taken aback, then quickly composed her expression, casting a discerning glance at Nezha. As her celestial vision opened, she examined him thoroughly, astonished, and remarked, "Indeed, you possess the makings of a fine cultivator. However, from your words, what I sense is not the essence of the Tao, but rather a rebellious spirit. Very well, the affairs of the Celestial sect do not concern me. Only when true chaos arises will it become interesting." Nezha realized that Shurji was utterly indifferent to his plight, solely eager to watch the unfolding drama of the Celestial sect. Yet, if she wished to witness such amusement, she ought to contribute in some manner. As Shurji gazed upon Nezha, she scoffed, "Do not stare at me, you mischievous fiend. If I were to impart my teachings upon you, and you were to unleash a catastrophic disaster in the future, would not others seek to hold me accountable?" Nezha, upon hearing this, chuckled and replied, "It suffices for me to receive but a modicum of your teachings, for I am open to all that you may offer. Your words leave me uncertain as to whether I should deem you greedy or not." Though Shurji spoke thusly, her heart had already been swayed, and she pondered what knowledge to bestow upon Nezha. While Nezha claimed that any basic spell would suffice, Shurji, proud and lofty, feared that sharing mere rudimentary magic might tarnish her esteemed reputation. Yet, her earlier words to Nezha were not mere flattery. In the blink of an eye, Shurji had devised a plan and declared, "Since your desire for knowledge is fervent, I shall impart to you a technique of my teachings known as the treasure drop spell. When you recite the incantation, regardless of the magical artifacts or weapons your opponent wields, simply point your finger and exclaim, 'This item shall not fall. What more do you await?' And you shall seize their weapon or treasure. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Nezha was elated and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed lady, for bestowing this spell upon me." With the knowledge acquired, he was eager to depart, lest he disturb her tranquil meditation. Noticing Shurji's direct dismissal of him, Nezha felt it inappropriate to linger further and withdrew respectfully. Upon entering the cave, he observed the two disciples, Biyun and Kaiyun, standing with flower baskets in hand. Biyun, upon seeing him, straightened up, instantly shedding her previous lethargy and adopting the demeanor of a reclusive sage. In contrast, Kaiyun huffed disdainfully, rolling her eyes, showing no inclination to offer him a warm reception. Amused by their reactions, Nezha teased, "Look, I had a delightful conversation with your master, yet I missed out on tasting your White Bone Cave's specialty fruits. What a pity." Kaiyun, her teeth grinding audibly, retorted in a hushed tone, "If you truly have the courage to taste them, I shall take you there right now." Amused by her anger, Nezha feigned nonchalance, saying, "I have matters to attend to and must hurry back. Alas, I fear I shall miss the chance. Lady Shurji just mentioned that one of you should escort me out. Who among you is the chosen one? You. Do not overstep your bounds. Do you dare disregard your master's command?" With a single remark, Nezha had seized upon Sayun's weakness. He observed Biyun tugging at Sayun's sleeve, whispering something in her ear. Although Sayun's face turned pale with fury, her rage simmering, she silently escorted Nezha to the exit. Upon reaching the stone platform, Nezha turned back and said, "The heavens are vast and the road long. May we meet again, kind brother." Kaiyun, gritting her teeth, shot back, "I hope we never meet again." Nezha, bemused by her fiery temperament, could not resist adding fuel to the fire as he playfully patted her backside, exclaiming, "I shall take my leave." With that, Nezha soared skyward upon his wooden steed, leaving Kaiyun momentarily stunned. Her face flushed with indignation. She erupted into a scream that echoed across the mountains and startled the flocks of birds above. "I will kill you." Nezha soared through the skies, listening to the echoes of the valley behind him, still unable to comprehend how, as a practitioner of the Tao, the youthful Kai Cloud boy could turn a mere jest among children into a matter of deep enmity. Unbeknownst to him, despite Kai Cloud boy's appearance as a youthful acolyte, she was in truth a young Taoist maiden of 18 summers, having taken Shurji as her master. But let us set this aside for now. Beneath him, the mountains were adorned with blooming trees, retreating swiftly as sunlight danced upon the cascading waterfall, shattering into countless fragments as it plunged into the ravine. This untouched woodland realm appeared so pristine and enchanting. As Nezha traversed the air, the vital essence of the earth utilized for his wood escape technique began to wane. Fortunately, he sensed the air ahead growing increasingly humid, prompting him to swiftly convert his wood escape into a water escape. In the blink of an eye, he traveled over 100 miles, returning to the study hall. The sun had yet to reach its zenith, and within the hall, apart from Nezha, only Mr. Fan remained. However, upon observing Mr. Fan's countenance, Nezha discerned that the delightful fruits he had missed at the hands of Lady Shurji would likely not escape him here. Nezha clasped his hands and greeted, "Greetings, sir. This is my first attempt at the 5 elements escape technique, and I was momentarily overcome." To Nezha's surprise, although Mr. Fan's expression was grim, he did not display anger. Noticing the cleanliness of Nezha's attire after his extended absence, Mr. Fan sighed and inquired, "Where have you ventured during this time?" Nezha replied truthfully, and upon hearing that there was indeed a Lady Shurji upon the nearby skeleton mountain, Mr. Fan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You are indeed favored by fortune, encountering a solitary practitioner of the GS sect in the wild. Not only did you preserve your life, but you also gleaned spells from them. Remarkable, truly remarkable. This spell is known as the falling treasure technique. If Master wishes to see it, I shall demonstrate." Nezha declared eagerly. However, Mr. Fan halted him, saying, "Hold on. They have imparted their techniques to you, yet they have not granted permission for you to share them freely. Keep them close to your heart. Otherwise, should they take offense, you would create an enemy for no reason. Is there such a saying?" Nezha inquired. Mr. Fan spoke earnestly. "It is better to be cautious than to take unnecessary risks. The path of cultivation has innumerable routes, but the ultimate destination is immortality. To achieve it, one must tread with care." Nezha chuckled wryly. "Your words echo those of Lady Shurji, yet if that is the case, I should not have offended the Dragon Palace. Nor should you have openly criticized the King Zhou and Daji." Mr. Fan shook his head. "You and I are fundamentally different." "In what way?" Nezha questioned. Mr. Fan shot him a disdainful glance and replied, "For me, the golden elixir is but a distant dream, destined to elude me. Therefore, in my endeavors, I seek the law as it pleases my heart. As for you, did you not claim to be a great demon, reveling freely in the world? As a great demon, it is well known that none have lived long." Nezha was amused by these words, thinking to himself, "Ah, dear sir, I harbor no intention of opposing the great fortune of immortality. However, if one were to attain the golden elixir and glimpse the prospect of eternal life, witnessing the foolishness of King Zhou and the calamity brought about by Daji, would you truly be able to turn a blind eye, given your temperament? I fear not. Yet, who can ascertain the truth of what is not present?" Nezha refrained from voicing his doubts, only expressing his sentiments. "The road ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge tirelessly." Upon hearing this, Mr. Fan gently stroked his beard, remarking, "That phrase, 'the road ahead is long and arduous,' indeed possesses a certain profundity." Chapter 24. Heaven does not claim me, yet I am taken in. The atmosphere at home was far from pleasant. To Lady Yin, it seemed Nezha had once again stirred trouble, and she was in a quandary about whether to inform her equally troublesome husband. However, with the rain pouring down, it was too late to notify Li Jing at Wild Horse Ridge, thus dispelling that thought. She instructed Taiyi to accompany her, holding an oil paper umbrella as they made their way to the Buddhist hall. A few years prior, a bald figure, rumored to be a wandering sage from the western lands, had come to preach, and after that, a new Buddhist hall was erected alongside the 13 temples of deities. Lady Yin, possessing a kind heart, preferred the teachings of Buddhism over those of other deities, and therefore she often visited to pray for Nezha's blessings. However, just as they reached the halfway point, a sudden gust of wind swept in, bringing the rain and thunder with it. No matter how well Taiyi held the paper umbrella, Lady Yin found her clothes drenched, and the incense candles meant for worship were thoroughly soaked as well. Seeing this, a sense of foreboding weighed heavy on Lady Yin's heart. She opened her mouth to speak, but uttered not a word, only letting out a sigh as she kept her head down and continued toward the hall. It was Taiyi, perceptive and caring, who sensed Lady Yin's distress, offering reassurance. "Madam, do not dwell on such thoughts. If the candles are wet, I shall fetch more from the storeroom." As for the third young master, he was born under extraordinary signs, adorned with a golden bracelet and a red silk sash. Recently, when his intellect began to awaken, a mountain immortal sought him as a disciple. He is surely not a person of misfortune, as the saying goes. A fortunate person has divine protection. Nothing ill shall befall him. One can only hope. With Taiyu's comforting words, Lady Yin's heart felt somewhat relieved. Meanwhile, Nezha, having missed lunch, wandered into the kitchen, grabbing a steamer of buns. Snatching a couple of rice balls and slicing 4 ounces of pork head meat from the chef's hidden stash, intending to satiate himself before meditating to replenish the depleting celestial energy within him. Yet, just as he entered his room and had not yet settled down, he sensed something amiss. The rosy hue of his face gradually faded, and he suppressed his voice to demand, "Who is hiding under the bed? Come out." Such occurrences of someone lurking beneath the bed were typically reserved for horror films Nezha had watched in his past life and some melodramatic family dramas. He had never encountered such a situation in reality. Curiosity overrode any sense of tension. Upon speaking, a diminutive shadow crawled out from beneath the bed, clad in a pink layered silk dress, with a cherubic face that was rosy and plump. Most striking were her twinkling, bright eyes, which instantly revealed her identity to Nezha. "Luju, what are you still doing here?" With a flicker of her emerald eyes, Green Pearl immediately displayed a hint of grievance. Her voice tinged with a faint sob as she said, "Sister Hongfei told me to wait here first," and then she disappeared. Upon finishing her words, her gaze settled upon the food box that Nezha had just placed on the table, although she had yet to see what lay within. The subtle aroma wafting from it stirred the hunger pangs in her belly, which had long been neglected. Nezha chuckled, "Sister Hongfei is as scatterbrained as ever. Do not take it to heart. There are many matters she must attend to in the manor." Green Pearl replied with a soft nodding slowly as she cast a tentative glance at Nezha. Nezha continued, "If you are hungry, feel free to eat. There is no need to feign such a pitiful expression. While it may work on others, it is unnecessary with me." Though Green Pearl did not grasp the deeper meaning behind Nezha's words, she heard the invitation to eat and promptly rushed over, eagerly retrieving a plate from the food box and devouring the contents voraciously. Observing this, a smile involuntarily graced Nezha's face. After all, one must be well-fed and warmly clothed before delving into profound truths. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that life is fleeting, and perhaps some truths were best left unexamined. He patiently waited for Green Pearl to satiate her hunger, noting that there was still a considerable amount of food left on the table. Only after she had finished did Nezha begin to clean up the remnants, swiftly consuming everything in sight. "It is getting late. I shall call for the household staff to arrange a guest room for you. Tomorrow at dawn, I will have a guard escort you back to Liju village." Upon hearing that she would be returning to the village the next day, the young girl's face turned ashen, and this time, her tears flowed freely, one by one, like pearls rolling down. "Brother Nezha, I don't want to go back. I fear the Yiksha. I fear the Great Witch. I do not want to die. I want to live. Please don't send me back." Nezha, having learned from his past life not to be swayed by a woman's tears, found himself somewhat at a loss in the face of this little girl's distress. He hurriedly searched for a clean handkerchief, squatted beside Green Pearl, and gently wiped her face while soothing her. "Be good, Green Pearl. Do not cry. This meal is hardly a farewell feast. The Great Witch from your village, he has committed countless evils and will surely face divine retribution. He is already dead. As for the Yiksha, with Brother Nezha here, should he dare to provoke, he will surely reap the consequences." "Really?" Green Pearl gazed at him with wide, round eyes. And upon hearing that the Great Witch was dead, her tears finally began to cease. "Really?" Yet, still apprehensive, she asked, "But what if the heavens do not take the Yiksha?" "If the heavens do not, I shall take care of it myself. Then, may I come to visit Brother Nezha again?" As she spoke, her gaze instinctively darted toward the food box on the table. The ingredients there were not particularly rare, yet the preparation was undeniably intricate and refined, each bite a delicacy that Green Pearl had never before experienced. Nezha discerned the subtle thoughts of Green Pearl at a glance. He gently ruffled her hair, his smile widening in delight. Indeed, you are quite the little glutton. In the future, if you find yourself craving something, simply come to my residence and mention my name. I assure you, there will be an abundance of delectable treats. Brother Nezha is truly wonderful. As he beheld Green Pearl's radiant smile and listened to her sweet, melodious voice, the sky began to darken. Nezha lit an oil lamp, his heart filled with profound reflections. He pondered curiously what would have transpired had he not arrived in this world. What would become of the people he encountered? Green Pearl, Biyun, Kaiyun, Shurji, and Mr. Fan. What sort of person was the original Nezha? In the tales, he engaged in fierce battles with the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Was it truly merely a result of youthful ignorance and playfulness? Thousands of miles away from Tang Pass, a chain of majestic mountains rose. With low-hanging clouds and a vast sky, a few celestial cranes soared through the colorful mist at the mountainside. An enlightened monkey plucked a glowing red fruit, swinging amidst countless ancient trees. Hot on its heels were several wolves, tigers, and leopards. Such extraordinary sights, however, were not deemed unusual amidst these mountains. The ethereal energy in this realm was significantly more potent than that of the outside world. Within the mountains lay a blessed cave, where the vitality was even more concentrated than elsewhere in the region. At the entrance of this cave stood a stone tablet inscribed with the characters, Qian Yuan Mountain. Golden Light Cave. Chapter 25. Spirit Pearl. Taiyi Zhenren felt that Nezha's affair should remain concealed. However, this did not quell the turmoil within him. After all, the sudden emergence of a being not bound by the 5 elements or the hexagrams, transcending the heavenly laws, could not be perceived as fortuitous from the perspective of a disciple of the teaching. He examined the letter sent by Taiyi Zhenren, raising an eyebrow as the anxiety that had been akin to a heart scorched by flames began to ease. It seemed he had overthought the matter. The heavenly order would follow its own principles, and even without his intervention, it would evolve toward its destined form. Yet, Taiyi Zhenren realized, living within this heavenly order, his words, actions, and thoughts were inherently aligned with it, as it was his fate to be so. A deviation from the heavenly order was no trivial matter. He had initially worried about how to explain Nezha's antics to the Great Lord and the Ancestral Master, even devising a series of countermeasures. Now, it appeared that there was no need for him to intervene. Nezha was already charting his own course. Ah, Nezha, create as much chaos as you wish. The greater the uproar, the better. When the time comes and it becomes unmanageable, it will be my turn to restore order and rectify the situation. Taiyi Zhenren felt a sense of exhilaration. Yet the young disciple who had just entered bore an expression of discontent and agitation. Taiyi Zhenren glanced down and saw that this disciple, approximately 6 or 7 years old, was clad in vibrant red attire, his countenance as exquisite as jade. A vivid flame mark adorned his brow, and his eyes sparkled like the stars. Clutching an iron spear, he radiated an aura of fierce determination. A single glance confirmed Taiyi Zhenren's conclusion. The boy's malevolence was too pronounced and required refinement. He gently closed his eyes and slowly spoke. Ling Zhuzai, having descended to this world, why do you not heed your master's command and diligently practice your spear techniques? Instead, you frequently come to me. What is the meaning of this? In response, the disciple declared, Master, I am unconvinced. What is it that you find unjust? If I were to acquire the physical form of Nezha from Tang Pass, with a body sanctified from birth to assist my cultivation, would I be languishing in the realm of spirit accumulation after years of arduous practice? Instead, why not send me down the mountain to capture Nezha, shatter his soul, and seize his body? I would surely attain the golden elixir swiftly. Ling Zhuzai's words were resolute, brimming with vigor, completely oblivious to the darkening expression on Taiyi Zhenren's face. The esteemed master sighed deeply, contemplating the tumultuous temperament of Ling Zhuzai. To envision such a volatile nature aiding in the grand endeavor of deification seemed a distant dream, necessitating countless trials and tribulations. He simply said, do not lose heart. For cultivators, attaining the golden elixir is inherently challenging, reliant more on enlightenment and opportunity than innate talent. Moreover, regarding talent, the physical vessel I have procured for you still possesses 3 pieces of harmonious spiritual bone, far exceeding the mundane. Not inferior to Nezha in any significant regard, yet it is still inferior. Ling Zhuzai retorted defiantly. In his view, Nezha's corporeal form rightfully belonged to him. Anything less, regardless of its merits, was still a deficiency. Even as Taiyi Zhenren imparted the techniques of the purple flame serpent spear and its associated arts, Ling Zhuzai, gifted with extraordinary talent and reborn of a rare treasure, advanced rapidly. However, at the slightest setback or hardship, he would blame this meager deficiency of his physical vessel. unleashing his wrath. In truth, Taiyi Zhenren spoke with sincerity. To obscure celestial designs and evade the attention of the celestial lord and the grand ancestor, he had indeed facilitated Ling Zhuzai's timely rebirth. The corporeal form he inhabited was a spiritual infant he had meticulously sought throughout the realm. Upon discerning the infant's potential, Taiyi Zhenren was overjoyed, swiftly annihilating the entire family and returning the infant to the golden light cave, shattering its soul and embedding Ling Zhuzai's spirit within. Taiyi Zhenren admonished, "You misguided disciple, truly foolish. The path of immortality spans merely a moment in the grand tapestry of time. How can you not wait even 2 years? Do you not comprehend my earnest intentions? All of this is for your benefit. If you were to seize Nezha's body now, when the time comes for him to repay his parents, to endure such pain on his behalf." Ling Zhuzai was prepared to retort, but Taiyi Zhenren's words silenced him. The celestial lord, with his divine insight, is currently traversing the world. Should you act now, he may catch a glimpse of your actions within the tapestry of fate, deducing the sequence of events. When he informs the grand ancestor, you and I would surely face dire consequences. Taiyi Zhenren had already ushered the headmaster out of the room, and despite Ling Zhuzai's fiery temper, he found himself lacking the courage to counter. He merely inquired, if that is the case, will there be a turn of events in 2 years? In 2 years, the celestial lord will enter seclusion. At this, Ling Zhuzai grasped Taiyi Zhenren's intention and, upon taking his leave, inwardly criticized his master for being timid as a mouse, while his heart seethed with resentment towards the innocent Nezha, whom he had never even met. As for Nezha, he remained blissfully unaware of these developments, preoccupied with his own tribulations. For instance, how should one confront the fearsome Yasha? Following the Yasha, how should one approach the Dragon Palace of the East Sea? Upon Li Jing's return, how should one contend with him? He initially believed these to be his personal tribulations. Yet, as he truly settled upon a great rock by the shores of the East Sea, near Liju Gorge, allowing the sea breeze to caress him while observing the waves crashing relentlessly against the rocks, all his worries vanished. He fancied himself akin to those extraordinary protagonists from novels, who, with unparalleled gifts, effortlessly conquer the world, seated by the sea, contemplating the cascading waves, envisioning a transcendent martial art that embodies the essence of life itself as a lethal technique against the Yasha. However, after gazing for a considerable time, he realized that, despite his flailing limbs in the chilly sea breeze, he had yet to execute even a complete set of military exercises. Above him, seagulls screeched mockingly as they soared past, leaving behind their droppings as a taunt. Nezha lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. The once bustling cliff, where rituals were held, was now devoid of onlookers, save for a few oddly clad shamans who stood with anticipation gleaming in their eyes. In the world, all are drawn by profit, all are consumed by gain. This encounter, regardless of whether it culminated in peaceful resolution or violent conflict, hinged upon Nezha's victory. Should he triumph, the shamans, who preside over the rituals and hold sway in the villages, would find their days of power at an end. Thus, Nezha understood that they were not hoping for his success. Instead, they eagerly anticipated his failure, even his demise. Aware of this, Nezha maintained a smile upon his face. The more they hoped, the less he would acquiesce to their desires. Once this matter is settled, I shall hold each of you deceitful knaves accountable. Nezha thought as he glanced at the stout black dog, General He, of Chen Tangguan, who had just devoured a chicken leg and regained his spirit. Wagging his tail vigorously, he reached out to stroke the dog's ebony head, saying, "Ah, He, be alert. Should a fight ensue, make a hasty retreat to avoid calamity. Do not attempt to play the hero at this moment." With a bark from He, a tempest arose, and the previously tranquil surface of the sea churned into a dark, swirling vortex. Chapter 26. To end violence with violence, to wash blood with blood. The fearsome Yasha, Li Jin, appeared, his fierce visage twisted in rage. In an instant, thunder rumbled in the low skies, as Li Jin emerged from the whirlpool, wielding a silver axe. His formidable body forged from steel. In the blink of an eye, the waves receded, and Li Jin stood upon the shore. He advanced a few steps, water cascading down his iron-scaled form, proclaiming, "I have inquired on your behalf. Today, the patrolling Yasha, Li Jin, arrives bearing the decree of the Dragon King of the East Sea. Young Nezha, your actions have been exceedingly reckless, considering your youth and ignorance. I shall grant you a chance for redemption. Yet, should you persist in your malevolence, you shall face severe punishment, to be cleaved into a bloody paste by my axe." Upon the utterance of those words, a chilling smile emerged on Li Gan's face. Armed with this decree personally endorsed by Ao Guang, even if repercussions were to arise in the future, he would remain impervious to blame. He mused to himself that he had thoroughly investigated Nezha's background, merely a month prior. The lad had been an utter fool, incapable of speech. Should Nezha dare to display the same insolence as he had 3 days prior, Li Gan would heed neither his lineage nor his affiliations. After all, he was merely a mortal, easily rendered into 3 segments by a silver axe, to be shared with his companions over drinks. He could not fathom how, after hundreds of years of cultivation, he could be outmatched by a mere child. Li Gan sneered. Seeing you venture alone here, do you truly intend to offer yourself as a sacrificial tribute to the East Sea Dragon Palace? If so, I am at a loss whether to admire your audacity or to ridicule your folly. Nezha had anticipated that he would need to engage in lengthy discourse today, but he was taken aback by Li Gan's immediate hostility and the unwavering resolve of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Fortunately, he was fully prepared for a confrontation. The customs surrounding the East Sea sacrificial rites had been entrenched for centuries, rendering this matter inherently complex. Yet, there existed a singular force capable of simplifying such intricacies: violence. Taking the initiative, during their 2 encounters, Nezha had concealed his true essence, and in Li Gan's eyes, he appeared not only as a mortal, but as a mere 7-year-old child. Thus, when Nezha suddenly erupted into action, Li Gan's pupils constricted, although he reacted promptly. He was still a beat too slow. That single heartbeat was sufficient for Nezha. The astonishment was not confined to Li Gan. The 17 great shamans perched upon the distant cliffs were equally taken aback. Each had heard Li Gan's proclamation, and each had witnessed Nezha's decision. They were convinced that the outcome of the day would unfold as they had anticipated, mirroring the tales recounted by their venerable ancestors, the young master of the general's estate. Propelled by ignorance and folly, challenging the mighty East Sea Dragon Palace, only to meet his demise. This was the rightful progression of events. Mortals could not triumph over Yikshas. And the centuries-old customs of Tang Pass, venerating the Sea Dragon King, were immutable. Contemplating this, the 17 shamans' eyes glimmered with a peculiar blend of fervor and devotion. The sun had dipped below the horizon. In the increasingly shadowy forest clinging to the cliffs, where the vibrant yet decaying redwood branches intertwined, a sudden gust of wind arose, sweeping a flurry of leaves skyward like a furious dragon soaring toward the sea. Amidst this cascade of leaves, with a voice like thunder, Nezha summoned forth his strength. Effortlessly lifting a boulder, towering over a person and weighing thousands of pounds, transforming it into a whistling projectile that hurtled toward the patrolling Yiksha, not far away. This spectacle left Li Gan aghast. What terrifying power could render a human into a catapult? The stone projectile soared through the air, disintegrating leaves into powder upon contact. Traversing several dozen meters with the force of thunder, and in an instant, it was upon Li Gan. Fire! With a low growl, Li Jin's face betrayed a flicker of panic, barely concealing the fury of being ambushed. He swung his right arm in a wide arc, muscles flexing, lightning flashing with each movement. The terrifying power contained within his towering form was unleashed entirely, translating into the axe he wielded, whose might rivaled that of a colossal boulder. With a resounding crash, the massive rock hurtling towards him was obliterated by Li Jin's axe. Yet, amidst the cascading debris and swirling dust, the slender silhouette of Nezha leapt into the air, perfectly blocking the setting sun. In Li Jin's gaze, it appeared as a shadow, dark and foreboding. But it was enough. He recognized it as Nezha, a mere human cultivator of the nascent soul realm. In that fleeting moment, Li Jin believed he had discerned all of Nezha's tricks, the feigned aura, the concealed strength, the opportunistic ambush. How laughable. Li Jin then swung his silver axe once more. Watching as the gleaming blade descended, he envisioned a torrential rain of blood and shattered flesh. At that instant, the patrol demon of the Lingxiao Palace, with a glint of madness and cruelty in his eyes, prepared to strike. Yet, in that very moment, he finally discerned Nezha's expression amidst the shadow. Time seemed to slow, revealing Nezha's face, eerily calm and indifferent, as if he were oblivious to the silver axe poised to cleave him. Why? A flicker of doubt crossed Li Jing's mind. Nezha pressed his right index and middle fingers together, pointing at the silver axe in Li Jin's grasp, chanting, "If this object does not fall, when shall it?" As soon as Nezha finished speaking, Li Jin was taken aback to find the silver axe slipping from his grasp, plummeting to the ground before he could react, only to see a golden ring hurtling towards him. The moment the Qianquan circle emerged, it emitted a tremor that pulverized all the leaves in the vicinity. In a single strike, Li Jin's brain burst, and he perished instantly. At that moment, as Nezha landed, the multitude of shattered stones and leaves had yet to fully descend. The perception of time among the strong differs vastly from that of ordinary beings. The numerous encounters just undertaken held the potential to alter the outcomes of life and death with the slightest error. To the sorcerers atop the cliff, it appeared as if Nezha had suddenly erupted, swiftly eliminating Li General. The sea breeze carried a heavy scent of blood as Nezha inhaled deeply, his furrowed brow relaxing. This was his first genuine strike, and the act of killing did not evoke excessive discomfort within him. Alas, Li Gen, who had diligently cultivated for 3 centuries, attaining the golden core and receiving celestial accolades, ultimately fell before Nezha's divine artifacts, meeting his demise. Nezha cast a distant glance at the sorcerers on the cliff, who were still in shock, and shouted, "Hey, you lot, have you come here today to witness how Li Gen intends to kill me?" Upon hearing this, the sorcerers exchanged bewildered glances at a loss for words. How could this be? The scene before him had utterly surpassed the comprehension of the great sorcerers. From the days of their forefathers, the Sea Patroller had always existed as the Sea Patroller, wielding an irresistible power that humans could not withstand, safeguarding the privileges of their lineage as sorcerers through the ages. Yet, why did this divine being, akin to a deity, fall so effortlessly at the hands of a mere 7-year-old child? It was as if one were ensnared in a dream, a terrifying nightmare from which one yearned to awaken. Nezha spoke again. "Today, since Li Gan cannot kill me, it is he who shall perish. Feng Bei, He Yuxiu, and Peng Huai. Did you think I was unaware of your identities? I have not been idle these past 2 days. I recognize each of you. Your hands are stained with blood, deserving of death. The great sorcerer from Liju village previously told me that if I spared a child, for the sake of fairness, another must pay with their life. Since you have not witnessed my folly today, it is you who shall die. Do you not find this fair?" As Nezha extended his arms, his once charming visage now bore an icy indifference. The palpable, chilling intent to kill that hung in the air, coupled with his unabashedly arrogant words echoing across the cliffs, made it abundantly clear to the 17 great sorcerers the gravity of Nezha's meaning. In an instant, they felt a chilling dread seep into their bones from the humid air of Tang Pass. Fear and instinct compelled them to turn and flee, yet escape was futile. Nezha summoned the waters, instantly appearing above the cliff, and with a swift motion of the Hunyuan silk, he ensnared the 17 individuals, hurling them violently against the mountainside, where they erupted into a gruesome mist of blood and flesh. To quell violence with violence, to wash blood with blood. Chapter 27. The Azure Jewel. Having completed this grim task, Nezha felt the fervent blood coursing through his veins, restless and agitated. To calm his spirit, he seated himself on the shore, entering a meditative state, reciting the Infinite Longevity Sutra. In no time, he attained a state of ethereal tranquility, rising to observe the pool of blood and flesh at the cliff's edge, a sight so repugnant it could induce illness among the villagers of Liju. Thus, Nezha ascended once more, using the Hunyuan silk to summon the waves, cleansing the mountainside of all unseemly remnants. As he descended, Dahei bounded towards him, wagging his tail and jumping about joyfully. "Good dog, save your energy for later," Nezha instructed. However, as soon as he spoke, he noticed Dahei making peculiar noises, seemingly clutching something round in his mouth. With each breath, glimmers of golden light peeked through his teeth. When Nezha retrieved the object from Dahei's mouth, he was astonished. It was said that a dog's mouth could not yield ivory, yet here was a pearl. At that moment, the sun in the western sky had fully sunk beneath the horizon, leaving only strands of dim light in the world. Nezha pinched the thumb-sized pearl with 2 fingers and raised it above his head, instantly illuminating the surroundings with a golden radiance that made the area of 7 or 8 zhang shine as brightly as day. A fierce and chilling aura surged forth, almost causing him to lose his grip. How peculiar. It was merely a small pearl, yet from it emanated a sense belonging to Li Gan. Could it be that he is still alive? Nezha furrowed his brow, focusing intently, and discerned beneath the dazzling golden light a layer of deep azure. Unmistakably the essence of Li Gan. Deeper still lay an extraordinarily pure essence of the universe, so weighty that even Nezha felt its gravity. If my conjectures are accurate, this must be something belonging to Li Gan, though its true nature remains unknown. Nezha pocketed the pearl and patted the head of Dahei, praising, "Truly worthy of the Black General of the Sea, let us return to the manor." He then scooped up Dahei and set off with water escape, arriving at the general's mansion shortly thereafter. As night fell, no one in the manor had yet retired to rest. Madame Yin was anxiously pacing the hall, restless and unceasing. Hong Fei stood nearby, dizzy from the commotion and afraid to voice her concerns, thinking that if Nezha did not return, at least Chui Yu would, and lamenting the delay in fetching a calming soup from the kitchen. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, A wave of moisture surged from the courtyard toward the hall, prompting the maidservants and Madame Yin to look up. They beheld Nezha landing steadily. "My son, let me see, are you unharmed?" As Madame Yin hurried outside, Nezha quickly approached her, smiling. "Mother, rest assured, not a hair on my head is missing. A mere night demon cannot best me, like all mothers who cherish their children." Just a moment ago filled with worry, upon seeing Nezha unscathed, Madame Yin immediately began to admonish him, saying, "You only seek to show off. The Sea Dragon Palace is akin to a family of brothers, with countless dragon offspring. How can we mere mortals contend with them? Promise your mother. Do not provoke them again. Mother, I too wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yet the Dragon Palace has been excessively tyrannical, year after year devouring the people of Chintang Pass. Heaven has a benevolent nature. Even the smallest creatures know to cherish their lives. Yet the Dragon Palace not only devours humans indiscriminately, but preys on the innocent, committing the greatest of evils." Seeing Nezha's serious demeanor, Madame Yin understood that he was not jesting. Though she inwardly agreed with his actions, her concern deepened. "You know even the smallest creatures strive to survive. Why engage in such perilous endeavors? Do not worry, mother. If I lacked certainty, I would not venture forth. If my life were truly in danger, I would simply employ the 5 elements escape technique to flee." Noticing the lingering shadow of worry on Madame Yin's brow, Nezha quickly shifted the topic, mentioning Li Tsuanshin of Lizhu village, who wished to send his daughter, Lizhu, to the manor to work, claiming she was still young and would not require a salary, only a meal from the household. Lady Yin was well aware of Nezha's thoughts. With a sigh, she refrained from inquiring further about the East Sea and instead spoke of the whimsical girl, Green Pearl. She resolved to speak fondly of Nezha upon Li Jing's return, hoping to prevent any rift between father and son. As everyone returned to their chambers in the enveloping darkness under the starlit sky, Nezha stealthily retrieved 2 plump chicken legs from the kitchen's secret stash and tossed them into the bowl of the large black dog, Dehei. Sitting before him, Nezha began to speak, while Dehei gobbled his meal. "Dehei, let me share a secret with you. I am not truly from this world. I awoke here," suddenly called Nezha. "In my original world, there were no demons or divine beings, at least within my knowledge, though its inhabitants lacked the art of elemental evasion. They could traverse the globe effortlessly by plane, spending just a little money, no slower than any magical escape. There were computers, televisions, anime, games, and novels. I don't mean to imply that my former world was superior. The cycle of the strong consuming the weak prevails everywhere, though devoid of deities and phantoms. It was not without its share of dragons and nightmarish beings. I merely wish to express my discontent. Life has been arduous, both before and after this transition. I find the dragons and night spirits intolerable and feel compelled, nay, perhaps it's more accurate to say I desire, to administer a sound thrashing to them. Let us capture them all and give them a proper beating. What do you say?" Woof. After confiding in Dehei and ruffling his fur, Nezha returned to his bed, closing his eyes to meditate. This had been his routine for days. He had finally accumulated a modicum of vital energy, only to expend it entirely, leaving his inner reservoir still barren. As he practiced his breathing techniques, Nezha could not help but lament the laborious nature of cultivation, devoid of any shortcuts. Even someone of exceptional talent like himself needed to draw upon the elemental energy of the universe through the most mundane of breaths. However, as soon as he focused his intent, he sensed something amiss. Whereas typically the accumulation of energy was akin to droplets falling into the ocean, today it felt as though a faucet with inadequate pressure had been turned on, a steady stream flowing forth. In mere moments, he had gathered more than he had during an entire night of meditation. Abruptly halting, he noticed a radiant azure glow emanating from beneath his clothing, around his chest and abdomen. Reaching out, he grasped the luminous object, the very pearl Dehei had found earlier. As he employed his breathing techniques, a rich flow of elemental energy surged from the pearl into his being. Without a second thought, he perceived it as a treasure and clutched it tightly. Immersing himself in fervent practice, unknowingly carrying on until the dawn of the next day. After a night of consumption, the pearl's luster had dimmed slightly, though upon casual observation, the difference was negligible. In contrast, Nezha found that within his dantian, the primordial energy of heaven and earth had transformed into a circular pool of 2 zhang in diameter. He felt as if he moved with greater grace, his spirit invigorated, and his entire being at ease. He murmured to himself, pondering the situation in the Dragon Palace and calculating that Mr. Fan should be arriving soon. He resolved to inquire about the nature of this peculiar pearl. Chapter 28. The uncertainties between heaven and earth. Upon receiving the azure pearl, Mr. Fan exhibited a reaction akin to Nezha's initial encounter with it. pinching it delicately between his fingers. Before long, his frail and aged hands began to tremble slightly. "Sir, what exactly is this pearl?" Nezha inquired. Were it not for the unique circumstances of the Fengshen world and the palpable aura emanating from the pearl, he would never have carried such a luminescent object so close to him. His past experiences informed him that such artifacts often possessed hazardous radiative properties. "Mr. Fan took a deep breath to steady his thoughts before responding. "Did you vanquish Li Jin unexpectedly, with a single stroke?" "Quite so," Nezha replied. "The Qian Kuan circle I wield is an innate treasure. When thrown, it crushed Li Jin's skull, resulting in his demise." Upon hearing this, Mr. Fan cast a glance at the golden bracelet on Nezha's wrist and solemnly remarked, "If that is the case, then it stands confirmed. This object is indeed the golden core cultivated by the Yaksha lead general. Typically, if a cultivator at the golden core stage perishes in battle, they may destroy their golden core to prevent it from falling into enemy hands. Thus, the golden core is an exceedingly rare treasure within the cultivation realm." "A golden core? Are you suggesting that Li Jin was a cultivator of the golden core stage?" Nezha questioned. Yet, he seemed to lack any extraordinary abilities, and his skills were rather modest. "Could it be that I acted too swiftly, or perhaps he was simply inept in combat?" In response to Nezha's inquiries, Mr. Fan shook his head and explained, "In this world, most cultivators belong to the nascent soul stage, capable of harnessing the primordial energy of heaven and earth to perform various techniques. In terms of combat prowess, there is not much difference between an ordinary golden core cultivator and one of the nascent soul stage. The distinction lies in more fundamental aspects." Mr. Fan cleared his throat, sipped his tea, and continued, "Cultivation is inherently an act of defiance against fate. A mortal life spans but a century. Even upon reaching the nascent soul stage, one may only enjoy a lifespan of around 120 years. Should illness befall them, their years dwindle even further. Only by attaining the golden core can a cultivator extend their life to 500 years, truly embarking on the path of longevity." "I see," Nezha nodded thoughtfully. "If this item were merely Li Jin's golden core, it would indeed be beneficial for his cultivation. Furthermore, given his current level of power, if he were to contend with the Dragon Palace, he would require ample primordial energy to activate the treasures in his possession, like the Qian Kuan Circle and the Hunyuan Silk. A protracted battle lasting 3 days and nights loomed ahead, necessitating a reservoir of energy." Mr. Fan then inquired, "I observe that the Dragon Palace acts with ruthless disregard. Having slain Li Jin, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. What are your plans moving forward?" "What else can I do?" Nezha replied, "The Dragon Palace will afford me little time. I must engage in relentless training to fortify my abilities. When the time comes, I shall meet force with force and water with earth. What do you think, sir?" Upon hearing Nezha's words, Mr. Fan merely scoffed and inquired, "What do you think?" The question was returned, and Nezha sighed, a wry smile adorning his face as he remarked, "To sit idly by is tantamount to seeking one's own demise." Memories of his past life resurfaced in his mind, the fierce battle between Nezha and the Dragon Palace, where blood reigned and the heavens darkened. Though he was not at a disadvantage, the Dragon Palace's waters pressed upon Tang Pass, and fearing for his parents' safety, Nezha reluctantly sought help from his master. Taiyi Zhenren proposed a solution, to sever flesh for his mother and to sacrifice bone for his father. The thought of such sacrifices made Nezha draw a sharp breath, contemplating that unless he could continue to triumph, defeating all adversaries until none dared challenge him, he would inevitably meet a grim fate. Yet, as previously stated, the Dragon Palace would not grant him such time. Was there a way out? He reported to his master that he intended to visit Skull Mountain's Bone Cave in search of Lady Shurji, hoping for a potential twist in fate. Nevertheless, Nezha remained unperturbed. Aware that this was a challenge he must confront, he simply did not realize that the greatest variable in this realm was none other than himself. If so, why linger here? The master had previously mentioned reading the chronicles of the feudal lords today. No sooner had the words left his lips than Mr. Fan's ruler struck down, landing gently upon Nezha's forehead, leaving only a faint red mark. "Master? If not now, then when?" Nezha understood, gazing at Mr. Fan with profound gratitude. He performed a deep bow and declared, "Disciple shall return shortly. Please convey to my mother that she need not worry." With that, Nezha hastened to the storeroom in the rear courtyard to gather some offerings, then leaped into the courtyard, soaring upward with a sudden grace, propelling himself off the stone wall like a nimble monkey. Upon landing, Nezha employed the art of earth escape to ascend into the air, heading straight for Skull Mountain's Bone Cave. Meanwhile, in Bailing Town, where Mr. Fan resided, a young gentleman clad in a blue robe stood in front of the calligraphy and painting studio. This gentleman, handsome and elegant, wore a jade hairpin and a jade belt. With a 7-star sword hanging at his side and thick black boots on his feet, adorned with a flame motif on his forehead. His mere presence caused the young women from the surrounding streets to halt in their tracks. Those bold enough to approach were met with his cold gaze, leaving them unsure whether to flee from fright or embarrassment. The neighbors engaged in speculation, some guessing he was a noble from Chaoga visiting Mr. Fan, who had resigned from his official post to open a studio in this remote town, while others suggested he might actually be Mr. Fan's youngest son, their chatter unrelenting. Eventually, the curiosity of one individual overcame them. An elderly butcher from across the street, driven outside by his lovesick daughter, inquired, "Esteemed young sir, from whence do you hail? And whom do you seek?" The young gentleman replied, "I come from the east, having heard of a Mr. Fan from Chaoga. I sought to pay my respects. But upon arriving early, I found the shop closed. I wonder what the reason may be." "I see, Jungu, allow me to explain. This Mr. Fan is a learned scholar hailing from Chaoga, summoned by Madame Een from the general's mansion to instruct her son. It is anticipated that he will not return until dusk. I suggest, instead, that you join me at my establishment for a bowl of tender meat noodles, where my daughter can serve you wine. All for a mere 10 copper coins, abundant meat and noodles, with honesty guaranteed." The young gentleman in the azure robe made a sound of acknowledgement, yet remained stationary, his gaze fixed on the calligraphy and painting studio. Observing this, Wang Lar, feeling slighted and disregarded, huffed, glared, and retreated to his shop, instructing his daughter to patiently await the butcher's young son next door, advising her not to indulge in foolish daydreams. As the sun ascended high in the sky, the oppressive heat enveloped the town, akin to being shrouded in a canvas tent. Remarkably, although the young gentleman stood under the blazing sun, his steps felt unsteady, and his brow furrowed. Not a single drop of sweat graced his forehead. Noticing the throng of patrons at the nearby tavern, many pointing and whispering in his direction, he could no longer bear it. He strode briskly under the awning of the tavern, seeking a vacant square table to sit. The observant waiter promptly approached, tugging the white towel from his shoulder, wiping the table with 2 swift strokes, and, bending slightly, inquired with a smile, "What would the young master like to eat? Our yellow wine is renowned far and wide, and the spicy roasted sea fish, a specialty of Chintang Pass, has received Mr. Fan's commendation. Should you desire something else? The menu is here. Feel free to order from it, and take a moment to rest. It will be served promptly." In this quaint border town, the young gentleman stood out like a crane among chickens. While he garnered the admiration of the ladies, the menfolk undoubtedly viewed him with disdain. Yet, among these men, none were merchants, for the azure-robed youth exuded the air of a wealthy scion. However, upon hearing the waiter's words, the young gentleman's brow furrowed in annoyance, and he lightly tapped the table, expressing his impatience. "A pound of yellow wine, 3 or 5 small dishes, and remember, no fish." Chapter 29. The young gentleman in azure robes having served as a waiter for 20 years. The attendant believed he had discerned the truth. This young master simply did not enjoy fish. Such aversion, especially in the coastal town of Chintang Pass, was indeed rare. The waiter shouted toward the kitchen, 1 pound of yellow wine, a plate of edamame, a plate of marinated peanuts, a plate of pickles, and a bowl of hot soup. Please hold for a moment. After a brief wait, when the yellow wine and side dishes arrived, the young gentleman picked up his chopsticks. However, after a few sips of wine, his brow furrowed even deeper. He continued to sip intermittently and nibble on the dishes, occupying a table in the bustling tavern for the entire afternoon. Had it not been for the 7-star sword hanging at his waist, the tavern owner would have long since ejected him in frustration. As soon as Mr. Fan's ox cart appeared at the end of the long street, the shopkeeper exchanged a glance with the waiter, who promptly rushed to the table and said with a smile, "Young master, it appears that you have nearly finished your meal. The elder seated on the ox cart over there is Mr. Fan from the neighboring calligraphy and painting studio." The young man in the blue robe turned to look, furrowing his brow, before slamming a hefty gold ingot onto the table and departing without a backward glance. The waiter was momentarily stunned, but the rotund shopkeeper behind the counter, feigning to tally the accounts, quickly reacted, rushing to the table in a flurry and stuffing the gold ingot into his mouth. After biting down a couple of times to confirm its authenticity, the entire shop erupted in a chorus of astonished gasps. Such a sizable gold ingot was more than enough to not only cover an extravagant meal, but to potentially acquire the entire establishment. Having regained his composure, the patrons in the tavern swiftly returned to discussing this mysterious benefactor. Some even made a special trip home to inform their daughters, urging them to don their finest makeup and stroll in front of the calligraphy and painting studio. The intentions behind such actions left unspoken. The young master intercepted Mr. Fan's ox cart in front of the studio, first bowing respectfully, and inquired, "Is the esteemed Mr. Fan from the morning song?" The scholar halted the cart and turned to glance at Mr. Fan, whose countenance revealed displeasure. He mused inwardly about the audacity of this young upstart. Seemingly remarkable, yet lacking the basic courtesy to introduce himself. However, before responding, he took a moment to observe with keen insight and discerned that the young man was enveloped in a radiant golden aura, indicating that he was likely an extraordinarily formidable practitioner. Realizing this, the displeasure on Mr. Fan's face dissipated, despite the young man's appearance. He might very well possess an age surpassing his own. "I am Fanjianbong. From whence do you hail, and what brings you to me?" he inquired. "I am Ao Bing," came the reply, but the attendant driving the ox cart was still pondering who Ao Bing was, while Mr. Fan had already grasped the significance of this encounter. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he instructed the attendant to halt and open the door, then invited the self-identified Ao Bing into the establishment. Prince Ao Bing of the Third Dragon. Even if Mr. Fan had previously been unaware, upon arriving in Chintang Pass, he could not have failed to hear of such a deity, as there were families in Belan Town who worshipped the statue of the Third Dragon Prince. Lighting incense during festivals and seeking blessings for favorable weather and safe travels in the coming year. "This place may be humble and the hospitality lacking. Please make yourself comfortable," Mr. Fan said, taking a seat himself and gesturing for Prince Ao Bing to sit as well. With his dragon-like eyes scanning the surroundings, Ao Bing pulled a square stool to sit in front of Mr. Fan and remarked, "This is indeed a modest abode." "Too courteous," replied Mr. Fan. "I have come to discuss the matter surrounding the death of the sea demon, Li General. What do you seek me for?" "It was not I who committed the act." Mr. Fan extended his hand to take the tea from the servant, bringing it to his nose and inhaling deeply, a satisfied expression crossing his face. He mused to himself that the tea from Chaogo was indeed superior, while the so-called fish tea from Chintang Pass was nothing short of a disgrace. Moreover, it was quite peculiar that the third prince would personally intervene in an investigation at Longgong. Upon hearing Mr. Fan's remarks, Ao Bing remained unperturbed and calmly stated, "Do not play tricks with me, for this matter is exceedingly clear. Nezha of Chintang Pass has unlawfully killed a registered member of the Heavenly Court. Is there truly anything left to investigate?" Having witnessed countless grand events in his lifetime, Mr. Fan scrutinized the young prince before him, ultimately discerning a glimmer of negotiation in his words. He replied, "So, you come seeking me, a humble teacher, instead of apprehending Nezha. What is your true intention?" Ao Bing, with a slight smile, remarked that the matter could be of great significance or triviality. As the sun rises and sets, life continues, and countless cultivators perish in this world without notice. Li Jin was not a figure of great influence, if no one reported the incident. Even the Heavenly Emperor would not remember such a minor affair, and thus, the matter could easily fade away. The implication was clear. The resolution of this situation rested solely in the hands of Longgong. Mr. Fan understood well that there was nothing new under the sun. Whether in the celestial or terrestrial courts, they ultimately mirrored one another. Yet, it was precisely in such times that complications arose. His expression remained inscrutable. And knowing that constancy was the best response to change, he inquired, "So, what does Longgong desire?" "Firstly, let us both take a step back. The Sea Dragon King's sacrifices may be adjusted to once every 3 months, but they cannot be entirely severed. This is a matter of dignity and a bottom line for Longgong. After all, we are not the Chen sect. It does us no good to eliminate a few minor figures, and casting those rotten bones into the sea merely feeds the fish and turtles." Longgong would not concede without reason. "You are a perceptive individual, and I have investigated this matter thoroughly. You and Nezha are merely nascent spirit cultivators. Even if by chance you were to kill Li Jin, you would stand no chance against the Dragon Palace and the Four Seas Dragon Kings. Our hesitation to act stems from a desire not to offend the Chen sect behind Nezha. We simply wish for Nezha to convey a message to the Chen sect regarding the investiture of the gods. Grant me, Ao Bing, a position, and I shall be eternally grateful." Upon hearing this, Mr. Fan sighed inwardly. If one wished to approach the Chen sect, why seek out Nezha? The third prince must have already visited the Chen sect and received a cold reception, prompting him to come in search of Nezha instead. Not only would Nezha never agree to such terms, but even if he did, fate had already been decided, leaving him with no control over the matter. The third prince was clearly desperate in his approach. Desperation may not persist indefinitely, but it could be leveraged to advocate for Nezha's most pressing need, time. Mr. Fan responded, "As for the investiture of the gods and the appointment of generals, I am not well versed. Nezha is currently away on a journey. It would be prudent to wait for his return to discuss these matters. Albing smirked and said, "Do not play games with me. I am a man of reason." Nezha was granted 3 days by Li Gan, and I shall extend the same courtesy to him. If, after 3 days, I am not presented with a satisfactory response, I shall proceed in a formal manner. With that, Albing departed. Mr. Fan took another sip of his tea, only to realize with dismay that there was little left. The tea, brought from Chowga, was of a quality that should not be sullied, yet at this moment, it tasted rather bland and insipid. He raised his cup 3 times, only to lower it again, ultimately refraining from taking a second sip. As for Albing, though he had left, he did not venture far. Upon returning to the dark square table in the tavern, the once domineering proprietor had already pushed the serving boy aside and was now personally attending to him with obsequiousness. "Young master, would you care for some wine? I must tell you, aside from the drink you had this afternoon, we also have a 20-year-old daughter's red buried beneath the willow tree." 20 years. Albing scoffed inwardly. He had often savored celestial wines in the dragon palace that were centuries old. This ignorant fool truly believed that Albing was here to indulge in the tavern's offerings? He calmly replied, "Just as I had this afternoon." Chapter 30. The friction of the seat. Meanwhile, Nezha had activated his earth escape technique and arrived at the towering skeleton mountain, landing on a stone platform. Before he could see anyone, a spirit deer with majestic antlers approached him, sniffed the air, and then lay down before him, closing its eyes as it began to slumber. "Oh, dear, let us seek shelter in the woods for our repose. The grass there is soft, while this stone is hard and cold. Though it is the peak of summer, one must consider the aches of old age." Nezha felt troubled by the deer's presence. He could easily circumvent it. Yet he pondered whether this was mere coincidence, or if the Lady Shurji intended this, hinting that he should seek elsewhere, leaving the 7-year-old boy, who was not particularly eloquent, to ruminate. He circled the spirit deer 3 times, noting its sleek, glossy coat. Despite its considerable size, it possessed no cultivation. Yet its innate sensitivity surpassed that of his own teacher, Mr. Fan. As he prepared to make a 4th circle, a voice, feigning gravitas, interrupted him. "What are you circling about?" Upon hearing the voice from behind, Nezha felt a surge of joy. He turned, not yet fully opening his eyes to see, and clasped his hands in greeting, exclaiming, "Greetings, Brother Biyun. Why have you come back so soon? Be cautious, you might be seen by Kaiyin. And she will not take it lightly. She is still quite vexed." Nezha chuckled ruefully, thinking that had he known he would return so quickly, he would not have playfully patted Kaiyin on the backside upon leaving. Indeed, her temper was more formidable than he had anticipated. Far from the demeanor of a practitioner of the way, Nezha unloaded his various belongings and produced a somewhat oversized box, saying, "This is the specialty dried squid from Chintang Pass. It is delightfully crisp and savory, my favorite snack, and I brought some for you to taste." Biyun was taken aback, swallowed hard, and discreetly tucked the box into his robe, replying, "Is that really appropriate? A mere morsel of food, I inquire, good sir. Why does this deer obstruct the path?" "You refer to the steppe cloud deer. It is notorious in these mountains for its insatiable greed. Any creature that falls into its grasp, without a gift to appease it, is destined for misfortune. Only the lady and color cloud on Skull Mountain possess the means to tame it." Upon hearing this, Nezha, seeking assistance, had no intention of offending the local native. He dutifully presented a gift before the steppe cloud deer, feeling somewhat fortunate that this was not the intention of Shurji. Dear, this is a 500-year-old wild ginseng. A treasure worth a fortune." The steppe cloud deer, roused from its slumber by the fragrance of the ginseng, awakened and eagerly devoured it, appearing satisfied with the taste. It then leisurely rose and ambled into the forest. Nezha exhaled in relief and turned to Bai Yun, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Brother Bai Yun. Could you kindly inform the lady that Nezha seeks an audience?" I suddenly recalled I have matters to attend to. Farewell." Bai Yun turned and dashed away. Nezha stood bewildered, thinking, "This is your home. Why flee before I do?" Soon he understood why. A chilling aura of menace pierced his back, stiffening his neck. Upon turning, he beheld the fair visage of the color cloud child. Her countenance darkened, a palpable tension nestled between her brows. In her right hand, she wielded a resplendent rainbow-hued sword, gazing at him with icy disdain. Brother Color Cloud, good day. I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to, so I shall." Good. You still dare approach." Color Cloud's teeth ground together, and the sword's edge shimmered ominously, her presence akin to a fierce beast of the mountains. Brother Color Cloud, the previous incident was a mere misunderstanding. I have come bearing gifts to offer my apologies. You wretch, behold my blade. Truly, It was a folly to engage with one of such temperament. Nezha regretted provoking her previously. A flurry of rapid sword strikes ensued from Color Cloud, swift and relentless. Though her mind was unsettled, leading to erratic movements, the techniques were honed by a master. Despite Nezha's preparations, he found himself in peril, with only the ability to evade, lacking the means to counter. After dodging 2 or 3 dozen strikes, Nezha finally seized a moment to breathe and called out, after so many blows. You must have vented your anger. If you strike again, I shall not hold back. Then let me see you not hold back. Color Cloud, upon hearing this, intensified her assault, spiraling into a dance of swordplay. Cornered by her relentless strikes, Nezha gritted his teeth and brandished the red silk at his waist. In an instant, the crimson ribbons swirled and ensnared the tall figure of Color Cloud, binding her tightly, rendering her incapable of movement despite her struggles. Nezha shrugged and remarked, "See? You insisted I be unrestrained. A request so peculiar I've never encountered in my life. Scoundrel, release me. I shall slay you. Is it so difficult to speak civilly? It was merely a touch upon your backside. What is the fuss? If it pleases you, I could allow you a touch in return." Kaiyun gazed at Nezha, who was brazenly turning his back to her, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her fair visage flushed crimson with indignation as she exclaimed, "You dare to say such things." Nezha, oblivious to the fact that this Kaiyun was a girl, assumed all celestial youths possessed such delicate features, which only heightened his curiosity. He replied, "You are truly insufferable. Why cannot you simply forget about such a trivial matter? Here's a proposition. If you swear to cease troubling me, I shall gift you this exquisite box of snowflake ointment. I assure you, it is a prized possession my father brought back from Chaoga, something you cannot procure in Chintang Pass." However, Sayun's ears only registered the phrase about his trivial matter, leading her to tears of frustration as she retorted, You, how can you still say that?" Nezha, unfazed, responded, "And what of it? You are the one who is obstinate. Had I possessed my past life as fierce temperament, I would have long since dealt with you. Never mind, I shall remain here while you calm down." After saying this, Nezha audaciously pinched Sayun's backside, commenting disdainfully, "It's as flat as a board, not a hint of softness. Even I find it unappealing." Kaiyun was utterly taken aback by Nezha's shamelessness. She froze for a moment before unleashing a piercing scream that echoed through the air, her tears flowing freely. Nezha, perplexed by her tears, pondered how such a mountain dweller could be so sensitive, thinking that perhaps they were not as transcendent as he had imagined. Yet this added a touch of earthly charm to the encounter. A smirk crept across his lips as he reveled in the mischief he had caused, thinking to himself how delightfully wicked he was. With a resolve to seize any opportunity that might arise, Nezha ventured once more into the Skull Mountain's bone cave. Chapter 31, The Sword of the East King. It had only been a few days since his last visit, yet the cave remained unchanged. Upon entering, he spotted Lady Shurji in the distance, and instantly, much of his earlier bravado dissipated. Pressing against the stone wall, he deliberated whether to retreat or advance, pondering what words to utter when Lady Shurji unexpectedly broke the silence. Her tone was icy and laced with mockery as she asked, "What is this? You, a mere imp, dare to bully my disciple at the cave entrance, yet you cower before me?" "I pay my respects to Lady Shurji," Nezha said with a respectful bow, thinking that it was wise not to strike a frown at a smiling face, especially since he was but a child. "I do not quite understand why Brother Kaiyun seems so intent on pursuing me. I had no choice but to defend myself when he threatened me with his sword." "Brother," she replied, "I understand now. This matter is not entirely your fault. Come closer. It must be tiring to shout from such a distance. And I find it exhausting as well." Nezha inwardly mused that he was the one who did not comprehend, yet he obediently stepped forward, bowing once more as he approached her. Upon encountering Nezha, although she was a disciple of the Chan school, Shurji maintained impeccable decorum befitting her status, thus providing no grounds for ire. Moreover, inexplicably, she felt an innate familiarity towards the individual before her, seemingly more profound than that with her own 2 disciples. Hence, she inquired, "You have departed and returned. What is the purpose of your visit?" Nezha recounted the events following his departure from the Eastern Seas Yasha and the Grand Sorcerer, sharing the truth of the matter without waiting for pity or assistance. To his surprise, Shurji erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Well done. These old mud eels possess little skill. Relying on their celestial duties, they dare to disregard my Chan school." This sentiment filled Nezha with elation, prompting him to respond, "However, having slain Li Jin, the Dragon Palace will not let this matter rest. I am but a mere 7-year-old child. How could I possibly contend with them?" Unexpectedly, Shurji, unbound by conventional reactions, shifted her demeanor from approval to severity, coldly stating, "Your inability to cope is of no concern to me. You, as a disciple of the Golden Light Cave, have slain a celestial envoy. Do you presume to lay the blame at my White Bone Cave's feet? Do you think my Chan school lacks defenders?" Shurji's capriciousness was not lost on Nezha, who had previously experienced it. He withdrew from his garment a small box containing a bead the size of a lychee, which he had painstakingly procured from the treasury of the chief military office, its surface a radiant dark gold. He remarked, "Your Highness has graciously forgiven my indiscretion of peering where I should not, and has chosen to impart wisdom unto me. My heart is filled with gratitude. How could I be disrespectful? Observing the myriad treasures within your abode, shining like stars, I am uncertain how to express my appreciation. Thus, I present to you a pearl of considerable size from my family's collection, hoping you shall not find it lacking." Upon hearing this, Shurji flicked her right index finger, and the pearl gracefully floated into her palm. Examining it closely, her anger transformed into a smile as she said, "You little rascal do possess some sense of propriety. Although this is not particularly noteworthy, I shall overlook it for your youth. Speak plainly, do not be coy and convoluted, for such behavior is irksome." At this juncture, Nezha found delight in Shurji's temperament and said, "To be candid, Li Jin is a practitioner of the Golden Elixir realm. My ability to vanquish him relies solely on 2 magical artifacts. Yet, I pondered, while artifacts possess immense power, if I were to be restrained, my options would be limited, leaving me vulnerable. Thus, I wish to beseech your Highness to impart some alternative techniques. How can artifacts be constrained while the arts cannot? Do you believe that by merely learning a few additional techniques, you can single-handedly contend with the vast forces of the Dragon Palace?" Shurji's words dripped with sarcasm. With her cultivation, she had no fear of the Dragon Palace but would never engage directly. Nezha, bewildered, sought her guidance. "Ha! Enough, enough, you little child. Causing such upheaval is indeed amusing. Since it is thus, I shall teach you." Shurji smiled and continued, "To engage in a contest of skills with the Dragon Palace. Being in a position of weakness necessitates seizing the initiative. To linger idly on the shore is merely to await your demise." Nezha understood this sentiment. Echoing the wisdom of Master Fan, to remain passive is to invite ruin. Yet, when these words emerged from Shurji's lips, he comprehended her true intent. Nezha inquired, "Does the lady imply that one must first comprehend a technique that allows movement in water as if upon land?" Lady Shurji replied, "In this world, myriad doctrines exist. Even I, your grandmother, do not possess mastery over all. However, lacking a spell does not preclude the possession of a corresponding magical artifact. Here, I bestow upon you a water-repelling pearl for your use." With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, the water-repelling pearl materialized within the stone cavern, small and exquisite, smooth and lustrous, creating ripples in the air akin to fine rain mingling with clear spring water. Nezha secured it with great joy, for he had exchanged an ordinary pearl for a celestial treasure. Though it was alone, it was undeniably a lucrative transaction for him. Shurji, on her part, did not ponder this deeply. The water-repelling pearl held little value for her, and she was genuinely intrigued by the tumult between the Dragon Palace and the Chen sect. Despite her centuries of enlightenment, she remained at heart a stubborn rock, spending her days in secluded cultivation, lacking the delicate insights one might expect. Nezha, wishing to evade death, sought assistance from various quarters, yet Shurji was reluctant to become embroiled and refrained from imparting any knowledge that might draw undue suspicion from the Dragon Palace. In her view, since Nezha had slain Li Gon, the Dragon Palace would inevitably seek vengeance, leading to a cycle of retaliation, a simple and direct notion she had long embraced. She continued, "Today, I shall complete the good deed and impart to you a sword technique known as the Eastern King's Sword. Although it is a mundane martial art, it has been refined by the predecessors of the Chen sect and should not be underestimated. As you mentioned, should your magical artifacts be restrained and your vitality depleted, this sword technique can serve you in battle." "Thank you, my lady. This is precisely what I seek." Ever since witnessing Li Jing's martial prowess in the courtyard, Nezha understood that in this world of deification, the strength of warriors could not be measured by ordinary standards. Without martial skills, one would inevitably suffer against true masters. Shurji glanced at him and, retrieving the Taiyi sword from her side, said indifferently, "Now observe." As Shurji danced with the sword, her face blossomed like a peach flower, the blade fluttering like snowflakes, her wide robe swirling like dark clouds. The sword's light flickered in and out of the clouds, resembling flashes of lightning and thunder, exuding a palpable aura of lethality. Though 2 yards apart, Nezha felt as though the sword's tip had already pierced his skin. While he sought to unravel the mysteries of her swordplay, he contemplated whether mastering this technique required him to don a wide robe to conceal the sword's intent, lest its inherent ferocity be detected before it was unleashed. In less than a quarter of an hour, Shurji concluded her display, tossing the Taiyi sword to Nezha with a detached tone. "Now, you demonstrate it for me." Nezha received the sword, reflecting on the intricate and continuous nature of Shurji's moves, realizing he could scarcely remember them all. Summoning his resolve, he began to practice. Whether due to a child's remarkable memory or innate talent, he found that executing one move effortlessly led to the next surfacing in his mind. Occasionally pausing, Shurji, observing closely, offered subtle guidance, allowing this complex sword technique to become increasingly fluid with each repetition. Shurji observed with trepidation, recognizing the extraordinary talent of Nezha in swordsmanship. Among her peers in the Jiejiao sect, none could rival his prowess. Nearby, Bai Yun wielded a small sword, executing his practiced movements with effortless grace. Unlike Nezha, who was still honing his skills, Bai Yun had perfected the Eastern King's sword technique over countless repetitions. His innate understanding paled in comparison to Kai Yan's, as 10 of his attempts could not match even one of hers. Witnessing Nezha's swordplay today left him profoundly astonished, realizing that Nezha's comprehension surpassed even that of Kai Yun. Nonetheless, Bai Yun remained untroubled. He recalled the adage from earthly texts: "Some say the early bird catches the worm, while others assert that latecomers can excel." Regardless of one's shortcomings, he believed there was no shame in diligent practice. After all, mastering a technique through 1,000 repetitions would ultimately yield results. In the heart of the mountain, under Shurji's guidance, Nezha performed the sword technique 3 times, seamlessly integrating it into his being. After expressing his gratitude, Nezha innocently inquired, "Your Highness, why does this mountain hollow seem to have recently experienced a heavy, spring-like rain, leaving it so damp?" Shurji replied, "I have been feeling restless lately and consulted the divination. It foretold of impending calamities linked to the 5 elements. Despite my contemplation, I found no clarity. I recalled my teacher's words, after reading a text 100 times and practicing a sword technique 1,000 times. Even the most formidable barriers will eventually yield to persistent effort. As a spirit formed from a celestial stone, I have grown increasingly averse to water and have been practicing methods to evade it." Upon hearing this, Nezha's heart stirred, and he boldly asked, "In that case, Your Highness, will you not grant me the water-repelling pearl?" Shurji chuckled softly, replying, "This water-repelling pearl can only fend off earthly waters. And what harm could mere earthly water inflict upon me? You, dear child, I am not your true mother, so there is no need for such sentimental attachments." Nezha laughed along, but as the laughter subsided, he recalled the chilling tale of how Taiyi Zhenren had burned Shurji to death with the 9-dragon divine fire shield. Though the present circumstances were vastly different from those recounted in the texts, he would never harm the young Bai Yun, nor would he escalate matters to the Golden Light Cave on Qianyuan Mountain. An ominous premonition lingered in his heart. Thus he voiced, "If this is indeed a calamity tied to the 5 elements, why does Your Highness only practice methods to evade water, rather than also cultivating some fire-repelling techniques?" Shurji, upon hearing this, threw back her head and laughed heartily, saying, "Ah, you little rascal, your words are truly amusing. As a spirit born of a celestial stone, I am naturally impervious to fire. Even if I were to endure the flames for days on end, I would emerge unscathed. To cultivate fire-repelling techniques would be superfluous." Indeed, Nezha, a disciple of the Golden Light Cave on Qianyuan Mountain, was well aware that his master, Taiyi Zhenren, possessed a treasure known as the 9-dragon divine fire shield. This fire was no ordinary flame. It was a refined essence, embodying the true fire of the 3 flavors, capable of annihilating metals and stones, consuming what ordinary fire could not burn. At this revelation, Shurji felt a jolt of alarm within her. She had heard of the formidable nature of the true fire of the 3 flavors, though she had never delved deeply into its intricacies. Now, with Nezha's mention, she realized that this true fire was indeed a nemesis destined to challenge her fate. Yet her expression remained inscrutable, her demeanor indifferent as she continued, "I am aware of your request today, and I have already conveyed it to you. The hour grows late. Do you wish to linger here for the night? If so, I shall take my leave." With that, Shurji issued her dismissal, and Nezha, recognizing the circumstances, felt it inappropriate to overstay his welcome, especially since he had lost track of time while practicing his swordplay. Thus, he allowed Bai Yun to escort him from the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, they found Kai Yun still bound by the Hunyuan silk, curled up in a ball, her eyes glistening with tears and her brow furrowed, resembling a young fawn nestled among the verdant grass as she slumbered. Bai Yun, wishing to speak, was silenced by Nezha's gesture, who crouched before the sleeping Kai Yun. Having contemplated how to foster a better rapport with her while inside, he now gazed at her serene countenance, which belied her youthful guise, revealing a captivating young lady instead. Mischievous thoughts surged within him. He retrieved a brocade box from his robes, containing a delicate flying fish hairpin crafted from jade. Clear and lustrous, yet not particularly valuable. Too modest a gift for the Lady Shiji. However, with a playful grin, he gently pinched the hairpin between his fingers and carefully placed it atop Kai Yun's head. Alas, Kai Yun, it seems you were destined to be a maiden, he mused. Rising stealthily, he discreetly reclaimed the Hunyuan silk, casting a glance at the hesitant Bai Yun, signaling him to remain silent. Before he executed his earth escape back to his abode, the night had deepened, enveloping the world in darkness. The moon was obscured, and the myriad stars paled in comparison to the brilliance of the jewels adorning the cave's ceiling. Upon returning to his chamber, Nezha chanced upon the young maid, Lu Zhu, who had just finished her grooming and donned her servant attire. What a pleasant surprise. What brings you here? He exclaimed. My father brought me to your residence. Sister Cui, you mentioned that Sister Hong Fei would arrange matters. However, seeing my youth, Hong Fei deemed me best suited for the lightest tasks in the household. So she assigned me here to serve you, Brother Nezha, she replied, playfully licking the remnants of food from the corner of her mouth, evidently having indulged just before his arrival. Nezha thought to himself that this was hardly a light task. Clearly, the lazy Hong Fei had sought to shirk responsibilities by placing her under his care, ultimately still under Sister Cui Yu's supervision. The people in this household are all clever in their own ways, Nezha mused, shaking his head. He fetched a clean handkerchief and knelt before Lu Zhu, wiping the corner of her mouth as he spoke. Do not rush when eating. Now that you are here to work, you need not worry about hunger. Have you prepared your sleeping quarters? Have the terms of your monthly pay been clarified? The lady said I could sleep in the inner chamber, and the household provides meals. Initially, I was told there would be no pay, but the lady, being kind-hearted, insisted that the general's residence should not exploit its neighbors. She has arranged a monthly wage of 2 taels of silver for me, with promises to increase it when I am older, the young girl replied, her excitement unabashedly shining through her expression. Meanwhile, a tempest brewed within Nezha's heart. Sleeping in the inner chamber? He pondered. In this inner chamber, could it possibly be the very same room of mine? Although a curtain separates us, I still practice here daily. And there resides a maid. What could be the meaning of this? Once I settled Green Pearl, Nezha promptly made his way to the jade courtyard to seek out Tsiyu. As he opened the door, he found Tsiyu clad in a white dress, yawning with her head tilted back and her hands covering her mouth. Expressing his thoughts to Tsiyu, she leaned against the bed, pulling Nezha into her embrace with a teasing remark. You come to seek your sister at such a late hour. I wonder what this could be about. I must tell you, this arrangement was made by the lady of the house. She sees in Green Pearl a fair visage and clever disposition, and wishes for her to serve as your concubine maid. How fortunate you are, yet you feign reluctance to rise. Wait, Sister Tsiyu, a concubine maid? You mean one who can be summoned at any moment for assistance, and even brought into bed at night, regardless of the hour? Though I am curious to experience such feudal remnants. After all, Green Pearl is merely a 5-year-old child. Such a little one. Glaring at her elder sister. If you are unwilling, go speak to the lady yourself. I shall not intervene. It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that a stranger has unexpectedly arrived in the house. She is only 5 years old. I am least adept at handling children. You are but a child yourself. Nezha, unable to contend with Tsiyu, retreated in defeat. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found Green Pearl squatting beside the large black dog's den. Usually spoiled, the large black dog surprisingly allowed her to pet him without resistance. Nezha sighed at this sight, smiling helplessly. It is getting late. You should return to your room and rest. All right, young master. The stars are truly beautiful tonight. The two exchanged smiles, when suddenly a gust of cold wind swept through, causing Nezha to shiver as he glanced towards the eastern horizon, an unsettling premonition swelling in his heart. Chapter 33. The sword-drawn Nezha, utilizing Li Jin's inner elixir. Practiced throughout the night, accumulating the essence of heaven and earth at a pace beyond his expectations. Calculating the time, he anticipated Tsiyu's arrival and ceased his training, leaping from his bed. Just then, Tsiyu, adorned in a green, waist-cinched gown, was rapping her knuckles against the door. However, before Nezha could reach the door, it swung open. Upon entering, Tsiyu surveyed the room with her elongated phoenix eyes, spotting the prepared warm water and clean towels, a pleased expression surfacing on her fair, slightly flushed countenance. She mused that her initial intent in bringing the girl into the household was merely to add another voice to the mix. The lady's decision to place her in Nezha's room seemed dubious. Yet, unexpectedly, the little maid proved to be quite capable. Sueyu winked at Nezha and remarked, "These 2 silver flowers are indeed worth it. It seems I can afford to sleep in a bit longer." Nezha, deeply engrossed in his practice, had sensed the commotion in the room. However, Green Pearl moved so quietly that he remained oblivious to any danger and paid it little mind. Turning to observe Green Pearl, who was struggling against drowsiness while attending to him, he inhaled the faint scent of milk emanating from her and pondered whether this little maid was perhaps a touch too clever for her own good. Nezha grasped the collar of Green Pearl and tossed her back into her own bed, saying, "If you're tired, continue to sleep. Since you are working for me, we shall be in this together from now on. My household has few rules, but 2 are paramount. One must eat when hungry, and one must sleep when weary." Leaving the bewildered Green Pearl behind, Nezha changed his clothes and stood by the mirror, waiting for Sister Taiyi to style his hair. "Child, if those who work in our residence lack even a modicum of decorum, they will be the subject of ridicule from those with sharp tongues," Taiyi teased, gently patting his scalp. "There was no need to rise so early today. Mr. Fan has yet to arrive." "Oh, has he mentioned anything?" "No, the messenger has not come." "It is indeed peculiar," Nezha pondered, thinking that given Mr. Fan's character, if he intended to cancel the lesson, he would surely have informed others in advance, never so abruptly. Was something amiss, or was he trying to convey a hidden message? After washing his face, Nezha said, "Sister Taiyi, Mr. Fan is of advanced age, and I worry for his health. I wish to visit him now. We can have breakfast in Bailing Town." "Nonsense. Bailing Town is so far. By the time you arrive, it will be noon. It is not too late to eat after that." Sueyu attempted to persuade Nezha to stay for breakfast, but he leapt into the air, transforming into a streak of light that shot toward the horizon. Goodness gracious, he has truly grown skilled. Sueyu stood in stunned silence, eventually regaining her composure and recalling that Nezha, like his elusive elder brothers, had taken a celestial being as his master. This thought filled her with joy, and she felt genuinely happy for the boy. In Bailing Town, aside from Mr. Fan's absence that morning, everything else was as usual. Old Wang, selling his shabby meat noodles, was too distracted by his weeping daughter to open shop, but all else remained unchanged. Next door to the calligraphy and painting studio, the tavern was bustling with even more patrons than the previous day. In addition to the laborers seeking cheap, rough wine, 2 tables of exquisite young ladies, rare finds in the town, gathered without drinking, cracking peanuts and sunflower seeds, chattering and exchanging glances. The laborers might have come to see the ladies, but the affections of the young women were directed solely toward the blue-clad gentleman seated alone at a table, who had been drinking there the previous day. The innkeeper had been attending to guests all night and had just awakened from a brief slumber, yet the blue-robed gentleman remained. Although he had taken only a small sip of wine after 2 days of drinking, he had consumed 5 large jars and still showed no sign of intoxication. What astonished the innkeeper even more was that despite having not slept for an entire night, the gentleman appeared remarkably spirited, his garments pristine and untainted, exuding an otherworldly aura reminiscent of a celestial being. Having run the tavern for many years and traveled extensively in his youth, the innkeeper had encountered a multitude of characters, but had never seen anyone so ethereal in spirit, able to imbue even the act of drinking wine and eating pickles with an air of exalted superiority. He could faintly discern that the young man in the blue attire was awaiting someone, though he remained oblivious to the identity of that individual, or what manner of person could warrant such patience from him. In a brief span, the innkeeper's mind conjured several narratives, tales of long-lost brothers reuniting after many years, and of promises made in the distant past, and so forth. Nezha arrived at the alley of the old street in Bailing Town, and, standing at the entrance of the calligraphy and painting studio, immediately spotted Ao Bing. In the eyes of cultivators, Ao Bing was even more conspicuous than he was to ordinary mortals. His aura was unmistakably vibrant, and amidst the chaotic throng of laughter and noise, a rich and noble azure light enveloped his entire figure, setting him apart from the dull, pale glow of the ordinary crowd. Much like Shurji, his presence alone conveyed an undeniable strength that required no further action to assert itself. Who is he? Nezha mused momentarily. Yet his actions did not falter as he approached Ao Bing, taking a seat across from him with a smile. From whence does this handsome gentleman hail? Might we share a table? Upon Nezha's arrival, the patrons of the small establishment, who had already been observing the scene, erupted into whispers, speculating about the identity of this audacious youth. Some knowledgeable individuals began to voice their opinions, suggesting it was merely the boldness of youth, while others, with keen eyes, noted Nezha's attire and concluded he must also be of noble lineage, possibly acquainted with the young man in blue. Seeing Nezha engage Ao Bing in conversation, the innkeeper wisely refrained from intruding. Nezha squinted at Ao Bing, who, since Nezha's entrance, had focused solely on him. The slightly blue-green irises narrowed as he appraised the young man before him, his gaze traversing the golden bracelet upon Nezha's wrist and the red silk at his waist, ultimately resting upon his face. "Are you Nezha?" he inquired. "No. Since I have discerned your true identity, there is no need to conceal your aura any longer. Aside from us, all here are mere mortals." Nezha sighed, relaxing his mind, allowing a fraction of his aura to emanate, which was then enveloped by a warm golden glow akin to that of Master Fan. "And who might you be, Dao brother?" "Ao Bing, the third prince of the Dragon Palace. You seem to be rather renowned in Chintang Pass. Many households honor your likeness." Ao Bing replied coldly, a trifling offering, easily disregarded. Nezha nodded. "Indeed, it seems rather foolish for fishermen to venerate a being such as you, a man-eater. Surely, they are blind to their folly. You're not here merely to await my arrival, are you, man-eater?" Ao Bing chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "I am indeed here to wait for you." Nezha inquired. "For what purpose?" With a frigid gaze, Ao Bing arrogantly declared, blinded by greed, "I was once lost in my thoughts regarding the matter of the investiture of the gods. Just yesterday, I naively believed that through you, I could forge connections with the Chan school. After 2 days of drinking here, I now see how foolish I was. I await you solely for the purpose of ending your life." Upon the utterance of those words, Nezha's countenance transformed into one of solemn respect, for in this world, there exists an abundance of fools, yet the number of those who possess the awareness of their own foolishness is exceedingly scant. A smile lingered upon his face, albeit now imbued with an air of coldness. He lowered his voice and spoke icily. "To engage in combat here?" Ao Bing surveyed the surroundings, taking in the bare-chested men and those clad in vests, as well as the human women who averted their gazes upon his glance. The disdain in his merciless eyes remained unmitigated. At last, he cast his gaze downward and remarked, "Though the wine in this wretched place is dreadful, the pickles are rather palatable. It would be a shame to ruin them." Chapter 34. The tension. "Are you certain you wish to kill me today?" Nezha inquired, and without waiting for Ao Bing's response, continued, "Since you have chosen the time, I shall select the place. Thus, this duel may be deemed equitable." Ao Bing was momentarily taken aback by these words, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha? A duel? Do you truly believe this qualifies as a duel? A mere nascent soul practitioner, a 7-year-old child, does not presume that slaying a trivial night demon enables him to contend with the Dragon Palace of the East Sea?" Upon Ao Bing's declaration, save for Nezha's unperturbed demeanor, astonishment swept through the crowd. The spectators, now aware of the identity of the suddenly arrived youth, recognized the origins of this young gentleman in blue robes. Chintang Pass, being coastal, was well acquainted with the customs surrounding the worship of the Sea Dragon King. Even if not all were fishermen, discontent might be voiced over drinks, yet no one considered themselves capable of hindering such occurrences. However, in recent days, the emergence of Nezha from Chintang Pass had captured everyone's attention. It was common knowledge that the third young master of the general's mansion was not only a simpleton, but also a mute. Yet, one fateful day, the fool began to read, and the mute found his voice. In a small place like Chintang Pass, this extraordinary tale swiftly traversed the streets and alleys, becoming the topic of conversation during meals. Various opinions circulated, with some even suggesting that the third young master had become possessed by a demon. Typically, such rumors would fade within days without concern. Yet, this particular third young master was not one to fade quietly. It was said that on the day of the Sea Dragon King's ritual, he personally ventured into the fishing village to halt the ceremony, confronting the night demon and striking a 3-day pact with it. By this time, the citizens of Chintang Pass had become engrossed in discussions about Nezha. Though their words dripped with sarcasm, mocking the third young master for his overestimation of his abilities, the truth remained that many secretly held their thumbs up for Nezha, harboring an unspoken hope for this child of the officialdom that even they scarcely dared to believe. As the 3rd day of the pact approached, the townsfolk speculated whether Nezha would be confined within the walls of the general's mansion, unable to venture forth, while the ritual for the Sea Dragon King proceeded as usual, or if he would truly possess the courage to confront the night demon, only to be devoured in an instant. He not only arrived, but also, with a thunderous force, vanquished the Yiksha, even slaying the 17 formidable sorcerers who had been flaunting their power at Chintang Pass. This was in stark contrast to the proclamations made by those sorcerers beforehand, as well as the expectations held by the populace. People either cheered or panicked. Yet none could achieve true tranquility. Now, another envoy from the Dragon Palace had come, this time the third prince, Ao Bing. Ao Bing fixed his gaze upon Nezha, his aura fluctuating, revealing two patches of azure scales on his countenance as he solemnly declared, I am a true dragon of the sea. Now practicing the profound arts and transcending the golden core stage, stepping into the realm of immortality. How dare a mere human cultivator of the nascent spirit realm challenge me to a life-and-death struggle? Upon hearing these words, Nezha's expression shifted dramatically, though inwardly he scoffed. The realm of immortality was unfamiliar to him, yet the aura emanating from Ao Bing was far inferior to that of Shiji. Should I reveal my golden light, even I would surpass him. Moreover, in the tome he had perused, the third prince Ao Bing appeared as a mere straw dog before Nezha, easily defeated by a bundle of the heavenly silk or the lift of the Chinquan circle, even having his dragon tendons drawn away. Nezha mused that it was illogical for Ao Bing to possess such strength in this world of divine beings. His intuition, or perhaps a deeper instinct, cautioned him against engaging in battle with Ao Bing, not out of fear, but for some other profound reason. He smiled and said, Who cannot boast? I have no desire to harm the citizens of Chintang Pass. 20 miles westward lies a secluded clearing among the mountains, uninhabited. Dare you come? Ao Bing scoffed. Do you think I fear you? Lead the way. Under the watchful eyes of many, Nezha kicked off from the dirt path, stirring up a slight cloud of dust, and ascended into the sky with a swift earth evasion, transforming into a streak of light vanishing into the horizon, provoking exclamations of awe. A deity. A true deity. My heavens, the third young master of the general's office is not only no fool, but also a divine being. No wonder he could slay the Yiksha. When Scholar Wang spoke of this over drinks, I thought it was mere gossip, doubted its veracity. At this moment, the knowledgeable brother Dong stepped forth and remarked, What is so astonishing? It has long been said that the three young masters of the general's office have taken deities as their mentors, thus they too are minor deities. These words fell upon Ao Bing's ears like a cold snicker. He stamped his feet, leaving a trace of dragon shadows upon the ground. And the sky darkened with ominous clouds, startling the crowd in the alley to hide and flee, overturning tables, stepping on shoes, and scattering coins. Even the formerly blushing young ladies were now hastily fleeing, unable to discern east from west. Such is the essence of clouds following dragons and winds following tigers. Yet, like Nezha, the clouds arrived suddenly and departed just as swiftly. No sooner had Ao Bing left than two more individuals exchanged glances and soared into the sky, hastening towards the horizon. The location chosen by Nezha was a vast cliff, devoid of paths or human presence, strewn with jagged rocks, with not a blade of grass to be seen, flanked by towering precipices. Upon landing, 3 streaks of light swiftly approached, and one of them sneered. Ah, I see. No wonder you have the audacity to come after me. You've even called for reinforcements. So, shall we face each other one by one, or shall we engage together? After alighting, Ao Bing turned around and beheld the two passers-by revealing their true forms, each towering at a height of over 10 feet, clad in impenetrable armor, their heads adorned with hardened shells, and their hands dangling like massive iron pincers. Ao Bing's expression darkened further as he glanced back at the duo and gritted his teeth. Did my father send you? It turned out that the old Dragon King was aware of his son's temperament, and, fearing he would stir up trouble, had dispatched 2 crab generals of the divine transformation realm from the Dragon Palace to secretly follow him after transforming. The notorious temper of the third prince of the dragon had long been known throughout the Dragon Palace, and the 2 crab generals were reluctant to provoke him. The left general stepped forward and reassured, Your Highness, rest assured, we are here on orders and shall not interfere with your affairs. You are wise to recognize your position. When the time comes to act, the 2 crab generals would not hold back. Their words were primarily based on their understanding of Nezha's capabilities, knowing him to be merely at the divine transformation realm. Although he had slain the Yiksha Li Jian, it was not uncommon in the cultivation world for those at the divine transformation realm to kill golden core realm cultivators. Yet, their third prince had already attained the Yuanshan stage, stepping into the ranks of the scattered immortals. No matter how monstrous Nezha was, how could he surpass this celestial barrier? Moreover, within the circles of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, a prevalent theory circulated. Nezha's victory over Li Jian was solely due to Li Jian's carelessness. Having ventured out without his protective artifact, the water control token, which allowed Nezha to succeed with his ambush. The left general exchanged a knowing glance with the right general. Having worked together for many years as brothers, the right general quickly grasped his intent. The proud third prince, after defeating Nezha, would surely disdain to loot the body of a mere child. Thus, whatever magical artifacts or riches Nezha possessed would inevitably end up in the hands of the 2 brothers. As the 2 schemed, Nezha and Ao Bing had already begun their confrontation not far ahead. Chapter 35. The water-splitting divine shuttle. The third prince's realm evidently exceeded Nezha's expectations. As he rushed here using Earth Escape, he was still concerned about what unexpected and marvelous techniques his opponent might employ. Yet, as he charged forward, the wind whipped up, causing sweat to fly from his face, and he couldn't help but laugh. There was no turning back now. Regardless of whether victory was achievable, he had to win. Irrationally so. Nezha's speed was astonishing, closing the distance rapidly, while Ao Bing remained steadfast, merely laughing at the unfolding scene. The generals at his back also chuckled, as reports indicated that Nezha from Tang Pass possessed innate strength far beyond that of ordinary beings. It seemed evident that his physique surpassed that of the average human. However, despite the third prince having only recently entered the ranks of the scattered immortals, even in his transformed human form, he had refined his physical body countless times using the Golden Core's power, embodying the Tao and accommodating the Yuanshan. How could he fear a contest of physical prowess against a mere cultivator at the divine transformation realm? As Nezha approached within a yard of Prince Ao Bing, the latter reached for the hilt of his sword at his waist. His fingers brushed against the familiar texture of wolf's beard grass, akin to grasping a fleeting chill amidst the sweltering summer heat. Observing Nezha's imminent presence, Ao Bing felt he had discerned all of Nezha's tactics. They were merely straightforward punches meant to force him out of position. He knew that once he relinquished his footing, an onslaught of magical artifacts or techniques would surely follow. Nevertheless, Ao Bing had no intention of retreating. With his speed, drawing his sword for a horizontal slash would spell doom for Nezha if he failed to evade. And should Nezha attempt to dodge, Ao Bing could swiftly advance, making any subsequent strike nearly unavoidable. Inwardly, Ao Bing contemplated fervently, feeling a sudden exasperation at Nezha's naivety. Realizing the youth had never truly faced the dire struggles of life and death. Within that yard of space, Ao Bing's demeanor, once calm and indifferent, shifted dramatically. Nezha's movements remained unchanged, yet his already rapid speed surged unexpectedly, leaving Ao Bing's earlier thoughts in shambles. In this fleeting moment, he found himself unable to even draw his sword in time. Nezha's straightforward punch, deceptively simple, could have been easily sidestepped with a mere step back. But Ao Bing understood that retreat was not an option. Yielding ground would only intensify Nezha's forthcoming assault. In that instant, Ao Bing recalled his sister from the Dragon Palace, whose cultivation had never equaled his own, yet he could never best her in combat. A thought crossed his mind. Those who play with tactics possess impure hearts. With thunderous force, Nezha's punch surged forth, and unwilling to take the blow head-on, Ao Bing attempted to deflect it while simultaneously turning to dissipate the force, delivering a spin kick that struck Nezha in the abdomen, propelling him backward at an even swifter pace. Sweat beaded on Ao Bing's brow as he marveled at his own combat experience, gained from countless duels with the elite of the Dragon Palace, which had not been in vain. His adaptability was nothing short of impeccable. Desiring to deny Nezha any opportunity, he reached for his sword to advance, only to find that the treasured 7 Stars sword, which he always carried, had mysteriously vanished. "Is this what you were looking for?" Nezha, perched upon a rock not far away, grinned mischievously, brandishing the 7 Stars sword before Ao Bing's eyes. "You little thief." Ao Bing grit his teeth, his gaze toward Nezha now laced with murderous intent. The two generals flanking him exchanged glances, their minds swirling with confusion. They had failed to perceive the sudden shift in Nezha's fortune. They merely wondered why the young master had acted so carelessly, forsaking his sword to engage in a contest of fists and feet. Although he had gained the upper hand in their brief exchange, the loss of his sword left them questioning how to salvage their honor. While they contemplated the pride of the Dragon Palace, another observer in the heavens pondered even more deeply. Above the 9 skies, aside from the hunting eagle, there lingered a white crane. It originated from the golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain, where it was tasked by the revered Taiyi Zhenren to clandestinely observe Nezha. When it witnessed Nezha preparing to engage in combat with Ao Bing, it found itself in a dilemma. Although Taiyi had commanded it to merely observe from the shadows and refrain from intervention, it was evident that Nezha, having just embarked on the path of cultivation, would hardly stand a chance against the Dragon Prince of the Sea. Should Nezha perish at Ao Bing's hands, it would be difficult to explain the situation to Taiyi. Just as the white crane immortal was poised to intervene, Nezha suddenly changed pace, causing Ao Bing to drop his sword in astonishment. The immortal was taken aback. While Ao Bing failed to discern Nezha's instantaneous judgment, it was starkly clear to him. Truly, Nezha was a favored individual of Taiyi. It seemed that his recent victory over the Yaksha was not merely a stroke of luck or a result of magical artifacts. Above the 9 heavens, the winds howled fiercely, yet the gales on the ground were even more formidable. Nezha smirked, rising to his full height, his hand resting on the 7-star sword as he stood defiantly against the wind, proclaiming, "Dragon Prince, your bravado is quite amusing. Laugh now, but may you laugh until your last breath. With your auspicious words, I shall indeed laugh until the end." Ao Bing retorted, "Prepare to meet your demise." As he spoke, Ao Bing flicked his wrist, conjuring a long sword that shimmered with an iron hue, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns. He stepped forward, conjuring towering waves that surged toward Nezha. Despite Nezha's attempts to evade, the entire valley was engulfed in tumultuous waters, and he soon found himself submerged. The torrent was perilous, and the rocks were numerous. Even a master of water would struggle to survive in such a tempest. Ao Bing, a dragon diving into the depths, moved with astonishing speed, wielding his sword with precision from all angles. In the blink of an eye, he reached Nezha, who was flailing desperately, struggling for breath. However, just as Ao Bing thrust his sword, Nezha transformed once more, moving with the grace of a fish, breathing naturally in the water, and without warning. He swung his sword toward Ao Bing's head. Ao Bing narrowly managed to block the strike, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. Nezha possessed a magical artifact that allowed him to evade water. Furrowing his brow, Ao Bing unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, the blade appearing to move slowly yet striking with incredible speed. Nezha, caught in a frenzy of defense, found himself in increasingly precarious situations. He mused to himself that Ao Bing's swordsmanship was indeed formidable, capable of conjuring waves. Had he not been protected by the water-repelling pearl and previously practiced the Eastern King's sword techniques, he might not have had the time to utilize his water escape and would surely have met his end beneath Ao Bing's blade. While Nezha struggled to keep up, Ao Bing grew increasingly astonished. After several exchanges, it became evident that Nezha's speed and strength were on par with his own. Initially, Ao Bing had maintained an advantage in swordplay, but Nezha seemed to be honing his skills as if he were a novice swordsman in training, growing stronger with each encounter. After 120 exchanges, Nezha began to exhibit an equal footing against him. Unbeknownst to Nezha, he was entirely absorbed in this duel, reveling in the exhilaration of their clash, as the various sword techniques from the Eastern King's sword and his own thoughts were validated through this intense engagement. However, at that moment, Ao Bing suddenly withdrew his sword, unwilling to continue exchanging blows with Nezha. The contest of martial prowess seemed evenly matched for the time being. Yet he clasped his hands in a mystic gesture, preparing to employ his arcane powers to determine life and death. In an instant, the temperature of the surrounding water plummeted, and waves of icy flowers, serpentine in form, began to spread towards Nezha. He felt an intense chill, as if frost enveloped his limbs. His body shivered uncontrollably. Attempting to swim upwards, he found a thick layer of solid ice overhead, impervious to his 2 strikes. It was only when the Qianquan circle in his hand trembled that he managed to break free from the ice. What a remarkable treasure! The 2 generals exchanged glances, their astonishment palpable. Although Ao Bing had stated beforehand that they should not intervene, they understood well that in a duel of cultivators, unless the disparity in strength was insurmountable, a singular magical artifact could turn the tide of battle, should the 3rd prince of the dragon truly falter this time. Even the slightest possibility of failure would render them culpable in the eyes of the Dragon King, leaving them with no chance of survival. At that moment, the iron pincers on the arms of the 2 generals gleamed ominously, poised for action. Nezha, with one hand clinging to the cliff, gazed into the icy river below, where a shadow traced the form of a dragon. Narrowing his eyes, he launched the Qianquan circle once more into the air. Yet at that instant, Ao Bing's figure flickered, as if teleporting, effortlessly navigating through the water and evading Nezha's strike. Alarmed, Nezha realized that had Ao Bing moved with such swiftness during their earlier underwater confrontation, he would have had no chance at all. Yet, why had he chosen to conceal his true capabilities? Unbeknownst to Nezha, Ao Bing wielded a water-based artifact known as the water-splitting divine shuttle, capable of manipulating currents and forging paths through water. Once activated, it allowed for rapid movement beneath the surface, rendering even the swiftest fish in the sea unable to keep pace with his shadow. Just then, a sense of foreboding washed over Nezha. Instinctively, he gathered the essence of heaven and earth to shield his vital organs, yet he still sensed a tremor in the air, a disorienting jolt that caused his grasp on the cliff to slip away, plunging him directly into the icy depths of the valley. Chapter 36, All Mine. Though Nezha had summoned the essence of heaven and earth at a critical moment to protect his vital areas, his internal organs were still jarred into a tangle, and a profound discomfort surged within his chest, as if a tide of blood were pooling there. As he submerged once more, his vision blurred. And when he opened his mouth, blood spilled from his lips and nostrils, mingling with the bone-chilling waters. The sound of rushing water filled his ears, faintly accompanied by laughter. Yet all coalesced into a blinding silver light that rushed toward him. The water-splitting divine shuttle, while not omnipotent, could not utilize arcane techniques during its operation, nor could it employ various martial skills in combat. However, when used in expansive bodies of water, a mere infusion of heaven and earth's essence could yield unimaginable speed, making it an exceptional artifact for escape. Yet, at times, speed alone signifies strength. With this strike, Ao Bing unleashed a stunning blow propelled by the velocity granted by the water-splitting divine shuttle, akin to cavalry charging into battle, unstoppable in its momentum. Nezha was struck by the sword, sending him flying through the water, compounding his injuries. Yet, apart from a slight furrow of pain on his brow, his expression remained unchanged. He had managed to deflect the blow with the 7-star sword. Should Ao Bing be foolish enough to attempt the same maneuver a second time? Nezha had already prepared the incantation for his treasure, ensuring that his adversary would pay dearly. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Nezha regarded the 7-star sword in his hand and remarked, "What a magnificent sword." Indeed, it was a remarkable blade. Otherwise, it would have shattered under Ao Bing's formidable strike, splintering into countless shards in an instant. The true challenge lay in the unseen attacks he had just faced. Nezha raised his gaze, piercing through the icy layer to observe the two crab generals on the shore. With a cold glint in his eyes, he summoned the universe ring once more. Ao Bing, poised to strike again, halted his attack upon seeing Nezha's maneuver, only to realize that the universe ring paid him no heed. Instead, it cleaved through the thickening ice above, making a passage towards the valley. Stunned, Ao Bing quickly grasped Nezha's intent, and, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "You little thief! Engaging me in battle, yet daring to divide your attention. You seek your own demise. You are but a wretched loach. Why should I fear? If you have the ability, come and fight me on the shore." As Nezha emerged onto the bank through the opening created by the universe ring, he witnessed one of the crab generals had been decimated by the ring, while the other, disregarding the prohibitions set by the third prince, charged towards him. Nezha had anticipated this moment. The universe ring traced a circle in the air before returning to strike the crab general squarely on the back, shattering his iron armor completely. Below, Ao Bing, unwilling to yield, transformed into his true form, a majestic azure dragon over 10 feet long, baring its fangs as it lunged forward. Nezha leaped into the air, filled with exhilaration, unfurling the 7 feet mixed sky silk like a cascade of fiery blocks descending upon his foe, enveloping Ao Bing completely and binding him tightly. As Ao Bing, now reverting to human form, attempted to curl up and escape, Nezha had already calculated his move. The mixed sky silk wrapped around him once more, pinning him to the icy surface. Seeing Ao Bing still struggle, Nezha swiftly approached, placing a foot upon Ao Bing's neck, while grasping the returning universe ring in his right hand, poised to strike down upon Ao Bing's forehead. This scene instilled terror in Ao Bing, his heart quaking with fear as he tightly shut his eyes. Having just engaged in combat, he was acutely aware of the universe ring's might. Even the two generals, both masters of the divine nurturing realm, had perished with a single blow. Now, with his hands and feet bound, how could he possibly resist? Regret washed over Ao Bing as he lamented his impulsive display of bravado. Had he waited until his celestial realm was solidified and acquired some divine abilities related to the primordial spirit, capturing Nezha would have been effortless today. However, after an eternity of waiting for the spectral emissaries of the underworld to claim his soul, he finally opened his eyes to behold Nezha sitting leisurely on a protruding rock above the ice, one hand tugging at a corner of the mixed sky silk, a cheerful smile gracing his face as he regarded Ao Bing. As Nezha chuckled, a fit of coughing ensued, and with each cough, blood began to trickle from the corners of his mouth. Yet, he could not suppress his laughter, and soon his laughter was mingled with blood, staining the ground, a sight that filled Ao Bing with sheer terror. Wiping the blood from his lips with the back of his hand, Nezha spoke softly, "Cough, cough. I must admit, at first glance of your haughty demeanor, I thought you would carry your pride all the way to the underworld. Who would have thought you were merely a coward at heart?" Upon hearing this, Ao Bing clenched his teeth, attempting to maintain his composure. However, the thought of his century-long cultivation and promising future ignited a wave of fear within him. He was a dragon of great ambition. He did not wish to meet his end so soon. Yet, bowing his head felt like a betrayal. The collision of Ao Bing's pride and his dread of death was tumultuous at that moment. Noticing his silence, Nezha's eyes flickered with derision as he slowly continued. Whether you believe it or not, perhaps it is some absurd destiny, or perhaps there are those among the heavens who would revel in my vanquishing you. Huh? Do you truly think your abilities surpass mine? Your victories are but a consequence of wielding two powerful artifacts. Dare to confront me without them, and let us battle for 300 more rounds. Ao Bing glared at Nezha, yet in his eyes, he detected a gaze of ridicule he had never encountered before. It was the look one might cast upon a fool. As the third prince of the Dragon Palace, endowed with exceptional talent, lineage, and bloodline, Ao Bing had never encountered anyone daring enough to regard him as a simpleton. But in this moment, he had to concede that he had indeed uttered some rather foolish remarks. The victors are celebrated, while the vanquished fade into obscurity. There exists no opportunity for a second chance. Nezha continued, I concede that without these two artifacts, I would indeed struggle against you. However, a victory is a victory nonetheless. Ao Bing crumbled under this assertion. The phrase "a victory is a victory" resonated painfully within him, for in the past century, with each breakthrough in his cultivation, he had sought out his sister in the Dragon Palace. After every humiliating defeat, it was this very phrase that echoed from her lips. Through gritted teeth, he demanded, What do you want? Nezha replied, I desire nothing in particular. I was meant to dispatch you here, collecting your dragon tendons to present to my foolish father as a token of filial piety. Yet, there are those who would prefer I not do so. Though I remain oblivious to their intentions, I shall not grant them their wish. Ao Bing exclaimed, What nonsensical drivel are you spouting? Nezha squinted and smiled. What? Do you not comprehend? To put it simply, if others are displeased, I find immense delight. Ha ha ha, cough, cough. Ao Bing's fear escalated. Not merely from the imminent specter of death, but because he perceived that this Nezha before him seemed somewhat unhinged. Do not move. Nezha suddenly leaped down from the rock, planting a foot upon Ao Bing's back while his hands began to rummage through Ao Bing's belongings. Scoundrel, what are you doing? A soldier may be slain, but never insulted. Enough of the nonsense. I see you possess quite a few treasures. If you wish to preserve your life, surrender them all to me. Chapter 37. The universe within the bag. Having acquired the water-splitting divine shuttle, Ao Bing's subsequent weapon, a rune-forged steel sword, was no ordinary object. Moreover, Nezha extracted a jade hairpin from Ao Bing's head and removed a set of jingling rings from his waist, along with a small brown beast skin pouch that hung from his exquisitely crafted belt. Nezha tugged on the pouch for quite some time. With his strength, he should have easily ripped it apart, yet he could not even open its mouth. Intrigued, he inquired of Ao Bing, Hey little mudfish, what is the secret of this pouch? Why can't I open it? Ao Bing merely glared at him in silence. Nezha, not one to relent, delivered a couple of punches, and Ao Bing's once glaring eyes soon transformed into two swollen bruises. With a hint of exasperation, Nezha waved the resplendent universe ring in his hand and declared, If you wish to survive, you must cooperate. Do you comprehend the concept of being at the mercy of another? I have already offended the Dragon Palace. I am not averse to offending it further. I am a dragon. All right, you are indeed a dragon. But now it is you who are at my mercy. So, little dragon, tell me how to open this pouch and what treasures it contains. Seeing Ao Bing hesitating, Nezha threatened, Dare to play tricks, and I shall strike you down with this ring. This desolate place bore no grass. A distant black speck appeared on the horizon, occasionally accompanied by the cry of an eagle, lingering ominously in the air. It seemed as if a dragon had ventured into shallow waters, destined for demise in this perilous realm. At this juncture, Ao Bing sighed, realizing that if he did not relinquish these treasures, his chance of survival would be exceedingly slim. He reluctantly explained, This item was a birthday gift from the esteemed disciple of the celestial master of the Taoist of many treasures, to my father. It is called the Universe 100 Treasures Pouch, inscribed with the incantation of the universe within the sleeve, which creates a space of 10 directions within. It is typically used to store items that are inconvenient to carry. Upon hearing this, Nezha was elated. Was this not akin to the fabled spatial rings, bracelets, or belts often described in web novels that protagonists acquire upon traversing worlds? Initially believing the pouch to be robust and filled with rare treasures, he now understood that the pouch itself was a treasure, and his efforts to open it were considerably lessened. Nezha asked, How do I open this? How is it used? Even within the Dragon Palace, the Universe 100 Treasures pouch was a rare artifact. Remembering the precious items contained within, Ao Bing felt a pang of sorrow, a weight in his chest. He listlessly responded, To utilize it, channel the primordial energy of the universe. Lightly touch your thumb to the first joint of your middle finger, and then recite the incantation. With a toss of the universe, the treasures emerge within the pouch of the universe. Heed my command. You will be able to retrieve items at will from this 100 treasures pouch. Upon hearing this, Nezha attempted it just once and succeeded. Realizing that Ao Bing had previously conjured a sword from this pouch without any other remarkable technique. Before long, Nezha deftly extracted the treasures from the bag, arranging them meticulously. A dazzling array of rare and precious items, shimmering in hues of yellow and white, nearly blinded him. Prominently displayed were small piles of gold ingots, alongside an array of weaponry, swords and spears aligned in a neat row. A peculiar yellow wooden branch, shrouded in a fine layer of misty yellow dust, lay before him. A jade bottle, crafted from mutton-fat white jade, contained 10 pitch-black pills the size of longan fruits. As Nezha uncorked the bottle, he was nearly overcome by the potent aroma of the medicinal concoction. Other assorted items were hastily discarded by Nezha, his face betraying an unmistakable delight. He turned to Ao Bing and inquired about the nature of these treasures, eager for clarification. Ao Bing, who had grappled with his decision for some time, now found himself in a mental struggle after choosing to surrender. Nevertheless, he had resigned himself to his fate, understanding that as long as he remained alive, there would always be hope for the future. Presently, his foremost concern was survival. He spoke. This wood is known as the 10,000 Li Yellow Spring Wood, said to grow along the banks of the Nine Nether Yellow Spring River, taking a millennium to grow merely half a foot. The older it is, the more potent the essence of the yellow spring it absorbs, making it a rare treasure. Whether for refining elixirs or setting up formations, it is invaluable. Upon hearing this, Nezha regarded the wood with newfound reverence. If Ao Bing's words were true, this branch must have existed for nearly 10,000 years. Ao Bing then turned his gaze to the jade bottle, his eyes devoid of spirit as he continued. This pill is called the Spirit Enlightenment Pill. When cultivators of the nascent soul realm refine their elixirs, this item can significantly enhance their understanding of the alchemical process. He pointed to another item. This jade hairpin is known as the 7 Apertures Linglong Pin, which aids in condensing the essence of heaven and earth, accelerating one's cultivation. Lastly, he indicated a jade pendant. This is the Gentleman's dustless pendant. When worn, it ensures that one remains untainted by dust, regardless of the length of time spent in any location. Satisfied with his newfound treasures, Nezha faced a dilemma regarding Ao Bing. He had no wish to kill him, yet releasing him posed its own risks. While the situation was vexing, Nezha remained calm, aware that matters in the East Sea were not as simple as at home, where one could easily dress or dine at will. It required careful thought. Ao Bing implored, "I have given you all my treasures. Will you not release me?" Nezha shot him a skeptical glance, replying, "What is the rush? If I were to release you, you might return with forces to seek vengeance. What then would I do? I swear by the dignity of the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, I will not trouble you again." Nezha retorted, "What do I care for your dignity? Look at your current predicament. Should I spare your life, you might commit heinous acts such as patricide or matricide. Be quiet, and allow me to contemplate." Understanding Nezha's distrust, Ao Bing fell silent, knowing that prolonging the situation could work in his favor, given that his father had dispatched someone to follow him. Any prolonged absence would surely raise suspicions, prompting a rescue mission. If this matter were to be discovered by my half-sister, I fear I would never be able to hold my head high again. As night fell, the moon hung like a silver disk in the vast sky. Nezha, accompanied by Ao Bing, stealthily arrived at the Shuhua studio in Belan Town, utilizing the art of earth escape. There he found Mr. Fan seated in the only relatively impressive armchair in the establishment, his expression grave as he sipped tea. Nezha unceremoniously tossed Ao Bing to the ground and stood to the side, greeting Mr. Fan. Upon his return, all was well. A glance at Ao Bing, followed by another at Nezha, filled Mr. Fan's heart with mixed emotions. He pondered how many seasons of training he had shared with Ao Bing, while Nezha had only been on the path of cultivation for merely a month. With a sigh, he reflected on the vast disparities between individuals, which seemed even greater than the differences between man and dog. Nezha inquired, "Why do you sigh, sir?" Mr. Fan sought to console himself, recognizing that their cultivation was for the sake of the path to longevity, while Nezha pursued strength for the sake of his desires, thus granting him victory. He replied, "I worry that if you continue down this path, you will find it impossible to stop." Ao Bing seized the opportunity to interject, asserting, "If I return properly, there remains room for negotiation. If I were to perish, that would truly lead to an unending conflict." Nezha kicked him lightly, saying, "You little eel, Mr. Fan is here. Your opinion is not required. A.O. Bing turned his face away, and Nezha then addressed Mr. Fan, stating, in all honesty, I do not wish to kill A.O. Bing at this moment, yet I am aware that I cannot simply let him return. I wonder if there might be any means to ensure that even if he is allowed to leave, his life and death remain under my control. This could serve to restrain the Dragon Palace and perhaps resolve the immediate crisis, while also breaking the century-long tradition of the Dragon King's sacrifices at Chintang Pass. Upon hearing this, A.O. Bing's face turned a shade paler than one who had consumed a putrid insect, glancing at Nezha's clenched fists, hesitant to speak. Meanwhile, Mr. Fan looked at Nezha with a sense of satisfaction. He remarked, your ability to think in this manner suggests that in the future, when heroes gather, your name will undoubtedly be among them. Chapter 38. The 10-year pact. Mr. Fan began. Do you still remember our first meeting, when I immobilized you with my inspiration, leaving you unable to move? Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement, sensing that Mr. Fan had a new idea, and asked, what do you mean, sir? Mr. Fan gently stroked his grizzled goatee and continued, by combining my inspiration with the 5 elements incantation, I can implant a binding curse within him. Should he ever defy it, he shall meet his demise. A.O. Bing's face shifted dramatically as he realized. How had he not noticed before? This scholar from Chaoga, who appeared to be a benevolent and virtuous man, harbored such treacherous schemes. He hastily interjected, there is no need for such measures. I will henceforth not oppose Nezha, and I will do everything in my power to navigate the Dragon Palace's sacrificial matters. In response to A.O. Bing, he received only a sharp rap on the forehead. Mr. Fan retrieved a piece of calligraphy from the table and presented it before A.O. Bing, asking, how do you find this writing? Albing focused his gaze and was immediately struck by a bold and unrestrained piece of cursive script. Upon closer inspection, however, he felt it was perhaps overly hasty. Yet, as a dragon beneath the eaves, he had no choice but to bow his head, mustering the courage to extol, it soars with abandon, embodying a unique style. Truly a rare masterpiece. Thus, another reprimand descended. Mr. Fan shook his head with a sigh, remarking, this is the work assigned to Nezha. Even something written with ink on a chicken's claw would surpass it. Your praise reveals a complete lack of honesty. How can I trust you? Beside them, Nezha cleared his throat and interjected, sir, family matters should not be aired publicly. This interplay between the elder and the youth nearly drove Albing to the brink of despair. He glared, fully aware that unless the restrictions were lifted today, the two would undoubtedly refuse to believe him. Yet, should the restrictions be imposed, his entire future would be shackled to the whims of others. The thought of such a dark road ahead caused his vision to blur. The constraints proved more intricate than anticipated. Mr. Fan and Nezha toiled through the night, and by the time the restrictions were completed, the rooster in the yard had already begun its morning call. Peering through the window, Albing saw the eastern sky lightening with the first blush of dawn. Mr. Fan reclined, while Nezha had already ventured to the alley to procure 2 large bowls of savory tofu pudding. Upon returning with a chipped blue and white porcelain bowl, he discovered the magical silk had been unwound, leaving the once proud figure in a blue robe trembling like a broken puppet in the corner. Nezha chuckled, sensing the connection between himself and Albing. With a mere thought, he could trigger the restrictions, rendering Albing's inspiration utterly destroyed, transforming him into a soulless automaton. He tucked away the silk, placed the tofu pudding on the counter, and felt a great weight lift from his heart, his brow unfurling in relief as he said, sir, you have worked hard through the night. Please enjoy a bowl of hot soup and rest early. Mr. Fan sighed. The air in Chintang Pass is more humid than in Chaoga. My lung affliction has not troubled me for a while. Yet I find myself longing for the flying eaves and suspended beams of Chaoga, wondering if I shall ever behold the grandeur of that city again. This was precisely what irked Nezha about Mr. Fan. He responded with resignation, sir, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. I have never been to Chaoga, so I cannot comprehend your allusions. He knew that this remark would earn him a reprimand, and, as expected, the ruler fell upon his shoulder. Mr. Fan cleared his throat and said, the fine tea I brought from Chaoga is nearly consumed. Realizing the matter at hand, Mr. Fan sought his disciple's assistance to alleviate his concerns. Nezha promptly agreed, thinking that the traveling merchants from Chaoga would likely arrive within 2 or 3 days, and he would ensure that Hongfei kept a watchful eye on them. With this agreement, both elder and youth were pleased, finishing their tofu pudding and escorting Mr. Fan back to the courtyard for rest. Nezha then turned to Albing, who appeared pale and lifeless, as if his very soul had been stolen, and said, as a practitioner, should one not endure a few setbacks without succumbing to such despair? Albing lifted his gaze, casting a cold glance at him. Nezha felt a chill run down his spine under his resentful stare, fully aware that pursuing a desperate foe is unwise. And a cornered dog knows to leap over a wall. Thus, he spoke. 10 years. What 10 years? Albing retorted. If you can indeed assist me as previously claimed, in mediating within the Dragon Palace to ensure that the citizens of Chentang Pass shall no longer need to offer living sacrifices to the Sea Dragon King. Then after 10 years, I shall help you lift your restrictions. Is this truly your word? Albing pondered for a moment before responding with a cold laugh. You have calculated your moves well. If that is the case, not only will the Dragon Palace be unable to take your life over the next decade, but they will also be compelled to protect you at all costs. Nezha leaped onto the counter behind him, swinging his legs nonchalantly, and replied, You are free to decline. Of course, Albing could not refuse. The Dragon clan was inherently long-lived, and having attained the golden elixir, 10 years was but a fleeting moment for him. He asked, How can I trust you? Nezha responded, Why would I deceive you? If you doubt my word, then I swear by the life of the entire Qianyuan Mountain Golden Light Cave. If I fail to uphold this vow, may the lineage of Qianyuan Mountain Golden Light Cave be extinguished. Albing was taken aback, realizing the severity of such an oath. With their agreement solidified, he took to the skies on his cloud. Meanwhile, at the Qianyuan Mountain Golden Light Cave, having just concluded his meditation, the great master Taiyi suddenly sneezed with a thunderous sound, causing dust to cascade within the cave and birds at the mountain's peak to take flight in alarm. Taiyi furrowed his brow, sensing a call in accordance with his level of understanding. He grabbed a handful of copper coins and attempted to divine his fortune, yet could not ascertain any auspicious or inauspicious outcomes. Such occurrences were rare. He could only instruct his disciple to summon Lingzuzi. Upon entering, Lingzuzi bowed and inquired, Master, what matters do you wish to impart to your disciple? Taiyi asked as usual, How fares your training with the firepoint spear? Lingzuzi replied, I have mastered it thoroughly, and I now comprehend the methods of the golden elixir. I wonder when and where I may begin to refine the golden elixir? After speaking, Lingzuzi cast a furtive glance at the spiritual platform beneath Taiyi, which possessed the ability to condense the essence of heaven and earth, thus accelerating one's cultivation. Previously, Taiyi had gifted him a similar platform, yet his own was evidently inferior to the one seated beneath Taiyi. Noticing the glint of avarice in Lingzuzi's eyes, Taiyi frowned slightly and, maintaining his composure, said, There is no rush. Just last night, I observed the celestial phenomena and noted that a meteorite has fallen towards Chaoga, claimed by the valiant King Huang Feihu of the Shang dynasty. Within it lies the divine sand of the galaxy. Should you acquire this precious material as a foundation, it could elevate the quality of your golden elixir. Upon hearing this, Lingzuzi was overjoyed and prostrated himself in gratitude, proclaiming, Thank you, Master. I shall descend the mountain and head to Chaoga, ensuring I do not disappoint you, and I will retrieve the divine sand of the galaxy. Taiyi nodded. Although Lingzuzi acted impulsively and was insatiable in his desires, he possessed ambition and longing. As long as a person harbors ambition and desire, Taiyi felt he had ample means to manage him. He continued, I just conducted a divination for you. In your journey to Chaoga, you may not find what you seek within a year, and there is one who intentionally conceals the heavenly secrets, competing with you. Therefore, proceed with caution. As long as Nezha lives, it is not yet your time to gain renown. Nezha. Again, Nezha. 2 years. 2 more years to wait. Lingzuzi bowed his head, collapsing to the ground, concealing the fierce expression on his face from Taiyi. He could only resent the fact that the fallen iron had landed in Chaoga rather than at Chentang Pass. Otherwise, he would have eagerly sought to slay Nezha and reclaim the flesh that rightfully belonged to him. Chapter 39. A letter from Li Jing on the other side. Ao Bing had returned to the Dragon Palace for 3 days. For the first 2 days, he secluded himself, refusing to see anyone. On the 3rd day, Ao Bing donned his ceremonial robes, bearing a memorial, intending to present himself before the Dragon King in the Crystal Palace. He had come to realize that, although bound by Nezha's restrictions, this was merely a matter of 10 years. He resolved to devote this decade to serving Nezha, believing that if he could cultivate a favorable relationship with the Chen sect, he would not only incur no loss, but might also inherit the Dragon King's position and receive a divine appointment as the rain god from the celestial court. Though he currently held the esteemed title of Crown Prince of the Dragon Palace, he lacked an official position within the celestial court, which left him feeling uneasy. The grand and magnificent Crystal Palace, an impossible edifice existing amidst the sea, loomed like a silent giant beneath the waves. He stood resolutely at the palace gates, lost in thought when the Tortoise Prime Minister approached with news. Your Highness, you have arrived at an inopportune time. The Dragon King was invited to attend a birthday banquet at the South Sea Dragon King's palace yesterday. Taken aback, Ao Bing responded. Did we not already pay our respects to the South Sea earlier this year? The tortoise prime minister, his face wrinkled and contorted, replied with a wry smile. It is the birthday of the South Sea's second prince's daughter this month. Ao Bing inquired. Surely, the girl's birthday does not warrant a personal visit from my father. The tortoise prime minister explained. The Dragon King was personally invited by the South Sea Dragon King, likely to discuss matters of importance, merely using the occasion as a pretext. What concerns you, Your Highness? Shaking his head, Ao Bing decided to withdraw. Upon returning to the palace, he was soon visited by General Cuttlefish, who bore urgent news. Observing the general's spiny face shifting with unease, Ao Bing furrowed his brow and asked, What is so pressing? The imposing General Cuttlefish, clad in armor, bore a fierce countenance, yet possessed a certain naivete. He chuckled and said, Your Highness, there is a messenger who brought a letter that I intercepted for you to see. Ao Bing's frown deepened as he cautiously inquired, From where does this letter come? Why did you intercept it? The Cuttlefish general, loyal yet somewhat dim-witted, had often made Ao Bing wary due to his unpredictable antics. With a chuckle, he said, Are you still troubled by that matter concerning Nezha? A sudden jolt of concern shot through Ao Bing, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Ao Bing's assent, the renowned rough-and-tumble Cuttlefish general grinned bashfully, causing Ao Bing to shiver with discomfort. This little Nezha seems to regard our eastern sea with utter disdain and does not hold you, Your Highness, in high regard. I have been pondering how to alleviate your burdens, but alas, I have yet to find a way. Fortunately, there are always unexpected opportunities. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing's expression darkened as he retorted, And what of it? General Cuttlefish remarked, Your Highness, what a coincidence. I happened to witness Li Jing sending a letter to the Dragon King. He is quite the adept at navigating affairs, and being the father of Nezha, their hearts are surely aligned. He must be seeking to intercede on Nezha's behalf. The old Dragon King is quite soft-hearted and has a history with Li Jing. If he were to facilitate this matter smoothly, how could we ever avenge our grievances? Therefore, I intercepted the letter. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Rubbing his temples, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, You truly have a plan, don't you? General Cuttlefish chuckled and replied, All credit goes to Your Highness's teachings. When Li Jing arrives in due time, we shall intercept him and leverage his presence to compel Nezha. After all, filial piety is paramount. I doubt Nezha would refuse. Fear that Nezha would not comply? Ao Bing's heart was filled with sardonic laughter. He feared that if Nezha were to unleash his wrath, it would be Ao Bing himself who would perish. This foolish Cuttlefish was more of a hindrance than a help. Thus, as soon as General Cuttlefish's words fell, Ao Bing raised his hand and struck, sending the general sprawling to the ground. Your Highness? Ao Bing stood, lightly grasping the ornate crystal armrest of his chair, steam billowing from his nostrils in frustration. You reckless fool! Who told you I was at odds with Nezha? General Cuttlefish, taken aback, innocently replied, Does it require telling? Just a few days ago, Your Highness sought trouble with Nezha on shore. Even a pig could deduce that you are not on good terms with that young rascal. Nonsense. These two words left General Cuttlefish utterly bewildered. Just days prior, during the turmoil of Yasha's death, Ao Bing had been furious, smashing tables and chairs in the palace, vowing to personally take Nezha's life. Was it all merely a dream? General Cuttlefish was convinced he was not dreaming, and his own cleverness left no room for error. Thus, there could only be one explanation. His Highness simply had a tendency to forget. He quietly reminded, Your Highness, that young Nezha obstructed the Eastern Sea's sacrificial rites and even killed Yasha. If we do not punish him, won't our esteemed Dragon Palace lose all face? Upon hearing this, Ao Bing clenched his fists and landed another punch on General Cuttlefish's face, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Then, seizing him by the collar, he hoisted him up and hissed through gritted teeth, That young Nezha? Let me tell you, mind your tongue. Remember, Nezha is now my brother, a beloved companion. General Cuttlefish's delayed reaction earned him yet another beating. Fortunately, his robust physique withstood the blows, but he remained perplexed about how Ao Bing had become entwined with Nezha. What nonsense about brotherhood and love was this? He inquired, Your Highness, then what about this letter? After much contemplation, Ao Bing finally said, Bring it to me. I shall take a look. Upon reading the letter, it revealed nothing substantial about Li Jing's affairs, merely stating that, as per custom, the banquet in the Southern Sea would not conclude for at least 10 days or half a month. With the Dragon King absent, Ao Bing was indifferent to letting Li Jing wait a while longer. His only concern was that if Li Jing failed to apologize on behalf of Nezha, it might lead to trouble that would ultimately ensnare him as well. He remarked, Since the letter has been intercepted, returning it would attract attention. I will personally handle this matter when Li Jing arrives in the East Sea. Remember, keep this affair from the prying eyes of others. Understood, Ao Bing's subordinate replied. Though inwardly he harbored grievances, questioning why they had bothered to fish if they were ultimately going to retain the letter. Ao Bing contemplated the importance of properly welcoming Li Jing. Compared to his own life and fortune, the ritual for the Sea Dragon King was of little consequence. And it must not occur again in the future. While he wrestled with his worries, he was unaware that Li Jing was even more anxious. With 400 of the 800 feudal lords in rebellion, the situation was dire, and the common folk were suffering immensely. Yet the forces had not yet reached Chintang Pass. Li Jing had initially taken the opportunity of training his troops to leisurely hunt daily at the picturesque Wild Horse Ridge, accompanied by the enchanting Maid Green Ping. However, news soon reached him that Nezha had thwarted the Sea Dragon King's ritual, slain the night demons, and killed the great shaman. Upon hearing this, Li Jing felt as if the ground had suddenly dropped from beneath him, nearly falling from his horse. Regaining his composure, he promptly summoned his men and hastened towards Chintang Pass. Simultaneously, he sent a letter to the Dragon Palace, intending to pay a visit and prepared to swallow his pride to personally apologize to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Li Jing thought to himself how troublesome Nezha was. Securing a good relationship with the East Sea Dragon Palace was far more important than the lives of a handful of mortals. The more he pondered, the more distressed he became, realizing he must clarify his stance to the Dragon Palace, asserting that this entire debacle was solely the misguided actions of the reckless Nezha, with no connection to himself. The ritual for the East Sea was a time-honored tradition of Chintang Pass, and it could not, and would not, cease under his watch. Chapter 40. Life is like a bowl of scallion omelette noodles. Nearly 10 days had passed since Ao Bing returned to the Dragon Palace, and no further news had emerged, leading to a period of calm. Nezha diligently practiced, having absorbed more than half of the primordial energy contained within Li Jin's golden elixir. At this moment, the gathered primordial energy in his dantian had formed a tranquil pond, measuring over 10 yards in diameter. During this time, disturbances arose in the nearby fishing village regarding the selection of a great shaman. Nezha intervened personally, using decisive force to eliminate 3 individuals, which quelled the unrest. The common folk in the countryside, having witnessed the previous ritual's truncation, were astonished that after Nezha's subsequent slaying of the night demons and the great shaman, the Dragon Palace had not sought further trouble at the borders. In fact, the fishermen had enjoyed peaceful seas and bountiful catches for days. Rumors even circulated that the Dragon Palace had not been entirely inactive, having secretly dispatched the Dragon King's third son, Ao Bing, to capture Nezha, only for Ao Bing to be slain by him. The townsfolk engaged in spirited discussions. Some believed that the ritual for the Sea Dragon King could indeed be terminated, celebrating the prospect, while others, more pessimistic, felt that breaking from tradition could only spell doom, sensing the calm before the storm as calamity loomed over Chintang Pass. Despite the myriad of events that have transpired, the majority of people must continue their lives as usual. Those who sell noodles will persist in their trade. The vendors of wine will carry on, fishermen will continue their endeavors, and scribes will remain devoted to their craft. Nezha's life, too, unfolds with a serene cadence. Rising early this day, he led Green Pearl to the kitchen, where they prepared 2 generous bowls of scallion omelet noodles. Cradling the bowls, they inhaled the invigorating aroma of fresh scallions, and the 2 children settled on the threshold, relishing their meal. The previous day, several young girls had spent their time frolicking at home. Now enticed by the allure of preserved fruits, they approached Nezha, imploring him to assist them in retrieving the delicacies from the kitchen for their enjoyment. Coincidentally, Mr. Fan was on a brief respite, with no academic obligations, prompting Nezha to finally attend to this long-anticipated task. A bustling group engaged tirelessly throughout the day, hammering pulp, retrieving sheets of paper, drying them, and peeling them apart. The young girls, exhausted from their efforts, were ultimately rewarded with the delightful outcome of producing smooth, pristine sheets of paper. Of course, Nezha's notion of smooth and pristine stood in stark contrast to Mr. Fan's collection of yellowed and darkened bamboo slips, and he anticipated that with further practice and improved tools, the creation of truly superior paper would soon be within reach. In his exuberance, Nezha liberally distributed the preserved fruits from the storeroom to the delighted children. The sound of firecrackers erupted from the front courtyard, prompting Nezha to recall Lady Yin's earlier reminder about General Li Jing's return today, a fact he had nearly forgotten. He hastily wrapped the preserved fruits and, taking Green Pearl's hand, rushed towards the front yard. At that moment, Sueyu approached, breathless and urging them to hurry. her bosom rising and falling rhythmically, causing a slight dizziness. "Little masters, what are you doing hiding here? The master has arrived at the gate. Hurry, or he shall be quite displeased if he does not see you." As Taiyi dashed over, she swiftly pulled the two children back, with Green Pearl anxiously clutching Nezha's hand. "Young master, does your father have a temper?" she inquired. "They say good food nourishes the spirit." The young girl, already charming in her appearance, now sported plumper cheeks, hinting at her potential beauty as she matured. Without glancing back, Nezha replied with a hint of resignation, "Do not worry, little piglet. Even if we arrive, he will surely express his displeasure, or perhaps he has come solely for that purpose." "What shall we do?" Green Pearl asked, her voice tinged with concern. Nezha chuckled. "Let him vent his ire, little piglet. Do you know how one grows stronger? It is through performance." Green Pearl, somewhat perplexed yet intrigued, responded as they ran, "Young master, I am not a pig. I am Green Pearl. Please don't call me little piglet. It makes me feel foolish." Nezha glanced back at her, earnestly clarifying. "I call you little piglet as a term of endearment, referring to the actual pig." "Oh," she replied, feeling no significant difference, and thus accepted the appellation. Taiyi sighed, wiping the beads of perspiration from her brow, and with a sense of relief remarked, "At last, we made it just in time." At the entrance, 2 rows of weapons were arranged side by side, with guards standing on either side. In front, Li Jing rode a magnificent steed, adorned in resplendent crimson armor, leading the procession. Behind him, dozens of soldiers safeguarded the convoy, while the maidens and servants, including Green Ping, walked at the center of the formation. The procession halted at the gate, and with 3 resounding cheers of victory, the onlookers and those within the estate knelt on one knee, echoing the triumphant call, not for Li Jing, but for the valiant soldiers returning from battle. Once the formalities were complete, Red Fei and others led a throng of maidens out to assist Li Jing in removing his armor and summoned a physician to examine him for injuries. The physician, upon confirming his good health, proclaimed loudly to the gathered crowd, "The master is well, may he live long." As the customary procedures concluded, it was already noon. Taiyi, now experienced in these matters, oversaw the arrangements. When the crowd dispersed, Li Jing, accompanied by Lady Yin and Nezha, entered the dining hall, where the chef had just begun to serve the dishes. The family of 3 took their seats at a modest round table. If one overlooked the attentive servants and the opulent dessert surrounding them, as well as the seemingly simple yet intricate and refined dishes before them, one might have mistaken this for a gathering of an ordinary family. However, this very resemblance made Nezha feel somewhat out of place. In his previous life as an orphan, he had unexpectedly gained parents in this one, and deep within, he harbored certain expectations towards Li Jing. But with expectation came the potential for disappointment. As the dishes were laid out, no one moved to pick up their chopsticks. Despite Li Jing's empty stomach, he lacked the desire to eat, and his expression was rather grim. Lady Yin, aware of the tension, hastily suggested, "Let us eat first, otherwise the food will grow cold." "There's no rush," Li Jing replied, turning his gaze towards Nezha. Their eyes met, and he seemed to seek signs of anxiety, compliance, regret, or fear in those deep black pupils. Alas, he found none, which only intensified his inexplicable irritation. The atmosphere grew increasingly strained. Li Jing spoke slowly. "Nezha, on the way home, I heard some troubling news." What news?" "Father, do share," Nezha replied, feigning ignorance. "Do not play deaf and mute. It concerns the Sea Dragon King's sacrificial rites." Nezha, of course, chose to act oblivious. He had perceived Li Jing's anger and understood his stance, so he was no longer concerned about his father's fury, merely stating, "Father, do not praise me prematurely. This is simply what Nezha ought to do. The Dragon Palace took advantage of your absence during the military exercises at Wild Horse Ridge, brazenly preying upon the citizens of Tang Pass. Any man with a modicum of skill and a trace of courage would not let such an affront go unchallenged." Seeing Nezha's words laced with sarcasm, Li Jing's face flushed crimson with suppressed rage. Before turning 7, Nezha had existed in a state of confusion, and despite being by his side since childhood, Li Jing had harbored more disdain than affection. Yet now, witnessing his son's sharp intelligence and newfound voice, he was taken aback by the gravity of Nezha's deeds during his brief absence. Moreover, rather than feeling remorse for his transgressions, he audaciously mocked his father. Li Jing, filled with ire, exclaimed, "You ungrateful wretch! Have you perhaps been reincarnated as a demon?" Chapter 41. The invitation to the Whitebone Cave in disputes between father and son. Particularly when the father wields absolute authority over the household, victory for the son is nearly unattainable. Knowing this well, Nezha, punished to kneel in the ancestral hall, adopted a comfortable posture upon the mat as soon as Li Jing departed. Gazing at the rows of ancestors arranged before him, he yawned and insolently remarked, "What misfortune has befallen our family? How embarrassing it is for the Li clan to have produced a creature like Li Jing." The ancestral hall was not particularly spacious, and as Nezha sat cross-legged on the mat, he resumed his cultivation with the inner elixir of Li General. Before long, he noticed a rustling sound behind him, reminiscent of a mouse. Without opening his eyes, he merely twitched his nose, detecting the delightful aroma of steaming meat buns mingled with the fresh, sweet scent of a girl. There was no need for speculation. The only delightful and unadorned girl in the household was the extraordinarily beautiful, yet increasingly naive Green Pearl. Maintaining his posture, he chuckled with closed eyes. "There's no one else here, so why sneak around like a thief? Just come in openly." With one hand carrying a food box and the other clutching her skirt, Green Pearl struggled to climb over the high threshold of the ancestral hall. Finally catching her breath to say, "Didn't they say you were being punished to kneel here? Turns out you were cultivating. My sisters deceived me. Oh dear, young master. That hurts. Be gentle. I haven't even touched you," Nezha retorted, retracting his hand after playfully flicking her. He opened the food box, and upon seeing its contents, marveled at his keen sense of smell, which he suspected rivaled that of the heavenly hound. "What were your sisters thinking to deceive you? A punishment is a punishment, but it does not imply acceptance of wrongdoing. We are not fools. While others are present, we might feign compliance. But why should we continue to kneel now that they have left?" "Indeed, the young master is clever," she replied. Nezha stuffed his mouth with buns and took a sip of water before he spoke. "Of course, I am clever, but you, my dear, are more astute than I had anticipated, for this food box is filled with my favorite delicacies." Green Pearl gazed at him with sparkling eyes, saying, "That's not true. I thought you had already eaten. It was Sister Taiyi who learned you were scolded at noon and hadn't eaten, so she feared you might be hungry and sent me to sneak some food to you. She asked me to tell you that the lady has already pleaded on your behalf with the master, so you need not worry. You will be out soon." Nezha thought to himself that he would indeed be out soon, for his presence here was merely to enjoy the tranquility and pursue his cultivation. If he wished to leave, he could do so at any moment. After finishing the food, Nezha continued to sit cross-legged in meditation, while Green Pearl also pulled over a mat to sit beside him. She glanced at the ancestral tablets, dark and ominous, lined up in several rows, each name belonging to a formidable ancestor, collectively presenting an imposing presence. She cast a glance and quickly covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Turning her gaze around, she noticed countless pillars arranged in a bagua formation, beyond which lay an abyss of darkness, concealing unknown entities. Despite her curiosity, she lacked the courage to approach. Reluctantly, she dragged her mat and shifted slightly, finding refuge behind Nezha. At last, Green Pearl directed her full attention to Nezha, observing him enveloped in a resplendent golden glow, distinct from the warm yellow radiance surrounding her. Having spent several nights in Nezha's quarters, she had witnessed him meditating, never succumbing to sleep, merely seated in a lotus position, with an enigmatic object emitting a shimmering azure light in his embrace. Initially, fear gripped her heart, being from a fishing village. She had heard local tales suggesting that the young master was possessed by a demon, though she had dismissed these rumors. Nezha's midnight practices instilled a sense of trepidation within her. Yet, upon reflection, she acknowledged Nezha's kindness toward her, and even if he were indeed a demon, she would accept it, for he cared for her well-being. After observing Nezha for several days, he could no longer contain himself and spoke to Green Pearl about his cultivation, imparting the Infinite Longevity Sutra to her. Green Pearl, illiterate, listened as Nezha recited it word by word. To his astonishment, she demonstrated remarkable intelligence. Within 2 days of hearing him, she could recite the sutra in its entirety. He then taught her how to regulate her breath and sit in meditation, and soon, both children were seated in a lotus position, practicing together. Nezha had no intention of teaching her. He simply believed, as Mr. Fan had said, that cultivation was a gift from the heavens. It was an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Either one could cultivate or one could not. So he never anticipated that Green Pearl would genuinely cultivate. Remarkably, from her first day of meditation to this morning, she had gained the ability to perceive inspiration in just 10 days, yet she had not yet informed Nezha. She understood that the ability to perceive inspiration indicated her potential for cultivation, but to truly enter the realm of inspiration, she needed to master the flow of inspiration within her body, a skill she had yet to acquire. Bored as she watched Nezha meditate, she decided to join him. Before long, Nezha heard the faint sound of snoring behind him. Upon turning, he discovered the little girl curled up on her mat, sleeping like a kitten. The hall was cool, and she had no fear of the cold as she slept. Your companion truly knows how to care for others, remarked Baiyun, contemplating that if her senior sister were to follow this young man, it might not be such a bad thing. However, this thought was swiftly suppressed in her mind. No. Her sister was a practitioner, unversed in matters of romance. Even if she were to seek a partner in the future, he must be a devoted man who would not break her heart. Observing Nezha's apparent charm with women, Baiyun pondered, unable to resist stealing another glance at the sleeping green pearl, marveling at her exquisite beauty. Upon the arrival of Baiyun, Nezha's countenance brightened. At this moment, as long as he did not encounter the unpleasant visage of Li Jing, he felt a sense of joy in everyone he met. He remarked, "Brother Baiyun, your timing is impeccable. Just yesterday, the kitchen procured some rare delicacies from the merchants of Chaoge. Allow me to present them to you shortly." Baiyun swallowed nervously and replied, "That may not be appropriate." "What is inappropriate about it? Lady Shiji has conferred great kindness upon me. A mere morsel is trivial. Moreover, our acquaintance is not without depth, and I must extend my hospitality to you." Baiyun thought to himself that Nezha had also learned to invoke the elusive concept of fate when faced with uncertainty. Before he could voice his thoughts, Nezha had already pulled him to sit upon a mat and said, "Brother, your presence today suggests a matter of importance. Please, speak candidly." Baiyun, maintaining a composed demeanor, stated, "My master has sent me to convey a fortuitous opportunity for you. You may choose to accept or decline." Such words implied that one could refuse a stroke of good fortune. Nezha expressed his gratitude, saying, "How fortuitous. I had intended to visit the cave dwelling soon, both to express my thanks for your assistance and to return the water avoidance pearl to the lady. I would appreciate it if you could inform her of my preparations. I shall set forth immediately." He contemplated inquiring about the path following the attainment of the divine realm, particularly regarding the refinement of the golden elixir. Otherwise, despite the accumulation of celestial energy through his daily cultivation, the prospect of filling the vast expanse of his qi seemed a task for future generations. Chapter 42. Domestic Affairs. Nezha hoisted the sleeping green pearl onto his back and softly urged, "Brother Baiyun, follow me to the kitchen." "Very well, Baiyun." A young Taoist with his hair neatly tied and clad in a gray robe followed closely behind Nezha. Observing that he did not take the main road, but rather wove through narrow alleys and doorways, he stealthily evaded two maids engaged in chores. As the sun dipped below the horizon and twilight descended, the moonlight cast a dim glow upon the shoulders of the trio. Baiyun, perceptive and forthright, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Brother, why do we behave like thieves in your own home?" Nezha mused that although he did not acknowledge any wrongdoing, he ought to be kneeling in the ancestral hall as penance at this hour. Should any loquacious observer report his actions to Li Jing, it would undoubtedly lead to a cascade of troubles. While he bore no fear of Li Jing, the health of Lady Yin had recently been precarious, and he wished to spare her further distress. Such matters were best left unspoken in the company of others. Nezha replied, "Brother Baiyun, there is a distinction between mere appearance and actual thievery." "What do you mean?" Baiyun asked, observing Nezha, who supported the still sleeping green pearl with one hand while peering through a crack in the door at a sweeping made with the other, his frown deepening. Nezha continued, "Firstly, though we may act stealthily, we are within our own abode. It cannot be deemed theft. Furthermore, the distinction between harboring ill intentions and the act of thievery is significant. As the saying goes, a gentleman is open and at ease, while a rogue is filled with anxiety. You and I possess clear consciences. Even if we were to pilfer something, it would not be deemed wrong." Baiyun remarked, "How can you claim to have a clear conscience when you do not even glance at your own appearance? Moreover, I have done nothing wrong. Yet the current atmosphere renders me somewhat tense. Why is that?" He could only respond, "You are quite perceptive." Upon noticing that the maid sweeping ahead had left, Nezha's face lit up as he said, "Of course, but there is another matter that must be addressed. Brother Baiyun, if we are to engage in mischief, we ought to do so discreetly. Speak softly, if you please, and follow me." The two entered the kitchen, where Baiyun surveyed the surroundings. He saw half a smoked pig hanging from the beams, shelves lined with cured meats and dried fish, jars brimming with candied fruits, nuts, sugar cubes, exquisite wines, and an array of mountain delicacies piled high. The rice bin was full, and the oil barrel was overflowing. Even the firewood stacked in the corner was neatly arranged. Having endured rigorous training in the mountains under Shiji, Baiyun had only ever tasted the simplest of foods, often resorting to roasting mushrooms over a fire, which sometimes left him in a state of distress. Thus, he was unaccustomed to such an abundance of earthly delights, and the rich aroma of mortal fare overwhelmed him, causing him to forget to swallow and let saliva trickle down the corners of his mouth. In his own home, Nezha was generous, packing various candied fruits and nuts for Baiyun, and selecting the finest smoked cured meat, slicing off 10 pounds for him as a snack. Biyun hesitated as he received the large bundle of food, saying, "Nezha, this is rather excessive, isn't it?" While he verbally declined, his actions betrayed his sincerity. Nezha rolled his eyes, and at that moment, the little girl, Green Pearl, stirred from her slumber, her drowsy eyes fluttering open. "Young master, where are we? I dreamt you were slicing cured meat for me." Nezha promptly cut a piece of glistening, marbled cured meat and offered it to the little girl, saying, "If you are tired, continue to sleep." "All right, young master," Green Pearl replied, drifting back into slumber. However, perhaps due to an excess of salt in the meat, she grimaced at the taste but refused to spit it out. Meanwhile, in a bedroom situated between the two courtyards, Li Jing had just rolled off Green Ping's pristine belly and lay on the bed, exposing his robust chest, staring blankly at the ceiling, panting. Lately, as he aged, he had engaged in more frivolities with his concubines, resulting in a depletion of his vitality. Beside him, Green Ping let out a soft moan, her alluring demeanor suggesting she was far from satisfied. Despite Nezha's frequent disparagement of Green Ping as foolish, she demonstrated her shrewdness in this moment. Without uttering a word, she nestled into Li Jing's embrace and said, "My lord, did you not say we must hurry to the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea? Why then? Do we rest at home?" Li Jing patted Green Ping's shoulder, aware of her subtle intentions. Recognizing that she could not be the legitimate wife of the general, he sought to settle for the status of a concubine. Frankly, this request was hardly excessive. Within the household, a concubine's standing was scarcely superior to that of the maids. And as time passed and beauty waned, such distinctions would matter even less. Li Jing also felt that his concerns were not unfounded. However, he was indeed overthinking the situation. Recently, expenses incurred in dealing with officials Fei Zhong and Yu Han had exceeded thousands of gold, leaving the treasury of his household nearly depleted and causing financial strain. Although his family was substantial and their livelihood secure, it would be a disgrace for him to lead a life reduced to frugality. At that moment, he recalled that Lady Yin's family was quite affluent, but he also remembered how he had recently favored Lu Ping and thus had been neglecting Lady Yin, making it awkward for him to broach the subject. This was the very reason behind the excursion to Wild Horse Ridge. He contemplated orchestrating an accident during the hunt to discreetly eliminate Lu Ping, and upon returning home, to stage a reconciliation with Lady Yin, portraying himself as a wayward son returning to the fold. After all, she was merely a beautiful concubine, and there were plenty of attractive maidens in his household. If necessary, he could always turn to the pearl divers from the nearby fishing village, whom he had long coveted since taking office at Chintang Pass, but had been too occupied with affairs of state to pursue. While Li Jing was busy crafting his plans, upon arriving at Wild Horse Ridge, he found Lu Ping to be charming and delightful, and he hesitated to act against her. Just as he finally steeled himself to take action, news of Nezha's incident reached him. Compared to his own reputation, he feared the wrath of the East Sea even more, prompting him to hastily return home. If urgency were truly warranted, he could have used the 5 elements escape technique to head straight to the East Sea. Yet he harbored a flicker of hope and wanted to ascertain the situation at home first. Inside, the light was dim. Lu Ping had draped a gossamer dress over her shoulders and rose to replenish the oil in the lamps. She remarked, "In my view, my lord, the resolution of this matter hinges upon your perspective of Nezha." What did she mean by this? If you regard Nezha as akin to your own child, he has erred. Yet he has merely slain a night demon from the sea. You often speak of your past ties with the Dragon King of the East Sea. Why not offer an apology and revisit the matter of honoring the Dragon King? The Dragon Palace would likely not hold a grudge against a child, considering your standing. Seeing Li Jing remain silent, Lu Ping paused before continuing. If you still harbor doubts about Nezha's identity, it is understandable. After all, he is merely a 7-year-old child. Even if he possesses greater strength, how could he possibly vanquish a night demon from the sea? At this juncture, Li Jing felt increasingly agitated. Offering an apology to the Dragon Palace was no trivial matter. It would require him to deplete the entire treasury. He rose and approached the window, opening it to let in some fresh air, and said, "From what you say, it seems that regardless of my thoughts on Nezha, I must first visit the East Sea Dragon Palace to make amends. Alas, my family has served in government for generations, adhering to strict moral standards, and yet, how could such a wayward son emerge from it?" Seeing his distress, Lu Ping stepped forward, embracing his waist from behind, and softly urged, "My lord, this matter requires prompt action. Delay may lead to complications." Chapter 43. This is not what I envisioned. Li Jing also recognized the urgency of the situation. So at the break of dawn the next morning, as the first blush of sunlight crested the mountains, He rose from his bed and made his way to the treasury. From the wall-mounted cabinets to the freestanding ones on the floor, every locked storage box was meticulously opened in search of answers. In the end, Li Jing summoned the steward and meticulously compared the inventory list twice, which only exacerbated his headache. With a tone laced with anguish, he lamented, "How could expenditures be so excessive over the past 6 months?" The steward, a man with graying whiskers, feigned silence, observing the room with a detached demeanor. Yet, when he caught sight of Li Jing's bloodshot eyes fixed upon him, he could no longer maintain his facade and spoke up. "My lord, in previous years, our interactions were limited to a few gentlemen from Chintang Pass and some relatives. This year, however, we have entertained several officials from Chaoga, particularly the extravagant expenses incurred from Fengshen and Yuhan. Furthermore, the shops under Madame S management are in the process of changing proprietors, resulting in a lack of rental income for the past month or two. This has led to a significant imbalance in our finances." "Humph, that woman is deliberately trying to vex me." Li Jing sighed, fully aware that the steward's words held truth. Nevertheless, he realized that a visit to the Dragon Palace necessitated proper gifts. One could not arrive empty-handed. Thus, he rummaged through the estate's treasury and, utilizing earth escape techniques, made his way to the seaside, where he signaled for assistance, which was to be provided by the East Sea's emissary. Having visited the East Sea Dragon Palace multiple times before, Li Jing felt a sense of familiarity, yet he found himself puzzled by the rough-looking creature beside him, adorned with spines and clad in tough armor. "Might I inquire, esteemed general, where has Mr. Zhao, the palace emissary, who usually assists with the welcoming, gone? I have not seen him this time," Li Jing inquired, bowing respectfully. The pufferfish general chuckled, "Fear not, generally. The old Dragon King has gone to the South Sea and will not return for some time. Today, you are to meet His Highness, the third Prince Ao Bing, who has sent me to escort you." Understanding dawned on Li Jing. With gifts in hand, he followed the pufferfish general into the reception hall, where he spotted a young man in a brocade robe standing with an air of grace and vitality. There was no doubt it was Ao Bing. He hastily approached, cupping his hands in greeting. "I am Li Jing, the commander of Chintang Pass. It is an honor to meet His Highness, Ao Bing." Upon hearing his voice, Ao Bing descended the steps to welcome him, his previously aloof and proud demeanor replaced by a rigid smile. "Uncle Li, my father and you are contemporaries. Such formalities are unnecessary. Please, take a seat." He then called out, "Come, bring tea." As they settled at the same table, Li Jing was taken aback by Ao Bing's unexpected amiability, for the prince was notorious for his arrogance. Although a century of cultivation among dragons was not particularly extensive, it seemed somewhat excessive for him to address Li Jing as uncle. This thought left Li Jing concerned. Perhaps the smile on Ao Bing's face concealed ulterior motives. After all, how could one explain the warmth extended by the East Sea, considering the incident involving Nezha and Li Jin? After exchanging pleasantries and inquiring about the old Dragon King and each other's families, Li Jing felt the moment had arrived. Testing the waters, he ventured, "Your Highness, my purpose in coming here is uncle. Do not fret." Ao Bing interjected, "Allow me to guess. It must be regarding the sacrificial rites for the Sea Dragon King. Am I correct?" A tightness gripped Li Jing's heart. As he gazed upon Ao Bing's enigmatic smile, an unsettling premonition washed over him. Trouble was undoubtedly brewing. He nodded and said, "Earlier, I ventured to Wild Horse Ridge for military exercises, and my ignorant young son inadvertently offended the Dragon Palace. When the Dragon King returns, I kindly ask your Highness to speak a few good words on my behalf. I would be eternally grateful." "Of course," replied Li Jing, "Uncle Li has personally come. And if I were to refuse such a trivial matter, it would be rather unbecoming of me." "Not at all. Your Highness is indeed humorous." Li Jing had often heard the shrimp soldiers and crab generals speak of the Dragon Palace's third prince as being capricious and unpredictable. However, upon reflection, he realized that such rumors may not hold true. Rest assured, the Dragon Palace is magnanimous and will not hold this matter against Chintang Pass. As for the sacrificial rites for the Sea Dragon King, I, Li Jing, shall take charge. But before Li Jing could finish, he was interrupted by Ao Bing, the exalted third prince of the Dragon Palace, who seized Li Jing's hand and declared, as the general has stated, "The sacrificial rites for the Sea Dragon King disrupt the harmony of heaven and earth, and must henceforth cease." "What?" Li Jing was taken aback. Ao Bing's response was entirely unexpected. He thought to himself, "Are you jesting? This issue has been a source of discord for centuries. Just recently, the Dragon King even wrote to me urging a reduction in the sacrificial period. How could the attitude change so dramatically?" Observing Li Jing's astonished expression, A.O. Bing sensed the restrictions he was supposed to be impervious to begin to tighten. He quickly added, "Does Uncle not believe me? I have already drafted a memorial to the Dragon King, proposing the abolition of the sacrificial rites at Chintang Pass. Look." With that, A.O. Bing produced a scroll and handed it to Li Jing. Li Jing, with doubt, accepted the scroll, and after perusing its contents, it took him a while to regain his composure. Although he still did not fully grasp the situation, it appeared that matters were not as dire as he had envisioned. If the sacrificial rites for the Sea Dragon King were indeed abolished, it would be for the best, for he had not benefited from the incense power in the slightest. He clasped his hands and said, "If that is the case, the people of Chintang Pass will forever be grateful for the kindness of His Highness the Third Prince. I, Li Jing, shall rally the populace to erect a temple in your Highness's honor, ensuring daily offerings." Li Jing's response pleased A.O. Bing greatly. Indeed, though he was constrained by Nezha, being able to gain an advantage over your father was a splendid counterattack. A.O. Bing exclaimed, "Come, uncle, please take a seat. I have the celestial brew of jade dew bestowed by the heavenly court, known to prolong life and enhance health. It is a rare opportunity to partake in this banquet today." "I am honored," Li Jing replied. After several rounds of drinks, Li Jing found himself somewhat intoxicated by A.O. Bing's exuberance. Having come here today, especially upon hearing that the Dragon King was absent and being greeted by the rumored Third Prince, he had braced himself for humiliation at the Dragon Palace. Yet, the reality was starkly different from his expectations. Fortunately, it was A.O. Bing's warmth that intoxicated him, not the fragrant and rich celestial brew. Although Li Jing enjoyed his drink, he was aware of the true purpose of his visit. However, with Ao Bing's previous demeanor, he no longer felt as anxious as before. Emboldened by a slight inebriation, he smiled and said with remarkable ease, "Li Jing, your petty concerns are unwarranted. I never anticipated such magnanimity from the Dragon Palace. It is regrettable that the reckless child previously took the life of a Yasha. Nevertheless, your Highness need not worry. Upon my return, I shall ensure." Yet once again, Li Jing's words were interrupted by Ao Bing. This time, Li Jing seemed to anticipate the interruption, gazing intently at the resplendent figure before him. Though human in form, he bore the horns of a dragon, awaiting words akin to previous reassurances of triviality regarding the matter. Ao Bing lightly tapped the crystal table, and the smile that once adorned his face gradually transformed into a solemn expression. He began to speak slowly. This patrolling Yasha, Li Jing, was appointed by the decree of the Lingxiao Palace to serve in the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. His demise. Upon hearing the mention of the decree from the Lingxiao Palace, Li Jing's inebriation dissipated instantly, as he felt a chilling wave wash over him from head to toe. A sense of dread filled his mind. It was over. No wonder Ao Bing had been so polite. He had been cleverly concealing his intentions, waiting for me here. Chapter 44. Every event has its cause. Li Jing continued to swallow hard, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. What felt like a mere moment of pause for him seemed to stretch into an eternity of torment. Ao Bing's next words struck him like a death sentence. Yet Ao Bing paused before adding, "As for Li Jing, his death is indeed a fitting end." "What?" Ao Bing continued. "He who bears the supreme grace of the heavenly emperor and enjoys the bounties of the celestial court, yet when faced with such heinous acts, not only did he fail to intervene, but he also exacerbated the situation, plunging my Dragon Palace into a realm of injustice. He truly deserved his fate. At this juncture, I must express my gratitude to my dear brother Nezha for cleansing the Dragon Palace of such filth." Li Jing stood agape, bewildered by Ao Bing's fervent words. How could he not fathom the reasoning behind such a perspective? Was it his own mind that faltered, or was it Ao Bing's? How could one profess such sentiments while standing in defense of the Dragon Palace? Even the likes of Nezha could utter such words. Were they truly so familiar? How could he stand idly by and allow such grievous misdeeds to occur? It seemed that I too had not intervened when such events unfolded in my jurisdiction. Yet were you not the perpetrators of this malevolence? Li Jing found himself ensnared in a web of confusion. At that moment, the general of the porcupine fish approached with a report. Towering at a height of 10 feet, the general, upon Ao Bing's cough, reverently entered, bearing a modest lacquered wooden box while bowing his head. Li Jing, upon seeing the box, felt an unusual numbness wash over him. He inquired, "Your Highness, what is this?" With a grand gesture, Ao Bing replied, "Uncle, my visit has been marked by inadequate hospitality, and I have inadvertently caused offense. I have prepared a humble gift. I implore you to accept it." Li Jing, raising both hands in protest, declared earnestly, "This cannot be accepted. If my uncle does not receive it, it would be tantamount to disregarding the dignity of the Dragon Palace. Then, in that case, it would be disrespectful not to comply. Even now, Li Jing finds himself at a loss, for he is a man well versed in the complexities of the world. Thus, he perceives the unique, lofty demeanor of Ao Bing, the third prince of the Dragon Palace, beneath his striking visage, and discerns the chilling aloofness that emanates from the depths of his enthusiastic facade, which seems to keep others at bay. In other words, Li Jing recognizes that Ao Bing is deliberately putting on a show of warmth before him. Although he is perplexed by Ao Bing's motives, it does not dampen his current elation. Li Jing is in high spirits. For years spent in the corridors of power have rendered him quite the performer. Slightly tipsy yet invigorated, he and the dragon continue to indulge in fine cuisine and drink. The specifics of their conversation and consumption lost on him, save for the fact that both host and guest are thoroughly enjoying themselves, with Prince Ao Bing exhibiting humility without sacrificing his warmth. It is only when Ao Bing makes a remark that Li Jing suddenly grasps the crux of the matter. Young Nezha is indeed a remarkable hero, and even rarer is his heart of justice. Ao Bing expresses his admiration, harboring a desire to befriend the young dragon, and he hopes that his uncle will speak well of him upon his return. A light dawns upon Li Jing as he realizes the connection. Nezha, his young son, flashes vividly in his mind. Reflecting on the past, he feels more convinced of his surmising. Although Nezha, at the tender age of 7, may not warrant the Dragon Palace's attention, he has caught the eye of a master from the way of the primordial. In comparison to the vastness of the teachings and the multitude of gifted individuals therein, the Dragon Palace seems rather insignificant. With Li Jing heartily agreeing, both parties breathe a sigh of relief, indulging in the feast and drink, oblivious to the passage of time until it is afternoon. The two maidens who had served Li Jing during the meal escort him to the shore, though they possess the bodies of fish and the tails of mermaids. Their beauty is striking and enchanting, presenting a unique charm. As he bids farewell, a sense of wistfulness envelopes Li Jing as he watches the two figures fade into the dancing waves. Regaining his spirits, he glances at the lacquered treasure box tucked under his arm. Upon opening it, he is dazzled by the sight of gleaming gold and jewels. Precisely what his household is currently in need of. Li Jing gasps, realizing this modest gift is indeed anything but. With these treasures, the financial shortfall of his estate is set to be remedied. Free from worries, he feels the cool breeze awaken his senses. And as he gazes at the calm sea and the sun setting in the west, a profound sense of tranquility envelopes him. He muses, who would have thought that misfortune could be transformed into fortune? It seems I owe this turn of events to that mischievous boy. Very well. I shall inquire further upon my return to uncover the happenings of recent days. Li Jing wraps the outer robe around the treasure box, securing it on his back. Surveying his surroundings, he notes the scattered rocks and turns to see the water, dark and unfathomable. He reflects, this is Lihua Gorge, a place I have not visited in quite some time. It is a pity that I have not encountered a pearl-gathering maiden or two on this journey. Otherwise, I could have indulged in some pleasures to soothe my heart's desires. He sighed within himself and stepped onto the main road. Yet, after only a few strides, a pungent scent of blood assailed him from the narrow path ahead. Li Jing furrowed his brow, tightened the bundle on his back, and silently grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist. He treaded carefully forward, his sturdy leather boots sinking into a thick layer of damp, slightly decayed leaves that had accumulated on the path beneath him, striving to make as little sound as possible. As he advanced, the stench of blood grew more intense, while the wind rustled ominously through the trees, causing the leaves to swirl about. He inhaled deeply. The metallic scent surged toward his consciousness, and his normally dulled eyes, long dulled by indulgence, sharpened with clarity. He took a step forward, ready to draw his sword as he rounded the bend in the path. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, his heart raced like a drum, and terror gripped him, nearly blinding him with fright. Before him stood a heavily armored fiend, crushing the bloody corpse of a robust young man beneath him, tearing the body in two. With a swift, piercing sound, the sword sang in his hand. A glint of cold light flashed as Li Jing brandished his weapon. He shouted, "Who dares to commit murder here?" As a cultivator of the nascent spirit realm and a disciple of the esteemed Taoist master from the Western Kunlun, he held no fear against a few minor demons. The savage assailant, hearing the voice of condemnation from behind, turned abruptly, revealing a face smeared with blood and a terrifying countenance. Yet, upon recognizing Li Jing's visage, horror washed over him, and he fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, exclaiming, "I have encountered the esteemed general." Fengshen. Li Jing recognized the vile creature. It was none other than Fengshen, an officer under his command. In the quiet of the forest path, three figures stood. One lay dead, one knelt, and one stood, all silent. The previously terrifying wind now carried the rhythmic chirping of cicadas, rendering the atmosphere unsettlingly noisy. After a long pause, Li Jing spoke slowly. I have long heard of your practice of nefarious arts, yet I never anticipated you would descend to such depths of wickedness. Is this the consequence of your actions? Chapter 45. The cultivation of esoteric arts and the consumption of lives. Seeing Feng Xiaoyan bow his head in silence, Li Jing sighed and continued. You once served under Gao Jinong, and 3 years ago, during the transport of supplies to assist the Three Mountains Pass, you failed in your duty. You should have faced execution, yet Gao Jinong, recognizing your abilities, interceded on your behalf, allowing you to escape death and serve under me at the Chintang Pass. Is my recollection accurate? Feng Xiaoyan pressed his forehead to the ground and replied, Your Excellency speaks true. Though I was a general who faltered in my command, you have treated me without disdain. The kindness you have shown is akin to a rebirth, and I shall never forget it. Well, I am glad you have not forgotten. Li Jing's expression softened slightly. Reflecting on the matter, he recalled that since Feng Xiaoyan's arrival at Chintang Pass, there had been numerous reports of missing persons reaching the authorities, all unresolved. Previously, during our expedition to the Wild Horse Ridge, on the 5th day, the entire Sun family had vanished without a trace. Tell me, have you orchestrated these deeds? Feng Xiaoyan's head struck the ground with a thud, the sound resonating as the thick layer of leaves shattered beneath him. Gritting his teeth, he confessed, I am unworthy of my general. Upon finishing his words, he drew a gleaming dagger, approximately the length of a palm, from his waist. Li Jing's pupils constricted sharply as he observed Feng Xiaoyan's dagger's blade flip. Pressing against his own heart, a fierce expression emerged on Feng Xiaoyan's face as he declared, Rest assured, General, I am fully aware of my guilt. I shall end my own life and will not implicate you. With that, he closed his eyes and struck the base of his right hand, holding the knife with his left, seemingly on the brink of being pierced to the heart by the dagger. Yet, he soon realized that his right wrist had been caught, preventing him from striking down. He opened his eyes to find the imposing figure of General Chen Tongwan before him. Perplexed, he asked, General? Li Jing replied, It is good that you acknowledge this. Rise. Yes. Feng Xiaoyan stood upright beside him. The sun gradually descended, and the dense forest plunged into darkness, rendering it impossible to see one's own hand. Li Jing sheathed his sword and stood in the wind for a considerable time before slowly speaking. The indiscriminate slaughter of the populace contravenes the laws of commerce. However, if it is for the sake of cultivating the mystical arts, it can be somewhat excused. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoyan was overjoyed and knelt once more, exclaiming, The great kindness and virtue of the general shall forever remain etched in my heart. Li Jing cast another glance at him, his eyes glinting with satisfaction at having successfully subdued Feng Xiaoyan. He said nonchalantly, The backlog of cases at the magistrate's office is rather overwhelming. It would be prudent to conduct affairs with greater cleanliness. Do you not think it frightens the populace to witness such carnage on the roads? Feng Xiaoyan comprehended the underlying meaning of Li Jing's words. Having gained the esteem of Gao Jineng and subsequently being valued by Li Jing after arriving at Chintongwan, he was no fool in matters of conduct. He promptly responded, Your Excellency's admonitions are well taken. I shall act with utmost caution henceforth, ensuring that the cultivation of the mystical arts does not disturb the people of Chintongwan. The irony of speaking of scaring people while standing amidst the very act of carnage was not lost on any listener. Yet the two figures in the woods spoke with utmost sincerity. Li Jing glanced once more at the pool of blood now swallowed by darkness and inquired, Who is this person? At that moment, Feng Xiaoyan stood with hands clasped before him, head bowed, his demeanor humble, completely unrecognizable from the earlier terrifying visage marked by blood and savagery. He replied, In response to the general, I conducted an investigation before heading to Yema Ridge. This person is surnamed Li, given name Tsuanshin, from Liju village. He ventured out this afternoon to the sea to gather pearls. Fishermen often compete with the sea for their lives, and deaths during pearl diving are not uncommon. It is certainly not a matter that would implicate me. He continued, Moreover, there are no other able-bodied young men in his family, so the aftermath shall likely not stir much commotion. Upon hearing this, Li Jing sighed and remarked, With the sole strong laborer in the family deceased, their future will undoubtedly be more difficult. You shall provide some financial assistance to comfort them afterward. Your Excellency is merciful. I dare not disobey. Well then, continue eating. Li Jing stood with his hands clasped behind him, slowly advancing into the enveloping darkness. At midnight, Li Jing returned home, first visiting the ancestral hall, where he found it deserted. He frowned slightly, looking up to see that the sky had darkened considerably, thick clouds gathering with lightning flickering. He decided to rest for the night and seek Nezha on the morrow. Proceeding towards the rear courtyard, one traverses a corridor with two paths diverging. To the left lies the abode of the enchanting Green Ping, while to the right resides Madame Yin. He paused momentarily, his mind flooded with images of the well-stocked granary. Green Ping's charming visage, the lady's gentle demeanor, his father-in-law's wealth, and ultimately, thoughts of Nezha. Nezha shares a camaraderie with the third prince of the East Sea, Ao Bing. Li Jing murmured a few words before turning to the right, entering the courtyard, where he fortuitously encountered Cui Yu, who emerged with a lantern. The house was enveloped in darkness, prompting him to inquire, "Has Madame retired, Master?" Upon recognizing Li Jing, who had not visited this courtyard for quite some time, Cui Yu exhibited a momentary surprise before respectfully replying, "Madame is currently admonishing Nezha. Shall I announce your presence?" Li Jing furrowed his brow slightly, waved his hand dismissively, and retraced his steps to his own dim and silent study. Just as he entered, a torrential downpour began behind him. Meanwhile, within Nezha's chamber, several oil lamps and candles flickered to life as Madame Yin diligently mended Nezha's garments, reflecting on how her child, often appearing wise beyond his years, still possessed a streak of mischief. Glancing towards the bed where Nezha babbled, she smiled gently, her eyes brimming with affection. At that moment, Green Zhu was seated cross-legged on Nezha's bed, as he was instructing her on how to channel inspiration throughout her being. Dressed only in a fitted undergarment due to the sweltering heat, her brow furrowed in concentration, while perspiration from her youthful form dampened the delicate fabric. Clinging to her undeveloped physique, Nezha sat behind her, his right thumb pressing through the nearly imperceptible silk garment against her smooth spine, moving inch by inch downwards. Frowning, he remarked, "What is the matter? You are almost there. This is merely the first step. If you cannot focus your mind, I shall not assist you today." After another attempt, inspiration flowed and then dissipated, prompting Green Zhu to exhale deeply, finally surrendering. "Young master, perhaps we should call it a day. I feel rather unsettled." Madame Yin, having set aside the recently mended clothing, approached and affectionately patted Green Zhu's small head, addressing Nezha, "Why the haste? Did Master Fan not teach you that haste makes waste? Great undertakings require a calm disposition." Listening to her, Nezha reclined on the bed, lazily responding, "Then let it be for today, little piglet. Reflect on it yourself. Mother is right. Cultivation is indeed a long journey, and one cannot rush it. Forgive me, young master." Nezha glanced at Green Zhu's sheepish expression, chuckling softly and shaking his head, thinking to himself how adorably foolish she was. The following dawn, before the sun had risen, Nezha had already departed. He had taken leave from Master Fan that day. Recently, using the funds from Ao Bing's cosmic bag, Nezha procured fine fabric and sought out the best embroidery house in Chintang Pass to craft a brand new crimson Taoist robe. The robe had only been delivered to his residence the previous afternoon, and Nezha carefully packed it in a gift box to pay a visit to the Bone Cave on Skull Mountain and meet with Shiji. He traversed the mountains and forests using the art of the 5 elements, halting above a waterfall to gaze eastward. In the distance, he beheld the horizon aglow with a pale light, and soon, the vast expanse of clouds and mist cradled a resplendent red sun. Rays of golden light pierced through the clouds, casting a gilded sheen upon the cascading waters of the waterfall. After savoring such an extraordinary sight, Nezha felt a stirring within, his heart and mind unburdened, all worries dissipating. Upon reaching the stone platform at the summit of Skull Mountain, he had not yet touched the ground when he noticed the young Biyun already standing there, arms crossed, awaiting him for some time. Chapter 46. Biyun's cloudy musings. As Nezha descended, he offered a respectful gesture to Biyun, his face illuminated by a genuine smile born of joy. "How did you know I was coming, my friend, to be waiting here so early?" Though young, Biyun was a sincere gentleman, having resided in the mountains with few companions. His acquaintance with Nezha, though brief, had blossomed into a heartfelt friendship. "Is it not a delight to have friends come from afar?" Biyun replied, his own smile equally heartfelt. "My master cast a divination yesterday and foretold your arrival this morning, instructing me to wait here for you. And indeed, you have come." Nezha felt a stir in his heart. He had inquired about divination from Master Fan, but remained perplexed. He had only thought of tossing a few coins and calculating the past and future, which hardly seemed more impressive than a supercomputer. He leaned forward to observe the stone platform behind Biyun, noticing its pristine surface, subtly infused with an unyielding sword intent. "What are you looking at, Nezha?" Biyun inquired. With a grin, Nezha replied, "I was wondering why that hot-tempered little Taoist is absent today. If she were to draw her sword against me again, I would quite like to learn a thing or two about her swordsmanship." Seeing the teasing glimmer in Nezha's expression, Biyun shook his head with a sigh. Do not mock her further. Though her temperament is a bit fiery, she is not foolish. She knows she cannot contend with your magical weapon, the Hunyuan Ling, and would rather avoid provoking you. For your sake, should she not come seeking me, I shall refrain from bothering her as well. Biyun smiled. That is for the best. Allow me to guide you to our master. What Biyun did not mention was that after her defeat in the last encounter with Nezha, Kaiyun had inexplicably faltered in her cultivation and made no progress. Although a fortnight may seem trivial in the realm of practitioners, to Shiji Nyang, an unresolved mental knot could lead to a lifetime of entrapment. Shiji was known for her sharp tongue, rather than offering guidance. She had ordered Kaiyun to seclude herself in the Golden Rooster Cave as punishment, declaring that she could only emerge when she resolved her inner turmoil. The Golden Rooster Cave was not far from there. It was a secluded stone cavern with a skylight, where sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light upon the large stone in the cave's center. The place was damp and chilly, and aside from a few snakes, insects, and rodents, neither Shiji nor her disciples would venture there, nor would the mountain beasts dare to tread. At this moment, perched atop a large boulder, sat a youthful maiden in the bloom of her adolescence. Her long, ebony hair cascaded down her back to her waist, and her slender frame was draped in an oversized gray robe. She bore a striking resemblance to the usual image of a Taoist priestess with her hair tied in a traditional knot. Yet her countenance lacked the ethereal quality often associated with such figures, instead radiating the vibrant spirit of youth that was befitting her age. Though Kaiyun was in a meditative posture, her mind was far from tranquil. She did not engage in the deep contemplation nor recite the calming incantation as instructed by Shiji. In truth, she had recited that incantation hundreds of times to no avail. With a furrowed brow, she grasped a jade hairpin adorned with a flying fish motif between her delicate fingers. Inhaling deeply as an image of a face she found utterly detestable persisted in her mind, refusing to dissipate despite her efforts to find peace. Perplexed by this inexplicable feeling, she sought counsel from her master. Upon learning of her distraction, Shiji was incensed, chastising her for indulging in the trivialities of mortal affairs instead of focusing on her cultivation, and subsequently confined her to this Golden Rooster Cave for reflection. Kaiyun was bewildered. She did not comprehend the peculiar emotions stirring within her, nor did she grasp the meaning of her master's words regarding the trivial matters of the mortal realm, which only deepened her confusion. One thing, however, was clear to her. This turmoil was encroaching upon her practice and had even provoked her master's ire. She muttered to herself, "Must I truly slay that insufferable Nezha to put an end to this?" Little did Nezha know that a 14-year-old novice, grappling with newfound feelings of affection and ignorance of worldly matters, had harbored thoughts of violence against him after receiving a reprimand from her master. If only he were aware, he would surely cry out in protest against such injustice. Oblivious to the brewing turmoil within Kaiyun, Nezha approached Shiji, offering his respects and returning the water-repelling pearl. Shiji's expression softened slightly upon seeing him, pondering why neither of her two disciples exhibited such astuteness in their thoughts. Kaiyun was undoubtedly lacking, but Biyun was even more naive. Despite his fervent dedication to cultivation, he had returned from the mortal realm with a bounty of food, entirely neglecting to bring something for his master. Shiji inquired about the affairs of the East Sea, and Nezha recounted every detail for her. After listening, Shiji remarked, "You are fortunate indeed. Ao Bing has already ascended to the realm of scattered immortals. If he were not so impatient, he could truly master some profound Taoist principles related to the primordial spirit. Even with your extraordinary abilities, you would find it challenging to breach that celestial barrier." "Master, what is this celestial barrier?" Nezha asked, and while Shiji had anticipated such a question, she could not help but marvel at his innocence. "That little mudfish Ao Bing must be feeling quite defeated by your victory," she replied. Nezha remarked, "I merely benefited from the advantage of a magical artifact. Yet, despite his swordsmanship, Ao Bing does not seem adept in the art of combat." Shiji chuckled. "In the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas, there are countless individuals who have attained profound realms through secluded cultivation. However, when it comes to combat, those at the Golden Core stage, without the aid of magical artifacts, would find that 9 out of 10 cannot match the martial generals of the Divine Transformation stage who serve the Imperial Court." She perceived the confusion on Nezha's face and continued with a smile. "It is only natural for the purposes to differ. The generals are tasked with slaying enemies on the battlefield. They do not seek fairness but rather victory, employing strategies and tactics. Moreover, some disciples of the even resort to unorthodox methods. In contrast, the esteemed sects, devoted to the pursuit of the Tao, seek only one thing, immortality." "Only immortality?" Nezha sighed. "How singularly obsessed." Shiji laughed. You, young one, should refrain from adopting such a solemn demeanor in front of your elder. It is quite vexing. As a mere practitioner at the divine transformation stage, yet to achieve your golden core, lamenting about the predecessors who strive for longevity seems rather presumptuous. Upon hearing this, and with Shurji having opened the dialogue, Nezha continued, Your Majesty, I have been at the divine transformation stage for some time now, and I have accumulated considerable essence from the heavens and earth. Yet, I am utterly perplexed about how to further advance and condense my golden core. As for the barriers of the celestial path you mentioned, I am equally ignorant of the methods concerning the primordial spirit. My heart is heavy with confusion. I earnestly hope you can enlighten me. Chapter 47. The 9 grades of the golden core within the mountain's depths. A night sky adorned with gemstones shimmered, radiating a light distinct from that of the outside world. Beneath this celestial glow, Shurji sat cross-legged, her vibrant red Taoist robe resembling flames. She gazed at the whimsical youth before her, pondering why, as a disciple of the Chen school, she should bear the responsibility of enlightening him. After a moment of silence, Nezha began to question whether he had been overly confident, having assumed that after Shurji's assistance on 2 previous occasions, she would undoubtedly lend her aid once more. Just as disappointment began to settle in, Shurji resolved within herself. Finding Nezha to be amiable, she decided to assist him. Shurji spoke, as previously mentioned. Cultivators toiled diligently to sever the 7 emotions and 6 desires, all for the singular pursuit of immortality. Upon forming the golden core, one can harness its power to refine the physical body, thereby delaying the onset of aging. Even the most inferior grade of golden core can extend one's lifespan to 500 years. Nezha inquired, refining the body with the power of the golden core? Does the golden core not have varying grades? No sooner had he spoken than Shurji flicked her finger, and Nezha felt a sharp pain on his forehead. Rubbing it, he then heard Shurji continue, Listen to me patiently. There is no need to rush. It is said that in ancient times, the Grandmaster convened a gathering beneath the Tree of Unity, where eminent figures discussed the great Tao. At that time, the world was tranquil, silence enveloping all. Suddenly, from the eastern horizon, a sun slowly ascended, its light like silk and its hue like gold, illuminating the 10 directions with vibrant life. The Grandmaster, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, was inspired, and thus composed this text, entitled The True Scripture of the Golden Core and the Celestial Sun, consisting of 3 chapters and 6 volumes. The first chapter on the birth of the celestial sun, the second on the golden light of the great Tao, and the third on the unity of the path. When practitioners meditate upon this scripture, if their innate potential aligns with destiny, they may grasp the methods of the golden core. Nezha inquired, Such a bother, cannot the master impart his teachings to the disciple, thereby saving the time spent in meditation and recitation? Beneath the starlit sky, the air within the stone cave gradually became clear and luminous. Shurji sighed softly and replied indifferently, Indeed, the will of heaven is inscrutable. Your indolent nature, though brimming with the desire for enlightenment, lacks the intent to pursue the path. Yet you manage to progress swiftly in your cultivation. Nezha chuckled and responded, Your words are misguided, my lady. Laziness is a common trait of humanity. Although my disposition may be lethargic, my body remains diligent. I dare not show the slightest negligence in my daily practice and meditation. Shurji scoffed lightly and remarked, Your tongue is quite nimble. The method of refining the golden elixir cannot be taught. One must experience it personally. Otherwise, with so many adept practitioners in the realm of spirit, even your inept master would likely have attained the golden elixir by now. Hearing Shurji's words, Nezha could only manage a wry smile. After decades of cultivation without achieving the golden elixir, this had become a source of deep concern for his master. Shurji continued, To cultivate the golden elixir, mere comprehension of its method is insufficient. The process of refining requires the assistance of various treasures infused with life essence. The more robust the foundation of the elixir, the more life essence it encompasses. If the cultivator is sufficiently resilient, they can forge a golden elixir of considerable quality. Furthermore, the golden elixirs are categorized into 9 grades. The first 3 grades are considered inferior golden elixirs. Once the cultivator comprehends the method, they may have the fortune to acquire some magical substances to aid in their creation. The 4th, 5th, and 6th grades are classified as middle-grade golden elixirs, which demand not only the cultivator's resilience and extraordinary talent, but also great fortune to gather numerous spiritual treasures. Meanwhile, the 7th, 8th, and 9th grades are referred to as superior golden elixirs. The potency of a superior golden elixir far surpasses that of a middle-grade one, and among all cultivators in the world, those who succeed in refining them are exceedingly rare, given time. They are almost certain to leave their mark in the realm of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Nezha felt a parched throat and involuntarily swallowed, asking, "And what of the ninth grade?" Shurji clasped her hands upon her knees and spoke solemnly. The ninth grade is the supreme golden elixir, also known as the nine-patterned divine elixir. In the past 3 centuries, among the practitioners I have encountered or heard of, only Yang Jian, a disciple of the Taiyi Zhenren from Yuling Mountain's Jinxia Cave, has succeeded in refining it. With the power of this ninth-grade golden elixir, he forged an indomitable body, and among the disciples of the 3 teachings, few in his generation can contend with him. Upon hearing Yang Jian's name, Nezha's heart surged with excitement. From the various stories he had heard since childhood, the martial prowess of the great sage, equal to heaven, Yang Jian, was second to none. Even the monkey from Journey to the West, who wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, would not dare claim he could surpass this figure. Noticing Nezha's eager expression, Shurji shook her head with a smile and said, "Do not compare yourself to Yang Jian." When he opened his Qi Si, he beheld a vast lake. His innate talent is unparalleled. It is said that his intellect is sharp and agile, and he hails from a prestigious lineage. With the resources of the teaching readily available to him, which enabled him to refine the supreme golden elixir by sheer fortune. If all practitioners were to measure themselves against him, it would be a disgrace. Without delving into distant matters, let us consider the case of A.O. Bing. After a century of arduous cultivation, his innate talent is indeed remarkable. The Dragon Palace of the East Sea has amassed treasures from across the seas, expending countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Yet, upon achieving the elixir, he could only attain a 6th-grade golden pill. Even so, this is still commendable, albeit he has yet to cross the threshold of the upper-grade golden pill. Nezha furrowed his brow, biting his lip, and inquired with confusion, "A 6th-grade golden pill? Earlier, you mentioned that A.O. Bing had already entered the realm of the scattered immortals, and yet he has cultivated this commendable 6th-grade golden pill." However, when I confronted him, I did not perceive him to be so formidable. His bewilderment was genuine, but expressing it only made him appear petulant to others. It seems that Bai Yuan, with her straightforward nature, had inherited a touch of Shurji's temperament. Upon perceiving Nezha's petulance, she raised her hand to strike his head. Observing Nezha clutching his forehead in confusion, Shurji elucidated, "Do not glare at me. If he were an ordinary cultivator at the nascent spirit stage, his physical form would not differ much from that of a mortal. My earlier slap would have shattered his skull, not merely leaving a bump." Nezha silently marveled. In contrast to Shurji's words, he had noted the seemingly casual yet weighty slap she had delivered. He had remained entirely focused, yet he had not even had time to conceive of dodging before being struck. In other words, had Shurji harbored murderous intent, he would have perished in that very moment. Unaware of Nezha's thoughts, Shurji pinched her thumb at the first joint of her middle finger, resting it calmly upon her chest, and continued, "You, my mischievous child, are inexplicably fortunate, possessing a physique that surpasses even that of a golden pill realm practitioner. Though A.O. Bing is of the dragon lineage, to cultivate the profound methods of our Taoist teachings, he must first transform into human form. This corporeal manifestation, while capable of utilizing Taoist powers, pales in comparison to his naturally formidable dragon body. Were it not for the strength bestowed by the golden pill, he would surely be vanquished by your raw might in a contest of martial prowess." Nezha asked, "So, does that mean, should I one day reach the golden pill realm and further strengthen my body with golden pill power, this form could become even more powerful?" Shurji nodded impassively, conceding that Nezha's physique indeed possessed extraordinary qualities. She added, "However, I previously stated that A.O. Bing has entered the realm of scattered immortals. Your victory in this battle is merely due to his recent entrance into this realm, leaving him yet to hone his scattered immortal abilities." Nezha inquired, "Is this scattered immortal ability what you previously referred to as the barrier of immortality?" Chapter 48. The emergence of extraordinary treasures in the hollow center of the mountain. A stone platform appeared to hover in the depths of the void. All around, in every direction, front, back, left, right, above, and below, save for the starlight cascading upon the ground, there was an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any illumination. Only Shurji herself knew that within this hollowed mountain belly, the surrounding stone walls, obscured by darkness and invisible to the naked eye, were densely inscribed with Taoist scriptures that she had etched over a century with her sword. As she raised her hand, the seemingly boundless moisture within the mountain's depths vanished in an instant, replaced by a fleeting sense of searing desolation. At that moment, being ensconced within the mountain's core, it felt as if the entire universe had transformed into an arid expanse. Shurji continued, Every being possesses its own spirit. Practitioners attain longevity through the elixir of life. Yet the physical body decays at a pace swifter than that of the elixir. Should one fail to transcend the realm of the elixir, a shattered corporeal form signifies the obliteration of both body and spirit. As he uttered the phrase obliteration of both body and spirit, the gravity in Shurji's tone sent shivers down Nezha's spine. He gazed at Shurji and inquired, "Is this spirit the same as the primordial spirit?" "Indeed," Shurji affirmed with a nod. As previously stated, the aim of practitioners is to seek longevity. The cultivation of the physical form through the elixir's power is not intended for the purpose of brawling, for you have witnessed that even Ao Bing, with his body refined by the 6th grade elixir countless times, could not withstand a single strike from a magical artifact. A cultivator fortifies their body merely to accommodate the primordial spirit they cultivate. Once the primordial spirit is achieved, even if the physical form decays, as long as the spirit endures, one can experience the annihilation of the form while the spirit persists. This allows for the pursuit of a new physical vessel and the reclaiming of life, which epitomizes the realm of the scattered immortal. As for the supernatural powers of the scattered immortal that directly target your primordial spirit, it is a harsh reality that a cultivator yet to reach this realm possesses a feeble primordial spirit, devoid of any means of defense, rendering them susceptible to demise with a mere assault. This delineates the insurmountable barrier between the elixir realm and the scattered immortal realm, along with a plethora of other enigmatic facets. Nezha remained silent, not out of fear. After all, that chapter had passed, albeit through fortune, he had emerged victorious. Instead, he pondered, if every being possesses its own spirit, then why is he Nezha? Where had his original primordial spirit gone? Surely, it could not have exchanged places with his corporeal form, leading it to the 21st century as an ordinary, unremarkable office worker, devoid of magical prowess yet imbued with a sense of justice, all the while fearing retribution from malevolent forces and possessing an undeniably handsome visage. With a mischievous thought, Nezha glanced up at Shurji, only to catch a glimpse of an unusual light flickering in her eyes. Strangely, he found himself understanding her unspoken message. Consequently, he prostrated himself before her, offering the utmost respect in return for her immense grace. Heaven may bestow upon one the aptitude for cultivation, yet it will not present the profound wisdom contained within the Infinite Longevity Sutra, nor impart breathing techniques, and certainly will not disclose the golden elixir of the sun's true scripture. Nezha, having received Shurji's teachings, lingered there, unaware that 3 days had slipped by unnoticed. Upon the 3rd day, Shurji summoned Nezha for a meeting within the cave. Initially, he presumed that this esteemed lady would issue an edict of dismissal, but upon encountering Shurji, he was met with an entirely different discourse. With her eyes gently closed and her hands positioned in a gesture of meditation upon her knees, she spoke without opening her eyes. "I have 2 fellow practitioners on a distant island in the Eastern Sea who wrote to me yesterday, sharing recent anecdotes. Would you care to listen?" Nezha recognized that Shurji was not the type to engage in idle chit-chat or trivial gossip with friends. Her summoning him was a prelude to imparting something significant. He too found a cushion to sit cross-legged upon, maintaining a straight posture, and replied, "Your Excellency, please proceed." Nezha is all ears. Shurji remarked, "Firstly, in the realm of Tang, specifically around the ancient battlefield of the 3 Mountain Pass, once a place of carnage where bodies lay strewn and rivers flowed with blood, there now rises an extraordinary fire eye. In the span of a month, it has inexplicably grown to a height of 200 zhong, continuously emitting sulfurous smoke. Within the depths of this fire eye, someone has glimpsed a piece of dark green wood floating amidst the lava, leading to speculation that it might be the fabled Zhixiao divine wood." "The Zhixiao divine wood?" Shurji nodded and explained that it is a material for refining artifacts mentioned only in ancient scriptures, wielded by Guangchengzi, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chen sect, who possesses a treasure known as the Turning Heaven Seal, crafted from this very wood. Secondly, traveling north for 10,000 li, one encounters an expanse of cedar forest spanning 800 li, referred to by the cultivation world as the 800 li absolute land. Countless esteemed predecessors have perished there over the centuries. Yet, there exists a legend that within this desolate land, there are 10,000 spirit treasure trees, which bloom once every 1,000 years and bear fruit once every 10,000 years. Last month, a mid-stage Taiyi golden immortal from our sect emerged from that land with a corner of a blood-stained garment inscribed with the words, "Treasure tree bears fruit." Thirdly, not long ago, a celestial meteor fell upon Chaoga, acquired by Huang Feihu, the martial king of Chengtang. It is rumored that this meteor contains Star River divine sand, a treasure equally as precious as the Zixiao divine wood. More remarkably, this substance can be utilized as a core for refining golden elixirs. Upon concluding her words, Shurji fell silent. Nezha, furrowing his brow and resting his chin in thought, pondered for a long time before speaking. Your Highness, are you conveying this to me in hopes that I will retrieve all these treasures? If they are indeed so invaluable, why do you not take action yourself? Just as the words left his mouth, Shurji swiftly struck down with her palm, resulting in yet another bump on Nezha's head. However, compared to the last time, he discerned more from this blow. Shurji regarded Nezha with unabashed derision, scoffing as she remarked, such extraordinary treasures have emerged. Who among the cultivators would not be tempted? In a world rife with competition, do you believe you can profit from it? I share this with you so that when you journey to Chaoga, you may steer clear of these places, lest the conflicts among immortals bring calamity to innocent bystanders and lead to unwarranted loss of life. Upon hearing this, Nezha was left speechless. If he were to endure 2 slaps for such trifling matters, then this morning had indeed been particularly unfortunate. He raised his hands in exasperation, saying, Your Highness, Chaoga is thousands of li away from Chintang Pass. I have no intention of wading into such murky waters when I could be at home, contemplating the way of the golden elixir, let alone the 800 li absolute land, which lies even further beyond. Nezha made it clear that he would not go, yet Shurji shook her head, opening her eyes to gaze at him with a profound significance. It is destined, you shall ultimately go. The weight of Shurji's words, imbued with a sense of heavy fate, tightened in Nezha's chest. He inhaled deeply and inquired, Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Shurji did not indulge in any pretense. She stated, I have recently been practicing the art of fire divination and have experienced a spark of inspiration. I cast an oracle, yet the heavenly secrets seem obscured by some force, shrouded in chaos, rendering them unclear. However, it appears that you are destined to embark on a journey to Chaoga. With this conversation veering towards fate and divination, Nezha found himself even more perplexed. Although he recognized that they resided in the world of Fengshen, where certain truths must be accepted, he could not fathom why he would travel to Chaoga at this particular moment. After bidding farewell to Lady Shurji, he sought to take his leave of Biyun, swiftly employing his earth escape technique to return to Chintang Pass. As soon as Nezha departed, colorful clouds arrived at the serene and tranquil stone plain. Her delicate visage, pale with a hint of pink, bore no expression, exuding a chilling aura that deterred intimacy. Her long hair was neatly styled into a bun, adorned with a male headpiece. Yet, her body had begun to mature, and as she stood upright, her robe draped closely, revealing subtle curves. She observed Biyun, who, clad in a similar robe, was squatting on the ground, focused intently on uprooting the weeds growing in the crevices of the stone plain. Occasionally, a grasshopper would leap from the foliage, startling him into a clumsy tumble, hardly resembling a cultivator. However, as Kaiyun scrutinized him further, she was uncertain if it was akin to the sudden insight of Shurji or if she had developed the sharp nose of General He from the sea. But she suddenly furrowed her brow and inquired, Has he been here? Biyun was taken aback, turning around to stammer, Sister, senior sister, you have emerged. Kaiyun thought to herself how foolish he was for needing to ask about something so evident. She replied, In response to my question, Where is Nezha? Biyun answered, Oh, rest assured, sister, he has already left. Kaiyun, initially confident that she had earned the right to exit the Golden Rooster Cave, had neatly styled her hair and stepped out with assurance. Yet, upon hearing that he had already departed, she stood frozen, lost in a sense of longing. Chapter 49. The disfavor of Lu Ping. Nezha had become more proficient in the 5 elements escape technique. He first visited Mr. Fan in Bailing Town, ensuring that he was in good health before hastily returning home. As he hovered in midair, he glanced downward and saw that the general's mansion, with its numerous courtyards closely clustered together, was bustling with well-organized servants moving about. Among the prominent families in Chintang Pass, the Li family of the general's mansion was renowned for its effective household management, a fact unbeknownst to outsiders, largely due to the presence of the virtuous Madame Yin. The head maids, Sui Yu, Hong Fei, Huang Jin, and Qing Lan, had all been personally trained by Madame Yin since childhood. Although they were bound by contract to work and receive wages, Madame Yin treated them as her own daughters, and they wholeheartedly managed the household affairs as if they were their own family matters, never exhibiting a hint of negligence, which was indeed a blessing for the family. While living at home, everything was meticulously arranged, so one would hardly notice the underlying principles. It was only today, from his aerial vantage, that Nezha could glean a glimpse of the workings within. He murmured to himself, My mother worries so much. It truly is a laborious endeavor. Yet, he suddenly furrowed his brows, gazing at the strikingly beautiful girl who, devoid of any cosmetic embellishment, had donned a coarse linen skirt and was washing clothes in the backyard alongside a group of elderly women. He mused to himself about the whims of Li Jing. Nezha alighted in a secluded corner, pushing open the long unoiled wooden door. This courtyard served as the workspace for the household workers, and upon seeing Nezha, the old women greeted him warmly, as if they had never spoken ill of him behind his back. Nezha reciprocated their smiles, not out of forgetfulness of past grievances, but rather as he had previously confided to Green Pearl, he was willing to play along with them when the mood struck him, though only under such agreeable circumstances. He crouched by the basin. The girl did not lift her gaze to him. She was well aware of Nezha's presence, yet mechanically retrieved a piece of soiled clothing from the towering pile beside her and began to scrub it in the water. Her once delicate fingers now whitened and blistered from the harsh labor. Nezha sat there, listening to the familiar, fragmented murmurs that filled the air. It seemed that whenever these elderly women congregated, their conversations inevitably shifted to their family's offspring, discussing who had acquired good fabric that day, or where they had managed to gain an advantage the day before. Yet, their most frequent topic revolved around the gossip circulating from Chen Tangguan, as if sharing such shocking tidbits elevated their status above others. In the past, they often chattered about Nezha, but today, their focus had shifted. This little wretch has been working in the manor since childhood. Instead of acting as a competent head maid, her greed knows no bounds. How dare she entice the master? She deserves whatever comes to her, remarked Sister Wang. Indeed, how could a man of such brilliance as the master remain oblivious to this little vixen's schemes? She seems to think herself as enchanting as Daji of Chaoga, not even glancing in the mirror to see her true self. Such a person would surely be dealt with in our village. The elders would have her punished severely. Absolutely, punished severely, chimed in Sister Sunday. You take the lead. Tomorrow, let us approach the clan elder. Let us seek out your Uncle C. We shall see her punished. Their voices were not loud, yet not too soft either. The young maid listened intently, her previously numb body shivering slightly, and her hands froze in their motions. She raised her head to meet Nezha's gaze, offering a bitter smile that was more akin to a grimace. This girl was none other than Green Ping, the favored concubine of Li Jing. Nezha remained crouched before her, his face adorned with a faint smile, yet his heart remained untouched by any emotion. He lowered his voice, feigning concern, and gently said, "Sister, do not be alarmed. They are merely speaking without the courage to act." Seeing the very Nezha she had once disregarded now offering her comfort stirred a complex mix of emotions within Green Ping. She was unaware of Li Jing's thoughts, yet she understood the essence of the man. Thus, Green Ping was acutely aware that she no longer had any chance of redemption. But what relevance does this have to Nezha? He is merely a 7-year-old child, fundamentally ignorant of the world, even comforted by his foolish kindness. However, such benevolence towards oneself is a rarity these days. The sisters of yore, after making their choices, have ventured down divergent paths. Green Ping returned a gentle smile, expressing, "Nezha is truly wonderful. I do not wish to wash clothes here. This soap pod water has been soaking my hands from dawn till dusk, ruining them." As she spoke, Green Ping reached out to touch Nezha's small face, but just as her fingers were about to make contact, Nezha spoke. With a squint and a playful smile, tinged with a hint of regret, he innocently remarked, "They lack the courage, but I do not. I've often heard the elder women speak of submerging pigs, yet, in all my years, I have never witnessed it." Green Ping's entire body stiffened. Looking at Nezha's smile, an icy dread welled up within her. Nezha continued, "Whatever you have said or done, if you do not remember it, someone else will, Sister Green Ping." Her complexion turned ashen as she forced a distorted smile, stammering, "What? What did I say?" The mirth on Nezha's face gradually faded as he replied, "You are correct, sister. Perhaps I truly am a reincarnation of a demon." At that moment, noticing that no one was paying heed to them, Nezha suddenly pinched Green Ping's face, stating, "Upon closer inspection, you are not as lovely as you think. Neither as beautiful as Hong Fei nor as exquisite as Cui Yu. In a few years, little Jouer will likely outshine you by a considerable margin." Green Ping's expression turned exceedingly grim. Despite her myriad thoughts, she was still just a teenager. Nezha's words plunged her deeper into despair, akin to being thrust into an abyss from which there was no return. It seemed Nezha recalled something and remarked, "You must harbor great resentment towards Li Jing." Green Ping lowered her head, murmuring, "The servant dares not." Nezha chuckled, pondering that there might be a time when he could make use of Green Ping. He rose and said, "If you are to harbor hatred, then let it fuel your existence." The wind carried a chill, and as September arrived, the sweltering summer had quietly drawn its curtains, retreating to an unknown hideaway. Not only had the summer concealed itself, but so too had Green Zhu. Nezha searched throughout the room and the kitchen, scouring every corner, yet the little girl, who would typically rush to him at a call, was nowhere to be found. It was not until he encountered Hong Fei, who had just returned from accompanying Madame Yin on a rental collection, that he discovered the truth. Hong Fei remarked, poor Green Zhu, she has gone home to mourn. Nezha raised an eyebrow, inquiring, mourn? What has happened? Who has passed? Hong Fei replied, the last time we met. It was her father, Li Xuanxin from Lizhu village. He did not resurface while diving for pearls. His remains have yet to be found. Such a tragedy. Chapter 50, The Crows on the Tree. Tang Pass, adjacent to the East China Sea, is surrounded by fishing villages, where the inhabitants are renowned for their swimming prowess. As the saying goes, those who can swim are the ones who drown, and thus, every year, tragedies occur when individuals are swept away by the waves in the sea. At first, Nezha did not think much of it. He returned home to gather some spare silver coins he had saved and promptly set off for Lizhu village. Having shared a room, Nezha and the young girl, Wolfzu, naturally had a closer bond than others. This girl received a monthly allowance of 2 silver coins, a modest sum that would barely afford an adult man a couple of hearty meals at a local tavern, where he would indulge in the most common roasted fish and coarse spirits of Tang Pass. Yet, Wolfzu was frugal and seldom spent this money. She consistently saved it for her family. With a cheerful demeanor, she would often tell Nezha, grandfather's health is poor and requires medicine. My mother, having choked on water while collecting pearls in her youth, is now afflicted with lingering ailments. She weaves at home, but earns little, relying solely on my father to support us. Although these 2 silver coins may not be much, they help ease our family's burden. What a thoughtful child she was. Consequently, Nezha cherished this understanding little sister even more. Whenever she sent money home, Nezha would not hinder her. Instead, he would discreetly add some dried fruits, cured meats, candles, oil, and salt to her packages. Wolfzu, without needing to express her desires, would find herself receiving her favorite treats the next time they met. When they wandered through the market together, searching through inexpensive jewelry stalls, she would often leave empty-handed yet reluctant to depart, only to return home and discover that Nezha had magically procured a trinket or 2 for her, invariably of her liking. It is through genuine affection that one earns true friendship, which is why Biyun became Nezha's companion and why Elza held him in such high regard. Compared to Nezha's last visit, the trees surrounding the village had diminished considerably. During the day, as the villagers sought their fortunes both at sea and on land, the newly paved path of blue-gray stone was sparsely populated. With the demise of the great shaman, the village appeared cleaner. Yet it was evident that wealth had not quickly followed. The expansive view, coupled with the moist sea breeze, filled the air with the gentle sound of waves, while seagulls glided overhead, emitting relaxed calls. Looking inward from the village entrance, one could only feel a sense of tranquility. As Nezha passed by, he was recognized by many, emboldening them to greet him, to which he responded with a slight smile, though his heart remained heavy. For he knew that at the end of this stone path lay Wolfzu's home, and the little girl was undoubtedly heartbroken at that moment. The path was not long, and Nezha soon arrived at his destination. The green bricks of the roof were overrun with moss, giving it a darkened appearance, while the courtyard wall stood at half a person's height, with the yard being smaller than others. In the corners stood a jujube tree, which had recently borne fruit. A man named Li Xuanxin had even picked some to bring to the Li family. According to Ziyu, Li Jing had tasted the jujubes and remarked on their deliciousness, inquiring where they could be purchased, wishing to buy more next time. At this moment, the modest jujube tree, which had evidently undergone meticulous pruning, stood robustly with its branches, upon which perched a total of 18 crows, their plumage as dark as ink. Nezha halted in his tracks. There were whispers that crows possessed the ability to sense the scent of death, often gathering at the eaves of a house where a demise had occurred, waiting to feast upon the deceased. Yet, was it not stated that Li Xuanxin had gone to the depths of the sea to gather pearls, his body now resting beneath the waves? In this world, all beings possess a certain sensitivity, yet Nezha could discern none from these crows. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the 18 crows had blood-red eyes, their gazes converging upon the window of the house. Cultivators? What I initially perceived as a mere misfortune now appears to involve other sinister forces. He regarded the crows and softly inquired, "What do you observe here, my fellow Taoist?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 18 crows simultaneously turned their heads to gaze at him. As their eyes met, Nezha beheld the pupils within the crows' blood-colored irises. Those pupils bore no resemblance to those of birds. They appeared more akin to human eyes. At a single glance, the entire flock of crows took flight in disarray. Nezha's demeanor grew icy as he advanced further, and from within the house, he could faintly hear the sound of sobbing. He pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped inside. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed two men clad in military uniforms emerging from the main hall. The first man struck Nezha as familiar, while the second was none other than Zhou Quan, whom he had previously encountered atop the city walls of Chintang Pass. Before Nezha could utter a word, the latter clasped his hands in greeting and stated, "I am Feng Xiaoyan, a deputy general of the Hard Tiger Army, honored to meet you, young master." Feng Xiaoyan exhibited proper decorum, yet his gaze was filled with a palpable detachment. Within Chintang Pass, he served only Li Jing, and for him, even though Nezha was the son of Li Jing, he remained merely a child of 7 years. Nezha scrutinized him for a moment, observing a faint golden aura emanating from him, pulsating with his breath, indicating that he was at least a practitioner of the divine gathering realm. Nezha inquired, "What brings you two here?" Zhou Quan, his face etched with sorrow, did not conceal his emotions as he replied, "I must inform you, young master, that the deceased, Li Xuanxin, is my cousin. I took leave to come here, and General Feng, on official business, kindly accompanied me." The general, in his benevolence, noticed the house filled with widows and orphans lacking support and has offered financial assistance. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoyan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is but a small effort." Nezha nodded and stepped inside to seek out Zhu. Within the room, an elderly couple and a young wife were gathered around a brazier, weeping. The remains of Li Xuanxin were nowhere to be found, likely having been consumed by fish or turtles. For the villagers of the fishing community, this was a most dreadful fate. At that moment, Li Xuanxin's wife had already fainted from grief 3 times. Nearby, Zhu knelt obediently, her eyes red and swollen, remaining silent. "Little Zhu?" Hearing the voice, Zhu turned her head to see Nezha. Finally, unable to restrain her emotions, she collapsed into Nezha's embrace, weeping openly. "Brother Nezha, my father is gone," she cried, her lament mingling with the cacophony of grief that filled the room. Nezha cradled the delicate green pearl and cast a glance at the 2 sorrowful elders within the room. He gently whispered into her ear, "My dear green pearl, if you feel the urge to cry, let your tears flow freely for a while. Brother Nezha is here with you." The young girl, having spent the entire night awake, was wearied, and Nezha soon lulled her to sleep. He then stepped into the courtyard, where he found Feng Xiaoyan and Zhou Quan also present. Feng Xiaoyan clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Greetings, third young master. I, Feng Xiaoyan, am burdened with military duties and cannot linger. I must take my leave." Nezha nodded in acknowledgement, observing Feng Xiaoyan depart before turning to Zhou Quan and inquiring, "Uncle Quan, what exactly has transpired?" Zhou Quan sighed deeply. He was of a similar age to Li Xuanxin and had shared a close bond with him, making his heart heavy with sorrow and regret. He replied, "A maritime disaster has struck. For those in the fishing village, particularly those who venture into the sea for pearls, perishing in the ocean is a common fate. Some are devoured by great fish, while others are trapped beneath the sea by colossal clams, their bodies lost to the depths. It is a pity that we cannot even recover a corpse." Zhou Quan sighed again, yet Nezha discerned that he was withholding something. Narrowing his eyes, he lowered his voice and asked, "Is there something more to this?" Zhou Quan shook his head, saying, "I am not privy to any hidden truths. But in the past 3 years, the number of mysteriously vanished individuals in Chintang Pass has significantly increased, at least tripling." Nezha pondered for a moment, then resolved, "I understand. We must first ensure the safety of this family to prevent further calamities. I shall return shortly." Knowing the missing individuals were lost at sea, he decided to search the ocean depths. Nezha harnessed his ability to vanish and plunged into the sea, summoning the divine water shuttle, channeling the elemental energy within him into the vessel, and controlling it with instinct, moving silently like a flying fish, disappearing in an instant. Chapter 51. The dragon swims into the sea. Nezha entered the East Sea, initially intending to seek assistance from Ao Bing. However, upon reaching the ocean floor, he realized that despite the vastness of the Dragon Palace, the sea was even broader. No matter which direction he gazed, the scenery remained strikingly similar. To locate the East Sea Dragon Palace amidst such an expanse would be a futile endeavor if he relied solely on aimless wandering. After swimming for a while and encountering numerous peculiar fish and shrimp, he found not a single being with any cultivation. Nezha contemplated that this approach was unproductive and thought, instead of searching for them, it would be more effective to summon them to find me. He removed the 7-foot mixed sky silk, swirling the vibrant red cloth, causing the rivers to tremble and the cosmos to quake, stirring the waters and disorienting countless fish and turtles, while Nezha stirred the ocean with his artifact, turning the waters crimson. Ao Bing of the East Sea was seated in the Crystal Palace, when suddenly the palace trembled, the sound akin to thunder. Ao Bing hastily called his attendants, asking, "The earth should not quake. Why does the palace sway?" He commanded, "Send word to General Porcupine at the southern gate to investigate the source of this disturbance." Upon receiving the order, General Porcupine led a squad of shrimp soldiers to investigate. They soon spotted a young child standing in the sea, one hand swirling the bright red cloth while the other brandished a golden bracelet, creating tumultuous waves that left the fish unable to maintain their balance or swim. "Stop shaking. Is that you, Nezha?" General Porcupine finally recognized him through the artifact. Nezha cast a piercing gaze, retrieving his magical artifact, and beheld a troop of shrimp soldiers surrounding a corpulent fishman towering at 12 feet, adorned with the head of a fish and the body of a human. He inquired, "Who are you, and how do you know me?" "I am not merely a man. I am the Southgate Guardian of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, General Sichuan," the fishman replied. "You are the beloved of His Highness, the third Prince Ao Bing. His Highness specifically instructed me about you, hence I certainly recognize you." "What, beloved?" General Sichuan's booming voice startled Nezha so profoundly that he nearly lost his composure, choking on water in the vast ocean. Not only Nezha, but even the shrimp soldiers behind him, who had been dazed, suddenly regained their senses upon hearing such a secret. Nezha furrowed his brow, his expression resembling one who had just consumed a spoiled fly. "Wait a moment. Did you just say, I am what to Ao Bing? Beloved, of course. Do you not believe me? I heard it directly from His Highness himself. How could it possibly be false? Something feels amiss. While I may have an inkling of the reason, your words make me hesitant to face Ao Bing." He took a moment to steady his emotions, recalling the sorrowful green pearl back at home, his countenance growing grim as if he had ingested something foul. "Where is Ao Bing? Take me to him. Follow me." General Sichuan beckoned, leading the way while Nezha trailed behind. The shrimp soldiers lagged further back, whispering amongst themselves about how the third prince's temperament had drastically changed, speculating on strange rumors regarding Nezha's peculiar inclinations. Nezha, feeling exasperated, followed General Sichuan through the opulent dragon palace, where golden nails adorned jade doors, and colorful phoenixes danced before crimson gates. The corridors were exquisite and transparent, with layers of dragons and phoenixes soaring above. The glistening gourd-shaped roofs and the melodious sounds of jade ornaments surrounded them, showcasing the extraordinary treasures of the Dragon Palace, rare even in the world. He mused that having previously extracted a fortune of gold from Ao Bing's cosmic bag, he had thought himself fortunate, yet now, witnessing the grandeur of the palace, he realized his previous perception had been woefully narrow. Upon entering the Crystal Palace and encountering Ao Bing, Nezha's gaze grew even more peculiar, especially as he noted Ao Bing's markedly warmer reception compared to their last meeting, which sent shivers down his spine. He thought to himself, "Ao Bing, dear Ao Bing, could you truly be so peculiar as to regard me as a beloved after I struck you?" Not wishing to linger, Nezha stated, "I shall not indulge in idle chatter. I have come to request your assistance. A man drowned in your sea yesterday at the fishing village. Please help me find him." Upon seeing this harbinger of misfortune, Ao Bing internally lamented his fate, recognizing that the past decade had indeed been arduous, and he resolved to endure. He commanded the shrimp soldiers and crab generals to scour the waters for aquatic creatures, all the while contemplating his newfound ability to sever the souls of his enemies. Realizing that beneath the celestial barriers, Nezha was not a foe to be trifled with. Yet, having previously underestimated Nezha, he found himself in a precarious situation, vulnerable to manipulation. As Ao Bing sighed heavily, Nezha remained preoccupied with General Sichuan's earlier words, maintaining a cautious distance from Ao Bing. Upon witnessing this, Ao Bing pondered to himself the necessity of such caution from someone so young, wielding a formidable weapon with such trepidation. This only served to heighten his perception of Nezha as a more formidable adversary. When the feast commenced, it was markedly different from the convivial atmosphere shared with Li Jing, for Ao Bing found himself constrained by the precariousness of his life, unable to adopt a relaxed demeanor. Simultaneously, Nezha harbored suspicions that Ao Bing might exploit the opportunity to poison his food and thus endanger his life. Fortunately, this awkward predicament did not linger for long, as news soon arrived from the depths of the ocean, where all fish and turtles fell under the dominion of the Dragon Palace. The general of the porpoise reported, "Your Highness, I must inform you that there have been no recent drownings at Chintang Pass." Ao Bing inquired, "Can this be verified?" "Indeed," came the reply. Upon hearing this, Nezha felt an increasing sense of strangeness, musing whether perhaps Li Tsuanshin had not perished but merely gone missing. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "I have heard that over the past 3 years, the number of drownings at Chintang Pass has tripled compared to previous years. Do you have any insights?" Upon hearing this, Ao Bing's expression darkened even more than Nezha's. The daily toll of drowned mortals was of little consequence to him, hence his grim demeanor was merely a fade. However, with Nezha present, he felt compelled to exhibit a semblance of concern. He glanced at the general of the porpoise and remarked, "Is this true?" The general, taken aback, responded, "I shall investigate." As Nezha observed the general's retreating figure, he contemplated that Ao Bing's theatrics were not only unnecessary, but rather heavy-handed to the point of ineptitude. Initially, he had theorized that the increase in drownings over the past 3 years could be attributed to turbulent weather or mere coincidence. However, the absence of Li Xuanxin's body in the ocean suggested that other bodies might also remain undiscovered. If that were the case, the situation took on a different gravity. In the event of foul play, it would be the responsibility of the officials at Chentang Pass to address the matter. Each had their own duties. And Nezha did not wish to overstep his bounds and invite trouble for himself. Yet this matter inadvertently involved the likes of Lu Zhuer. Lost in thought, the general of the porpoise returned promptly, delivering further news. "Your Highness, the fish below have confirmed that while some individuals have indeed drowned at Chentang Pass over the years, the numbers do not exceed those of previous years. This cannot be attributed to our Eastern Sea." His words, spoken more swiftly than his thoughts, incited Ao Bing's ire. What did he mean by stating it could not be blamed on the Eastern Sea? It sounded as though Nezha was intent on extorting them. Ao Bing even considered whether Nezha, having previously acquired his magical pouch, was now seeking further gains, fully prepared for a significant sacrifice. However, such sentiments could not be openly expressed. Should matters escalate, who would stand against this restraint? The general of the porpoise continued, "If there are missing persons, it may be prudent to investigate the shore. Over the past 3 years, the Eastern Sea's coastline has been rife with tumultuous energy, likely due to cultivators practicing nefarious arts." As soon as these words escaped his lips, a flash of inspiration illuminated Nezha's mind. He instantly recalled the 18 blood-eyed crows he had seen earlier at Green Pearl's abode, as well as the visage of Officer Fengshen. Bidding farewell to the East Sea, Nezha returned once more to Green Pearl's home. Finding her safe and sound, he entrusted Zhou Quan with the responsibility of looking after her family before heading back to his own residence. This marked his inaugural venture into the study of his father, Li Jing, seeking an audience with him. Chapter 52. The need for clear argumentation. The sun after the rain bestowed a refreshing and splendid ambience upon the world. Its warmth now less oppressive than in recent days, and Li Jing's spirits were notably elevated. His career was flourishing, buoyed by careful arrangements. As news had arrived from Chaoga indicating that the esteemed gentleman Fei Zhong and Yu Han intended to submit a letter recommending his promotion to oversee the affairs of Chentang Pass. However, the number of individuals seeking to curry favor with these two dignitaries was overwhelming, necessitating a careful approach to ensure his turn would come in due time. Li Jing remained unperturbed. He had thoughtfully considered the matter of gifts beforehand. Although these two gentlemen were favored by the emperor and had garnered a notorious reputation for their inclination to accept bribes, he believed that once his offerings were accepted, the promotion would naturally follow. The matter regarding Green Ping had also been resolved favorably, with his wife's attitude showing signs of improvement. The vacant shops that had not yet been rented out were poised to yield rental income next month. Moreover, it appeared that his youngest son, whom he had always worried about, had fortuitously befriended Ao Bing, the third prince of the Dragon Palace, and was increasingly becoming a source of pride for him. With a flourish, he inscribed 2 lines on the paper crafted by Nezha. "The world thrives on profit. The world is tumultuous for the sake of gain. Profit, profit, profit." The more Li Jing pondered, the clearer his mindset became. He perceived all matters in this world to revolve around the singular concept of profit. Parents are profit, friends are profit, wives are profit, and sons are profit. Upon introspection, he recognized that he had been rather muddled in his recent judgments. While Green Ping was indeed young and beautiful, how could she possibly compare to Lady Yin? The Yin family, a prominent clan from the Shang dynasty, shared a bloodline with the royal family. And although the lineage had diluted by the time of Yin Suji, they remained a force to be reckoned with. Had it not been for the support of his wife's family, he would not have secured the position of general at Chentang Pass. Even with the backing of Lady Shiji, Li Jing muttered to himself, reflecting on how he had nearly forgotten his roots. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his reverie. He hastily tidied up the writings on his desk, his brows furrowing like a freshly painted sword. "Who is it?" "Father." "It is I," came the response. Hearing Nezha's voice, Li Jing's expression softened slightly. He realized he had not taken the time to truly observe this child in quite a while. He resolved to treat him better henceforth. Otherwise, Nezha would only grow close to his mother, neglecting the bond with his father, which would hinder him from learning the virtues of the Li family. Rising, he opened the door, greeted by a fierce wind outside. He gazed outside in mild astonishment at the child, Nezha, who was currently intently observing a white termite crawling on the ground. The fierce wind tugged at the crimson silk draping his form and his tousled hair, while sunlight cascaded through the golden bracelet adorning his wrist, exuding an indescribable depth. As Nezha slowly raised his head, a chill enveloped Li Jing's heart. He marveled inwardly, unable to suppress his wonder at the extraordinary eyes before him. The resolve and tenacity reflected therein bore no resemblance to those of a mere 7-year-old. He couldn't help but recall that question he had long chosen to forget. Perhaps Nezha had truly been possessed by demons. Father? Nezha's youthful voice pulled Li Jing back from his boundless reverie. Clearing his throat, Li Jing replied, "You have arrived at an opportune moment. I have heard from your mother that you have been studying Tang, Shu, Zhu under Master Fan. Allow me to test your knowledge. Father, I have come for another matter. What could possibly surpass the pursuit of knowledge?" Nezha, unable to resist Li Jing's insistence, acquiesced to the examination. Li Jing's queries, though less intricate than Master Fan's, did not pose a challenge for Nezha. Li Jing raised the paper in his hand, noting that although Nezha's handwriting was somewhat unrefined, every character was accurate, and his insights were coherent, filling Li Jing with joy. With your intellect, you may yet seek esteemed mentors and high-ranking officials in the future, perhaps even serving in Chaoga. Nezha merely nodded, contemplating that given the current state of affairs, a future in government might lead him to Shichi rather than Chaoga. Li Jing continued, "This paper you crafted is quite commendable. Though it lacks the smoothness of fine silk, it is economical, and errors in writing do not evoke sorrow. Instruct the servants to produce more and cut it into sheets for me to gift." With a sigh, Nezha candidly stated, "I wish to inquire about Uncle Feng Xianyan's visit to Chintang Pass. When did he arrive?" Li Jing paused in surprise and replied casually, 3 years ago. "Why do you ask?" 3 years. A practitioner of the left path. In that instant, Nezha felt a shiver of apprehension as he connected the dots, fearing he might wrongfully accuse an innocent. He spoke plainly. "Father, the truth is that the maid, Green Pearl, in my quarters passed away, allegedly drowned. However, upon my investigation in the East Sea, I was told no one perished in the waters. Instead, I learned that over the past 3 years, a man-eating practitioner has emerged in Chintang Pass, preying upon our citizens to cultivate the left path's arcane arts." Upon hearing this, Li Jing's expression darkened, and Nezha's heart sank. Li Jing asked, "So you suspect Feng Xianyan?" Nezha nodded. With a somber countenance yet a remarkably calm demeanor, Li Jing inquired, "If you ascertain that the man-eater is indeed Feng Xianyan, how do you intend to proceed?" Nezha replied, "Naturally, I would report it to the authorities of Chintang Pass, allowing the officials to conduct their investigation." Li Jing nodded slightly. Upon hearing Nezha's words, his expression softened somewhat as he replied, "It is not entirely reckless. However, this matter ends here. You need not involve yourself further. Feng Xianyan is under my command, and I am fully aware of whether he has harmed anyone. As for the death of Li Tsuanxin, I shall inform the authorities to expedite the investigation." Upon hearing this, Nezha's countenance darkened, and he glared at Li Jing, wishing he could strike him down with his Rui Jingu Bang. He knew he should not be asking at this moment, yet he gritted his teeth and questioned, "How does father know that my maid's father is named Li Tsuanxin?" "Scoundrel!" Li Jing slammed the table, rising to his feet, and exclaimed, "Do you think that just because you have learned a few trivial spells, you can speak to your father in such a manner?" Realizing that reason was futile, Li Jing resorted to the authority of his paternal position, and this demeanor made Nezha understand everything at once. He knew it was futile to converse with such a person. Humph! Anger ignited within Nezha as he shot him a glare, scoffing coldly before turning on his heel and departing. "You unfilial son!" Li Jing watched Nezha's retreating figure, trembling with rage. After a moment of contemplation, he made a sudden leap, resembling a fierce tiger as he vaulted over the table and lunged toward the door. Hearing the commotion behind him, Nezha turned to see Li Jing striking towards his chest. Startled, he hastily countered, opting not to block the blow but instead delivered a kick to Li Jing's shoulder. With a resounding crack, both were sent flying. Nezha quickly regained his footing. His robust physique allowed him to brush off the discomfort in his chest, and he stood ready with his Rui Jingu Bang and the Mingtian Ling in hand. Meanwhile, Li Jing fell to the ground, one hand bracing himself while the other clutched his shoulder, which had been broken by Nezha's kick. Upon seeing the Taoist talismans in Nezha's possession, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes, and he growled, "You ungrateful wretch, do you dare to lay hands on your father?" Attempting to impose feudal decorum upon Nezha, he was met with a cold smile that sent chills coursing through him. Nezha retorted with a mocking laugh, Father must speak with reason. It was you who struck first from behind. Had it not been for my exceptional constitution, you would have already killed me with that blow. Li Jing, seated on the ground, coughed up blood that stained his lips. He beheld the icy, murderous intent emanating from Nezha, reminiscent of what he had witnessed on the battlefield, and his fear intensified. He thought to himself that Nezha was indeed threefold more formidable than he had imagined. No wonder he could slay the Yiksha. He defended himself, saying, "As your father, how could I not know your strength surpasses that of ordinary mortals? My strike would certainly kill a common man, but against you, it has no effect. My intention was not to harm you, but to seal your elemental escape technique, lest you cause further trouble." Seal my elemental escape technique? Nezha was momentarily taken aback. Then he summoned the elemental energy within him, and a flash of light enveloped him, only to dissipate into ethereal sparks in the air moments later. His expression darkened as he stepped forward and said, "Release me." Li Jing extended his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, standing tall. He then discreetly placed one hand behind his back, silently channeling his incantations. He thought to himself, should Nezha make a move, he would strike with a thunderous force to subdue this uncontrollable rebel. With a tone of earnest concern, he remarked, "This is for your own good, my son. This technique is merely a temporary seal. It can be undone in due time. You should take this opportunity to stay home. Study and cultivate your character, tempering that violent disposition of yours." Chapter 53. The Feast Has Begun, Part 1. Nezha gazed at Li Jing, contemplating. "If I truly were to unleash my fury, you would not comprehend the consequences. At this moment, you stand unarmed while I wield my treasures. Should we engage in combat, the victor would be evident." Yet, he was someone who remained calm even in such pressing circumstances. Nezha understood that while Li Jing could indeed kill him, he could not allow himself to perish at home. Such an act might bring him satisfaction, but how would his mother and sisters perceive him? Not only them, but also his two elder brothers, Jin Jia and Mu Jia, whom he had yet to meet. Both were formidable warriors. Should he slay Li Jing, he would merely create enemies out of thin air. Calmness. Nezha reflected, I must remain composed. Perhaps I should seek an external means to eliminate him. If Li Jing lives, tranquility will never grace Chen Tang Pass. Under Nezha's watchful gaze, Li Jing's heart raced until he saw Nezha merely snort coldly and turn to leave, finally allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He then realized that in such a short span of time, his back was drenched in cold sweat, and his shoulders ached as if they were about to break. By the time Nezha returned indoors, it was evening. Green Pearl was still at his home. Thus Taiyi came over to assist. Upon seeing Nezha covered in dirt and with a grim expression, she exclaimed, "Child, who has provoked you? Look at your clothes and your discontent." Taiyi hurried forward to help him remove his soiled garments. As a stewardess in the household, she held considerable authority in her master's absence, and it was rare for someone like her, who typically directed others, to be at Nezha's side daily. Nezha shook his head, remaining silent. Taiyi hung up the dirty clothes, tidying the bed linens as she spoke. "I can guess this is about that little Green Pearl. That poor child is rather fortunate to have crossed paths with you, Nezha. In the future, she will have someone to care for her. Otherwise, if it were someone else, with the laborers gone, that family would have no hope for the future. If it were another, the wicked would devour the innocent without remorse." How many such individuals existed? As Nezha pondered, he suddenly felt a jolt of alarm. He recalled that Green Pearl had embarked on her own journey of cultivation. Yet she was still far from mastering her spiritual sensitivity. How striking must that warm yellow aura appear to the eyes of a practitioner. Fengshen was also a cultivator. He had seen Green Pearl during the day. Would he take action to eliminate her? Upon reflecting on this, Nezha felt a sudden chill in his heart. He wished to venture out, but was abruptly reminded that his mastery of the 5 elements escape technique had been sealed by Li Jing. It was evening, and reaching Liju village would require at least an hour's journey. Anxious and flustered, Nezha was relieved when he heard voices outside. He recognized the incessant chatter of Hongfei, who was saying, "You are still young, and adults must take care of you. Just stay at home for now. There is nothing for you to do. I will speak to the lady and request an increase in your monthly allowance. She is kind-hearted and will surely agree." "Oh dear, what a lovely little girl you are. Your eyes are red and swollen from crying, which is not becoming. Come now, smile. I will bring you a piece of jewelry from the room tomorrow." With a smile, Nezha shook his head and hurried to open the door, only to find that Hongfei, despite her impulsive nature, had thoughtfully sent someone to bring Green Pearl back to the manor. He cradled Green Pearl in his arms and cheerfully asked Hongfei about it. Hongfei, smiling as well, replied, "I've been working myself to the bone all day and couldn't spare a thought for such details. It was the lady who, upon hearing of this matter, instructed me to send someone to fetch the girl. Look at you, having been apart for just a few days, and you've turned into such a little mess. You should be ashamed, you little rascal. Nezha shook his head, thinking that while Hongfei had many admirable qualities, her loquacity was not one of them. He remarked, Hongfei, with all the time you've spent with mother, why have you not learned any of her virtues? As soon as he finished speaking, Taiyi admonished him, enough already. Why take out your discomfort on your sisters? The lady has said that tomorrow you can take Green Pearl to Baoling Town for a little outing and perhaps visit Mr. Fan. After a lengthy conversation, the two sisters finally departed, leaving Nezha to place Green Pearl on the bed. He gazed at the little girl, who was staring downcast, and gently pinched her nose, saying, Little one, with me, mother, Hongfei, and Taiyi around, no one will dare to bully you. You've cried enough for one day. If you keep this up, your eyes will be ruined. Have a good sleep and rest for a while. Green Pearl stifled a few sobs, and upon noticing Nezha's gaze, she held back her tears and, in a soft voice, replied, Brother Nezha, I took a nap this afternoon. With a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Nezha said, Since you cannot sleep, let us practice. Tonight, we shall work hard on this bed until dawn, and I will help you formally enter the realm of spiritual enlightenment. Such is the nature of worldly affairs. One often begins with great enthusiasm, only to discover the multitude of challenges that lie ahead. The initial steps are always the hardest, and despite a night of diligent practice, they made little progress. Green Pearl could not help but feel that she was too dim-witted, unable to master this seemingly simple task after several days. Meanwhile, Nezha mused that true talents like himself were indeed rare, and he was not disheartened. Mr. Fan was right. The path of cultivation must be traversed step by step, for taking overly large strides can lead to unfortunate mishaps. At dawn the next day, he carried Green Pearl on his back, inhaling the delightful scent of milk wafting from her shoulder, and said, It is the perfect opportunity to take you to the town for some leisure. Today we shall indulge in all the delicious food and delightful activities we desire. It is often said that children possess a boundless heart. Just a few days prior, she wept inconsolably, her eyes swollen to the size of 2 lanterns. Yet this morning, after a couple of lively rounds through the bustling streets, her attention swiftly shifted back to the vibrant world around her. Nezha, unwilling for Green Pearl to dwell on sorrowful memories, decided to indulge her in a shopping spree and a delightful culinary adventure. They sampled delectable treats, including 2 bowls of wonton noodles from an elderly vendor who had no shop but set up a stall on the roadside. Green Pearl, quick and nimble, adeptly wielded her chopsticks, but unfortunately, her small mouth meant that each wonton required 3 bites to savor. Nezha chuckled, urging her to take her time. This street is filled with the best and most affordable delights, as even the little scholar from Mr. Fan's household has told me. Accompany me today, and you shall surely find great bargains. Although his words might seem somewhat pretentious in the presence of a child, the sight of his own beautiful girl, her eyes sparkling with joy, made it worthwhile. If not now, when would he flaunt his knowledge? Upon hearing him speak, a smile finally graced Green Pearl's face. The elderly noodle vendor, wiping his nearly blind, murky eyes, chimed in, Young master, you have a fine palate. Our noodles are far superior to others. The wonton skins are thin, and the filling generous. Even the broth is made from quality pork bones. If it weren't delicious, I'd be cursed. Nezha, filled with pride, turned to Green Pearl and said, See, I told you so, didn't I? She slurped a mouthful of noodles, deftly pulled out a small handkerchief to wipe her mouth, and nodded earnestly, declaring, You are the best, young master. Nezha affectionately ruffled her fluffy hair and then turned to the vendor, inquiring, How much for 2 bowls? The old man smiled, shaking his head, and sighed, I recognize you, Nezha, the young hero who put an end to the Sea Dragon King's sacrificial rites. For the great good you have done for the people of Chintang Pass, how could I possibly charge you for these noodles? Alas, if my grandson had not passed away last year, he would be about your age now. Nezha paused, asking gently, Elder, about your grandson? The noodle vendor's eyes dimmed as he lowered his gaze. Last summer, my grandson went to school and never returned that day. I went to search for him, but the schoolmaster said he hadn't come. We reported it to the authorities after searching everywhere. Days later, the officials informed us that he was swept away by waves while swimming. My heavens, that dear boy had once choked on seawater at the beach, and since then, he wouldn't even dare bathe in a basin without company. How could he have gone swimming alone? Nezha bowed his head, staring into the bowl of fragmented noodle soup, glistening with specks of oil and scattered green onions, gently swaying. Meanwhile, Green Pearl cautiously observed Nezha's face, noticing his expression grow increasingly somber. The old man fell into a reverie and continued, Ever since my grandson passed away, my son has been driven to madness in search of him. At my age, 76 this year, I can hardly bear the burdens of life. How could I return to my old profession of scouring the streets for coins? Nezha stood beside the elderly man, silently assisting with the sale of noodles and washing dishes. Although Green Pearl was unaware of the unfolding circumstances, she dutifully lent a hand nearby. Not long after noon, the old man's basket of noodles was emptied. Nezha took it upon himself to help the old man carry the remaining goods home, accompanying him right to his doorstep. The old man, akin to a familial elder, patted Nezha's shoulder, his gaze brimming with affection. He sighed, "What a wonderful child you are. In this town, there are still some wretches whose hearts have been devoured by wolves, speaking ill of you behind your back. Next time I encounter them, I shall surely break their heads with my carrying pole." "Thank you," Nezha replied, lifting his gaze to meet the old man's eyes, and asked, "Grandfather, do you believe your grandson drowned?" The old man was taken aback, sorrow washing over his face as he shook his head, and said, "What does it matter? The past is past." Nezha gently insisted, "No, it is not over yet." He thought to himself, as long as Fengshen lives, this matter remains unresolved. He continued, "Grandfather, over the past 3 years, far too many innocent lives have been lost in Tang Pass. Believe it or not, I, Nezha, will take it upon myself to apprehend the murderer responsible, and I shall pay you for the noodles." With that, Nezha turned and strode away, with Green Pearl hastily trailing behind. The old man stood rooted in place, one hand resting on the doorframe, watching Nezha's diminishing silhouette in the alley, murmuring, "Oh, my heavens." Nezha moved swiftly, while Green Pearl had to run to keep up. By the time she reached him, she was out of breath, her little face flushed. She inquired, "Young master, where are we headed?" Nezha scooped her up onto his back and replied as he walked, "Grandfather treated us to a bowl of noodles. That is a matter of human kindness. I, as your young master, dislike being in anyone's debt, so I must repay it." Green Pearl furrowed her brow slightly. She was clever, yet at 5 years old, such concepts eluded her. She scratched her head and said, "Young master, I still don't understand." "Not understanding is perfectly fine. Come, I shall first escort you home." Green Pearl promptly responded, but perhaps due to the multitude of people around, her voice was drowned out, and he did not catch her words. At that moment, scenes from the past flooded his mind. Li Tsunshin conversing with him, Feng Xiaoyan's indifferent gaze when speaking to him at Green Pearl's home, Li Jing's threats, and the old man's words while inviting him to dine. The world seemed to dissolve into a surreal chaos, compressing his spirit into a tight knot. From the depths of his being, a shadow clawing and writhing emerged, seemingly intent on dragging him into an abyss, plunging him back into the muddled existence of the past 7 years. "Young master, the noodles are finished. Please do not be upset." Green Pearl sensed a peculiar weakening of Nezha's spirit, which filled her with an inexplicable fear and concern. She nestled against his back, murmuring words of comfort into his ear. Upon hearing her, Nezha paused, a sudden laughter escaping him as the burdens within his chest dissipated and clarity dawned upon him. The little piglet was right. He had indeed consumed the noodles. It was only fair to exact vengeance for another, was it not? No longer perplexed, Nezha first escorted Green Pearl back home before seeking out Zhou Quan atop the city tower of Tang Pass. Zhou Quan, upon encountering Nezha, found himself equally bewildered. When informed that Nezha sought the esteemed General Feng Xiaoyan, he was at a loss and replied earnestly, "I regret to inform you, my lord, that General Feng has received orders from the military to assist at the Three Mountain Pass and has already mobilized troops for the battle yesterday." The Three Mountain Pass. At this moment, the southern Marquis Yishun was leading an army of 200,000, relentlessly assaulting it in revenge for his father. As Nezha descended from the tower, a cold smile graced his lips. He finally comprehended why Li Jing had sealed away his 5 elements escape technique. It was a calculated move, anticipating that he would not let this matter rest. By issuing the military order, Li Jing had first sent away the chief instigator, Feng Xiaoyan, and then rendered Nezha incapable of utilizing his powers to pursue him. How well a father knows his son. Yet, does the absence of the 5 elements escape technique truly hinder my path or my capacity to take vengeance? No sooner had he uttered these words than Bai Yun, the youthful deity, appeared once more. He remarked, "But there are 4 or 5 routes to the Three Mountain Pass. How do you know which path Feng Xiaoyan has taken?" Nezha glanced at Bai Yun and asked, "Do you know, my friend?" Bai Yun shook his head. "I do not know." Nezha replied, "No matter. Since he is bound for the Three Mountain Pass, I shall take the shorter route and ride swiftly to intercept him." Upon hearing this, Bai Yun exclaimed, "Even the closest route to the Three Mountain Pass requires traversing 3,000 miles of mountains and valleys. With your 5 elements escape technique sealed and your intent to slay this man, are you truly doing this for a bowl of wonton noodles?" Nezha scrutinized Bai Yun for a moment and chuckled. It seems you have been here for quite some time. May I ask what brings you here on this occasion? In truth, it had not been long. Bai Yun muttered to himself before stating, the goddess has recently entered seclusion for cultivation. Before her retreat, she cast an oracle predicting your journey and instructed me to deliver a swift steed to you. Bai Yun clapped his hands gently, and the sound of thundering hooves resonated in the air as a magnificent steed emerged from the pine forest, devoid of any blemish. Towering at 8 feet high and stretching 10 feet long, it neighed with the vigor of a creature poised to leap into the sky or plunge into the sea. Nezha marveled. What an exceptional horse. Bai Yun nodded. Indeed, this is undoubtedly the finest steed from Skull Mountain. If well cared for, it can traverse 800 miles a day, even with Fengshen's supplies and rapid march. He shall have no reason to arrive at the 3-mountain pass before you. Nezha acknowledged, that is true. Yet it would be more prudent for you to escort me to the bone cave of Skull Mountain. If the goddess could lift the restrictions upon me, I could utilize my 5 elements escape light to seek him out, returning in but a day. Would that not be even better? Bai Yun spoke calmly. Nezha, your words are misguided. I have just mentioned that the goddess is in seclusion. Moreover, if she truly intended to lift the seal upon you, she would not have asked me to deliver a horse. We must set forth promptly, as the goddess has instructed. Time is of the essence. Nezha took the reins with a sigh, remarking, indeed, the goddess possesses remarkable foresight. She is truly a paragon of virtue. However, Bai Yun shook his head and replied, while the goddess is undoubtedly powerful, her skills in divination and fate are not particularly refined. She has indicated that the celestial secrets surrounding your destiny have been thoroughly obscured by an unknown force. Had she not recently experienced a fleeting moment of inspiration, she would not have been able to glean even a hint of your fate. Upon hearing this, Nezha appeared contemplative, then mounted his steed, saying, Brother Bai Yun, please convey my gratitude to the goddess upon my return. Bai Yun responded, as you command, I shall comply. I never realized you possess such ferocity. To seek vengeance for a mere bowl of wonton noodles, one would travel 3,000 miles. It seems I must tread carefully around you in the future. At this, Nezha laughed heartily, spurred his horse onward, and first rode to Balan town to find the young lad at Mr. Fan's residence, entrusting him with a letter for his family before hastening to Sanshan Pass. Meanwhile, Bai Yun bid farewell to Nezha but did not hurry back to the mountain. Instead, he stealthily made his way to the old man who sold noodles. Observing the man laboriously fetching water and chopping firewood in the yard, Bai Yun noticed the dark, smoked cured meats hanging from the beams of the kitchen and the large pot in the corner, bubbling with steam, over a vibrant fire. Bai Yun swallowed hard, furrowing his brow in confusion. Is this noodle truly that delectable? Chapter 55, Journey on Huanghua Mountain. Night at the Nuwa Temple. Madame Yin reclined on the soft couch in her bedroom, one hand massaging her temples while glancing at the letter resting on the small redwood table nearby, her brow furrowing tighter. This child, how could he leave without a word? Merely leaving behind a letter? Her voice brimmed with concern as she spoke softly. He has never ventured beyond Tang Pass. And now he hastily embarks on a journey to Sanshan Pass, such a distant place. I fear for his safety. It is already late, and I wonder if he has a place to stay or food to eat. Alas, beside her, Taiyi was equally displeased. She found Nezha more agreeable than her own younger brother. Although his absence meant less work for her, the thought of his journey to Sanshan Pass, fraught with perilous terrains and lurking dangers, filled her with anxiety that robbed her of appetite and sleep. She mused about that little girl in Nezha's room, so carefree, boldly proclaiming that her young master possessed great abilities and would certainly return unharmed. She wondered where this confidence originated. At that moment, Madame Yin inquired, Is your father still upset? Just then, Huang Jin entered from outside. She had just returned from visiting relatives in the countryside and had changed into a newly made light yellow cotton dress, cinched at the waist with a cerulean belt. As Nezha would say, she had a slender waist and long legs, unmatched by anyone in the Li household. Among the numerous maidservants, she was the youngest. Having just turned 14 this year, known for her penchant for gossip, she eagerly informed the mistress. With a semblance of seriousness, I just passed by the study and dared not approach. There was a cacophony of crashing sounds, and it seemed that the master was on the verge of losing his temper, as recounted by Fong, who serves over there. At this, Hong Fei interjected. I cannot fathom why the master is so enraged. It is no secret that our Nezha is not an ordinary child. He possesses not only innate strength, but is also a disciple of the deities. I have heard tales of him vanquishing the sea demons. Surely, a journey to broaden his horizons is beneficial. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Yin felt a slight alleviation in her worries. Yet, Huang Jin, the girl, unwittingly remarked, That may not be the case. After all, he is merely a 7-year-old child. If he were to encounter a tiger, he might be so frightened that he could not even move. What use would his strength be then? No sooner had she spoken than Cui Yu delivered a sharp slap to Huang Jin's forehead, admonishing, "You speak too much." Huang Jin stood to the side, her face a picture of grievance, tears welling in her reddened eyes. "Enough, do not strike her further," Mrs. Yin sighed, furrowing her brow. "I heard from the household staff that yesterday the master sent someone to fetch medicine for wounds and even called for a doctor. What has transpired? Has he been injured?" Nezha, meanwhile, lacked the proper documentation to traverse the official roads. Fortunately, the world offered numerous paths for a solitary traveler, and he had journeyed for 3 days, covering 1,200 miles. Upon encountering a towering mountain, he could not ride his horse but instead led it by the reins, walking slowly. As he entered the mountain during the day, the path was tranquil and the scenery breathtaking, making the trek far from tedious. Silently, he held the reins, leading the way, while the guide he had hired for a substantial fee refused to proceed any further, claiming that the sum paid was only sufficient to bring him this far. Noticing the guide's anxious demeanor, Nezha began to suspect he had been led astray, fearing a deception aimed at swindling his money. The man spoke of the mountain as Dahe Mountain, stating that behind it lay a ridge where 4 formidable kings resided, commanding thousands of men who would devour any who crossed their path. He warned that no matter how much one might offer, the guide could only take him to this point. Nezha retorted with a smile, "If you have brought me here, and those kings were to consume me, would that not be your doing?" At this, the guide's face displayed a mix of defiance and justification. "When you inquired about the route, you merely asked for the quickest path, not one free of robbers. Besides, in these chaotic times, which road is devoid of bandits?" Nezha found merit in his argument and chose not to press him further. However, the journey ahead proved arduous, with each mountain presenting another challenge. Miles stretched without a moment's respite, and traversing the treacherous terrains described by the guide felt like an unexpected stroke of fortune, as he encountered no roadblocks. As he continued along the mountain path to its base, he suddenly looked up to see a stone tablet inscribed with 3 characters, Huanghua Mountain. Realizing he had just crossed this mountain range, Nezha understood the guide had not deceived him and even grasped the identities of the 4 kings residing atop that mountain. Indeed, among the renowned figures to be immortalized in the future divine roster are the esteemed Deng Xian and Zhang Tao, 2 of the 24 heavenly lords of the Thunder Department. As dusk approached, Nezha intended to find a flat stone upon which to rest, allowing his steed a moment of respite. However, fate was not in his favor, as the heavens decided to unleash a gentle yet persistent rain, which showed no signs of abating. With no choice but to act swiftly, Nezha took hold of his horse and continued onward, seeking shelter from the impending downpour. He knew that once night fell, with neither stars nor moon to guide him, the vast mountains would become an impenetrable darkness. Fortunately, the realm of deities was replete with temples, and luck smiled upon Nezha today, for he stumbled upon a rather ancient, yet well-maintained temple dedicated to the goddess Nuwa at the foot of the mountain. Leading his horse inside, he shook off the raindrops from his head, ignited a small fire, and retrieved a clean blanket from his bag to dry his horse's coat. As he tended to the creature, he spoke soothingly, "Patience, my dear steed. The continuous incense at this Nuwa temple suggests that there are inhabitants nearby. Soon, when we reach the city, you shall no longer feast upon grass and flowers. I shall treat you to a porridge sweetened with honey." Nezha mused. Though consuming flowers might seem a pursuit reserved for the refined, it does possess a certain elegance. Approaching the temple entrance, he noticed a small white flower on the ground, plucked it, and tasted it. A bitter flavor filled his mouth, prompting him to spit it out. He then lit the incense and candles scattered about, allowing their flickering light to illuminate the temple's interior. The humble shrine, nestled in the wilderness, bore a structured design. A delicate veil hung before the deity's statue, flanked by a pair of golden youths and a pair of jade maidens. To the right, the wall was adorned with flickering lamps, casting a warm glow upon a stunning mural depicting Nuwa's act of mending the sky. Beside the mural, a small inscription chronicled Nuwa's virtues. The goddess Nuwa, an ancient divinity, possessed immense grace and virtue. In ancient times, when the deity Gonggong struck Mount Buzhou, causing the heavens to tilt to the northwest and the earth to sink to the southeast, Nuwa collected 5 colored stones and melted them to repair the azure sky, thereby benefiting the populace. The common folk erected altars to honor her in gratitude. In the present Shang dynasty, worshipping this benevolent goddess ensures a bountiful year, the longevity of the nation, harmonious weather, and the cessation of calamities. After reading the inscription and admiring the mural, Nezha retrieved several steamed buns from his bag and placed them over the fire to roast. Gazing up at the shrine above, a thought struck him. Although the war of the gods was ignited by divine transgressions, leading to a consensus among the three teachings, the initial spark for the mortal conflict stemmed from King Zhou of Shang's disrespectful tribute to the palace of Nuwa, inciting her wrath. Subsequently, Nuwa commanded a 1,000-year-old fox spirit, a 9-headed rooster spirit, and a jade peepa spirit, instructing them to conceal their true forms and infiltrate the palace to sow discord in the hearts of men. They were to await the day when King Wu would rise against Zhou, assisting in the fulfillment of destiny without harming the innocent. Upon the culmination of their efforts, they too would achieve fruition. Nezha harbored no thoughts of disrespect. Rather, he questioned the authenticity of the tale. How could the venerable Nuwa, a being of such profound enlightenment, be so petty? And what of the stonecutters of Chaoga City, whose craftsmanship could enchant even King Zhou, renowned for his infatuation with the world's most exquisite beauties? Nezha felt a sudden disturbance in his heart as a gust of sinister wind swept into the temple, blowing away the delicate veil that shrouded the statue. He turned to glance outside and beheld a group of 10 men, each wielding swords and leading horses, their figures draped in straw cloaks, pushing through the storm. Chapter 56. The enchanting wild boar. This band of men, numbering 10, had rainwater streaming down their cloaks. Despite their attire, which was reminiscent of the fishermen described in tales, their presence was far more imposing, with 9 out of 10 towering in stature, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. The temple, already modest in size, felt even more cramped with their arrival, forcing their horses to remain outside. The leader, a man with a broad blade at his waist, stepped forward and crouched beside the fire, first glancing at the buns steaming above the flames, then casting his eyes upon Nezha. A grin spread across his face, and the scar that traversed his forehead, across his nose and down to his mouth, quivered slightly. He inquired, "Child, who are you, and where are your elders?" Since their entrance, Nezha had scrutinized the newcomers. Had they not concealed their true abilities, their spiritual essence, though not weak, was only marginally superior to that of ordinary men. What repulsed him was the overwhelming stench of blood that wafted from them. Their purpose in the mountains was evidently not for hunting wild boars, but rather something far more sinister. "I have no elders. I entered the mountains alone," he replied. Among the 10, the smallest figure removed her cloak, revealing a black robe drenched by the rain, clinging closely to her alluring curves. To Nezha's astonishment, she was a woman, her face partly concealed by an iron mask, leaving her lips and chin exposed, features captivating enough to ignite the imagination. She surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Scarface. This child speaks the truth. There are no signs of anyone else having visited the temple." From her tone and the demeanor of those around her, Nezha discerned that this group regarded her as their leader. Upon hearing her words, the man known as Scarface cast off his cloak, unsheathed his broad blade, and disregarding Nezha, reached for a perfectly cooked bun from the fire, devouring it hungrily. Nezha noticed that beneath his cloak, Scarface wore an exquisitely crafted suit of light steel armor, adorned with distinct tiger motifs on the arm guards, while the thick shoulder plates had been slashed to create a narrow opening. In these times, acquiring a complete set of armor was no small feat, and he remembered Mr. Fan mentioning that only a select few families in Chaoga had the privilege to engrave their family crest upon their armor. The remaining members of the group also began to shed their cloaks and tend to themselves. One large man approached, attempting to lead Nezha's horse outside, but the horse resisted, twisting its head away. The man then cast another look at Nezha's chestnut steed, momentarily taken aback, before turning to the woman and saying, "Knight mistress, behold this horse. It is a truly remarkable steed." Before the woman could respond, Nezha erupted into laughter, drawing the attention of 10 pairs of eyes towards him. The woman inquired, "Child, what makes you smile?" Nezha waved his hand and replied with a grin, "It's nothing. I simply recalled a rather amusing incident." He pondered to himself. How could such an extraordinarily statuesque woman be referred to as a wild boar by her subordinates? The woman shot him a glance, then, accompanied by several men, approached the chestnut horse. She reached out to stroke its glossy coat, exclaiming with delight, "Indeed, those who survive great calamities are destined for future blessings. Despite the losses we incurred at the Abyssal Dragon Ridge, who could have anticipated that we would discover such a fine steed in the ancient temple of the wilderness? When we return to present it to His Highness, the Martial King, the rewards from above will undoubtedly be generous." At this juncture, as if recalling something, she turned to address the group, stating, "When the time comes, the rewards shall be shared by all. If we can return smoothly to Chaoga upon meeting His Highness, I shall advocate for each of you." ensuring that no one is overlooked and that rewards are abundant. Upon hearing this, the remaining 9 exchanged glances and collectively inclined their hands in gratitude. Thank you, Night Mistress. Nezha, observing this scene, felt a profound sense of ennui. He was acutely aware that the everyone mentioned by the woman certainly did not include him. He retrieved 2 more buns from his bag and began to roast them over the fire, indifferent to sharing with passing travelers. However, one ought to at least inquire before devouring his buns. Yet, to add insult to injury, they sought to seize his horse. Indeed, it seemed that across all realms, the moment they learned of his solitude, devoid of any allies, their true predatory natures emerged, like wolves and leopards. With a smirk, he remarked, "Apologies, wild boar, but I have no intention of selling this horse." Nezha mused, "I certainly know you have no desire to purchase." He felt the chilling, indifferent gazes of 10 pairs of eyes fixate upon him, amplifying his sense of tedium. He reflected on a group of armored warriors. Their bravado only manifested against an unfamiliar child, their hearts cold and aloof. He thought, should he stir the Chinquan circle, would they dare to maintain their arrogance? At that moment, a scar-faced man dismissed Nezha with contempt, witnessing him seemingly conjure 2 buns from thin air, reaching out to grab them. Nezha deftly evaded his grasp, leaving him empty-handed. The scar-faced man's expression hardened, ready to unleash his fury, but at that instant, the woman began to speak again, compelling him to stifle his anger. She scrutinized Nezha more closely than before, noticing that despite his travel-worn appearance, his attire was not typical of a mere peasant. The hairpin atop his head and the jade pendant at his waist were unmistakably of fine quality. Furthermore, it was peculiar for a solitary child to appear in the depths of the dark forest at such a late hour. With a graceful sway of her waist, she stepped forward, her 10 slender fingers adorned with dark brown polish, and smiled. "What a charming young lad you are. What is your name? And which family do you belong to?" "Dear sister has no intention of taking your horse. It is merely that this temple is too small, and your horse is too large. It would be far more comfortable to tether it outside alongside ours, providing us all with a bit more space to rest." Nezha gazed at the woman, whose half-revealed face bore a facade of insincerity, and thought to himself how foolish she was to regard herself as a simpleton. His piercing gaze cut through the serpentine curves of her waist and her voluptuous form. Before he spoke, "I am Nezha, the son of a wealthy merchant from this nearby town. When it comes to seeking shelter from the rain, one must adhere to order. I and my steed arrived first. I did not complain about your intrusion, yet you dare to express discontent towards us. If it is indeed too cramped for your liking, you may choose to venture out into the rain." Upon hearing that Nezha was merely the son of a prosperous merchant, the woman's expression turned icy in an instant. She waved her hand dismissively at her subordinates, seemingly too lethargic to engage in further conversation with him. Nezha, seasoned in the art of performance, couldn't help but lament her lack of professionalism. If one were to feign charm and approachability, one ought to maintain that pretense consistently. Nevertheless, despite her impatience, she possessed a keen eye. The exquisite 7-orifice hairpin atop Nezha's head and the gentlemanly pendant at his waist were treasures acquired from Ao Bing, unattainable even for the wealthiest. The woman turned away, her hands clasped behind her back, and her starry-eyed gaze pierced through the rain curtain, fixated on the endless night beyond. She was lost in contemplation, reflecting on the treacherous journey marked by bloodshed, where even the cultivators accompanying them had perished, leaving her astonished that they had ultimately claimed victory. As she pondered, behind her, the scar-faced man grinned menacingly, his calloused hands, hardened from years of wielding a blade, inching towards the hilt of his broad sword. The familiar sensation of the hilt sent shivers down his spine. The relentless battles had awakened him from the comforts of his previous life, transforming him into a beast driven by a thirst for blood and life. He regarded Nezha, licking his lips, and sneered, "Ha ha ha, little brat, blame your misfortune." He raised his sword, yet it remained unlifted. Suddenly, he felt as though the weapon weighed 1,000 pounds, ensnared in the crevice of the ground. Furrowing his brow, he looked down, only to discover that the sword was not stuck at all, but rather a delicate finger pressed against its broad blade. Chapter 57. Who is the fool in the temple? Seeing the expression on Nezha's face, akin to that of a simpleton, alarm bells rang in the scar-faced man's mind. He inhaled deeply the fresh, damp air of the mountains, preparing to shout a warning to his companions. However, Nezha's speed exceeded that of his own voice. With a swift motion, he delivered a slap that shattered the man's skull. His eyes bulged as blood trickled down from the crown of his head, and the world around him began to blur, gradually descending into darkness. Never did he anticipate that a life spent dancing on the edge of a blade would conclude in such a manner, at the hands of a mere child. With a thud, the scar-faced man's heavy body collapsed to the ground, stirring up a thin layer of dust. The once boisterous temple fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. Nezha sensed several pairs of eyes fixated upon him, and the implications behind these gazes were markedly distinct from before. What could be the reason? The woman, referred to as the night mistress by the throng, also perceived subtle alterations in the atmosphere behind her, awakening from the previous euphoric state. The faint, fresh scent of blood ignited a flicker of irritation within her. After all, these men were valiant warriors who had emerged from the sea of corpses, yet now, upon the prospect of slaying a child, they fell silent. Turning her head, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Nezha, whose dark orbs still bore a smile, and momentarily froze before understanding the gravity of the situation. A chill crept up her spine, and she chided herself for not having anticipated this. Encountering a solitary child in the depths of the mountains, especially amidst such chaotic times, was anything but ordinary. Kill him, she commanded. No sooner had the words left her lips than the remaining 8 burly men, each wielding a steel knife and primed for action, surged forward. In such confined quarters, the 8 razor-sharp blades converged from various angles, slashing, stabbing, and striking, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. Nezha, bewildered by the ferocity of their assault, found himself at a loss for any swordsmanship that could extricate him from this dire predicament. Thus, he refrained from unsheathing his sword and instead summoned the Qianquan Circle. The Qianquan Circle, a Taoist artifact, whirled into action with remarkable speed. In a flash of yellow light, the onlookers felt a violent tremor in their hands, their grips faltering as blood gushed from their palms, and the 8 steel knives shattered, clattering to the ground. Artifact, cultivator. A wave of shock coursed through the hearts of the assailants, yet their movements did not waver. Countless experiences had taught them that these practitioners of the arcane were not akin to the martial generals of the military. While magical artifacts were indeed formidable, they remained mere mortals without a certain level of mastery, vulnerable to the fists and daggers of their attackers. Meanwhile, the woman's eyes widened in astonishment. Having served under the command of King Wuqing, she had once received the Infinite Longevity Sutra from a military leader, and though she had not embarked upon the path of cultivation, she possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the realm of the ascetics. The more she comprehended, the more her astonishment grew. To wield an artifact signified a being of the nascent spirit realm. Yet, a practitioner this young, could they possibly be a favored disciple of a reclusive master from the islands? She could dwell on such thoughts no longer. The urgency of the moment demanded her focus. The 8 men charged forth, their might still formidable. Initially, their coordinated attack, honed through years of camaraderie, had allowed for seamless execution of their moves. However, in the second wave of assault, instinct dictated the order of their strikes. Among them, one man, possessing the most balanced physique and the swiftest speed, surged ahead, concealing a black dagger beneath his voluminous cloak, rendering it nearly imperceptible even under close scrutiny. Nezha did not approach. With a mere wave of his hand, he drew forth a 7-star sword from his bag of heaven and earth, his fingers as pale as fish flesh, while the blade flashed with the swiftness of lightning. Thus, when the dagger in the hand of his adversary was still a foot away, the radiance of Nezha's sword had already ensnared the man's neck. And with a gentle flick of the hilt, the head of the foremost assailant suddenly leapt from his shoulders. The onlookers, momentarily stunned, found themselves unarmed, their hands empty. They pressed forward, resolute yet futile, colliding with one another in their armored shells, yet failing to catch a glimpse of the elusive youth. Only then did a jet of crimson surge forth from the neck of the man at the front, his head thudding against the ground and rolling twice. Blood cascading down like a shower, dotting the crowd. The blood was warm, yet every heart present felt chilled. They had been excessively careless today. They never anticipated that this boy named Nezha was a practitioner, nor did they realize that he possessed exceptional swordsmanship. Where was he? The eyes of the Lady of the Night widened in disbelief. Her long, powerful legs, concealed beneath her flowing robe, trembled involuntarily, yet she dared not move. The very sword that had claimed a life now rested against her throat. The 7-star sword, a treasure of the Taoist school, was razor-sharp, cleaving iron as though it were mere mud, its blade gleaming with a cold radiance, severing the fine hairs on her alabaster neck even before contact. She was paralyzed with fear, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Nezha chuckled. Wild boar, oh wild boar, how cruel your heart is. I have not provoked you. Yet you seek to harm even a defenseless 7-year-old child. You wish to steal my horse. Do you not have horses of your own? Just a moment ago, you were so brazen, commanding your subordinates to take my head, treating me as a fool, while you turned your back to flaunt your prowess in the rain. Nezha tapped the sword against her face and continued with a cold smile. Why not continue your charade? Now that you realize I am a practitioner, capable of severing your heads with a mere gesture, do you not feel like the true fool? Amidst his mocking, the wild boar, which had just emerged from the woods and captivated countless men's dreams, felt a wave of dizziness. Trembling, she stammered, Who are you? What do you intend to do? Nezha replied with a smile, What does it matter who I am? Ultimately, had you not sought to provoke me today, I would not have engaged with you. As for what I desire, you have already drawn blood. Must I still explain? The lady of the night felt a wave of dizziness wash over her as she glanced at the predatory men surrounding her. Over the past few days, she had seen many things reflected in their eyes: the thirst for fame, the dread of death, and fleeting lust when they gazed upon her, the myriad faces of humanity. Yet now, she perceived something else in their eyes, an awareness of impending doom, a realization of mortality. In that instant, she understood they were all destined to die. Thus, a deeper terror ensued. Driven by the instinct for survival, she feared death. Nezha observed this, and with a swift motion of the Hunyuan silk in his grasp, he ensnared the woman, tightening it until her face turned a deep shade of purple, struggling for breath. Shiji had previously remarked that, although the East King's swordsmanship was honed to perfection, it lacked an innate ferocity that could not be cultivated without the baptism of blood and chaos. The 8 men before him, though mere mortals, possessed a martial prowess sufficient to serve as fodder for refining his swordplay. The East King's sword danced with solemn grace, its demeanor upright, yet after Shiji's enhancements, beneath the original sword intent lay an unexpected simplicity and efficiency in each move. With one hand grasping the sword, he plunged into the throng, the blade initially pointing skyward before suddenly piercing into the throat of a man. Every onlooker witnessed this harrowing scene, as the 3-foot blade penetrated through the chinks of armor, traversing the companion's throat and emerging at the nape of his neck. Yet, none could discern how this transpired. Consequently, their fear deepened, and despair settled in. Chapter 58. The Millennium Vermilion Fruit on a rainy night, in an ancient temple. Candlelight flickered, casting shadows of swords. In mere moments, the modest Nuwa temple nestled at the foot of the desolate mountains became saturated with thick, crimson blood, mingling with the dust accumulated over the years. Trampled underfoot by boots with leather soles, producing a squelching sound, Nezha trod through the blood-soaked mire, step by step, approaching the Night Lord. Appearing weary as he slowly crouched down, the chill of the rain-soaked night enveloped him as he exhaled a breath of translucent mist, gazing at the woman whose face had turned blue and purple from asphyxiation, and remarked, Had I known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? He adjusted the grip of the Hunyuan silk, loosening its hold. Coughing incessantly, the woman looked at Nezha, her childlike face adorned with a satisfied smile. Flecks of blood staining her fair complexion. As a favored subordinate of the martial king, she was revered as the Night Lord, tasked with infiltrating the Dragon Ridge to stealthily procure the legendary Millennium Vermilion Fruit, rumored to grant longevity, amidst the presence of thousands of bandits and various factions. Despite encountering numerous adversities, with even the cultivators in her party succumbing to grievous injuries and perishing in the vast mountains during their escape, she had seldom found herself in such a dire predicament, with death looming so close. She chuckled lightly, saying, The 4 infamous bandits, Deng Xian, Zhang Tao, have gathered here for years for this Millennium Vermilion Fruit. I should have anticipated that acquiring it would not be so simple. I, Huang Wan, accept my defeat. Yet I remain oblivious as to who has outmaneuvered me. What is your name, and under which infamous bandit do you serve? Feigning a resolute acceptance of fate after despair, a flicker of fear betrayed her in her eyes. Her fingers and forearms trembled slightly, revealing her trepidation. If she were truly so frightened, she would not appear so nonchalant before death. What was she attempting to conceal? Upon hearing the mention of the Millennium Red Fruit and the 4 celestial lords, Nezha recognized the misunderstanding and chose not to clarify. Instead, curiosity stirred within him regarding the truth concealed beneath the woman's remarkable performance. Affected by this intrigue, he feigned relaxation, a triumphant smile adorning his face as he responded to her inquiry, stating, I have already informed you. My name is Nezha. Why do you not, in that moment? Nezha observed the woman slightly part her lips, a flash of cold light darting from her delicate tongue, and the once tranquil aura of the ancient temple suddenly descended into chaos. The essence of a concealed weapon thrives when deployed at the moment an adversary is most unguarded, maximizing its potency. Nezha could not help but admire the woman's ruthlessness. Even as her companions fell in pools of blood, she remained composed. patiently awaiting the most opportune moment in the face of imminent strangulation. This remarkable restraint was something he doubted he could emulate, yet, regrettably, the moment she believed to be perfect was still mistaken. With a gentle motion, Nezha lifted his hand, causing a silver needle to strike the Qianquan circle bound to his wrist, snapping it cleanly in two and sending it clattering to the ground. He glanced down at the purple glowing needle tip and smiled. Is it poison? Quite curious, you are clearly not a cultivator. Yet you can manipulate the essence of heaven and earth. Is this a treasure accessible to mere mortals? In that instant, witnessing Nezha's smile, despair enveloped the woman, a profound and genuine despair. Her previously rosy complexion turned pale, tears welling in her eyes. Noticing her silence, Nezha picked up the needle tip from the ground and inquired, "Tell me, what do you think will happen if I pierce your face with this needle?" At his words, the woman's body trembled involuntarily, as if recalling a terrifying memory. Her face contorted in fear, tears cascading down from behind her iron mask. "No, please, whatever you desire. I will grant it to you." Nezha removed her mask, taking a moment to admire her features, reflecting that sometimes the allure of ambiguity is the most captivating. Though the unveiled night mistress was indeed beautiful, she exuded an entirely different aura. He sighed, seeing you so frightened. "I can only surmise that the consequences of this needle-penetrating flesh must be exceedingly dreadful." Mr. Fan was right. In the depths of the mortal realm, there exist far more insidious and ruthless things than those practiced by cultivators. While he felt around her body, he pondered that he was merely a 7-year-old child. This hardly constituted taking advantage of her. Moreover, his intent was to locate the object she had mentioned, the Millennium Red Fruit. A treasure so exquisite that it would surely be kept close for safety. It was certainly not her slender waist or shapely legs that motivated his actions. Indeed, beneath the cloak draped across her back, he discovered a leather pouch tightly secured around her waist, sealed thoroughly and heavy with promise. Upon perceiving the shift in the woman's gaze, Nezha felt a surge of elation within. "I trust that you have no further hidden contingencies. However, given that you have just launched a treacherous ambush upon me employing such insidious and ruthless tactics, I must take additional precautions. My sincerest apologies." No sooner had he spoken than Nezha rose to his feet, placing a foot upon the woman's thigh, and with a resounding crack, her femur shattered. A piercing scream echoed through the rain-soaked night, soon swallowed by the relentless roar of thunder. Nezha shook his head and remarked, "Do not be hasty. The ordeal is far from over. Endure a little longer. It may be somewhat painful." He extended his hand, resting it upon her shoulder, and with a gentle yet forceful motion, shattered her scapulae. The woman opened her mouth, but the agony rendered her speechless. Her complexion turned pallid as beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. Once Nezha withdrew the magical silken cord, it seemed she had finally regained her senses. Observing her powerless arms hanging limply and one leg broken, she felt a profound despair wash over her. Even if Nezha chose to spare her, there would be no one to rescue her from this mountain, and survival appeared utterly hopeless. Nezha turned amidst the scattered corpses, rummaging through the remains while speaking. "I was not deceitful in my earlier words. I once went by the name Nezha, though I have since adopted a new one. In truth, I was merely passing through. Had you not provoked me, had you not sought my life, I would not have harmed you. I am, at heart, a rather honest individual. I have never taken a life, save for that of a yaksha and 2 crab generals. However, being honest does not imply the absence of temper. When you provoke me, retribution is inevitable." The valuables upon these guards amounted to scarcely 100 taels of silver, insufficient even to procure their armor. Notably, the base of the silver ingots bore the emblem of a tiger's head. Nezha, with great care, erased the marks of the insignia with his thumb and kneaded the neatly shaped silver ingots in his palm, like clay before returning to the woman. He stated, "The night is still young, and I have further inquiries for you, such as your identity, the master you serve, and your purpose for being here." Chapter 59. Lullaby. Do not fall silent. You are still alive, and as long as life endures, there remains hope. A broken leg can be mended, and a shattered shoulder can heal in time. With your beauty, surely among the men you have encountered, there are some foolish enough to risk everything for you, only to meet their demise in these remote woods, becoming sustenance for serpents, insects, and wild beasts. What a waste of potential, to see such a bright future extinguished in an instant. As Nezha spoke, the expression on the Night Lord's face grew increasingly grim. She lifted her gaze to Nezha's youthful visage, pondering the absurdity of his casual discourse amidst the carnage surrounding them. If he feared her resistance, surely he could bind her limbs as he had done before. If he sought to extract confessions through torture, why would he break her limbs before even posing a question? Her confusion only deepened her fear. She gazed into Nezha's pitch-black pupils, reminiscent of the night, a trait only attributed to the descendants of the Kwa Fu clan from the Northern Sea according to the records of the Shang dynasty. With a woman's intuition, she discerned an unusual intensity from those eyes, reading two words: seriousness. The child before her now emanated an unwavering earnestness. As she recognized a certain extreme emotion lurking within his character, perhaps not typically revealed, despair began to envelop the Night Lord. Yet, Nezha's previous words rekindled a flicker of her longing for life. She spoke. Nezha, is it? Young brother Nezha, you mentioned that we bore no enmity previously. At this juncture, Nezha waggled a finger in front of her, reminding her, there was none before, but now there is. Straining against her pain, she replied, it was my folly not to recognize a formidable hero, and I have offended you. However, this can be deemed as an acquaintance born from conflict. I am Huang Wan, the niece of His Highness Huang Feihu, the martial king of Chengtang Town, serving in the Feihu army. A person of your remarkable abilities. Should you choose to serve the court, I would gladly recommend you to His Highness. Your future shall undoubtedly be boundless. Feigning surprise, Nezha retorted, is this truly so? Yet I have slain many of your kin and left you in this state. Will you not hold a grudge? Indeed, it is true, Huang Wan responded. Observing Nezha's expression as he weighed the pros and cons, a cold smile forming within her heart, she mused that regardless of how peculiar he seemed, he was ultimately just a child. Though her injuries were grave, if he could escort her to Chaoga, a place teeming with talent and resources, she could swiftly recover with the myriad of precious medicines available there. The loss of a few guards could yield the service of a moral paragon like Nezha, which would surely delight His Highness. Nezha murmured, perhaps, but Chaoga is quite distant, and benefits will only materialize later. Your subordinates appear rather impoverished, collectively possessing little wealth, merely a few taels of silver. Since you are the niece of Huang Feihu, someone of such esteem, you must have some valuable items. Seeing the smile on Nezha's face, Huang Wan gritted her teeth and declared, within the bag you just took, there lies a millennium-old vermilion fruit, rare in its life essence. If refined by a master of alchemy, a single fruit could extend one's lifespan by decades. For mortals or cultivators below the golden elixir stage, such an extension could almost equate to living another lifetime, especially for those on the brink of achieving the golden elixir yet short on lifespan. This longevity elixir could facilitate their ascension, potentially granting them an additional 500 years of life. Moreover, it was crucial for Nezha to recall that, according to Shiji, the refinement of the golden elixir required not only the foundational elixir, but also various heavenly materials imbued with life essence to assist, as these treasures were pivotal in enhancing the grade of the golden elixir. Nezha opened the bag and retrieved an exquisite jade box adorned with tiger head motifs. He opened the jade box once more, and before he could even glimpse the fruit inside, a refreshing aroma of fruit wafted towards him, sufficiently diminishing the pervasive stench of blood within the Nuwa temple. Behold, a fruit of vivid crimson hue, the size of a lychee, unlike anything he had ever encountered. Nezha cast a glance at it, carefully stored the fruit away, and remarked, is this indeed the legendary 1,000-year red fruit? Precisely, came the reply. A fleeting glint of greed flickered in Huang Wan's eyes, despite her severe injuries. She thought that if she could find a skilled physician to mend her broken bones and align them properly, a mere bite of this 1,000-year red fruit, imbued with rich natural essence, could likely restore her to her former self after a brief slumber. Nezha regarded Huang Wan with utmost seriousness and stated, even if this is truly the 1,000-year red fruit, it belongs to me and has no bearing on you. Huang Wan paused, taken aback, and quickly responded. But, Nezha gently pressed his index finger to her lips, signaling her to refrain from speaking, and then softly added, perhaps you have misunderstood my intent. I wish to know if you possess anything else of value that could persuade me to spare your life. Huang Wan thought to herself, who would travel far afield with all their possessions in tow. Yet, unable to admit her lack of valuables, she felt a pang of urgency and replied, to be candid, my family in Chaoga is quite well off, possessing considerable wealth. Although I have nothing on me now, I assure you that if you return me to Chaoga. Nezha interjected, let me remind you, what method did you employ when you ambushed me just now? At his words, Huang Wan's heart sank. She realized that this child could not be perceived as merely a child, and she understood what Nezha truly sought. Tears streamed down her face as she implored. That was my last uncertain talisman. All others have been exhausted in the mountains. Exhausted, you say? Nezha lifted his gaze to the yellow spirit banner, swaying in the wind from the temple's ceiling, and expressed, that is most unfortunate. He casually picked up a standard-issue broad knife used by the Flying Tiger Army from the ground and plunged it into Huang Wan's heart. If Huang Wan had the presence of mind in her final moments to reflect, she would have understood that from the instant they clashed. No matter what she could produce afterwards, it would not alter the outcome. The notion of silencing witnesses dictates that one must either refrain from action or act decisively. After concluding this grim task, Nezha took a deep breath and surveyed his surroundings. The chestnut-red horse, a true spirit beast of the mountains, remained unfazed, calmly chewing on hay nearby. He mused that he could never be as nonchalant as the chestnut-red horse, able to slumber amidst fallen bodies. Shedding his garments, he dashed into the rain, sought refuge beneath an ancient tree by the mountain path, and excavated a deep pit, into which he disposed of all the corpses from the temple. With the misting silk, he gathered rainwater and cleansed the temple of the gruesome puddles of blood before returning to the fire to roast buns. Journeying alone in the mountains, even without engaging in any activities, would deplete one's energy, let alone the toll taken by violence and treachery. Thus, Nezha felt weary. As he roasted the buns, he hummed a light tune to himself. I hail from Chintang Pass and am en route to Sanshan Pass, seeking to sever your head and kick a ball. Chapter 60. Arrival at Linquan Town. Nezha travels during the day and cultivates at night, smoothly progressing from the realm of inspiration to the realm of spirit convergence, encountering no hindrances along his journey. It is only when he attempts to solidify the golden pill that he truly faces the first significant threshold on his path of cultivation. Mr. Fan languished for 30 years at this threshold, unable to find the right method, ultimately conceding defeat. Li Jing also found himself obstructed at this gate, abandoning the path of cultivation in pursuit of worldly riches. Shiji remarked that the more one ponders the method of the golden pill, the more elusive it becomes. For the first time in his life, Nezha experiences a brutal slaughter, stirring tumult within his heart. He perceives this as an omen of imminent breakthrough, and thus, he settles into a meditative posture by the fire. Consuming a pill of spiritual transformation, clarity suddenly envelopes his mind. With closed eyes, it feels as though a chorus of enlightened masters surrounds him, their chants resonating like echoes from the temples he frequented in his past life. For a fleeting moment, he feels disoriented, yet quickly regains focus under the influence of the pill's potency. The spirit transformation pill he acquired from Ao Bing is designed for such moments, allowing one to maintain a semblance of clarity amid turmoil and grasp fleeting inspiration. Regrettably, there are only 10 of these pills. Nezha begins to recite the true scripture of the golden pill, contemplating that if killing could indeed lead to a breakthrough, he would inevitably tread a path of a ruthless demon king, validating his existence through bloodshed. As his thoughts shift, dawn arrives. The morning light pierces the sky, awakening the slumbering earth. Nezha tidies his belongings and continues his journey, guiding his horse onward. Despite the enlightening chants of the enlightened masters echoing through the night, the method of the golden pill remains elusive. However, Nezha remains undeterred, for as Mr. Fan said, he is merely 7 years old, with a long journey still ahead. Moreover, he is a prodigy. After a night of cultivation, though he has gleaned nothing regarding the golden pill, his exhaustion dissipates, leaving him invigorated. As the saying goes, immortals do not slumber, and therein lies the truth. Following his departure from the mountains, Nezha finally arrives in a populated area, tending to his horse and purchasing food. He continues on for another 7 days without pause, until he approaches a town less than 100 miles from Sanshan Pass. This town, originally known as Pomegranate Town, was once a bustling settlement of several thousand. However, 3 years prior, during a fierce battle at a nearby ancient battleground, the earth split open, revealing a fiery abyss that consumed nearly 10,000 souls, growing 200 zhang in height within a month. From hundreds of miles outside Sanshan Pass, one can see this mountain, vivid red and ominously dark, perpetually belching thick smoke. Yet, due to this volcanic activity, the underground river has altered its course, scalding the pomegranate trees outside the town, while simultaneously creating dozens of natural hot springs in the area. It is rumored that these springs possess a certain spirituality, fortifying the body and prolonging life when bathed in them. Despite the demise of the pomegranate tree, the flow of merchants visiting remained incessant, and the townsfolk did not suffer a decline in their livelihoods. Thus, the town of Pomegranate was renamed Linquan Town. Approximately a year ago, an unknown individual discovered a treasure within the volcano, and since then, the summit and the skies above the town have been frequently graced by practitioners soaring through the air, leaving trails of colorful light. This information had reached Nezha prior to his arrival in the town while he was inquiring about the route for his journey. Upon arriving in Linquan Town, He observed that although the architecture was exquisitely crafted and the main thoroughfare was smooth and well-paved, the expressions of the townspeople were far more somber than those of the fishing village at Tang Pass during the lifetime of the great sorcerer. In times of chaos, it is commonplace for the populace to endure hardship. Nezha's sole purpose for visiting this town was to traverse from Tang Pass to Sand Mountain Pass, as all routes, despite their number, ultimately converged here in Linquan Town. However, Nezha found this place quite intriguing. After changing into a clean outfit outside the town and leading his chestnut horse along the pristine bluestone road, recently washed by last night's rain, he became acutely aware of the many malevolent gazes directed towards him from both sides of the long street. The thoroughfare was bustling with pedestrians and soldiers clad in armor. Yet these watchful eyes remained unabated. The inns flanking the road were filled with extravagant patrons, while the corners and filthy alleys outside were occupied by beggars, their faces expressionless and their garments tattered. Locals with homes and livelihoods would naturally not venture to beg, nor would outsiders come to a tumultuous place like Sand Mountain Pass to solicit alms, unless they were nearby refugees or citizens whose means of sustenance had been obliterated. Nezha halted at an inn along the main artery of the town, where he encountered a small beggar at the entrance, appearing to be of similar age, with tattered clothing, a gaunt face, cracked lips, and vacant eyes. Lying there, he held a chipped ceramic bowl, resembling not a living being, but rather a mummified corpse. Nezha possessed enough provisions in his bag to sustain 10 individuals for 10 days, yet he chose to overlook the boy. Throughout his journey, he had come to realize one crucial truth. If he were to attend to every refugee he encountered, he would be devoured to the bone within a day. They were neither inherently good nor bad. They were simply driven by the harshness of their circumstances to lose their humanity. Of course, had this little beggar approached Nezha, beseeching for a morsel of food, he would not have hesitated to share. The innkeeper of Linquan Town was no different from that of Biling Town, sharp-witted and neatly attired, with a white towel draped over his shoulder. Upon noticing a guest, he promptly hurried over, his smile neither overly effusive nor neglectful. He eagerly took the reins of Nezha's chestnut horse, appraising his attire from head to toe, and called out in a loud voice, "A noble guest has arrived. Quickly, someone. Take the horse, prepare the finest bean cakes and dry provisions, and tend to this young master's horse with utmost care." Upon finishing his words, he lowered his head to explain to Nezha, "Young master, you must have emerged from the nearby Sand Mountain Pass. Alas, I must inform you that these are troubled times. Everywhere you look, there are destitute wanderers. If one is not vigilant, though they may not dare to steal your horse, the feed in the trough could very well vanish without a trace. Will you be dining or seeking lodging?" Nezha replied, "I would like a splendid guest room. And please bring forth some fine dishes." The inn was bustling with patrons, yet there were ample empty tables. He deliberately chose a table by the entrance and settled in, savoring the green tea favored by Mr. Fan, while his gaze roamed the bustling thoroughfare before him. If Fengshen were to journey to the Sand Mountain Pass, he would inevitably traverse this very street. As for when he would arrive, Nezha was uncertain. One thing was for certain, he had not yet arrived. Just as Bai Yun had previously stated, traveling alone and taking a shortcut, Nezha could easily outpace Fengshen, no matter how swiftly he led his party. As for the dim, shadowy alleys surrounding him and the malevolent gazes lurking in the depths of the inn, Nezha found no cause for alarm. After all, a 7-year-old child adorned in gold and jade, accompanied by a rare steed of exquisite lineage, was indeed a sight to behold, a veritable prize that would draw the attention of any predator lurking in the shadows. This peculiarity was precisely why those individuals had yet to make a move. Nezha understood that if he did not display even a modicum of his prowess, they would eventually strike. However, he harbored no desire to act preemptively. He preferred to wait until they made their move before decisively vanquishing them, for they were merely a band of insignificant fish. Yet, the coin possessed by these fish was undeniably genuine and substantial. Moreover, the moment they decided to target a 7-year-old child whom they did not even recognize, they had unwittingly sealed their own fate. If it were another practitioner, they might have been more cautious. After all, without reaching the golden core stage, their physical form resembled that of an ordinary person. No matter how many magical treasures or spells they possessed, a sudden strike to the back of the head could spell doom even at the hands of a mere beggar. Yet, Nezha was no ordinary practitioner. Setting aside the divine roots and spiritual essence within him, the strength of his physical form far surpassed that of typical golden core cultivators. According to Shiji's words, unless one was exceptionally gifted, even those who had attained the 7th grade golden core would scarcely dare to claim superiority in physical prowess over him. Nevertheless, as previously mentioned, This inn, aside from housing those ill-intentioned ruffians, offered Nezha, who had just stepped out of Chuntang Pass for the first time in this world, some intriguing sights. For instance, there stood a woman at the adjacent table, her attire tattered, her frame gaunt, and though her face bore a certain refinement, her high cheekbones rendered her beauty unremarkable. Chapter 61, The Sword of Immortal Slaying. Nezha was certainly not at an age to be intrigued by women, and this particular woman was evidently no ordinary individual. However, she now appeared exceedingly ordinary, her only distinguishing features being her clean attire and meticulously groomed brows and eyes. Beyond that, she seemed hardly better off than the beggars on the street. Noticing her, Nezha diverted a fraction of his attention towards her, though not entirely, as his thoughts were still preoccupied with another matter: how to eliminate Feng Xiaoyan when he passed through this long street. As for Feng Xiaoyan's hidden cards and strength, Nezha had pondered this throughout his journey, and finding no resolution, he resolved to cease his contemplation. During these few days, he intended to eat well, drink well, and rest well, awaiting the opportune moment. The woman stood beside a square table occupied by a man, sharp-eyed, with a goat-like face and a prominent mustache, exuding an air of shrewdness. His attire suggested he was not a local, resembling the kind of merchant frequently encountered in Chuntang Pass. The woman and the man were engaged in hushed conversation, discussing matters such as prices, durations, and various offerings. Once they settled on a price, the man, with a sinister grin, took the woman by the hand and led her towards the guest rooms upstairs, while the men below erupted in raucous laughter, following suit. In the midst of this cacophony, the woman lowered her head, though she did not blush, and steadily followed the man upstairs. Nezha observed the woman's gaze, which mirrored the vacant, lifeless eyes of the beggars outside. She was a courtesan. Chuntang Pass lacked brothels, and a small, war-torn place like Linquan Town would hardly boast any respectable establishments of that nature. Thus, the first courtesan Nezha encountered in this world was in an utterly unremarkable inn. This was far from what he had envisioned. As a soul traversing realms, or, in the parlance of the cultivation world, a spirit seizing a body. He was a modern man endowed with contemporary education. Upon entering a feudal society, Nezha, or rather, the Nezha deep within him, harbored a subtle curiosity about experiencing the world's splendor, to witness the romantic tales depicted in poetry and literature. He even imagined how he might enter a brothel, considering that, in this regard, he was a mere novice. He envisioned himself, awkward and inarticulate, attempting to feign the demeanor of a regular patron, yet unable to muster the confidence. He imagined hesitating at the entrance, pacing back and forth, ultimately succumbing to the fervent invitations of the eager doormen, thus reluctantly stepping into such an establishment. Once inside, the dimly lit interior would be enchanting, with flickering lanterns casting shadows, and the beauty of the courtesans partially obscured by their fans. The sisters would lean against the railings, laughing softly and beckoning with their flowing skirts. Upon seating himself with a lovely companion, indulging in fine wine and delectable dishes, he would listen to music, watch dances, and lavishly spend gold in pursuit of a smile from the beauties, ultimately departing with a flourish, leaving a lasting impression, much like the illustrious poet Lu Yong had done. This was the tale he envisioned. Such tales may exist, yet they would never manifest in a place like Linquan Town. Thus, the reality before him was both stark and unyielding, a gaunt and pitiable woman bartering for prices and seeking rest. Setting this matter aside, after partaking in a meal, Nezha ascended to the second floor, arranged his belongings, and pushed open the window to gaze westward. It was the afternoon, and the sun hung at the height of the volcanic crater, concealed behind thick, billowing smoke. The land stretched for miles, parched and desolate, the air heavy with the faint scent of sulfur. Nezha sighed, reflecting that, in terms of scenery, it was indeed magnificent. He recalled the words of Shurji, who had once told him of the fire eye born at the Three Mountains Pass, where a piece of dark green wood floated amidst the lava, potentially the fabled Zixiao divine wood. The emergence of such a rare treasure would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among the cultivators of this world. Shurji's intention was to counsel him to exercise caution on his journeys, to avoid such perilous places when his strength was insufficient to prevent calamity. Yet, whether by fate or some predetermined design, he found himself in a town not far from the mountain's base. Contemplating this, Nezha suddenly perceived a violent fluctuation of primordial energy nearby. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a white rainbow soaring from the ground, spanning dozens of miles. One end anchored in Linquan Town, the other reaching into the skies above the volcano, seemingly intent on penetrating the fire eye itself. In the inn below, astonished cries echoed through the town. Though this was the world of the investiture of the gods, encounters between ordinary folk and the cultivators who served the court were still exceedingly rare. However, in recent days, the townspeople had frequently looked up to witness vibrant streaks of light slicing through the heavens, figures clashing amidst the clouds, stirring the primordial energies of heaven and earth, accompanied by thunderous roars and fierce winds. Initially, such sights filled the populace with trepidation, causing them to huddle in their homes, trembling and beseeching the deities they worshipped for protection. Yet as time passed, they began to observe the arrival of individuals adorned in fish-tailed crowns and Taoist robes, their distinct appearances marking them as practitioners of the way. Moreover, these reclusive masters of the mountains seldom showed interest in mortals, yet they were often generous in their dealings, prompting the merchants of Lingquan town to extend a warm welcome and engage in prosperous transactions with these celestial beings. Nezha watched as a Taoist clad in green ascended gracefully into the air, gliding along the divine bridge formed by the white rainbow, moving with an effortless elegance towards the fire eye. As a fellow cultivator, Nezha refrained from the exclamations of the ordinary folk below. Instead, he furrowed his brow, observing the Taoist enveloped in a radiant aura, his spiritual presence potent and unmasked. He could not help but lament the dominance of such formidable practitioners in this world, contrasting sharply with his own experience as a cultivator who must constantly temper his spiritual essence, masquerading as an ordinary individual when venturing outside. He muttered to himself, uncertain of which esteemed predecessor, which renowned mountain, or what hidden abode it might be. Suddenly, Nezha felt a tremor in the dust between the wooden planks beneath his feet, followed by a cold snort that resonated in his ears, its sound traveling for miles without losing any potency. Almost immediately, a celestial voice thundered from the clouds, chastising, arrogant scoundrels with meager skills, how dare you meddle? As the words faded, a piercing cold light flashed across the heavens, akin to a sudden thunderclap in a clear sky. The formidable figure, whose realm was evidently not insubstantial, remained silent as he and the divine bridge formed by the white rainbow beneath him were severed. The bloody remnants of a body fell from the sky, while a brazen, malevolent creature emerged from the shadows, its wings stirring a crimson blood cloud, hurtling toward the fallen corpse. Remarkably, this creature was fortunate. The chilling light had intimidated lesser beings into inaction, and the powerful predecessor who unleashed the light showed no interest in the corpse, allowing the creature to claim it. Nezha could not discern the realm of the one who acted, but witnessing the might of a true cultivator for the first time, he recognized the wrath of thunder, reducing all to ashes with a single blow. At that moment, he should have indulged in fantasies of his future or, as was his custom, seized another spiritual elixir to cultivate in meditation, seeking enlightenment in the golden elixir method. Yet, being exceptionally attuned to sound, he stood by the window, hearing the voice of a person next door as their window was also open. After many years, the power of the sword of celestial slaying remained undiminished. The temperament of the Jade Ding real person had not waned either. Despite the many friends present, he was the first to lose his patience and act. Chapter 62. Eavesdropping through the wall, the sword of celestial slaying. Upon hearing this, Nezha felt a chill in his heart. The one who acted was the Jade Ding real person, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chen sect, the master of the renowned genius, Erlang Xinyangjian. According to the words from the neighboring room, there must be numerous formidable beings nearby vying for the coveted treasure within the fiery eye. Even the cultivator who had just perished beneath the sword of celestial slaying exuded an aura that Nezha felt surpassed that of Ao Bing, who had already attained the realm of scattered immortals. Yet, such a powerful practitioner was merely dismissed by the Jade Ding real person with 8 words, arrogant scoundrels with meager skills. He reflected, recognizing that this place, where such extraordinary treasures emerged, was indeed as perilous as the stone lady had described, not a realm for the ordinary to meddle in. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Nezha was startled when another sigh emanated from next door, followed by the words, after years of secluded cultivation, I have forgotten that walls have ears. Upon hearing this, Nezha's heart tightened. Though he did not know who the speaker was or what means they possessed, the remark was evidently directed at him. The earlier evaluation of the seemingly divine Jade Ding real person implied that the speaker regarded him merely as a peer, suggesting that even if their strength was lacking, their realms were not far apart. Although he believed that once words are spoken, especially in a bustling inn, one should be prepared to be heard, it was evident that the might of his opponent's fists outweighed the reasoning on his side. He remained silent, yet inwardly sighed, reflecting on the truth of what Lady Shurji had said. After eliminating Fengshen, it was best to depart swiftly, for lingering in such a place could invite calamity for no reason at all. He stepped out of the room and stood outside the adjacent door, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Nezha, a disciple of the third generation of the Chen sect, under the esteemed Taiyi Zhenren of Qinyuan Mountain. It is an honor to meet you, senior. After a brief pause, a voice responded from within, a disciple of Taiyi Zhenren? So you are a renowned student. If that is the case, please enter. Upon hearing this, Nezha hesitated for a moment before pushing the door open. As he entered, his round, dark eyes instinctively lifted to survey the room, which bore a striking resemblance to his own: wooden flooring, an intricately carved bed, and a square table. The room was occupied by a solitary figure, much like himself earlier, standing by the window and gazing into the distance. Nezha scrutinized the individual, who wore a fishtail crown and a robe made of coarse fabric, with a long beard flowing downwards. In his hand, he held a tattered and dog-eared copy of the Huangting Jing. What struck Nezha most was the incongruity of the wine gourd hanging from the belt of this evidently Taoist figure. He pondered in his heart, who could this be? Standing in the room with a respectful bow, Nezha thought to himself that he was merely a child and, frankly, he had committed no wrongdoing, having followed the proper etiquette. Surely a figure of such esteemed virtue would not bear ill will towards him. After a while, as the horizon fell silent, the Taoist finally turned around, scrutinizing Nezha with keen eyes. A spark of insight flickered within his clear gaze as he remarked, from the Chen sect's third generation. We have just seen the emergence of Yang Jian, and now we welcome Nezha. Truly, exceptional talents abound, deserving of admiration. Upon hearing this, Nezha's confusion deepened. He mused that while his physique was indeed extraordinary, there were surely others in the world who were equally remarkable. Moreover, he was merely at the nascent stage of spirit cultivation, while Yang Jian, as a distinguished disciple of the Chen sect, had already begun to rival some venerable figures. What comparison could possibly exist between them? Why was he being praised upon entry? Noticing Nezha's contemplative demeanor, the Taoist spoke gently, having been here for some time. I have yet to see Taiyi Zhenren. Did you accompany your master? Nezha did not answer directly, instead posing a question in return. Do you have an acquaintance with my master? His intent was clear. He wished to remain reticent. If this elder had a rapport with Taiyi, he could concoct some reassuring tale about the master's well-being. However, if there were animosities and Taiyi Zhenren was absent, he would unwittingly become a scapegoat. Thus, it was best for Taiyi Zhenren to exist in a state of superposition. The Taoist appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged scholar, his demeanor reminiscent of those talented yet dissolute poets who linger in brothels, possessing great potential yet failing to rise above their circumstances. Yet, he is indeed a cultivator, having endured countless years in pursuit of immortality. Even with his 2 lifetimes, Nezha's age is likely but a mere fraction of this venerable man's. Thus, the Taoist, with a knowing smile, discerned Nezha's subtle intentions and remarked, the illustrious 12 golden immortals of the Chen sect, so esteemed that even the celestial emperor seeks their allegiance. While I may be unfamiliar with you, I have certainly heard of them. Realizing this man did not recognize him, Nezha thought that perhaps this was where their encounter would conclude. After all, despite his fortunate meeting with Shurji, who guided his cultivation and imparted profound teachings, Shurji often met him with sarcasm. Nevertheless, in Nezha's heart, Shurji had already become a respected elder in his sect. Yet, fortune does not always favor the brave. These great cultivators are astute individuals, unlikely to allow a mere 7-year-old child to take advantage of them repeatedly. As Nezha contemplated his departure, the Taoist, seemingly unaware of the nuances, pointed to the ground. To his astonishment, the inexpensive, waxed poplar floorboards sprouted and intertwined into a natural little stool. Have a seat and converse with me for a while, he invited. Nezha, emboldened by the display of the Taoist's impressive skills, recognized him as a formidable figure not to be underestimated. He complied and sat down. The Taoist began by inquiring about the customs and culture of the Tang Pass, sharing amusing tales from Kunlun Mountain. Nezha soon realized that this Taoist was different from Shurji, Biyun, and Kaiyun, and even distinct from Master Fan. Although he spoke of his arduous cultivation in the mountains, his words flowed effortlessly like those of a worldly sage, captivating listeners with eloquence and charm. Overall, he possessed a remarkably high emotional intelligence. When the Taoist asked why a 7-year-old child had ventured so far from his master to a perilous place like Sand Mountain Pass, Nezha recounted the entire affair regarding Fengshen. After a moment of contemplation, the Taoist replied softly, "He was a vassal of your father, and harboring enmity towards him brings you only harm, not benefit." Nezha chuckled, "It's not entirely without merit. At least it brings me some inner peace. Indeed, a tranquil heart leads to clarity of mind. It is a pity that in this world, Cultivators who possess such youthful idealism in their early years often transform into shrewd merchants as they mature, unwilling to suffer even the slightest loss. Nezha countered, Taoist. Your assertion is somewhat flawed. I perceive that you, too, possess profound understanding, and your youthful chivalry is not diminished in the slightest. The Taoist laughed heartily. Though he jested that Nezha's flattery lacked finesse, he felt a surge of joy within, murmuring to himself, the white clouds are free, the heart flows like water. Observing the mountains as verdant and the waters as emerald. If you had not taken Taiyi as your master, I might have considered you as a disciple. Nezha outwardly agreed but inwardly pondered, who exactly are you? Chapter 63. The bandit of three mountains passed regardless of who he was. Having successfully won the favor of the Taoist priest, Nezha, embodying the spirit of inquisitiveness and a relentless pursuit of knowledge, began to inquire about the challenges he had encountered in his recent cultivation, as well as the perplexities he faced within the golden elixir of the sun and moon scripture. Initially, the Taoist, though seemingly not one of the orthodox teachings, was nonetheless a senior figure within the Taoist community and was willing to patiently guide a bright and eager disciple. However, as time progressed, the Taoist soon realized that the questions posed by this young Nezha were far from ordinary. They came in a relentless stream, one after another. From the workings of the primordial energy of heaven and earth to his contemplations during meditation, and even to the subtle delays in the flow of cosmic energy during the exercise of divine abilities. Nezha's inquiries culminated in a scrutiny of several homophones within the scripture itself. The Taoist, rubbing his temples, sought a pretext to dismiss him. This encounter proved to be exceedingly fruitful for Nezha. Even upon returning to his quarters, he still felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment, prompting him to channel the flickers of inspiration within him and continue his practice of the golden elixir of the sun and moon scripture. Before he knew it, the afternoon had arrived, and hunger beckoned him to return to the ground floor of the inn. It was mealtime, and the bustling hall was even more crowded than in the morning. As he surveyed the room, he found no semblance of fellow practitioners. Rather, his gaze fell upon the woman he had encountered earlier that day. The inn was an unremarkable establishment, and amidst its commonplace surroundings, the woman's presence stood out conspicuously, making it difficult to overlook her. Compared to their first meeting, her eyes now reflected a numbing indifference, tinged with exhaustion, and her hazel irises darted restlessly as she scrutinized the patrons at each table. Her complexion had worsened considerably, revealing the toll of recent events. A bright red handprint marred her cheek, and one side of her face had become swollen. Her ability to attract customers stemmed not only from the desperation of travelers who had traversed arduous journeys, but also from her once appealing visage, which was now marred by swelling. The woman soon identified a target, approaching a solitary man and engaging him in hushed conversation. However, her expression quickly soured, seemingly in response to something distressing the man had uttered. Nevertheless, she chose not to withdraw immediately. Nezha instinctively leaned in to listen. When the attendant in charge of taking orders approached him, lowering his voice to say, "Young master, as you are new here, if you seek some amusement, just let me know, and I will lead you to it. I assure you, for the right price, your pleasures will be well provided. But do be wary of that woman. She may lead you astray." Nezha whispered in response, "What do you mean by that?" The attendant leaned closer and replied, "That woman, having lost her parents at a tender age, has known no care or inquiry. To survive, she took up this trade in her teenage years. Reduced to the status of a common courtesan, when she struggles to find clients, she will accept food in exchange for her company. Over time, as more men have sought her, it is inevitable that she has acquired certain ailments, and without the means to seek treatment, she remains in her plight." As the innkeeper raised his hands in surrender, Nezha remained silent, his gaze fixed on the woman who seemed to have concluded her dealings. Now being led upstairs by a gaunt man, the setting sun cast a warm glow. Today, Fengshen was absent, and he would not return in the evening. The following day, Nezha awoke early, had a meal, and took his chestnut horse to gallop near Linquan town. The area was surrounded by vast plains, open and windy, yet the air was tainted with a hint of sulphurous smoke, detracting from any sense of tranquility. The chestnut horse, having carefully navigated the rugged mountain paths for days, had rested in the stable overnight, feasting on an exquisitely prepared bean cake, yet still unsatisfied. When Nezha attempted to lead it away in the morning, the horse stubbornly resisted. Despite his strength, Nezha could not force the horse, having traveled alongside it for so long. Thus, he returned to the inn to request a bowl of coarse porridge sweetened with flower nectar from the innkeeper, which finally persuaded the chestnut horse to follow him. Upon reaching the open area outside the town, the chestnut horse truly unleashed its exuberance, letting out a long whinny. its iron hooves cracking the dry earth, stirring up clouds of dust. Nezha tightened the reins, pressing his body against the horse's back, allowing it to surge forward like an arrow. Initially, the dust clouds trailing behind could keep pace, but as the chestnut horse picked up speed, they quickly vanished from sight. Glancing back, Nezha thought that if those following wished to continue, he would simply ride further ahead to await them in a more secluded spot. As the chestnut horse disappeared from view, the group of 20 riders behind pulled on their reins and halted immediately. Leading them was a one-eyed bald man wielding a 9-ring broadsword. Seated upright on a pure black steed, his remaining eye squinting as he surveyed the distance. He murmured to himself, "Indeed, a fine horse." A subordinate approached him, whispering, "Boss, this child appears quite peculiar, and with many practitioners recently residing in Linquan town, should we not exchange for a sheep to slaughter?" "Fool," the one-eyed man scolded. "He clearly looks like a traveler passing through. While it is somewhat odd for a child to journey alone, have you ever encountered a practitioner who does not soar through the skies, yet rides a horse?" The subordinate nodded in agreement, though inwardly he harbored doubts. Recalling years past when he had been ambushed by Caozhou's General Cheng Heihu, who had ridden with 3,000 flying tiger troops to devastate bandit strongholds. The one-eyed man spoke sternly, "There is no need for such caution. Times have changed. While we may appear as bandits, we have allied ourselves with the Wang family of Linquan town. Once our identities are cleared, we may yet have the opportunity to serve in the army of Tang and receive imperial rations." The subordinate replied, "Brother, with so many lords rebelling across the land, isn't joining the military tantamount to courting death? Ah, how foolish you are." The one-eyed bald man, displaying a hint of impatience, remarked, "Of the 800 lords in the realm, 400 have rebelled. However, once Master Wen returns from his expedition to the North Sea, order will inevitably be restored. This land shall once again belong to the House of Shang. If you cannot see this, it is truly unfortunate that you have accompanied me for so long." His younger brother, struck by a sudden realization, clasped his hands in admiration of his elder brother's wisdom and inquired, "Elder brother, while the Wang family of Linquan town possesses some wealth, they will not part with it entirely. Why not wait until nightfall to resume our old ways of plundering and pillaging? It would surely be more comfortable than serving as dogs beneath their rule." The one-eyed bald man could no longer tolerate this foolishness and swiftly struck his younger brother across the face, exclaiming in frustration, "What do you understand? Do you truly know what you are speaking of?" The eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Hanwen, recently became a disciple of a celestial being who has taken residence in our town. He will undoubtedly become an immortal in the future. I have heard from young Master Wang that General Deng of Sanshan Pass greatly admires him and wishes to betroth his daughter to him. Amidst the sulphurous smoke, the one-eyed bald man leaned on his own sagacity, attempting to enlighten his younger brothers. He had no desire to remain a bandit. Ever since the day those brothers in the stronghold were slain by the iron-mouthed divine eagle at the hands of Cheng Heihu, he had harbored a deep-seated fear. He silently vowed, "Once this heist is complete, and I have seized that chestnut red horse, I shall wash my hands of this life and never again be a bandit loathed by all." The chestnut red horse galloped for several miles, the terrain ahead growing increasingly arid, with even the wild grasses appearing sparser than elsewhere. Nezha, unaware of the horse's destination, allowed it to slow its pace, meandering forward. Sensing the gradual saturation of the dry air with moisture, he observed the artificially constructed buildings and the figures moving about in the distance. He thought to himself that the horse had finally shown some intelligence, finding its way despite his aimless wandering. Locations such as hot springs often exceed one's expectations by several folds. As for the experience, the primary distinction between it and the grand bathhouses of the north lies in whether one shares the pool with delicate, fair-skinned maidens or portly, balding middle-aged men. Without needing a signal from Nezha, the chestnut-red horse merrily trotted onward, spurred by the presence of a pure white dragon horse in the feeding trough. Chapter 64. The secret beneath the hot springs. Upon Nezha's arrival, someone approached to lead the horse. However, this individual was not akin to the inn stable boy. Though both were engaged in commerce and assessed their customers accordingly, this person lacked the stable boy's acumen. Merely the look in his eyes was discomforting. He spoke, "Young master, are you here to soak in the hot springs? However, the horse must be tethered here to prevent its droppings from sullying the area. The outdoor pools cost 5 silver coins a day, while the indoor pools are 1 tael of silver." As the reins slipped from his grasp, the chestnut-red horse, a creature of the mountains, refused to be restrained by mere mortals. With a joyous whinny, it reared up, and the thunderous sound of its hooves faded into the distance as it gallivanted away. Nezha, aware of the sycophantic demeanor of the lackey beside him, smiled despite the man's unsightly expression and said, "Do not deceive me. I have heard of a superior celestial spring in Lingquan town, which is why I have traveled from afar. Why then do you present me with these commonplace hot springs? Do you think I lack the means to pay? He waved a coin pouch before the man, the sound of gold and silver clinking together echoing in the air. Immediately, the lackey's expression shifted, and he attempted to reach for the pouch with a sycophantic grin, but Nezha withdrew his hand, making the pouch vanish as if by magic. The lackey rubbed his hands together and said, "Young sir, allow me to explain. The entire area of hot springs has been acquired by the Wang family of Lingquan town. It is simply not feasible to forego profit, but today, circumstances are rather inconvenient." Lingquan town, the Wang family. Nezha had never heard of them. He perceived them as mere local gentry, pondering how the Wang family managed to acquire these hot springs that had only recently appeared, originally unclaimed. In truth, the Wang family's servant was merely seeking an excuse. Lingquan town had thrived on pomegranate cultivation, yet the lush pomegranate trees, along with the surrounding flower fields, had perished due to the scalding waters of the hot springs. The villagers, deprived of their livelihood, lamented their plight, while the local gentry, the Wang family, recognized the greater value of the hot springs over the pomegranate trees. Leveraging their familial influence, they forcibly claimed the springs, deftly managing the situation and filling their coffers with a steady stream of wealth. Such a straightforward matter was quickly deduced by Nezha, who coldly laughed and inquired, "What makes today so inconvenient?" The lackey chuckled, casting a glance at Nezha, and smugly replied, "Today, the deepest spring has been reserved by the female warriors of Sanchong Pass. They have draped silks over the dead pomegranate trees outside and surrounded the resting quarters within. Such a grand spectacle would deter even the most generous offers from you, young sir." The mention of the female warriors of Sanchong Pass caused Nezha to furrow his brow slightly. He had never heard of such a group. Noticing Nezha's perplexity, the Wang family servant explained, "In essence, it is merely a group of girls engaged in a child's game of make-believe. However, the leader is none other than the daughter of the general of Sanchong Pass, named Deng Chanyu. She is not much older than you, yet her temperament is quite unconventional, making her someone not to be trifled with." Deng Chanyu? Nezha thought to himself that while he had never heard of the female warriors, the name of this female general was indeed well known to him. According to the texts he had perused in his previous life, during the campaign against the tyrant Zhou, upon encountering Duke Deng, her unparalleled skill in hurling stones had inflicted injuries on several divine warriors. Yet now, having embarked on the path of cultivation himself, Nezha was acutely aware of the mysterious techniques wielded by practitioners and could not fathom how mere stones could harm those accomplished in the Tao. This was especially true after witnessing the prowess of a seasoned practitioner like Taiyi Zhenren, who could sever deities with a single stroke of his sword. Nezha remarked, "Select for me a hot spring pool situated centrally." After payment, Nezha was allotted a modest cabin of the Jiazi number. He offered an additional 2 silver coins, and the attendant, being astute, accepted the coins readily. Upon arriving at his hot spring pool, Nezha soon realized it was but a mere 10 steps away from the silk-clad maidens encircled nearby. Through the gauzy curtain, he could glimpse the red rocks that adorned the edges of the spring, and he could even faintly hear the melodious laughter of young girls. As for the rest, let one's imagination suffice. Nezha did not dwell on it. In this realm, where both men and women coexisted, though the societal norms were liberal, one did not engage in open displays of intimacy while bathing. Each individual had their own wooden cabin at the pool's edge, where they exchanged coins for keys, retreated to change, and then entered the waters. Once he stepped inside the cabin, a wave of warm steam enveloped him. Hastily shedding his garments, he plunged into the pool, his body drenched as he playfully blew bubbles, resurfacing afterward. Shaking the water from his hair, droplets arced through the air, returning to the pale green surface of the water, creating ripples that swiftly transformed into vapor, rising and condensing into white mist. Nezha let out a contented sigh as he observed the tranquil energies of the universe being distorted into waves by the rising steam, which he inhaled with each breath. Extending his finger, he sliced through the serene energies above, and the once smooth curves morphed into sharp lines, countering his touch. To the eyes of ordinary mortals, nothing remarkable transpired, merely a child frolicking in the hot spring. Yet, to the practitioners of the mystical arts, the simple alterations in energy lines reflected the very essence of the cultivation system and the foundational truths of the world of deities. The energies in this hot spring were undeniably denser than elsewhere, infused with strands of vital essence. The warmth of the water emanated from the innate fire eye. Whence did this life energy originate? Curiosity piqued. Nezha inhaled deeply, causing a whirlwind to stir within the cabin, the humid air filling his lungs. while the outside air surged in to replace it. Diving into the depths, he descended several levels of man-made steps, discovering that the spring was deeper than he had anticipated. After plunging down 2 fathoms, he opened his eyes to find streams of water seeping through the crevices of the stone bottom, bubbles of air rising toward him. With a powerful punch, the entire hot spring resort trembled, the water surged, rocks shattered, and the suddenly forceful current naturally lifted Nezha back to the surface. The spring water remained calm, yet a dark stone cave had mysteriously appeared at the bottom of the pool. Floating in the hot spring, Nezha lay back, his hair soaked, a peculiar expression adorning his face. Beneath lies an underground river, which is not surprising. However, the origin of this river and the mysterious emergence of life energy within its waters warrant further investigation. Just a few paces away, at a pool enveloped in gauzy mist, the hot spring appears markedly larger than its surroundings, elevated significantly above the adjacent terrain. Aside from the bubbling water at the bottom of the pool, a stream cascades down the sheer cliff, formed by tectonic movements, merging into this basin, where white steam wafts through the air. Perched on a smooth, damp rock beside the pool, a young girl clad only in a snug undergarment sits with her small feet splashing in the spring water. In her hands, she delicately examines a thumb-sized, translucent stone, her gaze intense and focused. The thin fabric of her garment, completely soaked and nearly transparent, clings to her developing form. This scene is as enchanting as a painting. Suddenly, the ground trembles, and the girl gasps as she slips from the stone, plunging into the pool with a splash. Remarkably, as she resurfaces, she has transformed into 6 ethereal figures, each with a porcelain complexion and exquisitely sculpted features. Upon closer inspection, the original girl, now encircled by the others, stares wide-eyed, her face a portrait of shock. Chapter 65. The Annihilation of Bandits. General, what has happened? Inquires one of the girls, whose hair is styled in 2 playful buns reminiscent of the mythical Nezha. Emerging from the water, her smooth, fair shoulders break the surface, her expression serious. The girl she refers to as General is the daughter of General Deng Jiogong of the 3 Mountain Pass, Deng Chanyu, a fierce leader of the Women's Army. The other girls, no older than 11 or 12, swim playfully in the spring, forming the backbone of their martial cohort. Deng Chanyu shakes her head and replies softly, "I'm not certain. I simply felt a sudden tremor and slipped from the stone." An earthquake? One of the girls raises her hand, scratching her head, a hammer and chisel in her grasp, puzzled. Could there be an earthquake at the 3 Mountain Pass? Deng Chanyu, unperturbed, propels herself from the water with a swift kick, landing gracefully as a large, jade-white towel envelopes her. "It doesn't matter. Let us keep digging. The luminous stones beneath this spring are of great value to me. Once we unearth more, I shall reward you handsomely." The girls gaze at Deng Chanyu, admiring her commanding presence, even the older ones among them reflecting a glimmer of reverence in their eyes. However, the towel wrapped around her body restricts her movements. When she gestures, it slips from her, revealing a fleeting glimpse of springtime amidst the warm haze of the approaching autumn. Nezha had paid the servant of the Wang family thrice the usual price to ensure this pool remained reserved for him, and upon receiving the silver, the servant had no reason to refuse. A single tael of silver was deposited into the treasury, and naturally, he dared not embezzle it. The remaining 2 taels, however, found their way into his own pocket. Nezha was not particularly concerned that anyone would discover what had transpired, for the hole he had created appeared to be no larger than a bowl, and it seemed that beneath it lay only a concealed underground river. He mused. Could it be that by delving into it he might encounter a stunning beauty awaiting his arrival? With everything settled, the servant, feigning concern, remarked that the horse had previously escaped since it was not tethered, and in this vast expanse, finding it again would be a daunting task. Nezha shot him a glance, then retrieved a red cord from around his neck, from which dangled a bamboo whistle. Putting it to his lips, he blew, unleashing a sharp, piercing sound that echoed through the skies. The servant, puzzled, covered his ears, yet at that moment, the ground trembled beneath him. He lowered his hands, only to hear the thunderous roar approaching, and suddenly, a whinnying of horses erupted as a chestnut steed burst forth, rearing in front of the 2, causing the thunderous sound to abruptly cease. Nezha, pleased, patted the horse's neck, reflecting that his diligent care had indeed borne fruit. The steed did not falter when it was time to elevate its master's reputation. He mounted swiftly, grasped the reins, and turned to say, "Leave the room for me. I shall return tomorrow." With swift horse and sword in hand, the young man retraced his steps. In the wilderness, an eagle's cry pierced the air. Shortly thereafter, he observed over 20 riders spreading out like a vast net, slowly advancing towards him, seemingly intent on ensnaring him. Before they could close in, a rain of arrows fell from the sky. Nezha crouched low upon his horse's back, and the chestnut steed, sensing the danger, exhaled hot breaths through its nostrils and surged forward like a red arrow, leaving the arrows trailing behind. "Good horse," Nezha cheered, just as another volley of arrows rained down. In the distance, he could faintly discern the sun glinting off the bald head of a one-eyed brute, who, pulling taut the reins, shouted at Nezha. Without needing to listen closely, Nezha knew the words were likely foolish threats about claiming the territory. He thought to himself, "What a fool you are. Attempting to ambush me here, with arrows raining down like locusts. Did you not prepare for the possibility of your own demise?" It may seem incredulous, but apart from a few exceptionally skilled cultivators serving in the military, most cultivators at the nascent soul stage, or even some at the golden core stage, found themselves nearly powerless against the harassment of cavalry and the deluge of arrows. Unless they had preemptively invoked the 5 elements escape technique and possessed means of close combat. Nezha retrieved a long spear from his cosmic bag of treasures, a relic left by Ao Bing. This spear was indeed a magical artifact, though it was not as convenient to wield as the 7 Stars sword, and Nezha had yet to discover any other capabilities aside from its hardness. Previously, he had only heard Ao Bing mention that this spear, known as the Azura demon-slaying spear, was unearthed from the Dragon Palace's treasury, reputed to be a divine weapon meant to suppress the myriad evil spirits of the 10 halls of Azura. Yet, the 10 halls of Shura exist merely within the tales of the Dragon Palace, and perhaps they are nothing more than figments of imagination, rendering the origin of this long spear even more enigmatic. Without further contemplation, Nezha urged his chestnut steed to its utmost speed. The bandit chief, taken aback by Nezha's refusal to dismount, quickly succumbed to rage and spurred his warhorse forward, tightly gripping his 9-ringed broadsword. However, the chestnut horse's swiftness was unparalleled, closing the distance between them far more rapidly than the bandit leader anticipated. At that moment, not only had their woven trap yet to close, but even his horse had not been able to charge forward. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the bandits, the 2 steeds surged past each other, and with a swift motion of his hand, Nezha's spear deftly severed the bandit chief's head. Countless bandits stood in shock, yet before they could recover from their astonishment, they beheld the mounted lamb charging back towards them after completing a swift circle. Nezha, crouched upon his steed, observed the audacity of these bandits, who, upon sighting his approach, showed no inclination to flee. With a squeeze of his legs, the chestnut steed, previously prepared for a moment of respite, neighed fiercely and surged forth once more. Not far above, amidst the clouds, a grand 3-tiered ship, measuring 30 zhang in length and 10 zhang in height, navigated through the skies. The vessel moved with considerable speed, the surrounding winds howling and clouds rushing away. Yet, remarkably, the clothing of the 10 or so male and female disciples upon the deck remained unmoved by the tempest. At the ship's railing, a middle-aged man and woman, both Taoists, peered down with binoculars, their eyes squinting slightly. The woman remarked, "At such a tender age, his methods are so ruthlessly brutal. Mere mortals, armed with some martial prowess, remain oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Were it not for the greater scheme at play, I would certainly teach him a lesson." The man beside her chuckled and replied, "Taoist Xiaoqi, in my view, while this child is indeed fierce, he targets only those savagely tormenting others, the bandits. Even you and I would strike them down without hesitation. Why must we hold a grudge against a mere child?" Upon hearing this, Taoist Xiaoqi shot him a fierce glare, causing him to feel a tightening in his chest, as if gripped by a powerful hand. He thought to himself that Taoist Xiaoqi was indeed rather petty. However, there was little choice. The Purple Dragon Island of the Western Sea was a significant branch of the Jie sect, wielding great influence. This time, they had even dispatched Taoist Xiaoqi, a venerable elder of the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, while he, a mere guest on the island, was also coerced into action, accompanied by 20 exceptionally formidable 3rd-generation disciples. The acquisition of the Zhixiao Divine would seem almost guaranteed. Though he had not wished to participate, he realized that one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Having resided on Purple Dragon Island for so long, he felt obliged to contribute in some manner. He cast his gaze downward once more, observing that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Only one bandit had managed to escape, having recognized the peril and fled, while the others had all perished at the hands of that child. The Taoist mused inwardly. It is likely that this goes beyond mere martial prowess, with such speed, and considering the recent clash of his spear with the bandit's blade, it is improbable for a child of this size, whose bones have yet to fully develop, to withstand such a force without suffering grievous injury. Yet, He remained unscathed, while the bandit fell from his horse, clearly on the brink of death. I shall refrain from discussing this with the young Taoist chief for the moment. Once we reach Linquan town, I shall discreetly observe the child. Chapter 66. I shall not be a father to a dog. After Nezha vanquished the bandit, he sheathed his spear, filled with immense satisfaction, and spurred his horse towards the town. Dusk. The setting sun. The sky, though not yet dark, was already adorned with twinkling stars that shone brighter than usual. The sound of gongs and drums resonated through the streets, prompting the townsfolk to hastily retreat into the shops and homes lining the long street, creating a chaotic yet orderly scene. Those itinerant merchants with nowhere to go were left to seek refuge alongside the beggars in the shadowy alleys. With a stroke of good fortune, they might part with some coins and retain their lives. Otherwise, all would come to naught, and after 18 years, they would emerge as mere heroes. This was not a daily occurrence. But the main thoroughfare of Linquan town was deliberately constructed wide and straight to accommodate the passage of large groups. Whenever cavalry passed through, it was customary to sound the gongs to clear the streets. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a contingent of cavalry rushing to Fengshen Pass galloped down the main street. And due to the prior sprinkling of water, no dust was stirred. The townsfolk were accustomed to such happenings, anticipating they would soon emerge. However, even after the cavalry had passed, the sound of heavy hoofbeats approached from afar. At that moment, the innkeeper had already removed the barrier from the door, and the guests from distant lands peered curiously outside, half their bodies cautiously hidden behind the doorframe. Suddenly, a crimson figure appeared, swiftly approaching, on a fiery chestnut steed. The diminutive knight yanked the reins, causing the tall horse to rear with a neigh, its massive iron hooves descending like a creature from a primordial era, startling the patrons of the inn, who scurried back inside. When they glanced outside again, tranquility had returned. Although lacking in extraordinary skills, the innkeeper, accustomed to such spectacles, donned a cheerful demeanor to lead the horse, earning himself a reward of 2 silver coins. He beamed even more brightly and called out within, "Today, the young master's horse shall have half a bowl of coarse porridge mixed with honey." Nezha, unchanged from yesterday, chose a table by the main street to sit down. The workers in the inn began to hang lanterns and light candles. The innkeeper, along with the burly men of the tavern, now regarded Nezha with transformed expressions. They were astonished that Nezha had ventured out and returned alive. They were equally astonished that the infamous bandit, the vulture, who had been sent to capture sheep, had yet to return. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon him, their eyes sharp and penetrating. Even the unfortunate courtesan, observing him, displayed a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Clearly, they had lingered long enough in this place to be aware of the unfolding events in the world beyond. Nezha took a sip of tea, and upon observing the reactions of those around him, he realized that they were already aware of the bandits' intent to ambush him. While they were under no obligation to warn him, he saw no reason to extend them any courtesy. Clearing his throat, Nezha remarked, "Esteemed guests, with food and drink before you, please attend to your own meals. No matter how intently you gaze upon me, I shall not be treating you." As he spoke, he noted a considerable reduction in the stares directed his way, not out of fear of a mere child, but rather due to the wisdom of caution in unfamiliar territory. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble until one understood his background. However, the world is filled with diverse characters. Among the cautious, there exist the audacious and inquisitive. Unfamiliar with Nezha's true identity, one bold individual sought to probe deeper. This man, with long hair tied back, donned a white outfit and a dark belt from which hung a long sword. He appeared to be in his 20s, resembling a wandering hero of sorts. He remained seated, deftly maneuvering a filled wine cup between his fingers without spilling a drop. Observing the calluses on his hands, the others understood that, despite his handsome visage, the sword he wielded was no mere toy. With a light chuckle, he inquired, "What is your name, young one?" "I have dealings with many prominent families in Fengshen Pass, yet I have not heard of a remarkable youth such as yourself." On the surface, he appeared to commend Nezha, yet his words subtly suggested that the boy did not hail from a local noble lineage, while simultaneously elevating his own status by mentioning his connections. Nezha shot him a cold glance, thinking it audacious for someone to inquire about another's background without first revealing their own name, especially in such a public setting. He replied, "My surname is Li, and I call my father father. In full, I am your father, and everyone here simply calls me father. You may do the same." This declaration erupted laughter throughout the room. The smile on the white-clad swordsman's face froze, and he gritted his teeth, sneering, Well, young lad, do you know who I am? I am Yu Gaoling, the personal guard of the Wang family in Linquan town, the esteemed son of the Wang family, Wang Hanwen. Think carefully about whether you wish to offend me here." Though his threat sounded somewhat hollow, an odd hush fell over the inn, as the laughter diminished significantly. "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Nezha's expression changed dramatically. Yu Gaolang, sensing his growing delight, added, "If you recognize your mistake, there is still time to kneel and lick my shoes, and I shall forgive you." Nezha, pretending to clean his ears, expressed disbelief, then looked at Yu Gaolang with unabashed mockery, stating, "I initially thought you a mere vagabond, and I graciously offered you the honor of calling me father. Yet, it turns out you are simply someone else's dog. Now, please refrain from calling me father, for I do not take dogs as my offspring." This statement ignited a cacophony of laughter throughout the inn, as the patrons could no longer contain their mirth. Only 3 remained without a smile: the innkeeper, the nearly toothless Yu Gaolang, and the courtesan. At that moment, Yu Gaolang was indeed on the brink of madness, and Nezha, finding his irritation amusing, added, "Oh, young master, I just remembered that I have a large black dog in my yard. When I return, I shall inquire of him. If he does not mind, perhaps he could take you on as a father." Laughter echoed throughout the inn, while Yu Gaolang drew his sword. Though his opponent was merely a child, winning would not bring him glory, yet he could not allow such humiliation to go unchallenged, lest he lose his standing in the Sand Mountain Pass. What he failed to consider was that had he not attempted to outsmart Nezha beforehand, he would not have been driven to such a predicament. Taking a deep breath, he leapt an entire yard into the air, and with a flash of dark light, his sword struck toward Nezha's neck. The speed of his swordsmanship was indeed remarkable. In that instant, those in the inn with martial knowledge gasped in astonishment, pondering the nature of the Wang family from Linquan town, wondering how a mere bodyguard of their young master could possess such extraordinary skill. Those aware of the Wang family's influence could only marvel, thinking that the Wang family wielded immense power in Linquan town and with backing in the Sand Mountain Pass. Their eldest son being favored by an immortal and entering the realm of cultivation would surely lead to even greater heights in the future. Yet, some lamented the fate of such a spirited child, unaware of the dangers he provoked by challenging the Wang family. They certainly believed the boy's family might have some standing. Yet as Yu Gaolang had pointed out earlier, one must understand the adage, a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. Moreover, there were those who thought even further ahead, already rising from their benches, planning to flee to the stables behind the inn to steal Nezha's horse amidst the ensuing chaos. Chapter 67. Offending the Wang family like a great eagle diving from the sky, Yu Gaolang thrust his sword toward Nezha's neck. This maneuver, seemingly relentless and unyielding, was executed with a skill that allowed for both offense and defense. Wang Han, the eldest son of the Wang family, was originally a scholar with aspirations of serving in the capital, but now, favored by an immortal, he had become a practitioner of the arts. Yu Gaolang, chosen as a close guard due to his talent, was no ordinary fighter. Observing his swordplay, Nezha felt a spark of realization. The complexity and hidden lethality of his movements were entirely different from the style of the Eastern Prince's sword. Under normal circumstances, he would have preferred to engage the opponent gradually, absorbing the essence of their technique. However, today, he had provoked the adversary to act in order to establish his own authority, and thus, his response would be swift and fierce. Nezha often marveled at his own physical form, realizing it was remarkably resilient. No matter how diligently an ordinary person trained, their speed and perception could never match his own. Nezha, proficient in swordsmanship, raised his hand at the precise moment as his opponent descended, as if the adversary willingly offered his wrist into Nezha's grasp. Yu Gaolang was even more astonished. Like the other patrons of the inn, he witnessed Nezha's strike, yet could not discern the manner in which it transpired. Without hesitation, Nezha twisted his hand, and with a piercing scream, Yu Gaolang's sword, which he clutched, suddenly veered and plunged into his own neck. He collapsed instantly, his throat emitting a ghastly sound, his handsome features contorted in agony, every muscle trembling. As Nezha released his grip, the hilt of the sword embedded in Yu Gaolang's throat began to sway violently. He cast a cold glance at the onlookers, forcing their gazes to retreat. A chill swept through the crowd. Those who had just risen from their seats, intending to retrieve horses, hastily sat back down, sweat trickling down their faces, their legs quaking with fear. Even the innkeeper, watching from the side, appeared hesitant, afraid to approach. Nezha settled at the table, observing the scene before him, suddenly reminiscing about his home in Chintang Pass. Although he found Li Jing detestable, the others were quite amiable. He glanced at the woman beside him, whose round eyes were fixed in astonishment, and smiled at her. He pondered whether her circumstances would have been entirely different had she lived in Chintang Pass. The maid, Green Ping, abandoned by Li Jing and relegated to the laundry room to toil over heaps of dirty clothes, felt her plight was severe, yet when compared to this woman, her suffering seemed trivial. At that moment, the innkeeper approached, serving Nezha a pot of tea and a plate of snacks, smiling as he remarked, "Young master, your prowess is commendable, yet having offended the Wang family, remaining here may not be prudent." Nezha met his gaze, responding earnestly, "Are you concerned that I might bring trouble upon you?" The rotund innkeeper chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Not at all. The Wang family's influence in Linquan Town may be formidable, but Linquan Town is governed by the Three Mountain Pass, and our establishment has patrons above who are not here." He gestured upward, implying that they had protection and that his warning was for Nezha's benefit. Grateful, Nezha resolved to order 2 expensive dishes that were seldom chosen when he placed his order later. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, innkeeper. Fear not, for I shall not fear either. Once my companion arrives and matters are settled, I will take my leave." The innkeeper, noticing Nezha's stubbornness, suddenly recalled something and inquired, "I see you have been waiting for 2 days. You do not seem to be expecting a friend." Nezha smiled in silence as the innkeeper turned to leave, contemplating the harshness of the world, realizing that even such a young lad could be remarkably ruthless. During dinner, he ordered a sumptuous feast and was engrossed in his meal when a woman cautiously approached his table, step by step. With great care, she spoke, leaning in close, her presence accompanied by the scent of a cheap perfume. It was then that Nezha noticed her voice was rather melodious up close. The woman said, "Young master, may I?" Nezha looked up and met her gaze, sensing a tremor in her pupils. With a resigned smile, he replied, "Sister, I understand your desire to engage in trade, but might I remind you that I am merely a child at this moment?" The woman's face flushed, and Nezha could see tears welling in her eyes, as if she were on the verge of crying. Yet, she held back, biting her lip, and implored, "I beg you, young master. I have not eaten for a day and night. Please, grant me a morsel of leftover food, and I will be eternally grateful. I shall wash your clothes, tend to your horse, whatever you wish." Nezha regarded her for a moment before calling out to the innkeeper, "Bring me another bowl of greasy meat noodles, with extra meat." He then turned to her and softly said, "If you are hungry, eat. There is no need for you to do anything for me." The noodles arrived promptly, and the woman devoured them ravenously, revealing her extreme hunger. Only when she reached the layer of fatty meat atop the noodles did she begin to take small bites, savoring the oily flavor delicately. Nezha paid her no further mind and ascended the stairs amidst a crowd of watchful eyes. He could bring death to those who sought it and grant life to those who pleaded for it. However, at this moment, he needed to forge his own path. Thus, he did not return to his own room, but instead knocked on the door of the adjoining room. Upon hearing the invitation, Nezha felt a surge of joy and boldly entered. The Taoist reclined on the bed, one hand propping up his head while the other flipped through the Huangting classic. Nezha cupped his hands in greeting and said, "I am Li Nezha, a junior disciple of the Taoist sect, here to pay my respects to you, senior." The Taoist turned a page, chuckled dismissively, and languidly replied, "If you have further questions, go ask your master at Xianyuan Mountain, Jingguan Cave. I, an old Taoist with limited knowledge, cannot bear your inquiries." Hearing this, Nezha felt quite embarrassed, rubbing his hands together as he said, "Senior, you jest. Today, I have no questions regarding the path of cultivation." "Oh," the Taoist closed his book. "Yesterday, you bombarded me with questions, perhaps to hasten my decision to dismiss you. Why have you come back today? Did you, who just moments ago had the audacity to kill in the street, now find yourself regretting it?" Nezha thought to himself that this old Taoist was indeed perceptive, and he decided to speak candidly. He explained, "As for the Wang family of Linquan Town, I harbor no fears. Regardless of their family influence or their young master who has embarked on the path of cultivation, I would face him without hesitation. However, I do harbor some concerns about the potential intervention of his unknown master." Upon hearing these words, the Taoist fell into deep contemplation and remarked, "It is indeed unjust to leverage the mighty against the weak. Very well, as you wish, should there truly be an individual who disregards the elderly, I shall extend my assistance." Nezha expressed his gratitude once more and gradually withdrew from the room. His stay here was not destined to be prolonged. Not for any other reason, but because he had overheard news on the street earlier that an army, hastening from Chintang Pass, would encamp in Lianxuan Town the day after tomorrow. Chapter 68. The Principle of Might. The following day, Lianxuan Town appeared as unremarkable as ever, yet within the inn, and indeed among every individual on the nearby streets, there lingered an unmistakable sense of impending turmoil. They were all aware that within this ordinary inn resided an audacious individual who had dared to offend the Wang family of Lianxuan Town. even going so far as to personally slay the young Master Wang's guard. With this knowledge, it was certain that the Wang family had been informed of the incident. Strangely, however, they maintained a profound silence thus far. Nezha paid little heed to these matters. He mounted his steed and rode to the hot springs. Before entering the spring pool, he cast a glance at the nearby enclosure, where a cluster of chattering girls, like a flock of sparrows, remained. He mused that these women from Sanshan Pass truly relished their time in the hot springs. Yet he feared that even the most delicate and supple skin would become wrinkled after such prolonged exposure to water. Nezha disregarded them. Merely 10 paces apart, men and women busied themselves in their respective pursuits. Upon Nezha's return to Lianchuan town, he found someone quietly awaiting him. This individual was adorned in opulent attire, yet Nezha, having experienced years of affluence himself, discerned immediately that he was a servant. From his mount, he looked down upon the man and inquired, "Who are you?" The man, appearing to be around 50 years of age, smiled faintly and replied, "I am the steward of the Wang family in Lianchuan town, here to convey a message from my young master. He requests that you visit the estate to apologize." "Apologize?" Nezha chuckled. "It was your household servant who first struck and attempted to kill me. Failing to do so naturally resulted in his demise. If your young master cannot comprehend this simple truth, he must surely be a fool." To Nezha's surprise, the steward did not take offense. Instead, he said, "Nonetheless, it was he who met his end. Young man, you are still quite young and perhaps lack understanding, but allow me to impart a lesson. In this world, the only principle that matters is this: whoever possesses the greater fist holds the truth." Nezha scoffed lightly, thinking that truth is indeed truth. However, he merely replied, "I am grateful for your insight. Should your esteemed young master believe his fist to be mightier than mine, let him come find me. I shall be waiting here. But he ought to hurry. After tomorrow, I may not remain here any longer." The steward gave Nezha a thumbs up, leaving behind a remark about admiring his foolish bravery, before departing without a backward glance. At this moment, the innkeeper finally dared to emerge from the tavern, peering cautiously at the steward's retreating figure. He gave Nezha a thumbs up, genuinely impressed, and exclaimed, "Young master, your courage is truly remarkable. Indeed, one need only consider who the young master is." Nezha dismounted, and in the twilight of Linquan town, wisps of clouds began to gather on the western horizon as the setting sun, with all its might, set the evening sky ablaze in shades of crimson. As before, he ordered an exquisite feast, while that woman persistently sought her next patron within the inn's confines. A life had been lost here yesterday, yet today, the world continued its relentless march, as if nothing had ever changed. That evening, Nezha persisted in his meditative practice, delving into profound teachings, albeit rising earlier than usual the following day. Adorned with the gentleman's unblemished pendant, he remained immaculate, untouched by the grime of the world. Despite not bathing or changing his attire, yet, he still arose at dawn, cleansing himself and donning fresh garments, as if preparing for a momentous undertaking. Over the past 10 days, Nezha had contemplated numerous times how he would confront and eliminate Fengshen. Though Feng was a practitioner, one would hardly suspect that after such a long journey, while preparing to meet a superior, a Qinkuan circle would suddenly emerge from the inns lining the long street to deliver a fatal blow. Although this notion was intriguing, Nezha had no intention of resorting to such stealth. It was not that he disdained ambush. Rather, he believed this matter was distinct from previous encounters. If he were to end a life, he felt it imperative that the victim understood the reasons for their demise. Otherwise, after expending so much effort, it would leave him with an unsettling sense of discomfort if the other party perished without comprehending their fate. Thus, he arose early, bathed, and dressed. Before the drums echoed through the streets, he positioned a stool in the center of the road. The dark earth loomed heavily, with ominous winds swirling thick clouds above him. As turbulent energies churned within the heavens, and thunder rumbled in the northwest, as if trapped by the dense layers of clouds, the sound muted and sluggish. Such an extraordinary phenomenon compelled even the practitioners, who often concealed their identities and fought fiercely in unseen realms, to suppress their murderous intent, patiently awaiting the stillness of the world or the release of their pent-up wrath. The resounding clang of gongs erupted, and soon after, the drumming soldiers concealed themselves alongside the long street. Nezha lowered his gaze, the fierce winds tousling his unkempt hair and the crimson ribbon at his waist. Rain was imminent, yet the street had already been dampened to prevent excessive dust from being kicked up by galloping horses. Nezha placed his foot upon the pristine, water-washed bluestone. Sensing the increasingly distinct tremors beneath him, he raised an eyebrow. Cavalry. A small contingent of light cavalry approached swiftly, drawing nearer with each passing moment. Before long, the centaurs appeared at the end of the long street. The war horses galloped swiftly, and the rider soon spotted a figure seated ahead on the thoroughfare. Initially indifferent, he had no intention of halting his steed, considering the child merely a victim of his own folly should his horse trample him. However, as the distance between them diminished, the armored Feng Xiaoyan recognized the identity of the person on the chair, and his heart sank in astonishment. Without time to contemplate why this individual was present, he hastily yanked the reins, the iron hooves of his warhorse carving two distinct grooves into the cobblestones. Behind him, the well-trained knights reined in their mounts as well. Feng Xiaoyan furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes as he peered forward. 10 paces away, Nezha remained with his head bowed, toying with a peculiar piece of transparent stone he had retrieved from the bottom of the hot spring the previous day. At that very moment, a palanquin, carried by 4 men, gradually approached, halting 10 paces behind him. The bearers gently set down the palanquin, bowing their heads, eyes fixed, as if they would remain unresponsive to any events unfolding in the world around them. Flanking them stood 2 towering, muscular men, strikingly similar in appearance and attire, each wielding a copper-round shield nearly as tall as themselves. Within the palanquin sat none other than the young master Wang Hanwen of the Wang family from Linquan town, who had delivered rather mild threats on behalf of the steward from the magistrate's office the day prior. Nezha mused to himself, how fortuitous indeed. On the long street, a gust of wind swept along, stirring up fallen leaves that danced upon the cobblestones. In an instant, a tremendous flash of lightning illuminated the entire sky, racing along the rooftops and slicing the heavens and earth asunder like a terrifying curved blade. The lightning brightened every face. Chapter 69. The Worth of a Head. Please continue reading. Faced with such a scene for the first time, Nezha felt no trepidation. He lifted his head, offering a smile to his old acquaintance, and said, "Long time no see, General Feng. Congratulations on your promotion." Feng Xiaoyan furrowed his brow slightly and returned a respectful gesture, replying, "Thanks to the blessings of General Li. However, I did not expect to encounter the 3rd young master here. It seems you are deliberately waiting for me?" "Indeed," Nezha confirmed. Feng Xiaoyan's frown deepened as he inquired, "May I ask what this is about?" Nezha replied with a smile, "A man must bear the consequences of his own actions. You have practiced sorcery at Tang Pass, endangering the lives of my people. If you possess the courage, own up to it, and do not blame me for wrongfully accusing the innocent." At this moment, the long street lay in eerie silence. Yet shadows behind doorways and eaves were filled with onlookers, some peering through cracks in doors, others straining their ears to listen intently. After all, humans possess an intrinsic inclination towards gossip and spectacle. Thus, they learned that the child stirring up such turmoil in Linquan town hailed from Tang Pass and was the 3rd young master. They also became aware that the newly arrived officer at Sanshan Pass not only excelled in the art of the left-hand path, but also had a notorious reputation for taking lives with ruthless ferocity. Even the Wang family, who had initially approached with an air of aggression to demand retribution, found themselves halting in their tracks. The 2 burly men wielding copper shields remained steadfast, their chests thrust forward like imposing walls, impervious to the wind and rain. Having honed their martial skills for years, their formidable strength rendered them the guardians of the practitioners, a shield against adversaries. Likewise, the practitioners behind them bolstered their resolve. Yet, at that moment, unease stirred within their hearts. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive silence when Feng Xiaoyan spoke softly. "Indeed, I have taken some lives. But what connection do they have with the 3rd young master?" Nezha lifted his gaze to meet Feng Xiaoyan's eyes, a hint of crimson more pronounced in his pupils, radiating vigor and vitality. He chuckled. "True, there was initially no connection. But an elderly noodle seller at Tang Pass treated me to a bowl of noodles without asking for payment. I, Nezha, have always disliked being in debt, especially when it comes to favors. Coincidentally, I learned that his grandson also fell victim to you. Thus, I intend to exchange your head for the cost of that bowl of noodles. Would you not agree that this is fair?" A cold wind swept through, carrying with it the chill of scattered raindrops. Along the long street, Nezha's words were carried away by the wind. Some listeners felt a chill deeper than the early autumn air, while others felt a fervor akin to burning coals, cheering him on. Moments later, Feng Xiaoyan clapped his hands, his heart cold yet his face adorned with a smile, and spoke in a solemn tone. "That is quite reasonable. However, General Li has shown me kindness, and I find it difficult to take your life in light of that. Perhaps there is an alternative resolution. How much did that bowl of noodles cost? I shall cover it, offering 1,000-fold its worth. Would you kindly relay this to the elderly man?" Upon hearing this, Nezha laughed thrice, until the smiles faded from the faces of all present. He then turned to Feng Xiaoyan and stated, "There is no need for such extravagance. Your head is worth merely the cost of a bowl of noodles." At this juncture, the matter had escalated beyond negotiation. While Li Jing indeed held a debt of gratitude towards Feng Xiaoyan, it was only Li Jing who bore that debt, not Nezha. Thus, Feng Xiaoyan's previous words were merely courteous. Had Nezha truly engaged him, he would undoubtedly unleash his full strength. Meanwhile, the figure of Wang Hanwen, seated anxiously in the palanquin behind Nezha, was fraught with agitation. He began to regret coming here. Consumed by remorse, he muttered curses towards Yu Gaolang, lamenting how this fool had squandered so much of the Wang family's wealth at home, only to meet an untimely demise without accomplishing anything, thereby embroiling him in tremendous trouble. If he could help avenge you today, it would redeem my reputation. If not, he would have no choice but to swallow his grievances. Fearing that the news might even tarnish the little regard that the esteemed Deng Jiogong of Sanshan Pass held for him, he hesitated, his heart in turmoil. As the motionless flying sword lay across his knee like a lifeless object, Wang Hanwen fixated on Nezha's back, contemplating that despite his lack of experience in confronting practitioners since his own cultivation began, the swift blade could easily pierce through Nezha's heart with a mere flick of his finger, instantly ending his life. Yet, Nezha was a practitioner after all. What if? Just then, a guard beside him leaned in and asked, "Young master, what shall we do now?" Wang Hanwen thought, "If you ask me, who should I ask?" He replied with a hint of impatience, "What do you suggest? Shall we wait a bit longer?" After a moment of hesitation, he nodded and said, "Then let us wait." While he chose to wait, the two ahead were unwilling to do so any longer. Feng Xiaoyan, despite his unorthodox path, was ultimately a general on horseback. He drew a spear made of refined iron and, with a fierce shout, charged forward, his spear striking with the ferocity of a dragon. As they clashed, unaware of what the opponent had in store, Nezha was reluctant to unleash his full strength from the outset. Instead, he wielded the Shura demon-slaying halberd to engage in a fierce battle with Feng Xiaoyan's spear. The surroundings were engulfed in ominous clouds, and a palpable aura of death loomed. The spear gleamed like silver, while the halberd swayed menacingly, thrusting towards Nezha's sides and piercing near his eyes. Although Nezha possessed immense strength, Feng Xiaoyan's spear technique was refined. Having heard of Nezha's divine power during the siege at Chintang Pass, he was prepared, countering each forceful strike with skill. After exchanging blows for over 20 rounds, Nezha found himself at a disadvantage, facing perilous situations instead. As Feng Xiaoyan's halberd swept away the spear, it vanished from his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha pivoted close to the spear shaft, and in an instant, a gleaming sword appeared in his hand. This sudden shift rendered Feng Xiaoyan's prior advantage null and void. Startled, he attempted to retreat, blocking Nezha's sword with his spear, but his steed had not yet gained speed, making it impossible to shake Nezha off. Nezha pursued relentlessly, yet he refrained from pressing too hard, aware that Feng Xiaoyan was not genuinely fleeing, but rather preparing to unleash his divine techniques. With a flourish, Nezha brandished the Hengtian silk, resembling a massive red python descending from the heavens, intent on ensnaring Feng Xiaoyan and his steed. How could this boy, having only cultivated for mere days, be so formidable? Feng Xiaoyan, seeing the scarlet silk overshadowing the sky, gritted his teeth in astonishment. Meanwhile, he executed a hand gesture, and from the gaps in his armor, dozens, if not hundreds, of red-eyed crows erupted, taking flight. Their razor-sharp talons grasped at the edge of the Hengtian silk, desperately pulling upward, preventing it from descending. A cacophony of cawing filled the air as another swarm of crows surged towards Nezha like a dark cloud. Chapter 70. Slashing the rain. Nezha was not afraid of the crows. After all, they were merely birds. However, the sheer number of them obscured his vision, and he could scarcely believe that amidst this flock, a spear would not suddenly pierce through. As anticipated, a glint of cold light pierced forth from the moving black wall before him, as a spear struck towards him like a bolt. Nezha, having been well prepared, remained unperturbed. He pointed at the spear's tip and declared, "If this object does not fall, then when shall it?" No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the iron spear in Feng Xiaoyan's hand clattered to the ground. Such an unforeseen turn of events took Feng Xiaoyan by surprise, prompting him to retreat swiftly. Yet, while the warhorse charged with ease, turning proved difficult. He was unable to evade the sudden assault of the Qianquan circle that emerged from the flock of crows, striking his shoulder and shattering his iron armor, leaving him broken and toppled from his mount. The knights on the long street, witnessing this, were about to charge when Nezha stepped forward. His seven-star sword pressed against Feng Xiaoyan's throat. Hundreds of crows circled above, casting a dark canopy over the gradually falling rain. One even alighted upon Nezha's shoulder. Its blood-red eyes fixated on the man before it, mirroring the same fierce essence as that of the fallen Fengshen. Fengshen spat blood, raising a hand to halt his advancing subordinates, and looked at Nezha, saying, "I am an officer appointed by General Tang himself. Should you kill me here, you will find no place to stand in the kingdom of Tang." Nezha, observing the fear hidden within Fengshen's eyes, smirked coldly, realizing that he was indeed afraid. He flicked a finger, turning the crow on his shoulder into a mist of crimson. "You believe there is no place for me in all of Tang?" he scoffed. "Fengshen, do you truly hold yourself in such high regard? You have come to the Three Mountain Pass as the Deputy Commander of Food Supply Oversight, appointed by Li Jing. The documents are likely still in your possession. As for the Duke Ding of the Three Mountain Pass, he probably does not even know who you are." Upon hearing this, Fengshen's expression shifted dramatically. He grit his teeth and replied, "Nezha, your father is the general of Tang Pass, and I serve under him in close proximity. Should you enter court as an official in the future, this bond will surely benefit you. If you spare me today, I shall certainly remember your kindness. Furthermore, you are a disciple of the Taiyi Zhenren of the Golden Light Cave at Qinyuan Mountain, while I am of the sect. The three teachings belong to one family. To kill me today out of momentary pride would be an act of great folly." Nezha scratched his ear, casting a sidelong glance at the eerily silent palanquin behind him, then turned to say, "I wish to converse with you today, primarily to hear your thoughts. I did not expect you to awaken to your past misdeeds at the brink of death, regretting the lives you have taken. A person like you, even in regret, would merely lament why you provoked me. I have no desire to haggle with you. As I stated before taking action, I detest owing favors. I would take your head to settle my debt, and even if you fled to the ends of the earth, I would retrieve it." The rain fell quietly, a stark contrast to the earlier thunderous roars and the heavy clouds above, producing only a faint patter. The more Nezha spoke, the paler Fengshen's countenance became, as he gradually gleaned from Nezha's words the implication that he was destined to die today. Fengshen felt an acute pain in his neck from the chilling gleam of Nezha's sword. Swallowing hard, he spoke softly. "Then why do you wish to share this with me?" Nezha chuckled. "I believe I now understand why Li Jing holds you in such high regard. In his study, I once beheld a phrase that read, 'The world is bustling with activity, all for profit. The world is in turmoil, all for gain.' Thus, I comprehend that you are of a similar ilk. What? Do you presume that my refraining from immediately slaying you implies I am deliberating over the price to exchange for your life? In truth, it is precisely your thoughts that have led me to engage in this lengthy discourse with you." "Why?" Fengshen gazed into Nezha's eyes, perceiving within those obsidian depths a profound discontent with the world and emotions that could never be expected from a mere 7-year-old child. Nezha, with a cold smirk, replied, "Why? I traversed 3,000 miles from Tang Pass, climbing mountains and crossing valleys to kill you. Would it not be too lenient to allow you to perish so easily? Tell me, Fengshen, does not this sensation of hope arising only to gradually dissolve into despair strike you as rather exquisite?" As his words hung in the air, silence enveloped the world, save for the gentle patter of rain. Along the long street, each heart grew colder with Nezha's proclamation. Crouched behind the inn's door, the young attendant, like the others on the street, peered through the crack, trembling with excitement, secretly marveling. What kind of killing deity have I been serving all this time? Each individual harbored their own thoughts. The innkeeper pondered whether he ought to report this incident in Linquan town to his superiors. The courtesan, who had previously dined with Nezha, observed him with bright eyes, though her expression soon dimmed as she recalled something. Meanwhile, Wang Hanwen, who had come with the intention of teaching a lesson to this audacious individual daring to slay his guards, found himself in an exceedingly complex and oppressive state of mind. Neither advancing nor retreating seemed viable. This man was one who would willingly traverse 3,000 miles for a mere bowl of noodles to commit murder. His appearance here undoubtedly signified a grievous offense against him. If he were to depart quietly, it was certain that Wang Hanwen would not be spared. Yet to act now, once more, he cast his gaze upon the gleaming blade resting on his knee, his greatest reliance. Previously, with this unsheathed flying sword, he had begun to regard others with disdain, dismissing all but the practitioners. However, at this moment, glancing at the blade and then peering through the curtain at Nezha's retreating figure, a tightness gripped his heart, leading him to ponder. This matter surely requires the intervention of my master to resolve. Fengshen, unable to ponder further, resolved to counterattack upon realizing that Nezha was determined to kill him today. However, Nezha remained vigilant, the tip of his sword poised against Fengshen's throat. In a moment of despair, Fengshen let out a fierce roar, and a multitude of crows descended like arrows from the sky. Yet, they could not compete with the swiftness of Nezha's sword. With a flick of his wrist, the seven-star sword pierced through Fengshen's throat. As life ebbed away, the once ferocious crows transformed into lifeless bird corpses, plummeting to the ground like raindrops, thudding heavily upon impact. Grasping Fengshen by the hair, Nezha severed his head with a single stroke and placed it into a burlap sack he had prepared, stowing it away in his chinquan pouch. He then lifted his gaze to the group of soldiers before him. Unlike the bandits, these men were warriors dispatched from Tang Pass to assist in the battle at Sand Mountain Pass. I have slain Fengshen, Nezha declared. We are fellow townsmen, and I harbor no desire to be your enemy. If you wish to depart today, I shall not hinder you. With that, Nezha stepped aside, creating a path. The soldiers exchanged glances, while on the second floor of a nearby inn, an elder from the West Sea's Purple Dragon Island stood by the window, eyeing the golden-lined leather pouch at Nezha's waist, a fleeting glint of greed flashing in his eyes. He mused to himself, this journey has proven worthwhile. Even an ordinary child in the nascent spirit realm possesses such treasures as the chinquan pouch. It appears the rumors of various sects sending their elite disciples to temper themselves in the Fire Eye Mountain are not entirely unfounded. Chapter 71. Begin your performance with Fengshen's demise. The highest-ranking officer among the cavalry was the deputy commander Shui Tao, clad in dark iron armor. Appearing to be in his 40s, his skin tanned as if he had basked in the sun by the sea for too long. He clasped his hands towards Nezha, his expression far from pleasant, and spoke in a grave tone. I am Shui Tao, deputy commander of the Feiyu camp at Tang Pass. I never expected Fengshen to be the villain who harmed my fellow townsmen. The third young master's righteousness in executing him commands my respect. However, if my brothers simply pass by, it may prove difficult to explain upon reaching Sand Mountain Pass. Nezha furrowed his brow slightly and replied coldly, if you wish to engage, why not summon your troops? The black horse under Shui Tao shifted uneasily, mirroring his own apprehension. He exchanged a glance with Nezha, uncertain if the latter understood. I have long heard of your divine prowess, young master. Why engage in needless slaughter? Though I am merely a general on horseback, I am adept in foot combat. Possessing 2 decades of swordsmanship, I seek to learn from the third young master. Even in defeat, there would be an explanation. Dismounting, Shui Tao approached the forefront, his expression solemn as he removed a gray bundle from his back, kneeling to unravel the silk cloth wrapped around his blade. The soldiers behind him, once filled with anger, were now replaced by admiration and respect for his courage. They all understood he could not win, yet they admired his bravery. However, from this vantage point, there were things they could not see, but Nezha could. In a realm unseen by the soldiers, Shui Tao gazed upward at Nezha, incessantly blinking in a manner reminiscent of being dazzled by the wind. Nezha, perceptive to his unspoken message, understood the unyielding spirit of one hailing from Tang Pass. Upon hearing that Fengshen preyed upon his own kin, he felt a twinge of animosity. Yet, being a man of the military, with family to protect, he valued his life, and thus, his fervent blinking signified that he did not truly wish to contest life and death with the third young master. He merely sought an explanation. Nezha, recognizing this, playfully indulged in the charade, pondering the identity of Shui Tao, whose elaborate prelude and remarkable performance seemed wasted in the throes of war. With a flick of his wrist, Nezha shook the blood from his sword, his countenance as cold and unyielding as frost. To the soldiers, who had grown up in Tang Pass, he exuded an extraordinary aura. They thought to themselves, such grace and demeanor were indeed befitting the scion of the Li family, truly a descendant of immortals. With gritted teeth, Shui Tao let out a low growl and charged forward, his blade glinting in a swirling dance of silver, impenetrable and relentless. Clashing against Nezha's sword in a contest where neither seemed to gain the upper hand, earning applause from his comrades. Nezha, while parrying and retreating, appeared enveloped in a perilous whirlwind of blades, yet he discerned that Shui Tao's swordsmanship did not possess the 2 decades of prowess he claimed. After fewer than 20 exchanges, he merely defended, spotting 7 or 8 glaring openings that could spell certain doom. In the heat of battle, Nezha lunged at Shui Tao's blade handle, lightly prodding it, causing Shui Tao to nearly lose grip of his treasured weapon, abruptly awakening from the intoxicating thrill of his relentless strikes. Realizing Nezha's intent to signal that it was time to cease, Shui Tao instinctively followed suit, allowing Nezha's sword to graze his arm, leaving a superficial wound that bled profusely yet only breached the outer layer of skin. Nezha sheathed his sword and stood with arms crossed. Shui Tao staggered back thrice, clutching his arm, his form wavering, before kneeling on one knee and bitterly acknowledging, "Indeed, you are the third young master, and Shui Tao is no match for you. I shall take my leave." However, he added, given General Feng's military orders, he implored Nezha to consider the future carefully. With that, the two exchanged a knowing glance and nodded lightly. Two soldiers promptly dismounted, first saluting Nezha and then assisting Shui Tao onto his horse, while simultaneously retrieving Feng Xiaoyan's lifeless body. Thus, amidst the desolate autumn breeze, a gentle rain washed away the bloodstains from the stones of the long street. Along this thoroughfare, Lin Jinj, an elder guest from the Purple Dragon Island of the West Sea, raised an eyebrow, having seen through the ruse between Nezha and the mortal commander, and chuckled softly. Youth is indeed a splendid thing. He reminisced about the days when he left home in pursuit of enlightenment, recalling the tearful farewells of his parents and sisters, as well as the childhood companions who had grown up with him in the village, all of whom had long since departed from this world, nearly a millennium ago. Elder Lin found himself momentarily lost in melancholy. However, this did not deter his ambition to seize the Qian Kuan bag from Nezha, having lived for over 1,000 years. His profound cultivation had earned him a reputation that resonated throughout the realm. It was precisely this renown that allowed him, as a mere wandering cultivator, to attain the esteemed position of a guest elder at the Purple Dragon Island in the West Sea. He had always believed that, as a venerable elder, he ought to maintain a semblance of dignity and not brazenly demand possessions from a child like Nezha. Such behavior would be no different from outright theft. Should word of it spread, his standing in the cultivation world would be irreparably tarnished. Thus, he resolved to resort to stealth and eliminate any witnesses. With a sardonic smile, he mused, "Alas, I, a humble Taoist, have lived my life with nothing but this meager title of poor. Were it not for these magical artifacts and elixirs, why would I endure the subservience to the Purple Dragon Island, subject to the whims of others?" Elder Lin's gaze turned to the palanquin on the long street, murmuring to himself, "A handleless flying sword. Could it be those reckless sword cultivators from Mount Tai? Unlikely. Perhaps that disappointing old fool has also graced us with his presence?" If Wang Hanwen were to discover that the revered master he idolized and supported with his family's resources was being referred to as a disappointing old fool, he would surely muster what little courage he had to confront the speaker. At that moment, Nezha turned around, and their eyes met, causing Wang Hanwen's heart to skip a beat. Nezha inquired, "And who might you be?" Wang Hanwen pressed his hands against his knees, feeling as if his entire body had turned to stone. He couldn't even recall how to channel the elemental energies around him. After a few awkward coughs, he replied, "Cough. Cough. Dear brother Nezha, I am Wang Hanwen, the eldest son of the Wang family from Linquan Town. I heard that someone passed away here yesterday, and I came to investigate. Encountering you, dear brother, is purely coincidental. I assure you, I am not here to cause trouble." Nezha regarded him with a cold, mocking smile. His voice icy as he stated, "You mean Yu Gaolang, right? I am the one who killed him. What do you intend to do about it?" In the moments of silence, Wang Hanwen had nearly forgotten how to articulate his thoughts, but once he began to speak, he swiftly regained his composure. Realizing that Nezha was intentionally provoking him, he understood that despite being the one to instigate trouble today, he could not allow Nezha to find any fault. Otherwise, Nezha might truly become furious. "You are correct, brother Nezha," he continued. "It was indeed Yu Gaolang. I noticed his formidable skills and invited him to serve as a guard in my household. Little did I know he would betray me, repeatedly stealing my family's silver and even colluding with bandits to prey upon traveling merchants. I originally intended to deal with him, but upon hearing of his demise, I felt compelled to come here and uncover the identity of his murderer. To my astonishment, it was none other than the brother of Nezha who took it upon himself to eliminate the threat. Truly, a young hero worthy of admiration." Chapter 72. The Celestial Garb at Purple Dragon Island. As these words were uttered, Nezha was left utterly speechless. He reflected upon his stay here, where everyone had spoken of the Wang family in Linquan Town as tyrannical and domineering, wielding power with impunity. Now, he observed the remarkable adaptability and cunning of this individual. Before he could voice his thoughts, Wang Hanwen pushed aside the ornate curtain of the sedan chair, swiftly approached him, and grasped his hands, placing a pouch of coins into his palm. With sincerity etched across his face, Wang Hanwen declared, "I feel an instant camaraderie with you, brother Nezha. Alas, I rushed out without bringing any gifts. Here is a pouch of gold melon seeds crafted by my family's goldsmith. Please accept it as a token for your journey." It is often said that one should not strike a smiling face, and at this moment, Wang Hanwen's smile was so broad it almost brought him to tears, especially as he accepted money from another in such a public setting. Nezha accepted the pouch of seeds, observing the tremors in Wang Hanwen's legs hidden beneath his attire, and remarked, "Brother Wang, the weather has turned cold. It's time to don some long underwear." "Long underwear?" Wang Hanwen responded, perplexed, but merely smiled in acknowledgement. Nezha weighed the pouch in his hand and continued, "Brother Wang, the matter of life and death is no trifling issue. A life lost weighs heavily upon the earth. This incident must be thoroughly investigated, should I depart only to discover later that it was a misunderstanding. The people of Linquan Town might mistakenly believe I have wronged an innocent. Rest assured, everything is clear. There is absolutely no misunderstanding." Wang Hanwen raised his voice deliberately, ensuring that the townsfolk heard him clearly. While he spoke with righteous indignation, internally he could not suppress his disdain. Was it not he who had committed the act? How could he audaciously claim that a life lost carried such weight when he seemed more concerned about the lightness of Nezha's pouch? A fleeting coldness flickered in Wang Hanwen's eyes, well concealed, as he spoke of inviting Nezha to his residence for a visit, promising substantial rewards afterward. Yet Nezha was resolute in his refusal. The last thing he desired was to find himself in a situation where an ancient and formidable practitioner awaited him, with no means to fight or flee. After bidding farewell to Wang Hanwen, the street came alive once more with vendors setting up their stalls, returning to its former vibrancy. Only then did the oppressive gloom that had weighed upon Nezha's heart begin to dissipate. Upon returning to the inn, he paid little heed to the curious gazes of the onlookers. Ascending the stairs, he intended to gather his belongings and set forth on horseback, but was halted by the voice of an elder Taoist from the adjacent room. Nezha approached to offer his respects and gratitude. Yet the Taoist merely suggested he remain for another night, citing that today was inauspicious, and that any matters could be attended to in the morning without haste. Nezha indeed felt no urgency. After vanquishing Feng Xiaoyan, the tumult within his heart had settled, and as he opened his eyes to behold the ethereal essence of the world flowing like threads of silk, he sensed a delicate connection that felt distinctly different from the ordinary. He communicated with the innkeeper, requesting not to be disturbed that day, and then ascended to his room. Shutting the door and closing the windows, he first consumed a pill of inspiration and transformation, then commenced a meditative practice, seeking the hidden path to immortality. This session of meditation proved more fruitful than anticipated, as time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, evening had descended. The room darkened, with only the cold moonlight filtering through the curtain seams, creating an atmosphere of tranquility that heightened one's perceptions in the enveloping darkness. Elder Lin of Purple Dragon Island strolled down the long street beneath the inn. At that moment, most street lamps had dimmed, and an earlier gust of wind had swept away the rain clouds for hundreds of miles, while the ash from the fiery Mount Huyen blanketed the rooftops and streets. Consequently, few were inclined to venture outdoors, and shops had closed early. Clad in a blue Taoist robe, Elder Lin walked along the muddy path of the long street, remarkably leaving no footprints behind, as if he were weightless. After taking only 7 steps along this thoroughfare, he paused, turning his gaze toward the multitude of shops lining either side, ultimately resting upon a figure clad in gray robes at the street's end, who was advancing slowly in his direction. The distinction lay in the moment Elder Lin's eyes fell upon the man's face. The latter hesitated, his steps faltering as he lifted his gaze in confusion. The gray-robed figure bore a sword without a hilt on his back, his brow furrowing slightly as he spoke in a hoarse whisper. Which fellow Taoist might this be? Indeed, it is you. If you value your life, depart swiftly. The divine purple Shen tree is beyond your reach. A voice echoed from afar, carrying the command to retreat. The gray-robed Taoist's brow tightened further, yet he stepped forward resolutely. In that moment, he sensed the currents of celestial energy swirling along the long street, inscribed with profound traces of the Tao. The gray-robed man's expression shifted dramatically. He cupped his hands in salute and turned to leave without a backward glance. He had attained the golden immortal realm and had come to this place merely to seek retribution for his newly accepted disciple, intending to teach a lesson to the ignorant youth who had appeared in this mundane town. However, he had not anticipated encountering a predecessor of the Taoist lineage, whose realm far surpassed his own, and who seemed to recognize him. No wonder. Although Wang Hanwen, his disciple, had only recently stepped into the spirit-gathering realm, he possessed a treasured flying sword bestowed by Lin. Though of a lower grade, the practitioners of this sect wielded their flying swords with astonishing speed, striking unseen, leaving contemporaries incapable of reacting in time. It was evident that the earlier confrontation had intimidated Wang Hanwen to the point of inaction, indicating that the youth must be a disciple of a highly accomplished master. Yet, reflecting on the years he had taken Wang Hanwen under his wing, despite receiving offerings from his family, he pondered why fortune had seemed to evade him at every turn. As he continued walking, he suddenly halted, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Could it be that this fellow's fate opposes me? As Wang Hanwen's master began to delve into his destiny, Elder Lin of Zilong Island confidently took his 10th step, having traversed halfway down the long street. He couldn't help but recall the meticulous preparations made by Taoist Xiaoqi at Huayin Mountain earlier that day, marveling at her relentless efficiency, despite her somewhat petty and foolish demeanor. If the forces emerging from Huayin Mountain were indeed limited to what had been revealed thus far, it seemed quite probable that the rare Zhixiao divine would fall into the hands of Zilong Island. Such divine materials are exceedingly scarce in the world. For certain practitioners in dire need, they may be even more precious than a top-tier treasure crafted from Zhixiao divine wood. However, for those who have no use for it, like himself, if such materials cannot be exchanged for essential cultivation resources, they would merely attract unnecessary calamity. He took another step forward, his heart serene. Yet the intricate patterns engraved upon his bagua celestial garments began to glow layer by layer. Elder Lin mused about the presence of another expert, smiled faintly, and softly inquired. I am Lin Jinj of Zihai Zilong Island. May I ask which esteemed Taoist has graced us with their presence? Chapter 73. Who are you really? Elder Lin Jinj felt an unshakable tranquility within. Although the task at hand might seem disgraceful if made public, he had, after all, yet to take any action. Moreover, the background of Zihai Zilong Island was indeed formidable, and his strength was substantial enough that even in the presence of renowned figures from the cultivation world, he could engage in discourse as an equal. Having risen to this point as a lone cultivator, Lin Jinj possessed ample reason for pride. The celestial-clad guests of Zilong Island were known far and wide among the Taoist sections. Yet, after remaining hidden for so long, was Zihai Zilong Island truly here to contend for this modest piece of Zhixiao divine wood? Do you recognize me? Elder Lin chuckled. Have you not also come? Heh, merely to join the festivities. The path to longevity is long and inevitably lonely. It seems that Zilong Island wishes to partake in this commotion as well. While I hold little interest in the Zhixiao divine wood, times have changed, and I am no longer the carefree wanderer I once was. Each has its own merits. Brother Lin, have you journeyed here at such an hour in search of Nezha? Elder Lin thought to himself, given your awareness, why ask so many questions? Have you become dull from prolonged seclusion? The name of Zihai Zilong Island carries weight. Which sect would not show some deference? Surely, you cannot be intimidated by me? His expression darkened as he queried, May I ask, esteemed Taoist, is Nezha your disciple? Not quite. Though you must have recognized his origins after seeing the treasures upon him earlier today. Elder Lin replied coldly, at Qianyuan Mountain, Jingguang Cave. If the true man of Taiyi were present, I would naturally grant him some respect. However, he is not here now. You do not mean to suggest that you are the true man of Taiyi, do you? Not at all. Although I have cultivated for many years, I have never had the opportunity to meet the true man of Taiyi. Then that settles it. Since you have no connection with this individual, and we bear no grudges from the past nor grievances in recent times, why must we engage in a dispute over a mere child in the nascent spirit realm? What is to be gained? Alternatively, if you genuinely wish to intervene, do reveal your name and background. Should I be genuinely intimidated, I shall take my leave without hesitation. In the solitude of the surroundings, Lin Jinj ceased to feign composure, allowing the spirit of his past exploits in the cultivation world to surface. Once a formidable figure in the realm of immortals, he now bore the demeanor of a rogue bandit. Yet, the person on the second floor remained unfazed, responding with calm assurance. I am but a wandering cultivator from the immortal realm, having lived in seclusion within the mountains for an extended period. Even if I were to disclose my name, you might not recognize it. Indeed, I have no ties or affections with Nezha, but I have promised to safeguard him today, and I cannot go back on my word. Elder Lin chuckled. Very well, very well. A promise made over 3 cups is indeed a weighty matter. A man of honor and integrity you are. However, if that is the case, why do you remain so elusive? Beneath his robe, his fists were tightly clenched, and on his right hand, he wore a verdant ring adorned with a gem the size of a pigeon's egg, its brilliance flickering as if a shadow danced with a sword. This radiance was further obscured by the light of his bagua, immortal robe. He spoke slowly. I observe the essence of the world coalescing here, forming clouds that seem to summon thunder. It appears that Nezha has reached a pivotal moment in his cultivation. Your appreciation for talent is commendable, and I, Lin, can certainly empathize. In times past, when he roamed alone, Lin Jinj might have been unaware of the identity of the individual within the room, and this matter would have likely ended there. After all, while the Qiankuan bag is indeed a treasure, it merely serves as an embellishment. Its presence or absence holds little consequence in the pursuit of cultivation. Yet today, As he stated himself, he was no longer the untethered and carefree mountain hermit he once was. Though he spoke of Taoist Chi-Chi's arrogance, he himself had lingered too long on the Purple Dragon Island, inevitably adopting some of its haughty demeanor. Lin Jinj found no fault in this. He pointed to the ground, summoning the yellow turban warrior, commanding, "Move the mountain and crush it." Suddenly, a giant, towering about 10 feet high, emerged from the earth. The yellow turban warrior stood beside him, golden rings shining with radiant light, while the embroidered robe glimmered with frost, overshadowing the moonlight. As if a stone mountain had been transported from afar, descending upon the rooftop of the inn, blocking out the stars. This mountain was not particularly large, but should it truly descend in its entirety, it would surely flatten everyone within the inn into mere pulp. In the stillness of the night, a solitary sigh echoed softly. The mountain shattered, the warrior's armor crumbled. Yet Lin Jinj merely snorted disdainfully. With a flick of his hand, a phantom leaped from his ring, brandishing a sword and soaring into the second-floor pavilion. It turned out that this ring was a rare treasure known as the Sword Immortal Ring, which gathered the essence of heaven and earth, nurturing a primordial sword intent. When summoned in battle, it could autonomously slay foes. Then, with a swift motion, he halted the winds sweeping through the 16 alleys of Linquan Town, but to the eyes of cultivators, the spectacle extended beyond mere appearances. In every nook and cranny of Linquan Town, the once normal flow of the world's vital energy suddenly coalesced into swirling vortices of various sizes. Lin Jinj, with a subtle movement of his index finger concealed beneath his sleeve, began to inscribe runes within each vortex, akin to the elegant strokes of a master calligrapher wielding a foxtail brush. As the final stroke was completed, the runes materialized, exuding a fierce intent to cleave, intertwining and connecting, as if poised to fragment everything within the town into mere shards. Yet, this did not come to pass, not due to an inability, but rather Lin Jinj's deliberate choice to refrain. He employed the techniques of the Taiyi Golden Immortal not to extinguish the lives of mere mortals or to shatter bricks and tiles, but to eliminate the unseen cultivator lurking on the second floor of the inn. Thus, when he raised his hand, the intent to sever, infused with the essence of the world, transformed into countless lines that seemed capable of slicing through the very void, penetrating the room through the window. A corner of the thick curtain was severed and fluttered to the ground. Lin Jinj frowned slightly. Had he followed his initial plan, even if this rune failed to eliminate the person above, it would have been of little consequence. However, to unleash such grandiosity, mobilizing the entirety of the town's vital energy, and yet only manage to cut a corner of a curtain, left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Moreover, even the sword spirit nurtured within his ring let out a lamenting cry, escaping through the window to retreat back into the ring, revealing its waning vitality. He mused that this opponent possessed some means, explaining their audacity to obstruct him. Lin Jinj chuckled. "Since you are unwilling to reveal yourself, I shall not press the matter further. Let us part ways here, and may we meet again in the future." With that, he turned to leave, unperturbed by the possibility of a sneak attack from behind. Previously, the cultivator had boasted of being widely known as a celestial figure on Purple Dragon Island. Regardless of the lethal techniques Lin Jinj employed or the hidden methods yet to be revealed, his renown stemmed primarily from the serendipitous acquisition of a semi-holy artifact, the legendary Bagua celestial garb, said to be impervious to all forms of attack. However, just as he turned, before he could take a single step, he sensed a disturbance in the vital energy behind him. Unappreciative, Lin Jinj scoffed, pivoting once more, only to behold a white light manifesting in the air, revealing a form approximately 7 inches and 5/10 long, adorned with eyes and wings. Although he could not identify the entity, the chilling aura that sent shivers through his very soul, combined with the amassed knowledge of the cultivation realm over the millennia, compelled him to tremble involuntarily. Who are you? How can you possess a congenital spiritual treasure? Chapter 74. Please turn around. Treasure in this world. Treasures are classified into 2 categories. One forged by the formidable powers of the cultivation realm through unparalleled magical prowess, and the other, the congenital spiritual treasures, which are naturally formed within this realm, often exhibiting powers and effects that defy explanation. Lin Jinj, possessing extensive knowledge, sensed a dire threat emanating from the shimmering light, yet did not perceive the terrifying pressure stemming from the traces of the Tao and inspiration. He instantly recognized this to be an exceedingly rare and precious innate spiritual treasure, though he could not identify its specific nature. For at least 2 centuries, he had not felt so utterly helpless. His complexion changed dramatically as he hastily exclaimed, "Friend, let us negotiate." Previously, he had struck with lethal intent, but now, when faced with the prospect of his own demise, he sought to parley. However, if every matter in this world could be settled through negotiation, even King Zhou would have enjoyed eternal dominion. Alas, this was not the case. Regrettably, the individual above had no intention of engaging in discourse. Lin Jinj gritted his teeth and fervently activated his Taoist techniques. The patterns on his 8 trigrams celestial robe illuminated in a dazzling radiance, nearly engulfing him entirely. Yet, like a peak that swiftly declines, this brilliance dimmed almost immediately. It was revealed that the shimmering light above had manifested 2 beams of white light from its eyes, pinning down Lin Jinj's spiritual center. No matter his profound cultivation or the exquisite craftsmanship of his celestial robe, his primordial spirit was sealed, rendering him drowsy and dazed. At that moment, the figure within the room, previously holding a wine gourd at his waist, now levitated it into the air. Rising to his feet, he respectfully bowed to the gourd, uttering, "Please, my treasure, turn around." The artifact spun above Lin Jin's head, and the esteemed elder from Zilong Island, renowned for his prowess in the realm of cultivation for a millennium, found his head severed and tumbling to the ground. As his head fell, his body followed suit. Collapsing into the volcanic ash, his physical form rendered filthy, while his primordial spirit remained sealed, suspended in a state of lethargy. If Nezha were to witness this scene or hear the words spoken by the Taoist next door, he would undoubtedly recognize this unknown predecessor from the Taoist sect as the most enigmatic scattered cultivator from the world of Fengshen, Luya. At that moment, the Taoist Luya glanced towards the adjoining room, his expression shifting repeatedly before settling into tranquility. He murmured, "How peculiar! What manner of person is this child? Who is concealing the celestial secrets for him? Even if he is to play a significant role in the future endeavors of the 3 teachings and the Fengshen enterprise, it cannot be to this extent." He paced within the room, stepping in accordance with the positions of the Big Dipper, taking 7 consecutive steps before halting. He cast another glance towards the adjoining room, noting, "The method of heavenly evolution appears shrouded in a fog. Is it truly the work of man?" Hao Yue approached the window, where the moonlight illuminated the engraved brass wind chime hanging from the sill, resembling a layer of silver frost. The Taoist glanced skyward, reached out to pluck the wind chime, and tucked it into his robe, exclaiming interesting 3 times before settling into a meditative posture. Moments later, he opened his eyes, which, akin to the light from the gourd, emitted 2 beams of white radiance. Observing his realm, he noted that his cultivation in the nascent spirit stage had not been long established, yet today seemed to herald an understanding of the golden elixir method. Rather than mere talent, it appeared to stem from profound fortune, so inscrutable, so unfathomable. With a sigh, Luya chose to cease his contemplation, as the depths of the situation eluded him. For him, whether it was safeguarding the breakthrough of this junior overnight or having just vanquished the elder from the Western Sea's Purple Dragon Island, both seemed trivial matters. Yet, the shroud of mystery enveloping Nezha intrigued him far more than the blazing fire on mountain before him. As dawn broke, the sun emerged like a brilliant sanctuary upon the horizon. Nezha opened his eyes, inhaled deeply, and exhaled gently, unknowingly sensing a newfound comprehension of the primordial energies of the universe. He murmured, "It appears that the golden elixir technique is intricately linked to the human meridians, blood vessels, and even the energy sea behind the waist. No wonder Shurji said that this understanding must come from one's own insight." However, he pondered, "Though this method springs from the heart, why does it feel as though my entire being has attained a sense of clarity? The pursuit of the Tao is indeed wondrous." Nezha leapt from his bed and walked barefoot across the cool wooden floor, frowning slightly as an unsettling feeling nagged at him. He stepped outside and greeted the innkeeper below, only to notice an odd look in the latter's eyes. Nezha thought to himself that he had just checked his reflection, and his face bore no blemishes. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. Upon glancing back at the innkeeper, he discovered the cause of the peculiar attention. He had inexplicably grown 2 inches overnight. Perplexed, he ascended the stairs to seek out the Taoist in the neighboring room, knocking on the door to no response. He mused about the elder's sudden departure, but then considered that such an esteemed figure would not feel obliged to report his whereabouts to him. Feeling reassured, he led his chestnut horse towards the hot springs. With plans to leave and not return, he chose not to proceed directly. Instead, he guided his horse down a narrow path leading into the depths of Linquan town. This area was cramped and unkempt, populated by a diverse mix of residents. The main thoroughfare, paved with broad, clean flagstones and flanked by an array of bustling shops, represented the town's faade. In contrast, the narrow, Filthy alleys on either side of the long street unveiled the true nature of Linquan Town, a place where the affluent held sway, leaving the common folk struggling to make ends meet. The townsfolk were well aware of this duality, yet unless one resided there, it was a reality seldom spoken of or even contemplated. The individual Nezha sought today lived amidst this reality. He knew she resided in this direction but lacked specifics. However, it mattered little, for he possessed the ability to inquire. Perhaps fate had already intertwined their paths, for without uttering a word, they unexpectedly crossed each other's way. It was the young courtesan, who had lost her parents in childhood and had been forced to sell herself for survival since her early teens. The hour was still early, and she had just stepped outside, carefully navigating around puddles in her patched embroidered shoes, gracefully treading upon the scattered, raised blue bricks with practiced ease. The woman lifted her head and, at that moment, beheld Nezha. Her face displayed not only embarrassment, but also a profound sense of surprise. "Young master?" Nezha, noticing the absence of others, wasted no time and declared, "I shall depart today." The woman felt no stirrings within her heart. Individuals like Nezha had previously shown her pity, treated her to meals, and offered kindness, yet they had all come and gone in haste. The mere thought that someone could be attracted to a woman of her profession made her want to scoff at herself. Moreover, the Nezha before her was merely a 7-year-old child, a being of celestial lineage. With a flourish, Nezha produced a heavy bag from his waist and, with a swift motion, tossed it into the woman's arms. It bore considerable weight, causing her to stagger slightly as she struggled to catch it. Confusion clouded her features as she cautiously opened a corner of the bag and, upon catching a glimpse inside, trembled all over. In a quavering voice, she managed to ask, "What is this?" "Recently, I encountered a band of brazen brigands outside the town who dared to target me. I dealt with them accordingly, and from their remains, I retrieved 200 taels of silver. It seems their original owner has long since departed this world, and since they shall not be sought after, I have decided to bestow this upon you." The woman's mind swirled, and her body shook. With this silver, she could finally emerge from the mire of her existence. Yet, as she regained her composure, she noticed that Nezha had already turned his horse around, preparing to ride away. "Why?" she murmured, her heart heavy. Nezha grasped the reins, brushing his fingers through the neatly tied mane of his chestnut steed, and replied, "What do you mean by why?" "I am merely a courtesan." As she uttered this confession, tears welled in her eyes. Although the weather was still mild and winter's harsh grip had not yet taken hold, she felt her teeth chattering. Indeed, she was just a courtesan, unworthy of such generosity. The thought alone sent tremors through her heart. At that moment, Nezha urged his horse forward, his silhouette cast in shadow under the sunlight. As he departed, he lightly remarked, "Consider this a debt owed to you by the world." Chapter 75. The first encounter of young master and young lady. The townsfolk were diligently sweeping the accumulated dust, wielding buckets and brooms clad in standardized hempen garments, exerting themselves earnestly on this familiar ground. The dust-cleaning workers had emerged as a novel phenomenon in Linquan Town since the inception of Fire Eye Mountain. Following each strong wind, they would load the debris into carts and transport it to the outskirts, where it was piled alongside the muddy fields. Specialized individuals would then spread this ash across fertile land, transforming it into volcanic ash fields. It remains unknown who made the discovery, but the ash ejected from Fire Eye Mountain, when used for cultivation, yielded crops that grew swiftly and robustly. In Linquan Town, the common folk continued their struggle for survival, battling against fate and one another. Meanwhile, in the realms beyond their reach, after the tempestuous winds of the previous night had quelled, the chaotic energies of the cosmos gradually settled. The heroes gathered around Fire Eye Mountain finally resolved to delve into this land, ready to take their chances. Nezha untied the reins of the chestnut horse and urged it into the depths of the forest. "Wait for me here, my steed. I shall return shortly." The chestnut horse neighed joyfully, rearing its front hooves before plunging into the woods, playfully tormenting the myriad of birds and beasts, as well as the vibrant flora. Nezha returned to the site of the hot spring, leaping into the water and diving to the bottom of the pool. He observed the small hole he had created previously, now eroded by the flowing water, appearing even larger. Once again, he raised his fist. Meanwhile, just 10 paces away, a group of young girls, their bodies still unformed, toiled beneath the water all day. Exhausted, they now lay on the warm rocks by the hot spring, their small faces flushed, their chests rising and falling as they gasped for breath. There remained but one person underwater, Deng Chanyu. Over the past few days, she had gathered a sufficient amount of luminous stones, feeling quite satisfied, save for the final piece at the bottom of the pool. She had descended thrice, cautiously prying at the stone crevices with a dagger. Finally, she felt the blade loosen, and with a gleam of joy in her eyes, she reached out to grasp it. At that moment, inexplicably, she sensed a tremor reverberate through the bottom of the hot spring, causing the water to sway unsteadily. Frowning slightly, Deng Chanyu discreetly stowed the luminous stone in the pouch at her waist. Just as she intended to swim upward, the peculiar tremor struck again. Initially indifferent, she soon realized the chaos wrought by the other girls had left the bottom of the spring in disarray. Now, with the tremor, numerous fissures crisscrossed the area. Following a muffled rumble, the cracks widened, and the entire structure began to collapse. In mere moments, the pool was drained of its water. The girls on the shore stared wide-eyed at the now empty hot spring and the dark abyss below, their faces betraying their growing panic. Yet, it was Deng Chanyu who felt the most alarmed. Though she was a strong swimmer, the air in her lungs had dwindled significantly during her dive. Now, as the torrent swept her into the underground river, the possibility of finding her way back through the original opening seemed increasingly uncertain. With this thought, a chill ran down her spine. Coupled with the suffocation and lack of oxygen, darkness enveloped her vision, and her consciousness began to fade. Was it truly to be the end for her? Nezha, too, was caught in the rush of the swirling waters. As the instigator of this earthquake, he had anticipated the turmoil. The moment he entered the underground river, he invoked the water-splitting divine shuttle, feeling more at ease in the water than on land. The smooth stone walls were adorned with luminescent moss, casting a faint glow. He focused on sensing the flow of life energy within the water, swimming against the current to seek its source. However, after only a few meters, he caught sight of a white figure drifting towards him in the water. Upon closer inspection, he was startled, a long-haired maiden clad in a white dress, resembling a drowned corpse. Upon glancing again, she noticed that the female corpse was still convulsing, her hands clutching her neck, eyes rolling back in agony, resembling a victim of drowning. Nezha hurriedly approached, dragging the girl into the radiant sphere of the water-splitting divine vessel. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that she was a delicate young girl, her face exquisitely carved, clad only in a damp, pale pink undergarment that clung to her form, nearly translucent. Having swallowed so much water, immediate action was imperative to prevent her from succumbing to death. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Nezha, although never formally taught by his masters how to save lives, had gleaned some knowledge of first aid during his time volunteering at an orphanage in his previous life. Indeed, the world cannot rely solely on metaphysics. A touch of science is essential. With great strength, Nezha found that a single hand was sufficient for chest compressions, needing to exert caution lest he inadvertently crushed the girl's sternum. Uncertain of how much water she had ingested, he had barely administered a couple of compressions when the girl's already pale lips erupted like a fountain, expelling a torrent of water. Seeing that she remained unconscious and her breathing had ceased, Nezha had no choice but to use one hand for compressions while pinching her nose with the other to provide artificial respiration, ensuring her lungs were continually supplied with fresh air. However, this act seemed quite alarming to the gradually awakening Deng Chanyu. A wayward youth had one hand pressing against her chest and the other pinching her nose, while his mouth was obstructing her own. Just awakening and comprehending the situation, her fury nearly caused her to faint again. She struck Nezha's chest with considerable force, sending him staggering back as she sat atop the water-splitting divine vessel. Despite understanding her misunderstanding, Nezha felt elated that she had revived and that he had saved a life. He smiled and said, "You're awake. How wonderful." Were it an ordinary woman, she would likely be engulfed in fear and panic, perhaps even contemplating despair. Yet, though Deng Chanyu was merely 9, she was no ordinary girl. Observing that Nezha was of similar stature, she raised her gaze to the shimmering water around them, where faint glimmers danced in the darkness, clearly beneath the surface. Yet her ability to breathe and speak remained unaffected. Enveloped by the light emanating from the vessel, she inquired, "Did you save me? Are you a cultivator?" Nezha had previously probed her energy center and found it stunted, not yet developed, and due to her age and the drowning incident, her spiritual essence was weaker than that of an ordinary person. Thus, he was certain that this girl was merely a mortal. He responded, "You know of cultivators?" The girl shot him a sidelong glance, asserting matter-of-factly, "Of course I do." Deng Chanyu then scrutinized Nezha, contemplating her predicament submerged in water, relying on him for survival. Her life at his mercy. Even if he were a lecherous rogue, she resolved to engage with him diplomatically for the moment, intending to settle any grievances once they reached the shore. Having contemplated these thoughts, Deng Chanyu suppressed the nauseating scent of the damp river water wafting through her lungs. Forcing a smile as she spoke, "Thank you for saving me. Where's this place? Chapter 76. The Mountain Within the Mountain. This is an underground dark river. How did you find yourself here? But fear not, for with me, this young master, even the fiercest waters shall not claim your life. Due to the perpetual conflicts surrounding Sand Mountain Pass, numerous cultivators from both factions inhabit the area, and even ordinary residents are well aware of their existence. Once confirming that the other was merely a mortal, Nezha paid little heed to her, as he sought the source of life energy while inquiring, "Where is your home? Once we reach the surface, I shall escort you back. My home is in Sand Mountain Pass." Seeing Nezha seemingly searching for something, Deng Chanyu's curiosity intensified. Due to her family background, she had been in contact with cultivators from a young age. However, despite meeting numerous esteemed elders and even some dubious practitioners, each had declared her devoid of talent for cultivation. Though she outwardly expressed defiance, diligently honing her martial skills, her father, being fond of her, even procured a copy of the Infinite Longevity Sutra. Yet, perhaps by divine design, the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges, and she had never found her way in. Now, witnessing a child of similar age effortlessly wielding magical artifacts to traverse the underground river, an indescribable blend of jealousy and admiration stirred within her. However, this sentiment was presently overshadowed by a more potent emotion, embarrassment. Deng Chanyu, an 8-year-old girl, was perceptive beyond her years, having early grasped the distinctions between genders. Yet here she was, alone with a strange boy in this lightless underground river, their bodies nearly pressed together. Her clothing, now thoroughly soaked, rendered it almost indistinguishable whether she wore it or not. Nezha, feeling the dampness against his back, raised an eyebrow, reflecting that the girl was rather scantily clad. Though he had refrained from scrutinizing her earlier, he now recalled her slender limbs and delicate features. He diverted his attention slightly and remarked, "Sand Mountain Pass, you say? My home is in Chintang Pass, quite a distance from here. However, I have heard from the townspeople of Linquan that Sand Mountain Pass is far grander than Chintang Pass, bustling with people and officials of all kinds. I truly wish to explore the inside of the pass one day. By the way, I've heard there are 39 significant towns within Sand Mountain Pass, like Linquan Town. Do you remember where your home is? If not, it may pose some trouble when searching later." "Of course, I remember," Deng Chanyu thought. "Do you take me for one of those foolish children who wallow in the mud all day?" With a slight arch of her brow and her small hands having nowhere to rest, she placed them on Nezha's shoulder and said, "Could you lend me that piece of red silk tied around your waist? I feel a bit cold." Upon hearing these words, Nezha instinctively turned to glance back. And in that fleeting moment, he beheld Deng Chanyu from head to toe. The already bashful and irate young girl felt her cheeks flush crimson, akin to a monkey's posterior. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she pressed her delicate, slender hands, as tender as bamboo shoots after a spring rain, against Nezha's head, forcibly turning it away, exclaiming sternly, "Do not look." Nezha, in a state of resignation, pondered that this child, lacking in both bosom and posterior, was overly modest. He remarked, "I nearly forgot about this matter. Our statures seem quite similar, and I possess a few spare garments. If you do not mind, you may wear mine." With that, he retrieved a set of black attire from his cosmic bag. Deng Chanyu took the clothes in her hands, her brow furrowing slightly as she instinctively leaned in to inhale their scent. Finding it agreeable, she raised her gaze to Nezha, asserting, "You must not look back." "I shan't, young lady," he replied. Upon hearing this, Deng Chanyu swiftly untied the leather pouch at her waist, adeptly shedding her undergarments and tossing them into the water, before donning the black attire, which accentuated her slender figure. With the garments now adorning her body, the girl transformed from a primitive creature into the imposing and elegant Deng Chanyu. She inquired, "How did you come to be in this underground river?" "I entered to retrieve something," Nezha replied. Just as the words left his lips, a disquieting thought crossed his mind. "How did you end up here?" Deng Chanyu, perceiving her presence in this place as purely coincidental, felt no need to fabricate a tale. She explained, "I was initially enjoying a hot spring when suddenly the ground trembled. Darkness enveloped me, and I choked on water. When I regained consciousness, I found myself here." Nezha mused, could this somehow be my doing? Enjoying a hot spring, he thought. What a misfortune. This girl cannot possibly be one of the maidens from Deng Chanyu's entourage. He then asked, "When you fell into the river, were there others in distress as well?" Deng Chanyu shook her head, stating, "I believe not. I was alone in the pool when the incident occurred." "That is a relief." Nezha sighed, before inquiring, "What is your name?" "I am called Deng Chanyu," she replied. Upon hearing this, Nezha instinctively turned to glance at her again, contemplating that although she claimed to be Deng Chanyu, she must indeed be the very same. Just as the legends proclaim, she is a natural beauty. rivaling even the fairest of her kin. However, the thought that such a stunning maiden might one day belong to the likes of Tu Xing's son filled him with an inexplicable sense of regret. Nezha stated, "You may call me Nezha." The water goddess vessel moved with remarkable speed, and within a mere quarter hour, light appeared before them. Approaching closer, Nezha lifted Deng Chanyu into his arms and leapt gracefully to the water's surface. Behind them lay a lake the size of a football field. At its center, a small island crowned with a colossal tree, the trunk so thick that it would require several people to encircle it, yet devoid of any leaves. Gazing upward, the sky above seemed to loom low, drenched in a blood-red hue, reminiscent of the gemstones adorning the cavernous hills of Shichi, masquerading as stars in a deceitful firmament. This grandeur was undeniable, yet when compared to the scene ahead, it paled in significance. If Nezha had previously speculated they were nestled within a mountain's belly, then a mere 1,200 paces ahead loomed a pitch-black mountain, overshadowing all. Upon closer inspection, it resembled not merely a mountain, but rather an immense palace. Before the palace stood 81 towering pillars, reaching towards the crimson sky, as if a primordial beast, shrouded in darkness, lay dormant, exuding an aura of overwhelming authority that threatened to crush all who approached. "Where's this?" Deng Chanyu murmured, her voice barely a whisper, parched as if the very essence of her being had dried up. Having grown up in the Three Mountain Pass, she had never encountered such a place. "I am uncertain. Yet we cannot have strayed too far," Nezha replied, narrowing his eyes. Here, he sensed the profound life energy emanating from the colossal tree at the center of the lake behind them. What lay within its depths remained a mystery. However, it was evident that the greatest enigma resided within the imposing black palace before them. Chapter 77. A brief exchange before the gate as Nezha continued to survey the surroundings. He was surprised to find the young girl beside him possessed an unexpected audacity. After observing him for a moment, she spoke with a hint of impatience. "Shall we venture closer?" This inquiry naturally pertained to the palace. Though the atmosphere was rife with the peculiar, they had come this far. And apart from the overwhelming aura of dread, neither the existing signs nor Nezha's cultivated intuition had detected any trace of danger. He believed this ignorance of peril was, in itself, the true danger. If one could not discern what constituted danger, one might perish without ever comprehending the cause. Casting another glance at the ground beneath him, he scooped up a handful of warm iron sand. "What exactly are you searching for here?" Deng Chanyu inquired again. Despite the surroundings being extraordinary and awe-inspiring, after a while, they revealed no further mysteries, and her attention shifted back to the young cultivator beside her. Hearing her question, Nezha could not help but admire her boldness. Reflecting on how she was indeed a remarkable girl among the deities, possessing such courage at a tender age. Had he been in his past life, he would have been crying to the elder director at 7 or 8 years old. He chuckled, "You truly possess courage, daring to accompany me to this strange place without fear." Deng Chanyu huffed in response, "What is there to fear? Are you not a cultivator?" Nezha mused internally that should she, as foretold in the scriptures, meet her end at the hands of the female General Gao Lanying, she might still find herself immortalized on the divine list, perhaps even as a star of the 6 harmonies. He remained silent, advancing forward, while Deng Chanyu cautiously followed in his wake, her face etched with trepidation. As they approached the 81 towering pillars, their hearts sank further in astonishment. From a distance, they had perceived these pillars adorned with dragon motifs, but as they drew near, they realized these were no mere decorations. They were the remains of 81 dragon corpses, fixed to the copper pillars by black iron spikes, heads held high and tails pointed downwards. Their scales shimmered with a cold, hard azure light. And despite having been dead for an unknown duration, their bodies had not decayed, still exuding the majesty they once possessed in life. Nezha murmured, in comparison, "Ao Bing seems a mere trifle." Ao Bing, the third prince of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. Nezha cautiously reached out to touch one of the iron-like scales, which was the size of his palm, replying, "You are familiar with Ao Bing." "I am well aware of him," she retorted, her voice laced with admiration. "The illustrious third prince of the Dragon Palace, a paragon among the younger generation of the demon race. I have long admired his reputation, said to be exceptionally handsome and of remarkable demeanor. I merely wonder if I shall ever have the chance to meet him in this lifetime." As she spoke of Ao Bing, Deng Chanyu's words brimmed with longing and reverence. Nezha merely shook his head with a smile, contemplating that even from this underground palace, thousands of miles away from Qintang Pass, he could effortlessly summon the demise of that seemingly flawless third prince with but a thought. Yet, he could not help but ponder. Although the human race was currently formidable, the dragon lineage belonging to the demon race still held its own unique grandeur. Dragons were born with longevity, and upon reaching maturity, their strength rivaled that of human cultivators at the golden core stage. The 81 dragon corpses before them were exponentially more powerful than Ao Bing, yet they were relegated to mere adornments entwined around the pillars of this grand hall. What then was this magnificent hall? As they continued forward, they arrived at the base of the colossal structure, where they were met with an even more astonishing revelation. The entire dark hall was hewn from a single slab of wrought iron. Nezha extended his hand to feel the warmth emanating from the iron walls, catching a glimpse of the astonishment that flickered in the young girl's eyes. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Do you know where this place is?" "It must be related to the demon race." Deng Chanyu inhaled deeply, her voice steadying as she spoke. Legend has it that during the age of the Holy Emperor, the Three Mountain Pass was once the domain of the demon race. In that era, a supreme demon lord emerged, known as the Iron Emperor, who reveled in battle. In his twilight years, he gathered all weapons of war and forged iron into mountains. "Where did you hear such tales?" "Everyone knows about the Three Mountain Pass," she replied, her demeanor suggesting she had unearthed a monumental secret, her heart racing with excitement. Yet Nezha could not suppress his skepticism regarding the veracity of this legend. After all, from what he had learned of the cultivation world, there existed an undeniable principle. Cultivation was solely for the sake of longevity. Those cultivators of immense power, regardless of their unknown capabilities, were undoubtedly close to immortality. Thus, the notion of twilight years seemed almost laughable when applied to them. Nevertheless, one aspect of Deng Chanyu's words might indeed hold truth. This place may genuinely be connected to the demon race. Before the Grand Hall, the main gate soared to a height of 10 zhong, akin to the towering city walls. The two imposing doors were sealed tightly, their surfaces cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Standing side by side, Deng Chanyu and Nezha clasped their hands behind their waists. With a raised eyebrow, Deng Chanyu remarked, "This door must weigh tens of thousands of jin. I wonder if there are any mechanisms hidden within. If not, entering to take a look will be quite the challenge." Nezha placed a hand upon the door, testing its texture, his thoughts drifting away from the mysteries within. If what Deng Chanyu claimed were true, that this was the creation of the demonic Iron Emperor in his dying moments, then this palace might not be the grand residence they envisioned, but rather a vast tomb. After a prolonged silence, he declared, "Step back a bit. Allow me to give it a try." "What do you intend to do?" Deng Chanyu inquired, though her body instinctively retreated. Frowning, she observed Nezha, a cultivator despite his youth. Yet, she could not help but feel an inexplicable sense of reliance on this mysteriously confident boy who called himself Nezha. However, as she witnessed Nezha's actions, standing at the center of the grand door, his delicate hands pressed against the cast iron surface, her watery eyes widened in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind? How could a mere mortal move such a door?" Nezha remained silent, recalling the last time he exerted all his strength in an endeavor, attempting to draw the bowstring of the Chinquan bow. With a low shout, he summoned his strength from the ground, channeling it through his spine and into his arms. Veins bulged on his forehead as his small hands stirred the years of dust on the door, as if he were about to embed them into the solid iron before him. "Open for me." Deng Chanyu was momentarily startled by Nezha's fervor. Yet she quickly reminded herself that it was impossible, utterly impossible. Even the formidable warriors of her father's army, capable of cultivation, were still mere mortals. How could anyone move such a colossal door by hand? But soon, her pupils dilated, and her heart quivered uncontrollably. The air was filled with the spine-chilling creaks and groans, and dust began to cascade from above. With another low shout, Nezha took a small step forward, and the massive door began to shift, the gap widening gradually. Simultaneously, a shimmering phenomenon, akin to a bubble, flickered before them, as if the very heavens had been cleaved in twain. Chapter 78. The Arrival of Powerful Beings. Cough, cough. As the dust settled, Deng Chanyu covered her mouth and nose with one hand and advanced cautiously. She glanced skeptically at Nezha before reaching out to touch the towering iron door, her resolve firm as she braced herself and collided against it. "Hiss, that hurts." She clutched her shoulder, tears welling in her eyes from the pain, yet the door remained steadfast, unmoving. With a face full of disbelief, she asked, "How did you manage to do that?" "Simply born with great strength," Nezha replied. Nezha peered inside, discovering that it was not the pitch-black void he had imagined. Instead, the entrance allowed fresh air to rush in, illuminating the flickering flames of the large lamps positioned along the sides of the grand hall, casting dancing shadows. There were indeed lights kindled within, yet whatever living beings resided there, it seemed prudent to avoid entering. Sensing the air's putrid stench, Nezha furrowed his brow. while the intrepid Deng Chanyu, maintaining her composure, nodded softly, remarking, "It appears rather sinister inside." At that moment, a blood-red sky above began to ripple, casting shadows upon the black sand below, prompting both individuals to glance upward. A towering ship broke through the heavens, appearing in an instant above the colossal tree. On board, disciples from the West Sea's Purple Dragon Island stood solemnly behind Elder Shao Qi, who, upon seeing the flowing magma above, sneered, "A child's trick. Perhaps it might deter mere mortals, but it shall not impede me." Her gaze then fell upon the 81 towering pillars and the ominous Black Palace. A fleeting look of terror crossing her eyes before she turned to the 20 stunned disciples behind her, coldly stating, "What are you so alarmed about? If this place were merely a single piece of the purple cloud divine wood, why would so many formidable experts gather here?" Having spoken, her most cherished disciple, Gu Jianqing, murmured, "Master, why did you not mention this matter to Elder Lin before?" Elder Shao Qi replied with a disdainful laugh. "Such secrets are best kept known to as few as possible. Elder Lin is merely a guest elder of the Purple Dragon Island, and you all lack the qualifications." The mere thought of Elder Lin filled her with anger. Cursed be it, Elder Shao Qi thought. Indeed, those outside our sect cannot be trusted. After all the effort to recruit him, promising numerous benefits, he vanished when his assistance was needed. Though she had many disciples, the majority being capable nascent soul practitioners, including 2 loose immortals and 1 golden immortal, there were still restrictions atop Fire Eye Mountain. Without the efforts of a Taiyi golden immortal, breaking through was impossible. One could only imagine the formidable opponents they would face. Just moments ago, as she breached the upper restrictions, a sword light had descended from the heavens. Had she not possessed a treasured artifact, she might have suffered injury from that strike. She gazed at the black iron palace, a glint of greed flickering in her eyes. Yet her voice was as cold as icicles hanging from the eaves in the depths of winter, declaring, "Evil and heretical beings deserve their demise." Before the celestial vessel had even landed, 2 figures descended from either side like shooting stars, their light dissipating upon landing on the black sand without causing a ripple. Graceful and unrestrained, the figure on the left was enveloped in a surge of sword energy. Those lacking sufficient cultivation who gazed upon him would find their eyes stinging with tears. On the right side stood a figure of serene composure, exuding an aura of harmonious unity with the cosmos. Cloaked in a robe adorned with the 8 trigrams, this individual bore a solemn visage, gripping a demon-subduing staff. Upon witnessing these two, Taoist Xiaoqi's expression hardened, and she inhaled sharply, clasping her hands in greeting. "I, Xiaoqi of Zilong Island, pay my respects to Taoist Yuding and the esteemed Taoist of the Celestial Way. Have you both come here to uphold the righteous path and eradicate the remnants of the demon Lord's legacy?" As she spoke, a cold smile flickered within her heart. Eager to discern the duplicitous countenance of these 2 eminent figures from the Changjiao sect, the legacy of the demon Lord held no value for the Changjiao and Zhejiao, both of which were venerable sects with robust and unbroken traditions. Nevertheless, the remnants of a once mighty quasi-saint, such as the divine tree of Zixiao in the heart of the Great Lake and the myriad treasures within the Grand Hall, were coveted by all factions. Each individual present was driven by the desire to seize these treasures, yet it was clear that beneath their intentions lay a darker visage. The esteemed Taoist Xiaoqi of Zilong Island. "It has been a while," Taoist Daohang remarked, his demeanor still radiating charm. "I anticipated that Taoist Yuding would be the first to lose patience. How surprising that Zilong Island has taken the lead." Beside him, Taoist Yuding scoffed, turning his face away. The immortal slaying sword slung across his back, exuding an air of readiness to strike at any perceived slight. In the face of such illustrious figures, even the most audacious of Zilong Island's members, including Taoist Xiaoqi, found it prudent to temper their boldness with reason. Remembering something, she inquired, "Is it true that only the 2 of you from Changjiao have arrived? Has Taoist Huanglong not come?" Her words insinuated that where there was commotion, Taoist Huanglong would surely be present. Yet, all knew well his temperamental nature, and her guess proved accurate. Taoist Daohang chuckled. "He is indeed here. But he has become ensnared in a great formation atop the mountain, while contending with 2 disciples from Zhejiao. Though it is not a deadly trap, it seems he will not be emerging anytime soon." Taoist Xiaoqi was momentarily speechless, replying, "In that case, which of you would like to proceed first?" Her words conveyed a sense of deference, though inwardly she was reluctant to yield. The sudden emergence of the demon lord's legacy amidst the ever-evolving labyrinth outside, where even Taiyi golden immortals could become ensnared, rendered the notion of tranquility within the confines of this place implausible. Moreover, These two newcomers surely possessed formidable treasures. If they were to scout ahead, the potential losses could be mitigated. However, Taoist Yuding, who had remained silent until now, merely huffed and remarked, "There's no need for pretense. Haven't you noticed that this place has already been claimed by someone else?" At his words, both Taoist Xiaoqi and Taoist Daohang were taken aback. With their keen senses, they understood that if a peer from the same realm had indeed arrived, they would be unable to conceal their presence. One of Taoist Xiaoqi's disciples, Gu Jianqing, stepped forward, crouching to examine the ground. After a moment, he looked up and reported, "Master, there are footprints here, resembling those of two children." His own uncertainty lingered in the air. The pursuit of cultivation is a time-consuming endeavor. No matter how extraordinary one's innate talent may be, if two children truly possess no remarkable fortune, they cannot attain profound cultivation. Given this reality, how could they possibly find themselves in such a place? The lack of corresponding strength in such an environment foretells a grim fate, one that is all too predictable. It is indeed a pity. A fleeting glimmer of light flashed in Gu Jianqing's eyes, only to be replaced by an unwavering coldness and tranquility. Such circumstances had been anticipated from the moment he embarked on the path of cultivation. Those who ventured here in search of treasures had already paid a steep price before their arrival. Even the Purple Dragon Island of the West Sea had lost two superior magical artifacts on the way to the Fire Eye. The two celestial beings of the Chen sect had fought their way in, wielding the sword of immortal slaying and the blood-dyed demon-cleaving staff, ensuring that no unforeseen variables were permitted to exist. As the group of over 20 individuals raised their heads and gazed forward, they beheld the imposing Black Giant Hall, with its equally massive and heavy doors, which appeared to have been pushed open just a crack. While Gu Jianqing's mind was swirling with chaotic thoughts, Daoxing Tianzun stepped forward, taking his place at the forefront of the assembly. His countenance was majestic, and it was unclear whether his expression reflected a hatred of evil or a compassion for the suffering of all beings. The collective gaze of the crowd settled upon him as he extended the demon-cleaving staff, gently touching it to the ground. Although it emitted no radiant light, resembling an ordinary weapon from the battlefield, the crowd felt a heaviness in their chests, as if the entire mountain quaked in response. Subsequently, the black sand beneath them was stirred, creating ripples that radiated outward from the staff, drawing towards the small opening in the Black Giant Hall.